Well, a very good morning wherever you're watching this around the world. Welcome to day 4 of Henley Royal Regatta. The stage is set. We're racing along this iconic stretch of the River Thames. And with Sunday, finals day, oh so close, Friday's racing is all about making the weekend, keeping that Henley dream alive. Fewer crews, more at stake. So let's get day 4 underway. Our commentators today, Tim Deller and Adam Freeman-Pask.
Good morning and welcome to the finish line where we're standing in the commentary box ready to go with lots of races coming your way between now and 7:15. 85 races today. And between now and lunch at 12:30, we've got boats from all around the world, from the Netherlands, Austria, USA, Serbia, New Zealand, Germany, South Africa, Ireland, Italy, Hungary and Croatia as well. So a truly international lineup on the way between now and lunchtime. Tim Deller here with Adam Freeman-Pask. Good morning to you, Adam.
Good morning, Tim. Good morning, everyone tuning in.
What is the highlight for you this morning? Because there's plenty to choose from.
Gosh, yeah, we are going to start off with a red-hot race to begin with in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. 2 British development boats racing each other for spots this summer's World Championship. So that'll be a red-hot race to kick us off. Later on at 9:45, we'll see a fantastic opportunity to see the Olympic champions in the women's double, the New Zealanders.
Which is one to really look forward to. That's coming up later on.
Edinburgh during this race.
First on the water, though, the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. And there they are waiting for the off. They'll start very promptly at 9 o'clock, which is only 30 seconds away. These are big moments. Friday, nobody wants to miss out on racing in a semi-final tomorrow or a final on Sunday. So lots at stake for all the rowers that we'll see on the water today, all the boats that go. 85 races. And the first is the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. Nautilus Rowing Club and Edinburgh University on the Berkshire station. And Leander Club and Leeds Rowing Club on the Buck station. Away they go then. This is race number 1 of 85. Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. A pretty sleepless night. They've been up very early this morning getting ready for this. Quad sculls. Just watching on the Buck station. Leander Club and Leeds Rowing Club. They'll know this stretch of the water pretty well and they'll settle into their race rhythm as fast as they can off Temple Island.
Yeah, these crews will know each other reasonably well. They are all under 23 GB development athletes and they've been put into 2 boats here. One is favoured as the slightly more A-class boat and the B-class boat, but racing off against each other. It's more than just a race up for grabs here because this is probably going to shake up selection for the British team. So a big race to kick us off with.
Yeah, so much at stake. Progression, not just in Henley, but also in their careers with Great Britain potentially. Nautilus Rowing Club and Edinburgh University taking an early lead.
Yeah, they really moved out well there early there to stretch out and get a good sight of their opponents in this first race of the day.
So there they are, moving the boat very nicely.
Yeah, so there's a nice shot there of Leander and Leeds. Just trying to step into a rhythm that will get them back onto terms with their opponents, Nautilus Rowing Club and Edinburgh University, who are just sneaking off there onto the far right of your screen in that yellow boat. Really opening out the margin there quite well as we approach the barrier marker.
Nautilus and Edinburgh. There's the Leander boat in the stroke seat. Raphael Hardwick and Scotto. See the lead early in the race, Temple Island in the background. We'll talk about the conditions, Adam. We've just stepped into the commentary box and it's pretty still, isn't it? I mean, temperature-wise, it's cool. There's bright sunshine. There's no danger of rain. We've got nice blue sky, but in terms of conditions for the rowers out there, very good, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely perfect conditions today. Completely still. A little bit of a tougher wind picking up, but nothing like we had yesterday. It's very still out there, as we can see. The water is lovely, really quiet and smooth. The boat's just really being able to slice through that like ice. It's gorgeous out there. It was mirror still earlier, just before, but there are a couple of little boats out there warming up or cruising around. But it's wonderful conditions out there. And we are being treated to some wonderful sculling there from the Nautilus and Edinburgh University crew.
Yeah, big lead for them, definitely, early on. And you talk about the still water, still at this time of day. Look how empty. On the right-hand side of the screen, that half of the river behind the posts and the boom is open to the public, isn't it? And this afternoon it'll be chocker, and across the weekend with all sorts of craft on the water. But at this stage, it's empty, isn't it? There's nobody else out there, and that helps the water being very still.
That's right, Tim. It will be like Piccadilly Circus out there later today, but not everyone has climbed out of bed yet and got down here to get their spots along the riverbank or cruise around in their motorboats. So it's lovely and still out there for the cruise there this morning. And yes, this is a very solid performance from the Nautilus and Edinburgh crew, rowing very sweetly there as we see them approaching. They're now just approaching sort of the halfway marker.
Freddie Foxwell in the bow seat, Joshua Matthews, Elliot Donovan Davis and Nathaniel Godden in that boat, moving it very well, making it look relatively straightforward. It does look so still and tranquil out there at the moment.
Yeah, great conditions, and you can just see the little twinkles off the water there as well. Lovely to follow the other crew here as well, Leander Club and Leeds Rowing Club. Still racing hard here, lots for these guys to build on here. Still work all of these athletes looking to sort of make their break into the British team. So great to get down here racing the track. But this was a big race early in the day for these guys.
Yeah, they're younger in this boat, so all teenagers in the boat that you're looking at. And as we zoom into Nautilus and Edinburgh, much more experience, all in their early 20s. 16 combined Henleys previously in this boat. So making experience tell. Nautilus and Edinburgh in our first race of day 4 of Henley Royal Regatta. The Friday is with the semi-finals tantalisingly hanging there tomorrow. Every day there's lots at stake, but for half of these boats that we'll see on the water today, it's going to be heartbreaking, isn't it, to miss out on the weekend action?
Oh, every day's a big day, but yes, exactly that. You are sort of you're kind of picturing what it could be like here to be on Saturday and Sunday, but it's but yeah, Friday, you've got to get through Friday first, and that's what the Nautilus Rowing Club crew and Edinburgh look to be doing here. Very smooth now, switching it into cruise control. And as you were saying, Tim, earlier, this crew obviously, building through the ranks of under 23s a bit more, whereas their opponents, this is their first crack at it. They'll be working on that. They'll be building on this. They've got lots to play for, and this will be a good first experience in this intermediate level event. It's a tough standard to step up to, having been at school level or learning to row at university.
And not so many years ago, when you were competing, Adam, would you have preferred to be out on the water at this time in a race, or would you have preferred to wait until it was a bit more raucous? Because this afternoon, definitely tomorrow and Sunday, big crowds, it feels completely different to how it does now, but you get great conditions to row in right now. So what would you have preferred?
Oh, yeah, it's a difficult question. I think sometimes you like all of the noise and everything going on, because then it gives you the full-on Henley experience, right? And it creates a bit of jeopardy. But actually, conditions like this, it's really nice, really good fair conditions. Leave your best self out on the water here. We're seeing a really good push here from the Leander Club and Leeds Rowing Club boat as they wind it into the line here. They've really given it everything down the course, which is what you want to do. You want to give your best shot at this.
Well done to Nautilus Rowing Club and Edinburgh University, who win our first race of the day, the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. There they are, the winners. And you've got Leander Club and Leeds Rowing Club as well, who have come second in that race, but the youngsters will have gained some valuable experience. The Prince Albert Challenge Cup, Newcastle University to the left and top of your picture. On the Berkshire Station, Oxford Brookes University A in the red boat nearest to the camera, and away they go on the right, the Oxford Brookes University boat. We know all about their quality at Henley Royal Regattas in years gone by. The holders of the University of London, they won it last year, this event, but both of these boats, Oxford Brookes making a good start, a good bid to get into a semi-final tomorrow. Oxford Brookes with the little bit more power away from Temple Island.
Yeah, just nudging ahead there of Newcastle, but this is a great start from both crews here.
This is coxed fours, so we've got those unusual positions for the coxes behind.
This is great. Just getting the marker boards there as well, Tim. So yeah, confirming that slight lead there for Brookes, as we saw the number 2, which denotes that station, just taking the lead there for Oxford Brookes on the Buck station number 2.
There they are, that Oxford Brookes boat that Adam was mentioning. But it's race on, isn't it? That's not a comfortable lead. That's a lead for Oxford Brookes, but Newcastle will feel very much in contention at this stage.
No, these are two great universities with great pedigree in this event, and Angelo Savarino, the coach at Newcastle, he's done, what, nearly 21 seasons now, so he knows the game, and this is a good crew here.
So let's head down the track. That was the early stages of this Prince Albert Challenge Cup heat, but this is live, and we talked about Newcastle being in contention. Well, looking at this stage of the race, they might even have a slender lead at this point.
I think they're clawing it back, and they're beginning to nudge in front of Oxford Brookes, which is fantastic there, because there was a really good transition out of the race start from Brookes, which got them that early lead. But I think Newcastle are now clawing it back.
Just watching where Newcastle sit in the water. They've come quite central. The umpire's happy enough as things stand, but they won't want to get any more central than that, will they, Newcastle? Otherwise they'll be sent back towards the Berkshire bank of the Thames here. That is absolutely dead level, isn't it?
Yeah, this is an amazing race. Fantastic to see these two boats neck and neck at this stage in the course. Like they did so well to maintain contact, and the coxing there from Imogen was amazing to keep them in contention.
Proper racing here, Newcastle against Oxford Brookes. Nip and tuck, cat and mouse. It's Oxford Brookes edging back into the lead, but this lead is toing and froing, and they've only raced half of it so far. There's a real shift going on from Brookes here. They're trying to make a decisive move here.
Oxford Brookes just look like they're holding their length of stroke just that bit better there, and Newcastle just looking like a little bit shorter there. I hope they can stride out and find their gear again.
Well, we've got the potential for a great race here. First half of the race has been everything we could have hoped for. You can hear the supporters on the bank. They'll be growing in number through the day.
Yeah, they're in full voice, aren't they? There's some really big cheers for both of these universities, which is fantastic to see.
Well, they probably recognise what an exciting and tight contest this one is, but quite noisy for so early in the morning at Henley. Oh, 9:10.
It's definitely waking everyone up on the campsites. Well, this is another great move from Newcastle now. Definitely clawed back that canvas. If anything, taken the lead.
This is a ridiculous race. I think I'm right in saying the lead has swapped 4 times already as they shift in front of the regatta enclosure and towards the stewards. And, well, that's the Oxford Brookes boat. You can see there Cowan Davis in the bow seat. You can see the cox. It's Oliver Joyner. Newcastle battling away as well. There you can see them. Nicholas Summerfield in the bow seat of the Newcastle boat. This could be race of the day. It's only the second race of the day.
Absolutely incredible. They're already really kind of winding in for the sprint for the line. They've only just entered the enclosures, so this is going to be amazing to see how many more gears left they've got, how much more can they extract on the rate. Both the crews are looking like they're shaky now. They've obviously been throwing everything at it. You can see the blades sometimes skipping the water a little bit, but it looks like the Newcastle crew is now breaking away from the Oxford Brookes boat.
Exactly what you said. There was just a slight error in that Oxford Brookes boat, and that's allowed Newcastle to power on past, and an end of a thrilling race. Oxford Brookes have run out of gas, I suspect, because Newcastle have got more than a length as they head in front of Stewards in the last few strokes to that finish line. And Newcastle will be hugely relieved and delighted to be into the semi-final of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. What a race. Actually, the margin of victory at the end, that doesn't tell the story of the race at all. It was so tight that the lead kept exchanging hands. Brilliant race. Very hard fought, but well-deserved race there for Newcastle. So, an all-Leander clash in the Visitors Challenge Cup. Leander Club A on the Berkshire station and B on the Buck station. So, fours here. Saw these boats, I was down at Leander when they got onto the water around about 45 minutes ago. Great applause. The clap out, which has become a thing at Henley over the last few years. Oh, it's huge, and huge for Leander Club. You know, those athletes are, I mean, as in all the racing, the athletes are quite close to each other as you're getting change and boating, but very, very much so when they're boating out of Leander Club and you've got those two crews getting out this morning to race. But fantastic to see. Obviously, the B crew raced yesterday, but this is the first race for the A crew in this event. So the B crew had a good warm-up race yesterday, so they'll know how it feels to open up the lungs and get everything out of their legs. It has become more of a feature at Henley, hasn't it? When they put the boats on the water, all the supporters, all the friends and family are there cheering them out, and definitely Leander was a place to be earlier on. Right, this is on the Buck station. You can see Leander Club B. So Callum Jenkins in the bow seat, Benedict Newton, Edward Bayfield and Daniel Bradbury in that boat. And they look like they're shifting it pretty well. It's going to be interesting with the Braggy rights if it stays like this, because B are in front of A. Yeah, they're doing really well. So they've obviously used the learning from yesterday and applied it to today. So it's obviously quite tricky to spot the difference between these two boats because they're both yellow. They've both got pink kits, but you can see the numbers. But we have the A boat on the left-hand side of the screen and the B boat on the right-hand side of the screen. And the B boat has given them a bit of a shake, haven't they? They're putting them under pressure to respond. So dead level, the early stage of this one between the two Leander boats. If you're the coach, you're going to be nervous, aren't you? Because you don't want to suddenly got all your seats wrong. Yeah, Matt Beachy, the coaching the men's program at Leander Club, he's a very savvy operator here. He keeps it very fair. You know, he would have given them all a good talking to and made sure that you know, they just leave the best race out there for both boats. You know, this is great to have this standard and have two boats very, very evenly matched, with the B boat still maintaining a good sort of half-length lead there. If you're in the A boat, so on the left-hand side of the screen now, are you worried at this stage? You've got to be really worried because this is relatively late into the race. Yeah, you're coming into closures now, so you're going to have to start winding for a sprint. You will be thinking, oh, that other crew, they have got a race in their legs, so that will start to show a little bit as we get towards the end of the course. But you don't want to leave it too late, and there's a decent margin there at the moment for the B boat to be holding their A counterparts. So pressure on the A boat. On the right-hand side, Robbie Prosser in the bow seat, Tom Ballinger, Jack Pryor and Jonathan Cameron. There you go, they've knocked it up a notch or two now, haven't they? They're responding now, they're realising they're running out of time now and they need to do some damage quickly. I think they might have heard us. I think the B boat weren't quite, they clocked that and there was a little bit of shaking around in that boat, so I think this is going to level up pretty quickly now. So Leander Club A on the right against Leander Club B on the Buck station. They are still leading Leander Club B, and this could be a story because the B boat is about to cause an upset if they can hold their race together for these last few strokes. It's so tight. Leander Club A on the right of your picture, top of the screen, have been beaten by Leander Club B. It was marginal, but what a tight finish that was. And we're thinking on first sight that Leander Club B have caused an upset there. Yeah, you can see it on all the athletes' faces. That is a big win for the B boat. They probably weren't expecting to do that.
And the A boat are naturally looking very collecting their thoughts. But wow, what a race!
Yeah, good replay showing us that clearly. Confirmation coming through. Leander Club B winning the Visitors Challenge Cup against their crewmates Leander Club A.
Attention!
So we've got a couple of Stoner Challenge Trophy heats in the next hour, and the first one, Joyce and Lack of Warwick Boat Club on the Berkshire Station. We've got Troop and Mills from Oxford University to the right of your picture. So double sculls, and just watching Troop and Mills, where are they heading? Umpire restrained.
Taking the scenic route slightly, both crews, but hopefully they'll be back on their stations fairly soon. So this is for the Oxford boat there, this is a bit of a new foray for them. They obviously do more sweep. They're in the reserve boat, the Oxford, the blue reserve boat, Cyrus, and they just fancied to go at sculling, and they fancied coming to Henley. So good on them. And here they are having a great race against Warwick Boat Club.
Well, they are. The steering is an issue to keep an eye on. It doesn't seem to have taken much speed out of the boat because they're leading, but they definitely went too central. They came quite close to the booms, haven't they? In the last couple of moments, they were reasonably close to the booms, but so they're okay. They're in the lead, so
they're doing great. Yeah, it's one of those things. There's quite a lot to, you know, first race in this event. It will be a surprise going off the blocks, trying to keep the big giant fluorescent yellow lollipop lined up with the V when you're steering, and in a double it's quite tricky to know who's going to be doing the correcting sometimes. So a little bit of sorting it all out. But both boats are good on station now, and looks like Oxford University Boat Club have just taken out a little bit of lead there on Warwick, but this is shaping up to be a good race.
Yeah, the Amelias in that boat, Amelia Troop and Amelia Mills, 23 and 24 years old respectively, and chasing them, Olivia Joyce and Mary Lack. This is the live action, and you can see that they've just extended that leader fraction, the Oxford University boat.
And they're obviously students, one of them studying for a PhD in biosciences with a particular focus on hyenas, and the other one a French student. So
yeah, loving that detail. And in the boat that we're watching, the Warwick boat, on the right of your picture there, we've got Olivia Joyce. She's 37 on a Henley debut. That's good. Fifth at Warringford, won the knots championship level, and Mary Lack is 29, also a Henley debut.
So this is a good matchup in this event because these are essentially domestic crews, and later on today at 9:45 we have two very much international crews with the US versus the Kiwis, the Olympic champions. So a fairly good matchup in this side for these two crews here. Obviously a very international feel later. We're going to correct me here.
Well, you got Mary Lack and Olivia Joyce in the picture there, and Olivia in the bow seat is suggesting that at 37 this might be her last senior competitive year. It's a big race for her. And then if you have a look at the Amelias, they've got a good lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's really paid off, hasn't it? That curiosity to say let's ditch the 8 and go for small boats and have fun in the double has really paid off. And you've got some of their other university colleagues racing in the women's pairs as well. So
it's a pretty big switch, that, isn't it?
Switching to the doubles, yes, it is. Yes, but great to see them doing that. Small boats are really good fun. So it's you know, and they've obviously they've grabbed it with both hands. And they're doing a great job here.
Going from an 8 to a double, completely different sport in many ways, isn't it? I'm thinking it's a bit like going from test match cricket to white ball cricket, or rugby league to rugby union.
Yeah, it definitely challenges you in different ways. But I think, you know, as a young athlete, this is something you want to do. You want to mix it up. You want to get all those different experiences, and hopefully that all kind of gels together to give you, a really good, well-rounded approach to racing. You know, be that the sort of the mental resolve to be looking after a smaller boat like this when there's just two of you, versus being a smaller cog in a big machine like an 8.
Whilst Adam was talking, you might have seen the umpire's flag, little wave of the white flag, just to encourage Troop and Mills to get back onto the Buckinghamshire side of the water, on the Buckinghamshire station.
And there were a lot of Oxford University students out this morning, so they were obviously keen to see both this and the latter races, and it's great to see them get so much support, because sometimes these smaller boats, it can be a little bit lonely.
Term finished a few weeks ago for Oxford University, didn't it? It's not too far away. They had a big open day looking after next couple of years intake yesterday up at Oxford University. I think their duty's just about done, so they can head down here and enjoy Henley this weekend.
So very solid racing though from Warwick Boat Club, keeping them honest.
Oh, big wobble though from Oxford University there, and that will have taken a huge amount of speed out the boat. The issue was they've come too far into the middle of the water, and the umpire's been encouraging them to get back on their side. And both crews now being asked to get onto their side of the water, but the wobble in the Troop and Mills boat there, I mean, not too far from coming unseated. That was a horrible lurch.
It was Sarah Winklis being on it there with the flag, the umpire's flag there. But yes, it can be unnerving as in the boat to then have to respond to the umpire when you get a warning. And yeah, as you said, unsettling the boat slightly.
Well, they were lucky they were as far ahead as they were, and they were as close to the end as they were. But you were saying it's a new skill that they're learning there, and that'll be something they won't want to repeat over the weekend. Survive the wobble to go through in the Stoner Challenge Trophy. The Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup. Go! Oxford University against Guyas of the Netherlands on the right-hand side, the Buck Station.
Another race for our Oxford University fans here.
Yeah, well, Oxford University fans might have been a bit nervous about the angle the boat was jutting out into the middle of the water. I think they're recovering that now, aren't they? But they've had a little bit of a meander. Del Rey and Zamorano in the Oxford University boat. They've got a lead.
They've got a nice lead there, actually. It's in these smaller boats, people always talk about the change of pace, and everyone wants to go full throttle out of the blocks there.
And now look how close those two boats are. The umpire having to intervene again, and that was asking the Oxford University boat to get back onto their side of the water on the right.
Yeah, only half length in it and getting quite close there. You definitely don't want to knock blades in oars in a pair, because if you knock that oar out your hand, so you're going in. And it looked like Kieran Hayes, the umpire, there having to do some intervention there, but it's getting pretty close again, isn't it?
Very tight. Yes, the umpire on the toes to make sure they intervene before anything happened. The Coxless Pairs here, women's premier event. And I'm watching on the Buck Station the Dutch Mayan Mast and Mark van der Waal with a lead of just over a length. Just settling it down now. It was fast and frantic and all happening, wasn't it, at the start of this race, but it's a bit calmer now.
Yeah, I've settled into it, and the Dutch do look more relaxed and just getting a bit more length in there, and the Oxford boat feeling the pressure a little bit and trying to reach for a little bit more rate to get back onto terms. So yeah, that half length at the 3/4 mile looks like it's opened out a little bit, which is, in a small boat like this, it can mean a lot, because just being that more relaxed in a smaller boat, it becomes much less twitchy and you can really pick up speed.
Twitchy, I think the umpire's keeping a beady eye on what's going on with the steering. It's not too far apart. Just looking at the angle of that Oxford boat.
Yeah, they're like magnets, aren't they? There's a bit of attraction between these two boats to sort of try and go for the middle water, aren't they? And
they're okay there.
So lots of good international experience here on the course, and even in the umpire's boat, the coach of the Dutch boat is Olympic champion in the women's 4.
There's the umpire and the BDI. So on that launch, you've got some coaching staff, haven't you? And there, as you mentioned, the former Olympic champion on that launch. They're not allowed to communicate with the boats, not allowed to speak. It's going to be impartial on the umpire's launch.
And you've got an Olympic champion on the watch there as well, with Mo Sabihi. You can't miss him as he towers there at the back of the umpire's boat.
Ah, yes, I can see Mo there. Big Arsenal fan. It's the one with the stopwatch standing up on the left-hand side.
Again, both these pairs going for the middle water again, but a really good wind in here from Oxford University. They're really clawing them down. That's what's so good with the pairs. You can shift the gears and change the speed, but will this be enough to break through?
The Dutch hammering along to the finish. They know they're going to be pushed. Mast and Van der Waal have headed to the line, pursued by the Oxford University boat. And it's not over yet. Last few strokes, very tight finish on the way in front of stewards. It's going to be the Dutch who hold on, but a good burst from both boats made it competitive right at the end. So the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup. Well done to Merlin Mask and Marg van der Waal. They're safely through to the semi-finals of the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup.
Attention!
So single sculls, the Princess Royal Challenge Cup, and some real quality on the water here. Magdalena Lopnik, who's on the Berkshire station, top quality against Elizabeth Martin.
Yeah, lots of very short, sharp strokes there from Elizabeth Martin out the blocks there. An interesting way to jack the rate up and get going. Definitely trying to hit peak speed early on, but slightly more length and transition from the Austrian, who is the athlete that has a lot of form in this boat, being the Olympic bronze medalist from Tokyo. So yeah, there's a good to see her out the blocks, and she is striding away very quickly.
Yeah, huge pedigree. We've seen Lopnik on the international circuit for years and years now. You mentioned the Tokyo bronze medal, 6th in Rio, 10th in Paris. A couple of bronze medals at World Championships in this women's single. Quite a specialist.
Absolutely rapid out the blocks there. She's really stumped her lead on this race very early doors, hasn't she?
And there you can see that lead.
Yeah, nice clear water by the barrier. This is a very nice position. I mean, in these matchups, when you're in small boats like this, you really do want to try and crack your opponent early on and give yourself the most comfortable race you could possibly have. And it looks like she's really earning that here by earning her stripes and making a good breakaway in this.
So there's Lopnik through and enjoying the lead, extending the lead as we go down. Magdalena Lopnik, one of the really seasoned, experienced pros in this event. We've got 35 years old now, all those Olympic Games, all those World Championships, World Cups, European Championships.
Yeah, up against a lightweight sculler with international experience as well, but actually also a figure skating champion, believe it or not, Elizabeth Martin. So a broad range of talents, but struggling to match Lopnik today.
There is Elizabeth Martin, 29 years old, first Henley.
Yeah, this is now challenging now. So when you get that sort of position, unfortunately, I've been in a situation like this in the open event, the Diamonds, where you're having to look around to see where your opponent is, which isn't a particularly nice feeling. But you do need to find a way of just locking in. This is my race. What can I do? Plot where you are on the course and start to just deliver what you can and find the speed that you have and worry about your boat and not the other person's boat, really.
Who was the big gun that got in front of you? I'm thinking of maybe a Mahi Drysdale type figure, was it?
Yeah, he was a pretty legendary rower, this one, actually. Nathaniel O'Reilly O'Donnell,
yes.
actually.
Noddy.
Yeah, Noddy, as he's affectionately known.
Best nickname in sport, Nathaniel Riley O'Donnell. You have to work that one out, but his nickname was Noddy.
Noddy, yeah. He now works for British Rowing. He gave me a good panning, and can still feel it now.
That was a few years ago, 15 years ago?
Something like that, yeah. God, the years are rolling on, right?
There's Lobnig.
Yeah, look at that. Very smooth now. Water's getting a little bit more lively for these smaller boats, but she has really locked into a nice stride now and just cruising along there.
The narrow boat, it's quite a feat of balance, isn't it? So making it look so easy, obviously.
Yeah, the single, you've really got to kind of, I mean, in all the boat types, you want to stay connected to the foot stretcher and feel it through the feet, but particularly in the single, you want to get your weight back over from your hips onto your feet, because then you can sort of control the boat and keep it stable. And then when it is a little bit wobbly, I always used to like putting my knees out a little bit, just because I felt a little bit safer that way. Whereas if you have your knees together, they're tempting to then wobble from side to side a bit more. So if you put your knees out a little bit, you feel you can go through the wash a bit more comfortably without being bounced from side to side.
So that's Lobnig. And she's got a good lead in front of Stewart's last few strokes and into the semi-finals of the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. That must be a good feeling.
That's a great feeling, isn't it? Look, all the deck chairs are booked already, as you would expect this time in the morning.
Applause for one of the sports giants, Magdalena Lobnig, in that women's single, beating Elizabeth Martin, who's in front of Stewart's now. Not too far for her to travel to get to that finish line. Well done to her. Not easy when you're drawn against someone of the quality of Lobnig. Did Lobnig bump into our commentary box just then?
Yeah, it did feel like that. I was just having a look out the window. Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was an oar there that just bumped the box, or I think it might have been someone moving furniture upstairs, Tim, maybe.
Hopefully.
Attention.
Just gone 9:30 on the Friday of Henley Royal Regatta. Semi-final places at stakes, and the Visitors Challenge Cup is next. And we've got the Dutch boat, Scotland Vidar, on the Berkshire Station. North Rowing Club C.
Oh, here we go.
Challenge Cup.
C is going across there. They must have had a warning for that. Yeah.
So look at Nautilus going across from the right of your picture into the middle of the water, and the umpire would have definitely been waving that white flag to get them back on side. They're still staying very central, now starting to inch back.
Yeah, and the Dutch were looking very zippy out of the blocks there, so this would have been slightly unsettling for them, but definitely a wrestle for the person with the steer's foot in that Nautilus boat. Looks like they're getting back onto level terms now, and now both boats are off the end of the island and striding into a race rhythm now.
Yeah, after a warning, they've got back onto their side of the water. As the umpire already busy in this race.
So Nautilus C, so 3 GB development boats or GB potential crews in this event. And the winner of this will go through and race that amazing Leander B crew we saw earlier that toppled the Leander A boat.
So, yeah, the Nautilus Rowing Club C leading only just from the Dutch. There they go, the Dutch closest to the camera.
School and Leiden. So like School being one of the huge kind of super universities in Amsterdam, with all lots of students to draw from to make this crew, and a solid crew it is, but it's just falling down to a length down on this crew, which is a lovely position for the Nautilus boat to be in, to watch their opponent as they sort of begin to go, well, they go past Rome, they're coming into the enclosures now. It's a nice position for that boat to be in.
This is the live action in front of the grandstands, and the Nautilus boat has really done very well to get that lead. Pretty highly rated Dutch boat.
So we've seen that again, actually. So this Nautilus boat raced yesterday, whereas the Skoll and Vidar crew didn't. And we saw that a little bit with the A and the B boat and the Leander crews. The B boat raced yesterday, took down that Martis and Scullers crew, whereas the A boat hadn't raced. So there's something in having that race experience and knowing and learning each day by day as you go through the regatta, right?
That's what it would suggest. The boat that was on the water yesterday is going to win this one. The Visitors Challenge Cup, Nautilus Rowing Club C. Beating the Dutch at the moment by a length, last few strokes. Visitors Challenge Cup, good progress from them. Yeah, making the most of what they learned yesterday. Less than a lengthy margin of victory, but well done to them. North Rowing Club see through. We've got Scholar Vidar going out at this stage, the Dutch boat. This is the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, race number 8 on the card. And George Heriot School, you can see on the left of the picture, they're on the Berkshire station, up against Wycliffe College on the Bucks station, watching Wycliffe going quite close to Temple Island Boys there.
It's a very strong calling as well, really asking for drive and length and really driving very hard there and giving it a lot. Going a bit close to the boys, as you said. Now, a little bit of overcorrection is sometimes the way, but yeah, hopefully that will even itself out, but they've definitely thrown a lot at it to get that canvas lead.
So this is junior women's quad sculls that you're watching, so the odd steering blemish can be forgiven.
I think so. It's all fairly new for everyone, and it's not an easy thing to do when everyone's trying to go full throttle. Great to see this Edinburgh crew of George Heriot School on the far side, striding into a really nice rhythm there, which you want to be doing as you come off the end of the island, as you head towards the barrier.
So Wycliffe, well, as you'd expect perhaps, because they are the holders of this, won the event last year with a course record as well.
Yeah, Wycliffe,
7 minutes and 16. I don't think they'll do that today, but
very still today, but they're looking good there, aren't they? Opened out clear water now on that George Heriot School crew. As you say, yes, Wycliffe are the dominant force in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, with potentially this being the third win if they can do it on the trot.
Fairly new event, this one, the 2012 year of founding for the Diamond Jubilee. Wycliffe in good shape there, well positioned.
And again, good credit to Greg Flower, the coach and director of rowing at Wycliffe, who has delivered a very solid programme for the last sort of 13 years or so. There we go, nice shot from overhead there. You really see the spacing of the hands, locking the oars and levering past the boat. Lovely seeing the puddles there as well. I always like seeing the wake of the boat. When you see a nice tight V off the back of the boat, you know you're going fast, and that's always a really nice image, that. Or when you're in the stern, when you're in the stroke seat, you can see that V nice and tight, so you know you're going nice and fast. Some clearance between the puddles as well, so you know you're getting some run between the strokes.
See George Heriot boat trailing at the moment. The Wycliffe College boat, we mentioned they won this event last year. Only one returning eight. Casey Alec Anderson in the 3-seat was part of that crew that won the Diamond Jubilee last year. See Bella McDonald in the bow seat to the left of your picture, leading the way. And interesting that Wycliffe College been really dominant. We've seen their name feature a lot in the last few years here at Henley, but it's their last season of rowing as the rowing programme's being closed down, which I'm sure comes as a great disappointment to everybody attached to that club.
A great shame.
Adds to the importance of putting in a good performance here, doesn't it?
It means a lot to them to go out on a high, doesn't it? And they should be very proud of everything they've achieved over the last sort of 15 years or so, because it has been a phenomenal programme at Wycliffe. And a pretty quick time there to the barrier there. I think that was a 3:31. Sorry, to the volley. It was a 3:31, wasn't it, on the boards there? And actually, the record is 3:30. So it's actually it's a pretty quick crew, this.
Well, we said there wouldn't be a course record in this race. We might be eating our words.
Yes,
we'll see.
That's it. Yeah.
I don't think they'll expend that much energy in the last few hundred metres, though, because they've got a significant lead here, haven't they? You can see the back there of Bella McDonald.
I think we clocked this yesterday as well. They've got a lot of monitors on here, so I think they've done a good solid row out to the Forley, and I suspect this is when they might start to economise.
Ease it up a bit. You've got those little monitors. You can see the data on the red and yellow screens.
Go on, show us the data. What we're telling here.
What's the rate? Come on.
There we go. I think it's a 33, 34 there, isn't it? So they're sort of just maybe 32. They might have just knocked it down a pip or two from full flat-out racing.
So we know exactly what's going on in those boats. So Wycliffe College are going to be heading through in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. On they go to semi-finals day. Good work from George Heriot's school, though. Second maybe, but kept
really
on
strong.
Fighting to the end. And they're looking good to defend their title, aren't they, there on the buck station? Over the finish line they come, setting themselves up nicely for a repeat weekend, as they did last year, winning at Henley Royal Regatta. You wouldn't rule it out again this Sunday. One of the big races of the morning, the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. Lindorfer, Sculbell. See them on the Berkshire station. Makovic and Penov. The right-hand side on the Buck station.
Very European feel to this race, and the Serbian crew on the right-hand side really were their boat leaping out of the water there as they were going out their blocks. A fantastic start to watch. Very tidy, lots of power.
Yeah, Nikola Pimenov, you can see on the stroke seat. There he is. Very level start in this race, but Makovic and Pimenov will be, a quarter of a length up as they leave Temple Island.
Yeah, look very strong there. Looking great to see both boats there, and they're just striding out now after that very strong, powerful start. The crew on the far side, the double from Austria and Oxford University, are just a little bit higher in the race, so not quite transitioning yet. And then probably that's a good strategy if you're down a little bit. You want to hold it higher to try and keep on terms.
Lorenz Lindorfer and Julian Schulberl with lots of work to do on that Berkshire station, the Austrian and Oxford University boat. But the leaders already, they've reduced their rate and they've got it under good control. Where they want to be, the Serbians.
Lots of international experience all around here, but the Serbian boat is the one with the pedigree in the event, aren't they? Picking up medals across Europeans and World Cups, and
been to the Olympics a few times.
Not to miss that one too. Yeah, rowing on the Danube, obviously over in near, probably not far from Belgrade. Well, actually, coach was born in Belgrade. Yeah.
A good lead they've got at this stage, Makovic and Pimenov.
Yeah, that's a nice position to be in there. Good couple of lengths on your opponent. You can really just focus on your rowing. You know, it's just about getting down the course now and just being smooth.
There's Lindorfer and Schobel. One of the older events, been competing for this since 1946, the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. Coming up to the 6-minute mark. John Collins and Graham Thomas are fastest ever in this event. Took them 6 minutes and 44 when winning the event in 2019.
That was a great double, those guys. John Collins now coaching and doing a good job at Eton Excelsior, not far from here.
And Graham Thomas coaching at Henley Rowing Club, just over the bridge.
Oh, very local, yeah.
He's just become a dad, I believe, so congratulations to you.
Great news, congratulations, Graham and family. Well, it'd be nice to see them back in a double, actually. We've seen a few doubles reform recently, haven't we? We saw Matt Wells and Marcus Bateman join up to take on the doubles and win the British Masters champs.
The old Red Express.
Yeah. Toot toot. Yeah, double's a very difficult boat to get going really, really well, because there's a, it's just very touchy-feely. There's a lot in there, and you've got to be super in sync with each other.
Touchy-feely.
Yeah. Well, you know, yeah, only four oars, but there's, yeah, I always kind of got a sense that, you know, you need to really know how the other person's moving and match them exactly through the water.
Well done to the Serbs there, Martin Makovic and Nikola Pimenov, into the semi-finals of the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. Lorenz Lindorfer and Julian Schobel's Henley is over for this year.
Attention! Go!
So we've got a Stoner Challenge Trophy heat next. Davonay and Koof of University of Iowa in the USA. Francis and Spores from New Zealand. And this is a top quality race coming your way. It's, well, really high pedigree in both boats.
A great international matchup. Some very talented oars, women in here. And with a treat to have the Wairiki Rowing Club crew, which is the New Zealand crew, and the Olympic champions in the double. They look like they've just been pipped there a little bit by the University of Iowa crew, who had taken a bit of an early lead by the looks of this.
Very sharply off that start pontoon, University of Iowa. You can see them on the top of the picture on the Berkshire station. They've accelerated away.
I mean, that's what you've got to do when you're racing the Olympic champions. You've got to try and rattle them some way and just go out and just treat the race like it's half the distance or something, and that's what they've done here. But I suspect the Kiwis will overhaul this, and I think we're seeing that as we're a bit more down the middle of the course.
Yeah, so this race is worthy of an Olympic final potentially, isn't it? You've got that much quality on the water here. Francis and Spores, who know all about that from Paris a couple of years ago, and they lead the race, the Stoner Challenge Trophy heat.
Yeah, they've just taken control of that. I think the the Iowa, the US crew did what they could, which is to give them a good shake-up early on. But the quality and pedigree there in the Kiwi boat is just showing through, and they've rode through them nice and smoothly, kept it pretty calm and chilled. They look quite smooth there in the rating there, and opening out to clear water. That's the experience for you, just knowing to stay calm, not get flustered by it, just row your race, and they've done that, and they're looking nice and smooth now and really stretching out.
Very smooth, extending the lead. There's the course stretching out in front of them. Gun barrel straight, 2,112 metres of water heading towards Henley Town Centre. You can see just at the top of the picture there in the distance.
Yeah, it looks like a long way to go, doesn't it?
It does. That yeah, drone shot makes it all look very intimidating, doesn't it? A bit overwhelming, the distance there, but it's only just over 2 kilometres in total. They've completed the first 1.5 kilometres, so into the business end of the race. But the New Zealand double here.
And a big ask for this US crew, because I mean, your first round at the event, and you're up against the Olympic champions. You know, how do you feel about that? You know,
the luck of the draw, isn't that? So you can swoop in to see the New Zealand boat, and that is quite a lead.
Oh, it's amazing you can do that, isn't it? Just hover around. We're tuning over there. Let's go over there. And now following this boat here, smashing, isn't it? I mean, they're still keeping it moving fast, and they're not really kind of slipping down the gears at all. Keeping it nice and steady. And I think you want to do that first race in the event. You want to kind of get down the course and get a good feel of what it feels like in the legs to the latter stages.
Yeah, hitting the rhythm and just staying at it rather than dropping it off too much and too early.
Oh, it looks lovely in Upsweep Hawaii. You can see there the Olympic champions. That boat is running so sweetly from that angle. Really gripping the water right around the front of the stroke there. So smooth with the blade work, and it looks like it's just running for miles, doesn't it? Nice distance between the oar puddles.
Yeah,
wow.
The quality's telling here, isn't it? Top performance. Very successful pairing. Well, they'll enjoy this as they move in front of the crowds. You can see on the left there. Crowds building as we go through the day. Still quite early on the Friday of Henley Royal Regatta. We only had, this is the 10th race on the card.
I'm sure their coach of the Kiwi boat will be chuffed with this, James Coote. So a little anecdote for you. So James Coote did a gap year at Windsor Boys, and he had the pleasure of having to try and teach me to row, actually. So he's obviously done much better with these guys. They've gone on to win the Olympics, whereas
he taught you, he coached you.
He did, yeah. He came over and did a gap year with Windsor Boys.
He must be old.
Couple of years on me.
Still in the game.
He's still in the game. Well, he's top of his game. He's an excellent coach, doing a great job with the New Zealand team, and lovely to have him back here in Henley, close to Windsor. I'm sure there's lots of Windsor boys who are a big fan of him too. Well, it's a real treat for you. So Olympic champions on the water here, and I'm going to be handing over the mic to Olympic champion Heather Stanley very soon.
Double Olympic.
Double Olympic. Sorry, Heather. I'm doing you an injustice there.
Don't undersell her. Double Olympic champion Heather standing on the way. First of all, let's watch the New Zealand boat, Francis and Spores, over the line. Well done to them. They're throwing the Stoner Challenge Trophy. Davenettenkoff, University of Iowa, over the finish line now. Real quality performance from the Stoner Challenge Trophy New Zealand boat there. So, as promised, here is Heather standing this morning, double Olympic champion. How are you, Heather?
Good morning, Tim. Yes, I'm very well, thank you.
Nice to see you. And you've been walking along the bank in the last few minutes, along the bank of the Thames. What are the conditions like out there?
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, you're saying it's starting to fill up. A few people are coming in, getting in for the early races, but it's fantastic conditions. Slight tailwind, but nice and flat for the cruise. Perfect.
And we're ready to go for our next race. We've got some really good races to bring you in the next half hour or so. And this is a very local boat, Reading University A on the Berkshire station, against one of the international competitors from Germany here in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup on the Buck station. So watching the all-important start to the race. Both the Germans and the local boat from Reading going hard at it and looking pretty level in the early stages.
Yeah, much closer race off the start than the last one. But yeah, talking about coaches, Reading Cruise coached by Chris Bartley, great athlete himself. With the squad the same time I was and the same time Adam was. So it's nice to see people progressing through and sticking with the sport, sharing their knowledge.
So Chris Bartley, who won silver in the lightweight 4 in the 2012 games.
It was indeed.
The day after you won your gold, I think, was it? A couple of days after?
It was all a blur after that. I have no idea.
You must remember, Helen. You were on the Wednesday.
I was on the Wednesday.
Yeah, you and Helen Glover winning your gold medal. First Team GB gold medal in 2012 was on the Wednesday, and I'm pretty sure they won theirs the day after, or maybe 2 days after.
Day after, 2 days after.
It was all the blur, as you say.
It happened.
For all of us.
Yeah. But yeah, back to the race on the water. Got Reading have creeped out nicely, getting a good lead.
Very good lead, yes. That's the Reading boat enjoying that good lead. So they've dropped their rate down quite early in the race here, just past the halfway, heading now into the regatta enclosure.
And they're an experienced crew as well. They've got Ed Fuller there in the 2 seat, who's a Paris 24 Paralympian.
Yes. So Ben Snoxall in the bow seat, Ed Fuller, who Heather just mentioned, from the GB Paralympic team, Matthew Long and George Doran. They can ease their way into that semi-final. It's a stage of the week, isn't it, where every drop of energy you can save for the semi-final, potentially finals on Sunday. It's worth doing, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, they've got plenty of time because they're racing early today, but actually for them it's getting out, stretching their legs down the course, but preparing themselves for some good racing to come later in the weekend.
There you can see them under control. Oh, they're certainly putting it in a dart here, aren't they?
Well, it's not over till they cross the line, so they're definitely, the Stuttgart team and crew are putting in a last burst and seeing if they can close that gap a little bit.
Really picked up the rate, the German boats, as we are watching them, trying to narrow the gap. You never know what might happen in that Reading boat, but they've only got a few more strokes. Reading University on the Berkshire station.
Reading definitely got the control as they cross the line here, but There's some determination in that Stuttgart crew. An individual there who's rode the Atlantic earlier this year, so they know it's not over till they get to the finish.
3/4 of a length victory then for Reading University, who head through to the semi-finals of the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup.
Attention! Go!
So the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup. Lindsay Bryden and Isabel Campbell, Cambridge University boat. So left, and then on the right of your picture, Czech Republic represented. Just having a look at the start. They both have done that pretty well, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got off the start nicely, and yeah, I mean the pair is definitely a much more comfortable boat for me to talk about than any other. But no, it's great to see they've got out quickly, and a small boat you can get a good margin fast, but that margin can close as well. So it looks like there's a length already, but that can change pretty quickly.
So in the pair, well, the steering is challenging definitely, and the balance, just trying to get that speed in the boat early.
Absolutely. I mean, both boats are kind of dropping their blades in nicely. It's good that the water's nice and flat, so kind of keeps it less complicated. Don't have to worry so much about the balance, but the steering is really a challenge when there's only two of you. One tends to be the person in the stroke on a course like this who'll steer. Yeah, they're straight down the line, both of them, which is lovely.
And hours and hours of practice to make sure you're in total harmony with your crewmate in there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about moving together. It doesn't matter what you're doing, as long as you're doing together, it'll go in the right direction.
So we've got the Czech boat leading. This is Anna Santrakova and Pavlina Flamikova, who are leading the way.
So for both of these pairs, this is the first round they've done of the regatta today. So they've been out training on the course, but this is the first time they're racing down side by side, so getting a good feel for it. But yeah, you're saying that Czech pair, they've raced at the World Cups already this season. Second place at World Cup 1, third place in World Cup 2.
I'm just watching the boat, the Cambridge University boat. They are really close, rushing the boom, not quite full-on collision hit, but if you're in a boat and you go that close to the boom, that must be distracting. You must get a little bit unnerved by that. They're now heading out into the middle of the water and into safer regions, but that really was perilously close.
It was very close. I mean, I'm hoping it's the stroke who's got the steering foot, because it was their blades close to the side. I think if you don't have the steering foot and it's your blade close to the booms, you get a bit worried because you don't know if the person's responded or not.
Yeah.
So the lack of control, it can be nerve-wracking, but it's okay. They're all okay.
And you mentioned that they haven't raced until today. You'd be itching to get going, wouldn't you? Sitting around watching it all unfold for 3 days. And yes, you can have a little paddle out here early in the morning and in the evening if you want. And it is quite a busy place with boats heading out on the water for practices and warm-ups. But you'd just be keen to get going, wouldn't you, get into the competition?
Yeah, absolutely. You can sit around for days watching everyone else get going, but once you get out there and do it yourself. I mean, they'll have been out of training on this course, but there'll be other boats around them, so it'll be the first time we're just side by side with one another.
So there's the Cambridge University boat, Lindsay Bryden and Isabel Campbell.
I mean, they're an experienced crew as well. They both raced internationally for Canada, so yeah. Club boats racing, but with international experience, which is great.
Lindsay Bryden, both her parents rode for Canada as well in the bow seat there.
No pressure there.
No, that's it was pretty obvious what you're going to end up doing. Well, they have got work to do to try and make up on the Czech boat. There they are. The lead boat moving along very nicely. Looking very calm, aren't they?
They are, and the pair is a slower boat class than some of the other races we've seen so far this morning, but yeah, it's like the beauty of the pair and the synchronicity of the rowers in the boat together is lovely. And these shots from the back, I absolutely love just seeing each individual kind of rotating around their riggers, controlling their side of the boat, and see a little glance across from the bow there. I think they're pretty much in control of the race here. And they're just enjoying this moment.
Yeah, Santrakova looking across to the right to see what the Cambridge boat are up to, just monitoring their progress. It's a difficult balance, isn't it? Trying to stay in your own boat, concentrating on what you're doing, but then common sense demands that you have a pretty good idea of what you're, especially in this side-by-side racing, you might as well monitor what your opponents are doing.
Of course, I mean, when it comes to this side-by-side racing, it's all about just being the boat in front. It doesn't really matter what the time is, it's all about just crossing that line first. So.
Yeah.
You can see a slight difference in the rigging of the two boats. So the Czech boat, they've got a reverse wing rig, and the Cambridge boat has got a bit more standard kind of front rig. And I never rode in a reverse rig. I think that nervousness of like going out around your rigger and there's nothing there because it's all behind you. I think that probably takes a bit of getting used to.
Yes,
you see that gap in front of them. The blade is over nothing, just over water.
You know, I see that now. It's yeah, unnerving, I can imagine. Anyway, they've got that well sorted, and the Czech boat are heading for the line now. Well done, Santrakova and Vamikova will be through to the semi-finals here. Little exchange of celebration, congratulating each other on their performance. And in the next few moments, Bryden and Campbell head over the line. Well done to them.
Yeah, well done them. It's not nice to come second on a side-by-side race, but they gave it a good shot. Hopefully they enjoy the experience here at Henley.
Attention.
Well, the breeze just picking up a little bit at the finish line, to the point where Heather's copious and very professional notes flew off the desk and onto the floor. That's at the finish line. At the start line, it looks still, and it's pretty good conditions out there, isn't it? With the race upon us, the Princess Royal Challenge Cup, and we've got Amelia Hempelman-Adams on the buck station, and Lauren Henry, who's commanding complete respect in this event at the moment, representing Leicester Rowing Club, but winning World Cups, came second in the World Championships. Bit of a surprise that she was beaten in the World Championships at the back end of last season, but otherwise totally dominant since making the move from the GB quad. Lauren Henry across to the single here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these two athletes will know each other. They'll have raced each other numerous times, whether in trials or domestic racing. But yeah, Amelia's kind of taken the initiative and jumped out fast because she'll have seen what Lauren's been doing in the various World Cup regattas so far this season. Yeah, you've got to get out quick and see what you can do at the start. Definitely when the water's calmer up there, as you said, it's picking up down towards the finish. So make the most of the flat water at the start.
Well, I was chatting earlier to the coach for Amelia Hempelman-Adams. It's officially Ross Hunter, but Georgie Brayshaw, who you'll remember from the GB quad, has been looking after Amelia Hempelman-Adams and has got a clear link with Lauren Henry, her opponent today, because they were in the same quad that won gold in Paris a couple of years ago. So some interesting crossover between the competition here.
I don't think there's hiding anything from each other. They'll know each other's race plans pretty well.
Really well.
But yeah, I mean, Lauren, she's having a fantastic season and she's pretty comfortable in the way she races already. She's got out in front, and Amelia obviously got out quick from the start, but Lauren's got into her pace and taken that lead.
Yeah, it's phenomenal what Lauren Henry's achieved in the game in the last couple of years, making that transition from the quad to the single. And I think surprising quite a lot of about just how easily she's coped with it. Different sort of demand, isn't it, being in a single as opposed to a quad?
Yeah, very different. I think it's all about you. There's no one else to blame when it goes wrong. But yeah, that total ownership of everything you do. You have control, and yeah, it's much more challenging psychological battle, I think, when it's just you and only you is accountable.
She's not the tallest, is she, for a single sculler? She's got you see quite often the in the men's singles, you see the giants in there, don't you? And she's relatively, what should be 5'10", 5'11"?
Yeah, no, she's not huge in stature, but it's not all about being tall.
No.
Got to be strong.
Are you 5'10",
5'11"? So,
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay, stand up straight, Heather.
Shrinking over the years, but in shot here we've got Amelia, and talking about that kind of determination you need in a single. I think she's got this in spades. She's had a spate of illness and been kind of suffered from long COVID for about 3 years. So the fact she's so determined to get back into where she is and back rowing. But you go back even further and found out she skied to the South Pole age 16.
Well,
that is...
It's not surprising when you consider who her dad is. So, Amelia Hempelman-Adams is daughter of the explorer Sir David Hempelman-Adams, isn't she?
You don't always have to do what your dad tells you.
No, of course not. But
she's got to want to do that herself.
So she skied to the South Pole at the age of 16.
I believe so, yeah.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive.
Well, she's going to have to get her skates on here if she's going to catch Lauren Henry, who is now leading very comfortably. She's the best in the world, Lauren Henry. And she's got a colossal lead there.
Yeah, there's a long lead, and yeah, if you're drawing against Lauren in a round at Henley, you kind of know where you're going to be. But great for Amelia to get out here and have her days racing.
So Lauren Henry, another emphatic performance from her, teeing up her weekend into the semi-finals. Tomorrow she'll go. Beaming smile. She does smile a lot when she's competing in the boat. Sometimes you see athletes grimacing. We noticed last year when the drone sweeps down, she can be that far into a race and still beaming from ear to ear, looking like she's having the time of her life.
Well, why wouldn't you? And she's going so well.
Because when I put that much physical effort into anything, I have to grimace to see the pain on my face. But she's a smiler, which is nice. There's Amelia Hempelman-Adams. Finish line not too far away for her. Well done both. That's the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. Lauren Henry through, representing Leicester Rowing Club, against Leander's Amelia Hempelman-Adams. Coxless pairs. This is the goblets.
Go.
Winkham and Digby from Marlow and Leander, respectively. It's a very local boat on the Berkshire station on this stretch of water well against Donaghy and Nares Towers Boat Club.
Yeah, you expect Winkham and Digby to know this stretch very well, so their steering should be good, but they are to be going close towards the buoys and into the booms there, but hopefully they'll come back round. They've jumped up well and they're well in lead, so where they can eke out a bit more by the end of the island.
Yeah. So good lead early for the local boat. Jake Winkham and Thomas Digby, both in their mid-20s on the Berkshire station.
I understand Tom, post-Paris, has had hip surgery to being out, and I wonder if this is his journey back into the team.
And the umpire waving Marlow back towards the Berkshire station. You can see they just came out too far into the middle of the water, and so the white flag was shown, returning Jake and Tom back to their side of the water, but they're settled in now.
Looking for the stream. They know where it is, and they want to be in the fastest or the slowest bit because you're against the stream.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you about that. So this stream, you think there is a advantage with the stream getting a bit more central? You get a bit more propulsion from the stream.
Well, you're kind of going upstream, so you're kind of trying to find the bit where there's least of it. But,
least resistance.
But I mean, a year like this, there's not a huge amount of stream, which is good.
They're being asked again, aren't they, to go back across to the Berkshire side of the water. So maybe they detected that the the stream is more favourable if they get out into the middle.
Or maybe they just want to be as far away from the booms as possible.
Or maybe it's just an error. I don't know. Perhaps they're reading too much into it. So these white flags that kept getting shown, that's I think a third time, isn't it, in this race? How many times can you risk the wrath of the umpire?
I don't know, it depends how lenient they're being, but you really don't like the flag being flown too often.
No.
It does unsettle you a bit. Yeah, this tourist crew is giving it a go as they're coming past the enclosures. It's not over till they cross the line.
Yeah,
they've taken the rate up.
They have ramped it up, haven't they, at the end here? Donaghy and Naras.
They're closing the gap, but I don't think they're going to close it enough.
Yeah, too little too late, because Jake Winkham and Thomas Digby are over the line. We'll just check, get confirmation in the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. It was a good race, but the umpire had to get quite busy with that white flag. There we go, we have got a white flag now, so confirmed that Winkham and Digby are through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's not over till you cross the line and you see the white flag, I suppose, is it?
Well, you do need to just check these things. Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup. We've got the Italians against the South Africans.
I'm sure these two have raced each other and studied each other, knowing they're kind of up against each other internationally throughout this season.
Is it just a coincidence that you arrived in the commentary box and we've now got loads of pairs races? Or was that brilliant planning?
I mean, maybe it was brilliant planning by someone else, not by me, but I'm definitely more comfortable speaking about these races than any others.
Well, they've absolutely nailed it in terms of who we want in the commentary box at this time, because it's another pairs race. Mariano and Cadato, you can see on the left of your picture there, the Italian boat have got an early lead. Wesley and Williams of South Africa, they strayed out into the middle of the water and the umpire had to send them back towards the Buckinghamshire side. You can see beautifully painted South African coloured blades there going into the water.
Yeah, it's a great shot down the course. So yeah, they've gone quite far back across, and they can probably come slightly further away from the booms to be a bit more comfortable. But
so you can see the paintwork that's gone in there. I met John, the guy who does the art on the blades. He's in the boat tent. He gets dozens of demands each day to intricately paint the blades, the colours the athletes want. Look at that, beautiful, isn't it? That's South African colours.
It's very colourful blade, but it's not necessarily what they want. It's what their club's colours are.
Well, what they demand. But are you sure about that, by the way? You can just paint it something outrageous?
I'm not sure that's in the rules of racing.
I don't know. You have to check that. Anyway, John, he's been coming to Henley Royal Regatta for 70 years, he tells me.
Wow.
And he's got his paintbrush, and every day the athletes pop in and ask him for
touching
the
up here and there. Yeah. I mean, you want your blades to look on point, especially if you want the good video and photographs. But it's so good seeing the number of pairs racing. I mean, this is the first day of racing for the women's pairs in Hambledon, but this was never an event in my time, sadly. It came in the year after I retired.
That's a shame. Well, maybe that's telling you something, Heather. Not too late.
I'm not sure I'd fare that well against these crews.
It's the Italian boat going through the picture. South African boat Wesley and Williams chasing along, trying to keep up with the Italians. There you are. That's credit to John, the artist, the painter, who gets those oars looking as perfect as he does. Just for 70 years of work going in there.
Brilliant.
He's not retired, Heather. Here's an umpire's flag being shown to the Italians. They might have a lead, but they're leaving some puddles for the South African boat to deal with, so the Italians being asked to get back onto their side of the water.
So interestingly, the Italian pair, they're racing this year in the pair, but both of them have raced in plenty of different boats. And I think I want to say the bow girl raced in the mixed eight at last year's World Championships. So good experience across a good plethora of boat classes.
Yeah, quite. Looking lively and fresh and energetic, aren't they? Quite a long way into their race, but full of energy.
As you come towards the enclosures, that's when you sit up tall because you know there's people watching and people might comment. This is the bit you need to look at.
Oh, so all those years I used to watch you and you were only turning it on in front of the grandstand.
Could hide away from the cameras most of the time. These athletes can't now. We've got drones all over the place.
Yeah, there is no hiding place out on the water here. And it does make the regatta quite unique from an athlete's perspective, the fact that you can watch back your whole race and you're as close in the picture as you are. Presumably they do go back and watch the pictures and try and learn from previous races.
Yeah, I suspect they would. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's all kind of free video analysis here. It's on the plate for the coaches to dissect, and some of the drone footage we were having earlier where they were above the crew, then went round the crew, and I haven't seen it in this race, but you're seeing every angle. You can see where their knees are going, kind of how they're leaning, and yeah, you're not hiding at all. The coach will pick them all up for everything.
It's a real under a microscope, aren't you? There for scrutiny. But well done to the Italians here, chasing hard to the finish line in front of stewards. A bit of bird life coming into play. Need to get out of the way. Yeah, that was quite a tricky moment for the Italian boat and for the bird life as well. They've taken evasive action. And we are over the line now, the Italians, Mariano and Codato. Well done to them. Good performance, beating the South African boat Wesley and Williamson through in the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup.
Attention!
It's the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. Podrazil and Nadella of the Czech Republic, and McCarthy and McCarthy of Ireland, Finton and Jake.
So another Irish double pair. This takes me back in time to...
Well, just watch them at the moment, Heather. Where are they going?
Going straight to the middle, which they don't need to do.
And some. But Sarah Winkler's not having that.
Straight on it. Well by Sarah.
Well, she's actually helped them out, hasn't she? She didn't want to let them go any further. She's having to get them back onto their side. So they're back in where they belong. Finton and Jake McCarthy, but it'll have unsettled them a bit, won't it? Having steered so dramatically out into, well, it was actually beyond the middle, wasn't it? Out onto the Berkshire side of the water. That's not going to help their confidence early on in the race.
No, I think when you're being told to steer in the first kind of 10-15 strokes of the race, it takes away from your start and kind of settling down into your rhythm. So it shouldn't really disrupt them most of the time, but I think at that part of the race, until you've settled down into your race rhythm, it's a bit difficult.
Yeah, get a bit preoccupied with that perhaps. But look, it's a really good race. Very tight. Only, quarter of a length, maybe half a length in it. Still the Czech Republic boat, Jakob Podrazil and Dalibor Nadella, who lead. But they're giving it a good go, the Irish boat.
They are, absolutely. I think they're rating slightly higher by the looks of it. If they can just keep gaining an inch or two, they might just get level as they come towards the enclosures, but they may have left too much to the end.
The combination of that and the Czech had a response, didn't they? And they saw the Irish boat coming. They want that length lead, and that's what they're sitting on now.
They need to channel their inner O'Donovan brothers, who are the other well-known double from Skibbereen Boat Club.
They had an incredible record, didn't they?
They were good at finishing well.
They did cause a few they created a few headlines, didn't they, with their finishes. There were a few races where you thought they were down and out, and they turned it around ridiculously late.
Yeah. So maybe, still time, come on.
So
still time.
We will see.
But as we come through the enclosures, I think it looks like the
Pinton and Jake McCarthy will be reproducing any of that. And the check double here, Podrazil and Nadella have held that length lead. They've got a good firm grip on the race. Big crowds building as the morning goes on. Friday is always traditionally a big day for the crowds here. And half a length in the end. Well done to the check boat that will go through into the Double Sculls Challenge Cup semi-final.
Attention! Go! Go!
So, highly rated boats in this Coxed Falls, the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Away go Harvard University on the buck station on the right of your picture, up against Oxford University. This should be a hotly contested race.
This should be a good race of the day. 2 crews who didn't have to go through the qualifiers. 3 selected crews meeting for the first time.
Yeah, so there's nothing in it at this stage. So this is the very early stages of Temple Island, just behind them. So this is the early stages. And then we head down towards Forley, and that's where they were at Forley. So an advantage, Oxford University nearest to the camera, with nearly a length, three-quarters of a length lead at that point in the race. And then if we head to the live action, a bit further down the track, and Oxford University, there you can see, have got a good lead. They've got a good command on this race.
They do, but there's still contact, and see there. Both crews look very controlled. Each racing their own race plan. And still plenty of distance to go in the race.
Conditions-wise, Heather, it's good, isn't it? There's not much of a disrupting wind, I don't think. You'll know all about the water here. And they talk about the temperatures of the water as well. Fast water is warm water, isn't it?
And the temperature is warm, so I did the Henley swim last weekend.
Oh, did you on Sunday night?
Yeah.
No, Saturday night.
Yeah,
Sunday
early morning Sunday.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that the water is warm.
Okay,
I was in a
good.
wetsuit. I did not need to be in a wetsuit.
But so you'd expect times to be pretty brisk.
Yeah.
We watched a few minutes ago, didn't we, in the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup, Mariano and Cordato winning, the Italian. And they have set a new record, apparently. We'll come back to that in a moment. 7:46 it was in the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup for the Italians. Now let's concentrate on this one, though, the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, because there is a move from the Americans. Harvard University, they've still got plenty of water to make their move. There's plenty of this race left. Oxford University have had the upper hand, but Harvard University are far from beaten.
Absolutely, I think they are. They've closed that gap quite a bit, and as we're going to come towards the enclosures, there's going to be a nice close race for the spectators on the side to see.
Yes, this will be a good one for the spectators to get their teeth into as we go past the 5-minute mark in this Prince Albert Challenge Cup, and they'll be racing to the finish line, I suspect, here, which obviously helps with the times, doesn't it, when they have to fight all the way to the end. Oxford University won't let up. They've responded to that threat from Harvard with their own move, established their lead again.
And with the cocks in the boat, no one needs to look out. You can see the heads are all really still, just looking straight down the course from all the athletes, just focusing on what the cocks are telling them to do.
Right, which of these two boats has got the most energy? Who's got the burst? Since this race is not over, that's Oxford University nudging ahead, but Harvard, I wonder if they've got the energy there to turn it around. There's the cocks you can see, Natalie Gregg in that Harvard boat.
I don't know what the rates are, but they look fairly well matched, so it's who's going to have the next gear sprint for the line.
Yeah, has anyone got a change of gear? I wonder if it could come from Oxford, maybe. We'll see.
It looks like Harvard have taken the rate up, I think, looking by the eye. But Oxford seem to still have the distance per stroke. So.
Yeah. They might have stretched their lead here. Now Oxford have changed, haven't they? They've shifted up whilst you were talking, Heather.
Yeah. Just taking the race up doesn't necessarily mean you're going faster. It's the boat speed that's important. I think Oxford still have the control there, which is meaning that they're still just nudging ahead.
But it's a good race. Harvard thrashing out the rate, trying to get back level, trying to nudge in front, but it's Oxford University who'll hold on in front of Stewards in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. They shift on to a semi-final and half a length down Harvard University. It was a good tussle all the way from Temple Island down towards Henley Bridge, where we are on the finish line, and you can see in that Oxford University boat what that means to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, Shiplake College against Teddy's, St Edward's School up in Oxford.
both of these boats have raced. This is the third race of the regatta already, so that's good.
Yeah. Well, good in some senses. Do you think their bodies are feeling it's good at this stage? They'll be pretty weary by Sunday if they get that far.
Well, Shiplake have been to Sunday before. They
won it last year, didn't they?
Current winners, yeah. I think there's a few more members in that boat who rode last year.
Some returnees from the winning Shiplake College boat, and this is so tight, isn't it? Big rivals, Shiplake against St Edwards, and in this eight, we've got the makings of an excellent contest here. So this is the early stages of the race. Let's go live down the course and we can see where they've got to. Is it still tight? Yes, it is. Shiplake perhaps a fraction in front, we'll have to wait, but that's a very tight race, isn't it?
It is, and the rowers are all rowing really nicely. The blade work is really good, just dropping in, pushing away. Cox is really in control in both boats. Again, the athletes' heads are just staying in their boats, not looking around.
Well, every little bit of technique could make the difference here, and the races are this tight.
Yeah, you don't dare be that person who looked around. Could have been the one that given away a margin.
When you watch the race back on the, well, I was going to say the video later, but that just shows my age. When you watch the race back, if you're the one that's had the glance around to see, and they're pulling away here, St Edwards. So yeah, it makes a major difference if you just one of the athletes turns around to have a look. That would unsettle things, would it?
It's not necessarily the turning around, it's whether while turning around you're not dropping your blade in with everyone else or exactly the right time. So it's the consequence of moving your head and focusing on something else. It means you're not necessarily...
It's a giveaway.
Yeah.
So it's all about concentrating on the right things at the right time.
Absolutely.
And right now, they need to concentrate on what they're doing. There's still time for Shiplake. St Edward's School with the lead, but you can see there's quite a lot of race still to go. In the bow seat in the Teddy's boat, Alex Thompson, 17 years old, nearest to the camera. In the stroke seat, Oliver Price, Alex Brown, the Cox, in the Teddy's boat there, nearest to the camera.
He's an experienced Cox. This is his third Henley appearance, so he knows this course very well.
And he just had a look across his left shoulder, didn't he, to see where Shiplake had got to. For the Cox, and that is actually part of the job, isn't it? You've got to make sure you know where you are.
I'd like to think a Cox can look around and still steer. That is their role.
Yeah. And here you can see the Teddy's boat, Alex Thompson, we mentioned, in the bow seat across the water in the Shiplake boat. Luke Johnson there in the bow seat, still in contention, still enough time, but they need to do it now or they'll be out, and they are doing it, aren't they? Shiplake have making a move. It's very, very tight here. Shiplake have really shifted on, good change of gear, and they're coming back against St Edwards, who'll be gasping in these final few stages, Heather.
Absolutely. The stroke of Shiplake is definitely driving his crew. It's not over till it's over, and he's taken that rate up.
Teddy's trying to hang on for dear life in that boat on the left-hand side of the shot, but Shiplake again have found another response. This is going to be very tight. Teddy's trying to hold on, and they have done, and they will go through in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, but that was a very, very tight victory against a plucky Shiplake College, who fought to the end there, served up a real treat. That's the margin of victory for St Edward's School. Shiplake, credit to them, they really did give it a go.
Gosh, you see how much they came back from. They were a little length down at one point coming into the enclosure, so yeah, they really closed that out towards the end. St Edward's held off.
Attention.
It's the Temple Challenge Cup, Cambridge University on the Berkshire Station and University of London on the Buckinghamshire Station. And away they go. Student 8s. Quality of the racing so far today. Really, as the week goes on, Heather, you'd expect the finishes to be tighter, perhaps, less processional races, and we've definitely had that today. We've had lots of tight finishes.
Yeah. I think as well, I mean, both these crews, again, this is the third race. They've raced Wednesday and Thursday. So as you get through the draw, the racing gets closer. It's a competitive event as well. The number of crews that went through qualifiers.
Cambridge with a very slender margin in the early stages of this Temple Challenge Cup heat. So managing your way through the week is, if you're racing, well, if this is your third outing on the water, it's not just the time on the water, is it? It's all the fun of what goes on around Henley. You've got to be pretty disciplined to make sure you give yourself the best chance.
Absolutely, and I think it's well probably more of a challenge for some of the student races where they've got their mates have all come to watch them and enjoying their times on the riverbank, and it's probably difficult for the crews not to get drawn into that. They hear them and then they have to go and lock themselves away for the afternoon and not get dragged into any shenanigans on the riverbank.
Just watching Cambridge, who have got a white flag from the umpire there. They've come a long way across here, Cambridge, and the cox of the Cambridge boat needs to respond to that umpire's flag. Freya Jenkinson slowly inching back over, but you could see that the puddles being left by the Cambridge boat, they're back where they belong now on their side of the water, but that was definitely the umpire needing to get involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And although they're out in the lead, I think it's the puddles they're creating making it difficult for the other crew. If you come across too far into the middle, preventing the other crew from closing in and obstructing them in their race. We can't have any of that.
You sounded like an umpire then, Heather.
I'm definitely not.
If you're not coming out of retirement as an athlete, maybe umpiring is your future. The Temple Challenge Cup. Cambridge University 8. Huge lead on the University of London. Harvard, the holders of this one.
Yeah, that's that drone footage I was talking about earlier. The athletes cannot hide. You can see each of them swinging around their riggers. Who's reaching around the way they should, whose knees are staying straight up and down, who's hanging out the side. I'm sure their coach will have some feedback for them later.
Chris Fry, you can see there in the stroke seat. And Rafi El Dabi is the cox in the University of London boat. You can see the sights of Henley Town Centre, St Mary's Church, sprawled out in the distance as Cambridge can cruise towards the finish line in front of a now very busy stewards enclosure. Drop the rate down, save their energy for the semi-final. Good work from them. Not far to go now. Good performance, well organised.
Yeah, nice and in control by Cambridge there. So as this race draws to a close, so does my time with you, Tim, in the commentary box.
Oh,
so
Heather, you're heading off.
Time I hand over to far more qualified to talk about rowing than me and Cam Nicol.
I've enjoyed your company. Thanks ever so much, Heather.
Thank you.
So well done to Cambridge University through in the Temple Challenge Cup. The Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, King's College School of Wimbledon. Top of the picture, Berkshire Station against Hampton School on the right-hand side, on the Buck Station there in the yellow. Away they go past Temple Island. A couple of kilometres stretched out ahead of them. Just watching the steering, and Hampton will be a little bit nervous about how far away from Temple Island they got there, but they've got a lead, so that's what counts in the early stages. Hampton looking very sprightly in the early stages. Good morning to you, Cam. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks, Tim.
Good.
Excited to get us started for the morning's racing with Junior Open 8s. Nice and high off the start, both these crews at 44 and 46. I had them on my rate watch. What do you want to see?
Loads of quality coming up in the next few minutes for you to enjoy. And first of all, we'll watch Hampton try and forge ahead against King's College School of Wimbledon. All teenagers in this race, obviously. And you can have a little look down on the Hampton boat. Looking well organised in the early stages.
Yeah, they're looking really well organised, really well drilled by coach Josh Butler. He was telling me earlier in the boat tens that Ben Knight, one of the best coxers he's had the pleasure of working with, on that right-hand side of your picture in the yellow boat with the yellow oars. Just well-drilled crew doing a really nice job.
Boat club captain Ben Knight, only 17. That is a good race, very, very tight. So, the Wimbledon boat, they've done well to keep in contention, because Hampton did get that lead up, didn't they? But they've stayed pretty much level here, King's College School.
And King's College will be also very well drilled. They're coached by Stuart Whitelaw, one of my first coaches, so knowledgeable in the sport. He will have had that pre-race chat with them and predicted, you know, possibly situations like this one, which is if you're down, what are we going to do? How are we going to respond? And what we can see is that they've already made a response, and it looks to me like they're moving back on that Hampton 8.
Good way into the race. It's still anyone's. The distinctive colours of Hampton, isn't it? Bright yellow, standing out.
Indeed, and this will be a rematch from the Nat Schools. I think both these crews came 3rd and 4th respectively, Hampton and King's College School. I've been told that the King's College 8 has been strengthened since Nat Schools, so they will already had a race earlier in the year where there will have been a result with Hampton ahead, and they'll want to have revenge if you're King's College School in Wimbledon.
Jonas Yu is the cox in this boat. You can see Callum Grantham in the bow seat there for Wimbledon. This is very close again, yet again, a tight race.
And Josh Kurapatwa in the stroke seat, he'll be driving that crew on. He spent some time earlier in the year being coached by Martin Cross and Greg Searle.
Yeah, the umpire just interested in, I think it was where Hampton were okay, aren't they, on their side of the water, but the King's College School had drifted a little bit central, so the umpire keeping an eye on that. He does need to keep them apart, because they're right up alongside each other.
And that little bit of steering, the King's boat is just slightly close to that booms. If I'm on the stroke side, which is the oar pointing to the right-hand side of my boat, my oar spoon is quite close to those booms, and that's the disaster if you hit one of those. So you're absolutely right, Tim. The umpire's warned, is that a bit of an overcorrection? Putting them at slightly more risk, but they're back onto a lovely pace now, and to me that looks very lively in the King's boat, and I think they're moving.
Yeah, they've got great energy in that boat, haven't they? On the Berkshire Station, you can see there in the blue and red and the white, and they have taken the lead now.
And you can see Jonas, he's just called it and slapped the hull saying, we've got this, let's go.
But not yet, because Hampton will have other ideas. Away come Wimbledon, and they are going to win in pretty dramatic fashion, because they were down for most of the race, but they got in front of the enclosures, turned on the power, changed the gear, and in the end win by 3/4 of a length. Fantastic finishing burst from that Wimbledon boat, and they'll be celebrating having reached the semi-final. They look spent. They've definitely taken a lot of energy to get to that finish line, but good work from them. King's College School of Wimbledon through in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. So I'm going to make way now for Jess Eddy.
Many thanks to Tim Della. We are at the start of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup Junior Women's Quadruple Sculls. We just saw a little bit of steering there, Shrewsbury on the left of your screen versus Tideway Scullers on the right of your screen. They've now corrected their course, gone back to the Berkshire Bank.
Just getting their money worth on the course, experiencing more of it, but you're right, going a bit slower.
The form book is with this Tideway Scullers School crew as we see a side shot of them now, looking very tiny, very tight. They're about 3/4 of a length up as they come out the end of the barrier. There we go, they've extended their lead as they pass through the barrier. Got a little bit clear water on Shrewsbury now. Junior Quad Sculls, a bit of history for you there. The championship was introduced after 2012 to celebrate Jubilee Princess Elizabeth.
It's nice.
Queen Elizabeth, correction, not Princess. She was the Queen Elizabeth, sorry.
She was Princess once and then she became Queen, didn't she?
Thank you.
There you go. Lovely quad sculling here, though, isn't it?
Well, we really are looking at one of the standout crews of this event. National Schools Regatta, our big national regatta here in the UK. This crew finished second there. They won this event a few years back, 2023. They've got pedigree in this event, Cam.
They do. And Scullers, you know, the Scullers is in the name of the Tideway Scullers School. That they spent a lot of time over in Chiswick in West London, training on a really difficult stretch of water. And that one of the factors we know at Henley Royal Regatta is that bit of swell and the water that moves around. That'll be a piece of cake for that crew on the right-hand side of your picture in the red and yellow.
Shrewsbury raced yesterday. They had an easy row, but certainly coming up against one of the toughest crews in this competition right now. Good start by them, looking strong on the Berkshire station. Not doing anything in particularly wrong, but a little bit outpowered, outclassed by this Tideway Scullers School.
It looks to me like Shrewsbury on the right have just increased that rate of striking slightly. I think I've got them at 35 on my rate watch here. 36. They just look like they've rightly, at this point in the race, said, well, you know what, if we stay here, we're done. Let's make a move. Let's get back into the race. And I think they've responded.
It's not going to feel really easy for this Tideway Scullers School. There's not a huge amount of distance between the crews. They can still see Shrewsbury there on the right-hand side of them. And they've certainly not come off the gas just yet.
It's one of the things, isn't it, when you're leading a race like they are now with more than a length of clear water, just look at that relaxation on all four bodies, shoulders nice and relaxed, and that allows you just to connect to the water really early in the stroke, driving the boat forward and releasing really cleanly. Look at that.
Just listen to those oars, that movement of the boat, the pull against the water. Completely in time, really clean. A little call there. Okay, call her hand in the 3 seat. She's probably saying, this is it. We've got this now. Squeeze away. We're coming through the middle of the course now. Shrewsbury there, a little bit steering again, coming towards the middle of the course. They are certainly not letting this race go anywhere soon. The grimace on the face there, Vivian Paul in the stroke, 16 years old. We're going to see this rower again, I'm sure, at the regatta. You might hear us talking a little bit about what sculling is. This is 2 oars. You've got an oar in each hand. Some of the events is sweep rowing, an oar in one hand. So the coordination is kind of doubled in a sculling boat. I'm a sweep rower personally, Cam, so I think my rowing event's quite hard.
I'm in the same club as you. 1 oar good, 2 oars bad was the old phrase that us rowers used to say. But sculling is a subtly different skill, isn't it? Very symmetrical, so you're sliding up and down the boat. There's no rotation involved. And you can see that all of these scullers have to deal with an oar in each hand. And the hands have got to come over the knees. If you don't get those hands right, you get stuck and you get yourself in all sorts of knots, don't you?
But these young rowers are making it look very simple, a sport that's very technical. One's done really well like this, and you can see Tideway Scullers School there from Chiswick in London. Those famous yellow and red hoops around the chest, making it look very simple now. The power's still going down. This will still be hurting their legs, squeezing their legs. They'll still be breathing heavily, but right now they've got control of this race. And one little thought towards the weekend maybe for this crew.
Yeah, this is a little bit of race management from Tideway Scullers School, isn't it? On the right-hand side of your picture, you can see Shrewsbury on the left-hand side of your picture, really giving it, which is what you want to see all the way to the line. And are Scullers going to get caught out here? I mean, they've reduced their rate of striking to 26 by my watch, but if I was in that leading crew, I'd start to be feeling a little bit nervous. We're only a length and a bit ahead, and Shrewsbury are really going for this.
Well done, Shrewsbury. This is an incredible squeeze towards the finish line. They have not let up whatsoever. I don't think they're going to get caught napping today, Tideway Scullers School, but Shrewsbury, what a finish! Heads up, blades in, squeeze on, Shrewsbury, because you are careering towards that finish line. You're closing the gap. Today, it's a win. Tideway Scullers School in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup over Shrewsbury School. Join us at the start of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup Open Student 4s. Oxford University B on the top of your screen. Utrecht Studerijken Rovereingen Triton, the Netherlands, on the right of your screen. I'll call them Triton from now on, Cam.
Smart move. And these crews, when they're paddling up to the start, warming up for their race, they will have seen the earlier heats of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup going down the track. So Oxford University B here will have probably seen Oxford University A winning earlier. And it looks like they've got some work to do, because Triton have just edged that canvas ahead, haven't they?
They have. You've raced this event, Cam, haven't you? You've won this event. Tell us about racing here, what you might be looking at if you're not used to seeing these cox boats. There's a little cox, a little head right at the front of the boat. There's a person in there, the coxswain, steering and really commentating to their crew, cheering them on.
Yeah, I love this boat. So I raced this event 20 years ago to the day. I lost in the final and won the year after. And this is a brilliant event for our student athletes. As you rightly pointed out, Jess, buried in the bows at the front of the boat, you'll see a little head popping out. And the coxswain is slid in a lying position with the feet all the way at the tip of the nose. And he or she has a rudder and a little cox box and will be commanding the race, steering the race. So all of these athletes have to worry about is exactly what you can see in your picture, dropping the blades in and hurling that hull forward.
Well, it's still pretty tight here. There's only about 3/4 of a length in it as they're passing Upper Thames. It is very tight. There's still contact from both crews. Look at that drone shot. You can see the power. You can see how close those crews are together. Wow.
And this is quite an important bit of the race where the Oxford University B crew, they still got a little bit of contact, and once you start to lose that contact psychologically, it becomes much, much harder to get back on terms. So this is the point as we come past Remenham into the enclosures. There's about a third of the race left, so we can just see on the right-hand side 1 1/8 of a mile, trying to get back on terms with the leading crew.
Well, Triton on the form book look like they should be the faster crew racing against the B crew of Oxford University, but Oxford are not letting them go anywhere. Treaton had a super tight race yesterday. They won by a canvas, as Gwyn warns a little bit there, or is it Sarah? One of our umpires is warning as the crews are coming together. The cocks can't actually see the umpires, they're listening out for it. And wow, Oxford, look at them go, Cam!
Yeah, they're really going. It's what you want to see. And Sarah Winkler's the umpire, is right to warn Triton, because they're just moving across into that midline. You can see the puddles, which is where the spoons of the oars have made that swirly water, just pushing over onto the other crew.
I think Triton have done enough. This crew from the Netherlands, they had a huge attack from Oxford B there. It looked like they were really going up through the gears, but Triton had all the answers, and it's too much for the Oxford boys. What a race, well hung on to there from Triton as they win this round of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup by around a length over Oxford University B.
Attention!
Joining us for a round of the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup Women's Premier Pairs event. We have Donau and Ottersheim, the left screen of Austria, and Njord and of the clubs of Njord and Roveringen. You're actually looking at De Ruyter and Vermeer of the Netherlands on the right of your screen.
Jess, you've raced a pair many a time, haven't you, over the years? Talk us through what it's like to try and get that pair up to speed and keeping a nice high race pace.
So the pair, one oar each, who are leaning out opposite sides of the boat. You have to be completely in synchronization, complete trust with that other rower. Even if you're sitting still in these boats and somebody leaned out, you might find it quite tippy. You might fall out actually one side of the boat. So it's really important here that you trust that person that's sitting next to you or behind you or in front of you, and you're going to just roll up, put your blade in at the same time and push at the same time. It's as simple as that.
And the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice that these pairs are actually rigged the opposite way around, meaning the person at the back of the stroke, you can see here, the oar is going around to her left-hand side. That's called bow side. And then the pair in the yellow boat on the right-hand side of your picture is just the other way around, and that will be the choice that they have decided as to what gives them the best rhythm and therefore the best boat speed.
Well, the form book would be this crew you see on your left-hand side. They're Austrian national rowers. They look like they're in their club kit right now, but the Netherlands crew, a university crew, more of a development crew with that blue one piece on there on the left of your screen, and they're actually putting this international crew of the Austrians under a bit of pressure here.
There's a long way to go in small boat racing. So unlike the eights and the fours and quads that we saw earlier, the singles and the pairs or doubles, the boat speed is a little bit slower, meaning from the high start to a middle of your race pace, there's quite a big difference in speed. And what that allows is it allows space to increase your speed, which is what we're seeing from the yellow M-Packer 8 on the left-hand side of your picture, which is the crew from the Netherlands.
Well, a great fight back from the Netherlands, because they pushed right back on this Austrian crew, who, in the stroke seat there, Laura Zavoda, she actually was double sculling last weekend, so she had an oar in each hand at Lucerne World Cup, and now she's back at it into a pair. But the Dutch crew have come to within half a length here, Cam.
And it looks a little bit livelier and a bit longer to me, and the Dutch crew in the yellow boat. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Just see a little glance of Jessie in the stroke seat turning around, seeing where she is. And there's only two of you, there's no cocks. You've got to make those calls and call the race together. And if you're the boat moving on the other one, confidence starts to build. So let's see how this pans out for the last third of the race.
Well, the Netherlands is a nation of Olympic champions in this boat class. Maybe they learned a thing or two about watching that in Paris 2 years ago. A little look across there, the bow seat. Sidney De Ruyter, she had a look and said, we're right there with this Austrian international duo.
And Lisa in the bow seat, which is the one closest to us on the right-hand side of your picture, that oar, which is going round to the right on the stroke side, just looks a little bit close to the booms. Maybe it's the picture, but I always got quite nervous in the pair. I've raced the goblets here. Just whenever you get a bit nervous near the booms, it doesn't quite help the rhythm. So they've got to stay right on track on their side of the station.
Still holding on to their lead here. Zeitmar and Svoboda of Austria, slightly over this Netherlands combination of De Ruyter and Vermeer. They've kept this distance, they've just held them off for a length. What does that mean? It's one boat and then add on another boat length, and that's exactly where the two crews are, almost like in a row, touching stern to bow. They're keeping this really lively, the Austrians. Have a nice rhythm, look at that go.
Yeah, Lisa and Laura doing a great job, and when they're leading the race, what they've been able to do is just glance across to the left-hand side, and every time that Dutch crew have put in a push or put in a move, they've been able to respond. So I've seen the Dutch crew move higher on the rates, about 36, 37. Austrians have matched them there at 36 and 37 as well. So they've really been able to respond to each and every move that the Dutch crew throws their way.
As they're coming through to the enclosures there, this has been kept at about one length lead. The Netherlands crew just starting to veer over a little bit. They see their steering, looks like they're coming towards the Berkshire station. No warning from the umpire. It's deemed they're far enough apart to not encroach. As you see Ben Helm there, umpire looking on this. He's allowing the crew to move back over. No warning, and they've moved back to the Buckinghamshire station, which has given a little bit of advantage to the Austrian pair.
Yeah, I'm very impressed watching this Austrian pair. They've done a really nice job of staying straight, great rhythm, great length. They've been able to put themselves in a position early to respond to every move. Brilliant row.
Yeah, this is one of our premier events. You're looking at international level rowers as they come through the finish line. Hear a beat. The Austrians cross it first. This combination from the Netherlands. I can confirm that's a win for Zeitmar and Svoboda over Reuter and Vermeer in the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup.
Attention!
The round of the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. Paige Badenhorst on top of your screen. Pirelli of Hungary on the bottom of your screen. The Premier Women's Single Sculls.
I've seen Vivian go off at 48. Love it.
And she's gone slightly over onto Paige's side, so this course is quite wide, but in the single scull, it's probably a little bit of mind games if you try and get too close there. A good friend of ours once tried to take on Marhead Drysdale and crash into him, so the form book here is with Badenhorst, the top of your screen, South Africa, but Priel has taken it right out to at the end of the island, it's level. Badenhorst, well known to many on the banks here, many watching at home, a Cambridge Blue, spent a long time in the UK rowing here, is South African, represented South Africa internationally. She's actually 8th in the world at the moment in the women's single sculls, so I'm sure what we saw there was Pirel of Hungary giving her best attack to try and throw Badenhorst off, but as we come through these opening stages, Badenhorst a little bit more in control there.
It's a real psychological battle, isn't it, the single sculls event? You're the only person in the boat, so when it's going well, it's you, but when it's not going so well, it's you. So there's nowhere to hide. It's a brilliant shot, the single sculler.
Really impressive from Paige. She raced last week. You might talk. He was talking about Lucerne or a World Cup. What on earth's that? Some big international races through the summer, and for this year actually, the Lucerne World Cup fell the week prior to Henley Royal Regatta. So some of the athletes you're seeing here at this regatta have literally come hot off the plane, raced last weekend, and then come to take on a famous course here on the Thames. She's kept that distance, about 2 lengths of clear water. Looked like fully in control. I'm sure Paige must know in the back of her head she's got some stiff competition this event.
Yeah, with the smaller boat classes, more entries, and so therefore more rounds of racing. So in the Diamond Challenge sculls, which is the men's single scull event, when we see those big margins with the scullers, just like we're seeing here with Paige, we want to try and conserve energy if we've done the business in the race early, like she seems to be doing here. We've got multiple lengths of clear water. So how do you then defend that lead, but also conserve energy for later rounds?
She's still giving it some, though, here. That is not let up, I wouldn't say.
What I love seeing is that, you know, very clearly she's just executing a strategy and executing her race plan. Oh, God, that 8 is close, isn't it, from Brooks? That 8 is very close.
I think that's the perspective. I think she's OK. She's got plenty of space there. What you might see, the reason why that's going up the course is when we get to this point in the regatta, crews can start going up the course and onto the actual fun side of the regatta on the Berkshire station.
Disaster averted.
But that was a decision made by the umpires. Plenty of space. Single sculls aren't moving that fast, and the 8s are a bit faster. But there you see the back, the South African embellishment on Paige's back.
And if you're new to rowing or a young aspiring rower, what I want you to draw your attention to is just look at the symmetry. So look at the left and the right hand. So both of them are lovely and equal, but not only that, look how she leaves her arms very long. We used to call that arms longer for longer. To keep your arms nice and long. And what that allows her to do is to connect those handles through her kinetic chain or her body straight into the feet, and so she's able to then push the boat, lever the boat, and in the rowing world we would call that suspension, and that's what we're constantly searching for in every stroke.
Always a bit bouncy out there, a few little bubbles on the water. That's what you get at Henley, so suck it up. But Paige Badenhorst looks like she's done the business today. Polite claps for Paige. She'll have other supporters in the back. It's Cambridge athletes cheering her on. Really good effort there from Creel. Vivian Creel did a great job of Hungary. She took it out as Paige Badenhorst almost rides the waves to cross the finish line. Clear water in this round of the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. It's a win for Badenhorst over Creel.
Attention.
And you're joining us at the start of the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. We're seeing Malay, Strathclyde Rowing Club on the left of your screen versus Jongsma of the Netherlands on the right of your screen.
I really like the way Jongsma's just taken off the start. That really symmetrical, leg-driven stroke. Might be veering a little bit into the middle, but I love seeing that from the single sculler. Really nice start.
Well, wow, what a start here from Nazanin Malay, 34-year-old Strathclyde, lining up against an international rower in the form of Jente Jongsman, but she's gone out, and look at rate. What is rate? How many times you're taking a stroke in a minute? You can see how live it is on the left-hand side of your screen. She's really, really gone out punching.
And she's got great pedigree. So Nazanin on the far side of your picture in the white boat, 11th place at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, 8th at the 2022 World Championships for the Czech Republic. So she's got international pedigree, and so does Jongsma. Under 23 international all-woman. Doing a really nice job here, sculling on the near side of your picture in the yellow boat. Just getting good distance per spoke and good connection. And what, Jesse, you were talking about earlier about that rate, you can see the far side that she's taking more strokes in a minute, so the frequency is a bit higher. Jongsma's taking fewer strokes per minute, but the boats are travelling at very similar speeds. See how that evolves over the course.
Right now, you're neck and neck with a competitor. What are you thinking about right here?
I think I had a lunch yesterday. No, I'm not. This is where I love rowing so much, because you're present in the moment. You can't think about anything else other than what you're doing in this stroke. There are all sorts of thoughts that will go through your mind. We know that the brain is a fabulous thing, and it might start thinking about, you know, where's the other person? What's this happening? What's that happening? But you've just got to remain focused on what you're doing, what you can control in the boat. And that will be things like get the oars in quickly, keep suspended or using my body weight, get the oars out cleanly, and that translates into boat speed.
The single scull you're watching here, the Princess Royal Challenge Cup, is our premier event. These are international athletes in arguably one of the hardest events. There's no crewmates, there's no cocks, there's no one telling you what to do. It's all you in your boat executing your race plan. As we see Jente Jongsman of the Netherlands past Forley Court. She's sitting about a length and a half up right now on Malay of Strathclyde.
And I think for the young rowers amongst us, look at the difference when you get really lovely, long, connected strokes. Jongsma has taken that lead and is now several lengths ahead. So just committing to that long length of stroke, not getting distracted by the higher rate. My competitor of Nazanin Malay, she's extended that lead to sort of 5 or so lengths.
Oh, and you can see how much that aggressive start's cost Nazanin. She is hurting here coming into this last 600 metres, as Jongsman has done enough to move away, but this is bouncy, this is bobbly here.
And you can see with this brilliant drone, if you look at the stern, which is the thing at the back of the boat, I hope you can draw your attention to, there's a little bit of a trail of water. And we would often use that in the rowing boat. You can see how if you get it absolutely spot on, that trail of water is straight, whereas if your leg just left and right is not quite symmetrical, that trail might be a bit wonky. So you would always look at the stern quite a lot in the rowing world, just to get a bit of feedback to see how well we're rowing.
I think we'll give a little bit of leeway to Jongsman right now, because it's pretty bouncy out there. But look at that. Does it get any better than this Friday? Henley Royal Regatta. The crowds are filling up the banks, the deck chairs are getting full, and you're watching one of our premier events, the women's single scull, the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. And they are careering towards this finish line. Hangar in the Louvre is beautiful. And you can see now they've gone right down in their rate. Nazanin has kept it up. She's actually squeezing towards this finish line, but Jongsma knows she's done enough. She's conserving that energy. Lauren Henry, current world silver medalist, the current World Cup winner, just raced early this morning. These scullers know they've got a tough ask ahead of them. Great aggression, brilliant row, but that's a win for Jongsma of the Netherlands in the Princess Royal Challenge Cup over Malay of Strathclyde. At the start of the goblets, the silver goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. I'll just call it goblets from here on out. You're going to see Martin and Apfelfield of Germany, the green boat on the left of your screen, versus Epstein and Fordner of Drexel University, USA, on the right of your screen.
And the German pair on the left-hand side of your picture, as I would expect from a lot of brilliant German crews, just got off the start like a steam train. Big stroke, second stroke, and then they're away into a rhythm early. And the Americans on the near side of your picture, even more aggressive than them, so they've taken that rate off really high and far to get out of the blocks. Let's see how this unfolds as we get into race rhythm.
Well, even maybe a bit of a surprise here. We see the Drexel combination here. These university students taking it out and getting the slip on Germany. But as we come further down the course, we see that the Germans have actually dug in, they've stuck to their rhythm, and they've come back level, and if anything, they're the halfway point slightly ahead. you're watching this from the United States, you're in Philadelphia watching, welcome. It's very early in the morning, 6 a.m. Thank you for joining us. You're seeing your pair here putting up a great effort against this German combination. You can see them in that green boat. They've got the German lycra on, they've got the German flag on their spoons, and the Drexel, this young Drexel combo, are actually keeping in contact with them.
Yeah, Charlie in the stroke seat on the left-hand side and Milo in the bow seat. They're doing a great job, doing a great credit to themselves. They've got themselves into the race. They're within touching distance. Milo in the bow seat tells us that he can solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, but he's going to have to unpick this problem today. How can he get his hull in front of that German pair? We've got to get every move in the book and start deploying it now.
Tell you what, the Germans, if you're listening to this and not watching, they're keeping their rate very high. They have not dropped a single pip. They're going pretty strong here. They're not letting go because they know this Drexel combo has put them under some pressure.
Yeah, the Germans are at 36, which is pretty high in a Cox's pair. You know, you see these international crews go down the course at 36, 37. It shows respect to the other crew. They've really had to keep that high pace for a long time, tapping it along nicely in the green hull. Beautiful picture as that bow cuts through the water, just slices through. You see that V-splash coming off the front of the boat from the bow.
The Germans once so dominant in the men's sweep rowing program. These are some younger athletes, under 23 athletes coming through. I'm sure we'll see them on the scene as we move closer and closer towards the LA 28 Olympic Games. But they've now squeezed that gap open to quite a few lengths over the Drexel pair. But they've never once taken their foot off the gas, and that might cost them a little bit towards the end of the week. But really classy rowing from the German pair. Very simple, very powerful. Looked in control for the last 3/4 of that race. Wait for the white flag. That was a win for Martin and Achterfield of Germany over Epstein and Fortner. Joining us at the start of the Visitors Challenge Cup. This is open intermediate fours, Nautilus Rowing Club B against Nautilus Rowing Club A. B on the Berkshire station, A on the Buckinghamshire station. We would say, Cam, this might go the A's way, but oh, bit of steering from the A crew there. Warning straight away. Going back and telling you to move back over.
And I think it's going to get a bit more exciting because the flags on the top left-hand side of your picture are showing us a crosswind. So as they come out the island in about 10-15 seconds, they're going to get a bit more wind, which will cause more steering issues.
If you're listening to this boat class is for our intermediate open. So there's no coxswain. The steering's done by a rudder attached to a foot. Things can get really fun in these events when you're coming down the wooden booms of Henley Royal Regatta. Again, another warning for Nautilus A.
Yeah, Marcus Shute in the stroke seat. I'm not sure if he's got the foot, but someone's had to do a big steering correction and move back over to their station on the right-hand side of your picture on the Buckinghamshire station. That's not what you want in a Cox-less boat. You'd like a straight line as best you can, and if you're doing a lot of ruddering and a lot of steering, it just disrupts the rhythm, disrupts what you're doing to make that boat go faster.
Now, anyone in the boat can have that steering foot. Mohammed Sabihi always used to like having a three-seat, but I think today these two crews you're steering, the person at bow, right at the back of the boat, has the steering foot. So they actually you can't see too much when you're in the bow seat. I like to always have it in the stroke seat coming down the straight lane course.
Yeah, I was very similar to you, particularly down Henley. Line yourself up at the start and then you can stay in control as the stroke person. It's a great shot of this A crew.
So what are we looking at here? This looks like a whole combination of different lycras, different colours in both of these crews. You're looking at this intermediate event. These are really the under-23s, the development team for the GB team. And they're racing, being drawn against each other. That's the look of the draw. And they'll be the up-and-coming athletes. We should expect to see these guys pushing for possibly places in LA, certainly Brisbane in 32.
And one of the joys of Henley Royal Regatta is that you're not allowed to wear your Olympic or your international kit. So you don't come here as Australia or New Zealand, you will come here as your club. And so for these Great Britain development athletes or under-23s, they are wearing their club colours. So you can see Leander Club and Oxford Brookes University represented there in that boat. We've got 3 or 4, I think we've got 4 different clubs in the Nautilus Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your picture. Both Coctus Falls giving us a great example of beautiful sweep rowing.
Yeah, lovely. So these are going to be rowers that have known each other since they were juniors. They're moving up into this next level, under 23 level. This is where you're really earning your stripes, learning the ropes.
And can I just draw your attention to look how simple that hull looks? So the yellow boat looks really still. They're letting it glide underneath them. There's not much movement. It's just sitting proudly on top of the water. That's a great bit of feedback, and they'll be feeling that in the boat.
And great leg timing. Watch those legs getting squeezed down together. You almost want to have that feeling like the boat doesn't know that there's 4 sets of legs, just one set of legs, one drive. It's basically physics of rowing stroke. It's about levering, but they're doing it very well, this Nautilus A crew. Job done today as they come across the finish line. Little pause of the hands. They balance across that finish line, just looking at, I'll call them their friends. I think they're pretty friends. They're in the same team together. Of Nautilus B. Little hands up, little cheer from the team. As it's a win for Nautilus A in the Visitors Challenge Cup over Nautilus B.
Attention! Go!
This is a round of the Island Challenge Cup. University Women's Eights. Groningen, Studenteren, Roveringa, Eiger. The Netherlands versus Durham University. I can say that one a bit easier. I'm from Durham. Durham in that platinum on the right of your screen. You see Eiger on the left of your screen.
And Durham mean business. They blast off the start here.
Great start there. What a blistering start by both crews. Pretty level off the end of the island. They're still absolutely blasting it as they come through the barrier. And look at those little numbers on the top of your screen. The barrier, 2 and a 1, is telling you what the distance is. Half a length to the crew on the Buckinghamshire station. Durham are up by half a length.
And for me, Benjamin, Jennery is steered an absolute blinder, straight as a die off the start. Let's see if that'll pay dividends later down the course.
Durham, great pedigree in the 8s in this event. We didn't see a super strong showing of them women's 8s this year. Didn't crack the top 10, but that was months ago now, and they're right here now in the thick of it. This crew from the Netherlands, Eiger, pushing them hard. There's about a third of length in it.
They're moving. The Dutch crew definitely moving. It looks a bit livelier. I think almost every stroke I can see an inch, so this is going to be a humdinger of a race.
So both of these crews raced one round of this yesterday. Look at Eiger at the top of your screen. They won by a length and a quarter over Brookes, fairly textbook. Durham beat Edinburgh by a length and a half. So both crews probably a similar route to today.
And I think Durham have seen that, and I think Benjamin in the Cox's seat has just said, look, they've moved, it's our turn now, let's go again. And I think Durham have pushed back out to a more commanding lead. Let's see how things come when we get to the next camera shot.
Well, that is the sign of a great Cox. One of the most devastating things you can do when you're side-by-side racing is absorb another crew's push. So if the Cox is clever enough and looks around and sees where they've had a change of pace, throw in a push for your own crew, because that is absolutely soul-destroying if you can do that. Look at them come down here. They're going through quite a part of the course. Eiger, the Netherlands, hanging right in with Durham University as we approach the enclosures.
I think Durham have just got a little bit of a sense of being ahead. They're ticking around down at 37 strokes a minute. The Dutch crew at 36. It just feels like Durham have the upper hand and have that, you know, that the glancing across in the bows. If you're in the front of the boat, you could just feel like you know you're up. And there's a little bit more confidence in that boat. See that beautiful hull sitting proudly, nice symmetry. Just looks like one pair of oars driving down the course.
These athletes are going for it. You've got them flat out. It's now or never. From the Groningen, Student, Roveringen, Eiger, what have they got? Have they got that belief and that trust in their crew, or have Durham done enough? Durham are taking it up.
And here come the Dutch. Here come the Dutch as well. So both crews have increased it. They've turned that screw, as we would call it in rowing. It's just eking up the rate, eking up the power, eking up the length. And we've got both coxswains, both Caitlin in the Dutch crew and Benjamin in the Durham crew, will be commanding their crews down. They've rehearsed this. They've got the calls ready. Who's going to have the upper hand in the final 30 strokes?
And I think they've left it too late. Durham have maintained that half a length lead as they're coming past the progress boards. The grimaces on the faces of these athletes, they are throwing it in, even the kitchen sink. They're still coming, Eiger, though. They've done enough to hold on, Durham. Or is it going to be an upset today? Ah, what a race.
Great row.
Unbelievable scenes. A huge finish from Groningen, Eiger, but Durham held on there. They just held the win, and it's a win from Durham University in the Island Challenge Cup over the Eiger crew from the Netherlands.
Attention.
Practice my Dutch pronunciation. Here's going to be another crew from the Netherlands. Oxford Brookes University on the left of your screen. Algemeen Amsterdam Studenten Roveringen School, the Netherlands, in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. Someone will text in saying I said it wrong. I've got a lot of Dutch friends.
See here from the Brookes crew, so 9 combined Henley appearances versus School. They've only got 0 previous Henley appearances between them. Actually, that's incorrect. 4 or 5 Henley appearances between them. But the Brookes experience has allowed them to hit out of the blocks and get a nice length pretty early in this race. To me, this looks like brilliant sculling. Legs down together. Perfect timing of that leg drive, so you can see all 8 knees going down together, and that's allowed them to get this lead in the race.
Yeah, interesting. We'd normally see Oxford Brookes in these sweep events, but now they've switched it to have an Orny Chan sculling, and looking pretty strong doing that as they would clear water up on Skoll.
And over the years, men's quad sculling in Great Britain has really come up, hasn't it? Obviously, the women led the way, you know, a couple of decades ago, and so quad sculling has been a big thing for a while for our women's national team, and men's quad sculling has definitely had its day in recent years, hasn't it, Jess?
Look at that drone shot. It's absolutely beautiful. You can see that clear water between the 2 crews now as we look down the Skoll boat. Both crews here. Interesting course at Henley. We have no buoys. Normally, if you're on a actual 6-lane course, you'd have a buoyed lane. Here, you've got the boom and clear water, but you must stay on your side of the course. You'll still get warned if you were to veer over to the wrong side. But great line by both these crews as we look down there. Stroke man of Skoll, Maxim Myrenk. He looks like he's in control, but they're going to have to do something special here to get back on terms with Oxford Brookes.
Dare I say, yes, anything can happen, but this is a long margin to try and overturn in the last third of the race. They're going to have to do something pretty special to overturn that lead that Oxford Brookes have taken and commanded themselves into the lead of this race.
Maybe this is a new turning point for Oxford Brookes moving into the world of sculling. Looking very in time there, very in control.
just listen to the bank as you come into the enclosures. We'll give you time to have a hear about all the cheers. The rowers will start to feel that and hear that in their own boats.
So if anything, Brooks there probably been a little bit towards the middle, but umpires are following in the launches behind. Most of the time the umpires have quite a quiet job. They can just look over the race. They see anyone moving over, they'll lift up a flag so the crews can actually look back and see the umpire, and they know very quickly to move over. You can get disqualified if you don't respond to the umpire, but really easy race for them today. The great shot as the bank is filling up. The deck chairs are getting fuller. Look at that 40 bar on the left-hand side of the shot. Fair play, everyone. You're in there. 11:30 a.m. in the morning.
I think it's 5 o'clock something.
Always is. If you're in Hong Kong, it's probably the evening right now. Walter Brooks, good job. Strong sculling. Finish this race off early, which meant you sat and you were in control. The Skoll crew from the Netherlands. A strong race, looking tidy, looking neat. Slightly outpowered, outraced by the crew. A little bit further upstream from where we're standing here, Oxford Brooks take a win in this round of the Princess Wales Challenge Cup. This is the heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. City of Cambridge Rowing Club on the top of your screen. Thames Rowing Club A on the bottom of your screen. This is Club Open 8.
And I was fortunate to follow Thames A in some previous races, and they just look really tidy, really impressive in real life. That's what we're seeing here today.
Well, this Thames crew based in Putney in London, certainly up there with one of the favourites for this event, so we'd imagine this race will be pretty strong and door might be closed quite early on. But City of Cambridge, good job there, staying in contact towards the end of the island.
And Thames have got unfinished business in this boat. So Cox, Ella, Josh and Sam in the 6 and 7 seats were all part of the crew that lost last year by about 3/4 of a length to London. So they're back and they've joined forces. So James in the 4 seat won this event in 2021. And we've had some great strengthening of the crew that we want to try and get back on terms and win this Thames Challenge Cup this year. It's a club event, but it's one of the most prestigious club events, isn't it? You want to win this. You want to win this for you want to win this for your crew, you want to win this for your club.
Certainly is one of the big ones. Let's listen to their Coxers shouting on. What are they saying, Cap, here? Cox saying to their crew?
Yes, they'll have had a race chat beforehand, and they'll have some pre-recorded calls as to when they know they want to make a technical call or a race call. But one of the most powerful jobs that the Cox can do is you just know your crew, and you can not only just keep them in check of what you're seeing in real time, but you can respond to your opposition. So calling the race as it comes down, really racing the crew next to you. That's what match racing is all about at Henley Royal Regatta. And the Cox is essentially the pilot, the driver that will be driving that crew down, as well as steering and getting that line straight.
Great shot as we go down the Thames boat there. This is what these athletes live for. This is what they get up for. It's 5 a.m. in the morning. This is what they get out for in the horrible winter days. They race and they train and they do it all season for these moments. The Friday of Henley Royal Regatta, and Thames are delivering here. City of Cambridge there. Some strong rowing. Still sitting a little bit behind Thames. And people might ask, what do you mean about a race plan? They look like they're doing the same thing over and over again.
Yes, lovely shot here of Thames, just nice and relaxed out in front of City of Cambridge Rowing Club. But that race plan, so we know that the course here is slightly longer than the Olympic distance of 2,000 metres, with 2,112 metres. And a little bit like you do in a Formula One car, where you know in turn 2, turn 17, you have a track and you have an idea about how you want to go down that track. Here it's about knowing where the markers are, knowing where you want to be putting pushes in, where you need to bring a technical call to improve your rowing as you get tired. A lot of that will be pre-recorded, but you need to adapt the plan as you see fit as the race unfolds. And for Thames, is this shot, their race, they've done the business early, and they've reduced their rate of striking into a nice relaxed rhythm, and they're looking to conserve that energy today for future rounds. Tell you what though, Ella Sexton in the cockpit seat, she will still be calling that race. She'll be visualising tomorrow. She'll be calling where they'll be pushing, and also ensuring that her lead is defended with this Thames crew, and working on that rowing stroke for future rounds.
So rowing, we're going flat out most of the time. Henley, because it's one-on-one, you've got enough of a buffer, you can actually take it down a little bit, relax up a little bit, be exactly that. Because they'll be knowing in future races this weekend, they'll be ramping up the finish line right now. Great finish from City of Cambridge. They have certainly not led up, as they're trying to keep that gap as small as possible. They squeeze towards that finish line. And a great finish from City of Cambridge, but it's a win for Thames Rowing Club A in the Thames Challenge Cup over City of Cambridge. And an opportunity to thank Cam Nichols so much for his co-coms here.
Thank you kindly.
He is now departing.
Hand over to someone much more eloquent and better at rowing than me.
And I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Constantine Ludis.
You do yourself a disservice, Cam. Jess, it's wonderful to be with you.
Well, thanks for joining us, Stan. You join us for a round of the Temple Challenge Cup. Oxford Brookes University A versus Durham University.
Yeah, Brookes have gone off hard here. It looks, for my money, like they've maybe taken a quarter of a length before the end of the island. Really aggressive, punchy start from Brookes.
It's what we'd expect from Oxford Brookes University A. I think they've got about 5 crews in this event, so this is the real cream of the crop of that university. They've come out here to mean business. It was a bit of a fallow year last year in terms of wins for Oxford Brookes, and I think they're back in business this year, Stan.
Yeah, they've got such impressive breadth and depth. We saw a very strong Brookes quad just a few moments ago, so they're one of those few clubs or universities who can put out crews of strength across both sweep and sculling, and this 8 looks to be a serious contender in this event.
They certainly do, a strong rowing programme up in Durham. They train quite a lot on the Tyne. These rowers will be used to those hard early mornings up in the northeast of England, but Brookes right now have slipped out about 3/4 of a length, and that's just really putting doubt in the minds of these Durham University rowers, isn't it, Stan?
Well, it will be, and both crews very much on their stations here, not fighting over the centre at all, no danger of a clash. From the Durham perspective, it might even just make it feel like Brookes are just that little bit further away right now, and I think Brookes are continuing to put more margin into Durham. You can just hear the Brookes cocks there, can't you? Just ram home our advantage. Keep pushing.
Oh, it's a great call. I love hearing that. Up and in with the hands. The hands are attached, or you're holding onto the oar with your hands, and you've got to throw that handle up and in to get that spoon down to the water. She's just reminding it. These rowers are in pain. Their legs are screaming. There's so much lactic acid. The cox just has to really keep it simple and keep driving those points home.
That's the challenge of our sport, isn't it, Jess? You've got to be relaxed with the hands, get the oar in, not tug on it. But ultimately, it's an incredibly physical sport. They will be burning with lactate already, and they've still got a good amount of this course to go. That said, this elastic isn't breaking. it's going to be tough for Durham in an 8 to affect that change of speed, but they've held this for maybe the last 400 or 500 metres.
Yeah, well done, Durham, staying in contact. And we're going to give a special shout out to one of our stewards, Peter Cusack, who couldn't join us at the regatta today. I know he's watching. He's probably loving this racing. You are missed, Peter, and we're all sending our best. Great stuff from Brooks. Tell you what, the Durham have not let up and they've kept that to about 1 length. I think they're going to run out of course here, though, Stan, to make a big difference.
Yeah, I think it would be a historic comeback if Durham could pull back a length in the enclosures here. I don't think they're going to do it, but credit to them for holding that margin where it is against a very strong Brooks crew. They looked sharp though, Durham. You know, it's easy when you're down to get a bit ragged. They look well synchronised. We'll see a bit better when we see the blades, but they look like a sharp crew.
Well done to Will Fletcher, our ex-GB rowers is up there coaching a lot of these crews. He's done a good job here today. Oxford Brooks going to be returning to the weekend of Henley. They take the win in the Temple Challenge Cup over Durham University. Great race. Well, this is a real showdown, isn't it? In that Temple, the university rowing, incredible dominant force of Brooks there.
You're right. Well, they are such a dominant force, and we can see here again it's Brooks represented this time in the Bridge Challenge plate.
The Bridge Challenge plate, Oxford Brooks University on the right of your screen, and Nautilus and Cambridge University on the left of your screen.
It looks a bit tighter out the blocks this time, but it looks to me like Brooks got the better of that start. Although I might be wrong there, actually. I think I'm wrong. Maybe a quarter of a length to Nautilus and Cambridge.
So this is the intermediate women's 8. It's a new event last year. This is in its second year. You're going to get your name written up on that trophy this year round. What I think we're looking at here, Stan, is kind of an under-23 combination. At the top of your screen, they're rowing under Nautilus in Cambridge. So that's Nautilus. You may see that through the regatta. It's a name given to Great Britain kind of composites. You can row under that name, and that's what we're seeing right here. The strong under-23s versus really also another kind of step on of university rowers into this development programme of Great Britain rowing.
Yeah, you can just see, looking at the all-in-ones there, a lot of clubs being represented in this Nautilus and Cambridge boat. It is that under-23 composite. Also notable in this race, I think I'm right in saying every single athlete in this race has appeared at Henley before, so a lot of experience across these athletes. They'll know what they're doing.
Well, it wasn't long ago that women didn't have too many events here to race at. We worked really hard with the stewards, bringing those opportunities for these female rowers, and this event is going strong in its second year. You're going to see 3 new events here for the club women's quads, the intermediate women's quads, and university women's quads. But right now, the 8s, the big boats, are going strong in the bridge.
Yeah, Nautilus doing well here. Maybe encroaching a little bit on the centre of the river, but that's not going to trouble the umpire too much as they built up quite a strong margin here. That said, the umpire is getting his flag out now.
There's no need to be down the middle of the course when you're up kind of a length and a half, bit of clear water. Just move back, make it fair on your opposition. You don't need to wash them down. It looks a little bit dirty right now. He's still quite into the middle of that course. Keith Jacobs, a little look around. Yeah, that's right, move back over. Don't need to wash them down. You're doing well. It's under 23, strong combination.
It's always a quiet part on the course here. You can see on the bank, you haven't got the enclosures, you haven't got the bars, you haven't got the rowing clubs, although we're just coming into that now. So that bit of the course we've just been through, the crews have to really motivate themselves, and it comes down to the cocks making the right calls, keeping that race going in that what can potentially be a slightly fallow period between the start and the ends of this race.
Well, quite some pedigree. I'm not going to go through everyone here, otherwise I'll be here all day. But let's look at the stroke seat of this crew. Martha Shepherd-Sylvan, Junior Women's 8, Junior Worlds. Multiple world medals for these rowers across the board. Heading off to Stanford University. But as Stan pointed out, these rowers have all been here before and done this before, and that is great to see, and they're just absolutely eating up the course.
They certainly are. That margin hasn't changed much. It's going to be a tall order for Brooks to pull it back, but it does seem to be sticking. I imagine Nautilus and Cambridge, it's very hard not to start thinking about tomorrow's racing when you have a bit of a lead and wanting just to bring the rate down a pip or two, get a bit more out of each stroke, and just stamp your authority on that race, but without using every last drop, mindful that you've got a big weekend ahead of you.
What a real mixture here of athletes that have rowed and competed a lot in the United States. A lot of these young athletes head over to the States and take part in college programs and then come back and represent Great Britain. But right now you're seeing the black of Molesey in the bow three, Cambridge, Leander, Marlow, Thames. You can test me on my stroke seat, Lycra.
It can be a mixed blessing, though, having these composite crews, can't it, Jess? Because you've got a lot of talent, a lot of pedigree, but a lot of people who've been coached to row in very different ways, rowed in different styles, maybe slightly different team dynamics. And bringing those together in the matter of 2 or 3 weeks or even less can be quite a challenge. So I think Nautilus and Cambridge have done well here. Kudos to their coach, Helen Brown.
That's very impressive, because they do look actually pretty tidy, pretty good, this crew. What do I mean by tidy? I mean, you know, we want to be as still as possible. Yes, you're moving up and down, you're throwing your shoulders and your arms outside the boat, but can you make that movement look silky and smooth without losing any energy? And looking at the back of this Brooks aid, actually look really good, really powerful. They're certainly doing that well. Low shoulders, it's easy to raise your shoulders up to your ears. It's a powerful movement.
They do, don't they? It look like they just brought the rate up a pip or two there, which of course they have to do to try and do something, might try and make an impression. They still look quite clean. That said, this Nautilus and Cambridge crew look like they're just out for a training session now, don't they? They brought the rate down, still getting a lot out of every stroke, just soaking up the atmosphere in the enclosures, and why shouldn't they?
Brilliant display of this women's intermediate level rowing. Really strong, good, tight racing, but Friday Henley Royal Regatta, Nautilus B take the win in the British Challenge Plate over Oxford Brooks. You join us at the start of the Visitors Challenge Cup. Going to see Ruder Club Allgemein von 1866 Hamburg, Erste Kieler Ruder von Club 1862 Fulham, Germany, on the left of your screen, versus Oxford University and Erste Wiener Ruder Club Leer, Austria. Quite the international smattering, Stan.
Indeed, although it should be this Oxford crew on the right, 3 of the 4 of those are Oxford rowers from this year's Blue Boat. They're joined by one Austrian rower, Bruno Bachmer. So it is predominantly an Oxford crew. These crews look quite well matched coming out the blocks. It looked to me like the German crew got the better of the first couple of strokes, but Oxford now seem to have established a lead of maybe a third of a length.
Yes, these rowers in this boat here, the 3 of them have certainly done a lot of rowing together. They'll have trained pretty hard for that event, the little event called the boat race in April.
Well, it's true, it can be a challenge with the rhythm of that season. You obviously come to the boil in March, April, and then you have a bit of a come down, and then you've got to get back on it. That's something which their coaches, Nick Barry-Parker and Mark Fangenhall, will have been thinking a lot about this season, getting their crews ready for another peak here at Henley.
And how difficult is that training for a 7-kilometre race, then to come to Henley and race for a 2-kilometre race?
Well, I think it's quite compatible, Jess, isn't it? Because through the winter, as you know, with your pedigree, you're generally doing long mileage and you'll be doing similar things for the boat race. So it's, in many ways, it's more of a mental battle that you've had that big peak in the spring and then you've got a peak again, which is not something most crews have to contend with.
Yeah, real double header for some of these athletes from Oxbridge, you see, or the Cambridge crews got huge. Cambridge and Oxford enter at this regatta 2026. As we look down the course here at the Visitors Challenge Cup, men intermediate 4s, and Austria look like they're putting a little bit of a squeeze to come back at Oxford.
It just looked like Oxford steered a little bit close to their booms there. They were just steering in and had to correct. We'll just see as the angle comes round whether that's allowed the German crew to get a look in.
Germans, I just call them Austrian. I got thrown off by their oars. The German crew have really come back here on Oxford. Oxford have responded. They look lively now. This left of your screen, navy blue lycras. They've squeezed and have absorbed that push.
They do, don't they? Lively, I think, is the right word. Alex Sullivan setting a pretty punchy rhythm there through the middle of this course for the Oxford crew.
A little cross there from Alexander Sullivan in the stroke seat. He's moved over a little bit, that crew. Pretty under pressure, but Gwyn Batten is not getting a flag out. She's happy with the line.
And two Henley debutants in the Oxford crew. You've got Bruno Bachmeyer, the Austrian, and you've got 19-year-old Fergus Pym in the Oxford crew as well, sitting in the 3 seat. So this will all be quite a new experience for them, and they seem to be weathering it well. That said, this looks quite tight here. These Germans are not giving up. The crew's coming quite close together. The umpire might have to get her flag out at some point.
Oh my goodness, the Germans just had a sudden turn of pace. They got a little sniff of Oxford and they started moving. Look at this charge.
This can be a real challenge now in the leading crew. You think you have it in, and no, you're absolutely right, Jess. The German crew are charging. Oxford had their work cut out to keep them at bay coming into the enclosures. That said, the Germans, I think, had a little mishap there, and that's cost them dearly.
Oxford have responded. They've had to respond. They've taken their rate off. They've squeezing, but the Germans have not let up. They're going up again. Could you imagine it? Looking across, and they're waiting that finish line. Have they done enough here to hold off the Germans? I think Oxford just have.
Oxford just taking it. The Germans look ragged, but it does look like Oxford took that win.
Well, let's wait for the official confirmation, but suddenly the Germans, out of nowhere, suddenly thought they could take this race, but look at that. A canvas, I'd call it at. Oxford, a win in the visitors over Alemannia Österkieler.
Credit to Alemannia and Österkieler not giving up there.
Attention! Go!
You join us at the start of the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy Junior Women's 8 St Edward's School on the left of your screen, Shiplake College on the right of your screen, and this is a repeat of the Princess Elizabeth, the men's event from this morning, where St Edward's took a scalp of Shiplake. How are the women's equivalents going to do?
Well, we'll see. It looks to me like maybe Shiplake got the better of the start there. They're very hard to tell from this angle. The Teddy's crew got an enormous cheer coming out the boat tent today, so they are replete with support in the enclosures.
Tell you what, this is going to be one of the big showdowns of actually the regatta. These crews were only parted by 1 second at the National Schools Regatta early this year. You're looking at the gold medalist Shiplake on the left, St Edward's, Oxford on the right, got silver. What a grudge match.
Tight from this angle, isn't it, Jess? Very hard to call.
And it's called there by, I think it's bow ball right now to St Edward's in that white lycra, the blue oars. But Shiplake look like they've almost squeezed back as they pass the barrier.
It's always a challenging part of the race, this. It's where you realise you've got to settle onto a rhythm. You can't just keep up in the 40s. You've got to come down and settle if you're going to make it to the end of this course. And it's also where you can get caught out on this course, being 112 metres further and against the stream versus an international 2,000-metre course.
These crews know each other. They've raced each other all season. It's about 1 foot to St Edward's as they approach Forley.
They are two powerhouses of junior rowing, aren't they? St Edward's and Shiplake on the girls and the boys' sides. Showing here two very competitive crews. Being neatly steered by their respective coxes, both on their stations.
I think Shiplake was squeezed back in those last 100 metres and they've taken back that foot and they're leading by a canvas over St Edward's as they come through the middle of the course. What have St Edward's got?
That's right, Jess. It's changed the tune of about a quarter of a length, hasn't it, between the two crews? Let's see if Teddy's can respond, or maybe coming on to half a length. It does look like Teddy's, Shiplake, sorry, have the superior boat speed through the middle of the course right now.
Well, an early lead from St Edward's School, Oxford. I know their coach very well, Natasha Townsend. She will have drilled this crew strongly to believe through the middle. But I tell you what, the coach of Shiplake is also no slouch. Dan Safradari, he's got multiple winners at international level, Henley level. He will also be telling his crew, keep the faith through the middle of this race.
It looks so serene from up here, doesn't it? On these cerulean waters. When you're in that boat, it is anything but. It can be smooth and well timed, but it is difficult. And we might see it here as the drone comes in. We see the grimaces etched on these athletes' faces.
Yeah, let's go, Teddies. Let's go, Shiplake. You're coming into these closing stages now. You've got about 600 metres. St Edward's School, if you want to do something, you've got to go now. You are powered on by that loss at National Schools. Can you overturn this? Shiplake will want to move ahead.
You're spot on, Jess. If they want to do something, Teddies need to go now. It's too much in the enclosures to make up this.
Shiplake looks so good, so in control there. It's always easier when you're sitting. They've actually squeezed a length out of lead right now, and they're actually looking pretty powerful. I think St Edward's have thrown the kitchen sink in, and maybe this is Shiplake's time to move away. Level of competition here on the Friday of the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy Junior Women's 8s. These are the very creme de la creme, the top of the top of junior rowing, and they have about 300 metres left. A rammed bank at Henley, thousands of people are cheering these crews on. A length separates Shiplake over St Edward's. Have St Edward's got anything left?
Dan Safdari will be very pleased with his girls here. They've just been holding that lead, maybe extending it slightly. Not always easiest to hold off a length's lead. You've just got that crew nipping at your heels all the time. But Shiplake have been pretty bulletproof here. And now they've got all the support coming from the enclosures. Both these crews will be winding into the line.
Well, you cannot fault St Edward's. They went out to win this race. They took an early lead. They held on to that during the opening stages, but Shiplake had all the answers. They overturned that lead to drive themselves to the finish line, drive themselves to the weekend of Henley, and they take the win in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. You join us for a round of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, Cambridge University on the top of your screen versus Imperial College London on the bottom of your screen. This is Student Open 4s.
Cambridge just onto strokes 2 and 3 quicker there. Let's see if that pays for them coming out the island.
Saw these boats earlier on. You can see the little head sticking up in the bows of the boats. They've got a cox on board. You steer and really drive their crew down the course.
Imperial, I thought, were looking out to length quite early there, and actually they've just built up a small lead. It'll be interesting to see if that is indicative of a higher base pace, and they just keep moving out. Let's see.
Well, we've seen a lot of Cambridge crews here. I think the very top athletes from the Cambridge programme are in their big boats, in their 8s, racing in the Temple. So Imperial know they're coming up against a huge programme from Cambridge, but they know they probably get a whiff of a victory here against one of the lower ranked Cambridge crews. But right now, it's about a length in it. Imperial based in Putney, in southwest London. Their coach Dave Loveday recently taken over. It's good to see them here, powering away, winning by a length so far in this Friday, trying to get themselves through to the weekend.
Yeah, Imperial will just want to keep pushing and breaking that elastic to make this race a little bit easier for them. It's notable also, Jess, both these crews have bucket rigs, don't they? So the 2 and 3 seats in each crew are on the same side. Now, there's nothing really to read into that, but it's a way of trying to get the right rowers into the right seats, so that you've got the right sequence in the crew, the right people in the right places. But it is slightly unconventional.
Did you have a bucket rig when you won the Olympics in your 4?
We did, yeah, we did. So it does happen at all levels.
Slightly unconventional, but you see it time and time again in these 4s. Actually, it's quite a nice way to set the rhythm. People in the middle, the power in the middle, driving their crews on. Imperial, 1 length lead over Cambridge University as they're tearing their way into the enclosures.
Sounds like Imperial have some solid support in the middle of this crew, this course.
Coming through regatta enclosure, Imperial have got a length on Cambridge. I tell you what, though, these 4s with a cox on board, it's hard to change pace, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. These are heavy crews, heavy boats to row, and it does take that little bit extra out of you. As we said, also a little bit further on this course, and you're against the stream. Not that there's a terribly strong stream today, but you can get caught out by that.
Oh, and this shot actually looked really strong from Cambridge. I think they've decided to go. You've got to go now or never, Cambridge. Imperial, a little bit more raggedy on the left-hand side of your screen. The blue backs of Imperial. But Cambridge going to chop them up.
Yeah, and you can see the Cambridge cox just looking over, knowing, feeding back to his crew that they are making some imprint here. And the umpire might even have to get his flag out at some point.
Well, Imperial are going to have to go now. You've got to hold off this Cambridge crew. A little look across there in the stroke. See Alex Taylor of Cambridge trying to see if they've got enough in the bank. But wow, what response from Imperial. Yeah,
they have responded there, didn't they? It looked like Cambridge got their heads up a bit, but Imperial responded. It does look like it's for them now.
I tell you what, Cambridge put on a huge charge, and they're still going, but they're going to run out of this river because Imperial, even though they look a little bit more raggedy, they put in that work through the middle of the course to move away and just maintain that length lead. The white flag is shown, so that's a win for Imperial College over Cambridge University in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Joining us at the start of the round of the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. Open pairs, Thames Rowing Club versus Rotorua Boat Club Island. I'm going to call them Thames and Island.
Yeah, I thought both crews didn't rush the first few strokes there. They're really getting hold of something. It meant they weren't on to strokes 2 and 3 that quickly, but they did get hold of something. I didn't expect for Thames to take this kind of lead early on. They're not favoured in this race. Let's see if they can actually translate that lead, that early fast start, into a high base pace and take it to this Olympian Irish crew.
Well, quite, Stan. You'd imagine this crew you're seeing at the bottom of your screen in those white vests. These are Irish Olympic rowers. They raced quite recently together. They've got that synchronicity of rowing in the pair. The Thames pair, the opposite. They've kind of just jumped in this pair from what we understand. And they went out like a bullet out of a gun there.
It will be interesting, though. In small boats, it's one thing getting a fast start. It is another getting across the finish line early. And I think it will still be a tall order for this Thames crew to hold off this Irish crew, who did make the Olympic final in this crew, in this boat, at the last Paris Olympics.
Yeah, you're seeing Nathan Timoney and Ross Corrigan on the right of your screen. Irish internationals. They've actually just come back from racing last week in Lucerne. So less than a week ago they were racing in Switzerland. They probably hoped for a few easier rounds to start off the regatta, but right now Thames are taking it to them.
I think you're right, Jess. I'm very impressed by this Thames crew. We're at the 3/4 mile here, and still it looks like they have their bows in front. And I don't think many spectators would have expected this.
Well, Luke Butter, Alex Willett, take a bow, because you are really pushing this international crew. They'll be heading off to the World Championships in a matter of months, and they have really put the Irish under pressure, but Ireland have responded.
It does look that way, doesn't it, Jess? It now looks like the Irish have got their bows in front. I would expect them to keep moving away, but this Thames crew have already proven me wrong once. Let's see what they can do. Both crews steering a nice, clean line. They haven't troubled the umpire. The Thames crew quite close to the booms, not dangerously.
What you're looking at here is international athletes. They've medalled on the world stage, come from Ireland, come over to the regatta. We have a lot of internationals who want to come and race in this famous course. They'll be trying to get to the weekend in as clean, most energy efficient way as possible, but Thames are not letting them do that at all.
They are not, are they? It's not an easy angle, but it looks pretty nip and tuck here. Irish rowing has just experienced the most incredible run, hasn't it, in the last decade? A trail blazed by the O'Donovan brothers from especially the Rio Olympics, where they got a silver medal in the lightweight double, and it feels like a lot of others have now stepped into the fold to keep this momentum in Irish rowing, including these two young men here.
Right now, if I was an international rower going up against a club boat, I would be hating this. They've been put under masses of pressure. They probably thought they could take this crew out and wind down, but they've had to really dig in to get their bows ahead. And as we approach the enclosures, the last 500 metres, they've just broken clear to clear water.
It's true. It's such a tough psychology, isn't it, for the leading crew when you have that Olympian pedigree and people expect you to win. It's not a comfortable place being a length up against a seriously punchy, aggressive crew from Thames.
So as they go, we still see the Irish crew winning over Thames Rowing Club on the Buckingham's station. They've got a little bit of bobble. This Irish pair should be no bother for them, and they've actually taken their rate up. They look like they're squeezing towards the line. They do not want to give Thames a sniff.
Yeah, and they're right to do that. I think it would be madness to even think about winding down here with this crew on their tail. They just want to try and shut the door on this, and at this point, if that means spending some more energy ahead of the weekend, then so be it.
Well, Corrigan and Timoney under pressure throughout this race. Their pedigree has shone through. They get to execute these last 300 metres.
Yeah, they have put a bit more in now, haven't they?
Certainly have, but that was not easy. And they're probably going to get off here, get cooled down, have a look at this race and realise that a very, very, very good club crew has thrown everything at them.
Big kudos to that Thames crew. I don't think many expected them to take the fight like that to these Olympians.
Well, maybe at the finish line doesn't look like it was a cracking race, but believe you me, that was great scenes as Corrigan and Timoney take the win over Putter and Willett of Thames Rowing Club in the goblets.
Attention. Go.
Joining us from the view of the umpire in another round of the Silver Goblets Nichols Challenge Cup. Ford and Grundy of Nautilus on the left of your screen. Borkovic and Cicera of Croatia on the right of your screen.
The Croatian crew seriously quick onto the first few strokes there, looking pretty aggressive and coming over, moving over. It's fortunate for them that Ford and Grundy also look to have moved over, and there hasn't yet been a clash, but the umpire might have a bit of work to do here.
Well, GB versus Croatia. This is the view down the boat of the umpire as they see it, and already a few warnings for this crew from Croatia.
Yeah, the Croatians having to course correct there. That is going to cost them. The rudder is brake on the boat, and they're steering around the course a little bit. Ford and Grundy steering a slightly straighter line on their side.
Ford and Grundy, the kind of a development GB crew, moving from the ranks of under-23s into this senior level, racing here in the Premier events. And where are the Croatians going? They're coming right back for them.
They are struggling with that steering a little bit, aren't they, Jess? It's an aggressive style from the Croatians, and it looks like they're maybe rating a little bit higher as well. For my money, Ford and Grundy are getting a little bit more out of it, and they've They're steering a fairly straight line. I'm pausing because they just encroached on their own booms a little bit there. That said, the Croatians well over onto their station. The Croatians taking the scenic route down this Henley course right now.
Well, we could be in trouble here if we see any more of that aggressive steering. Let's see where else they want to travel down the course. I would stick to Buckinghamshire if I was you, Croatia.
If I come all the way from Croatia, I might want to get my money's worth and explore the whole river.
Well, Ford and Grundy, Nautilus Rowing Club, Mulsey and Leander, they've moved out to about a length lead over this Croatian duo.
And they will want to just ignore what's going on next to them right now, because the Croatians moving around a little bit, they'll just want to keep in their rhythm, keep extending that lead. They probably feel pretty comfortable with where they are right now at this point in this race.
Bokovic and Cesare of Croatia, our international rowers. Bokovic actually was a sculler until last year. He raced the Junior Worlds in a pair, so he knows a little bit about rowing in a pair, but more recently 2 oars. And tell you what, they're staying in contact. Ford and Grundy look like they're in control there, Stan.
They do, don't they? That margin has stuck a little bit, but I think it's going to be difficult for these Croatians. They look like they're working hard at the moment, and I'm not sure they have a gear to go up. That said, Croatian pairs have a good track record of pinning down British opposition in the last 500 metres, so we'll see.
Oh, I think it's too soon to talk about that. The Croatians, Sinkovic brothers famously caught up the British duo, Tom George and Ollie Wynne-Griffith, 2 years ago in Paris, so maybe this Croatian pair got the same idea in mind. Again, moving to the middle of the course. They want to stay on their lane.
They are very fortunate that this Nautilus crew is sticking so fastidiously to their station, because otherwise they could be causing themselves a bit of trouble. And the umpire is getting his flag out. He's warning them. Quite rightly, they are over onto the other side right now.
Well, that's Sir Matthew Pinson. He knows a thing or two about winning this event here. He's going to let the race play out as much as possible, let the British duo keep ahead, but the Croatians are once again they are over in the wrong station.
Well, they're not making life any easier for themselves, because they're getting washed down now by the British puddles. And they have not gone away either. They have just doggedly stuck near the stern of the British crew.
Well, they've had a great race, but also an absolute bucket load of warnings. As we see Mulsey, Leander, Ford and Grundy, Nautilus Rowing Club. They kept calm and collected. Going to wait for the flag. There you go. So Matthew Pinson has given us the white flag. No encroachment. Great racing there from the Nautilus Club over Croatia.
Attention. Go.
Here's a heat of the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. Reading University D on the Berkshire station. Leander Club, the famous pink spoons on the Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, again, neither crew rushing their start, as far as I could tell. It looked like they were really getting hold of something, being patient to get on those second and third strokes. Looks like Leander have got the better out of that start, maybe have a canvas lead now.
This is intermediate level quads, so you can be kind of an international pedigree. You probably moved up from the club level. You might have some sights on doing international level rowing. And I'll tell you who's dominant in this event. These guys in pink, they've won this event so many times, Leander. You probably should rename the trophy or something after them, but they're right now at the end of the island, a length up on Reading University, a D crew, making it to Friday. Wow.
Well, I mean, it's notable, Jess, that this Leander crew just yesterday beat Reading B. So I don't know if how Reading have ranked their crews, but this would be, if Leander could sustain this lead, the second Reading crew that Leander have beaten in 2 days.
Lovely sculling from Leander there. Looks really clinical. Yeah, giving a shout out to Reading University. They made the call a few years ago, Reading University, just to switch purely to sculling. So we're talking about they have an oar each, and what that's done is created a massive depth of talent in these sculling boats. 4 quads in this event. And just huge credit to the programme they're running there. But right now, they must have known if they're coming up against Leander, who turned over their B-rank crew, they would be up against him.
2 very experienced crews, about 15 Henley appearances each across these 2 crews. They know exactly what they're doing. They look very composed, this Leander crew right now. Getting a slightly easier ride of it today, it has to be said, than they did against Reading yesterday, where the Reading crew got an early lead and Leander pinned them back and went on to win by just 3/4 of a length.
It's going to tire you out a little bit, isn't it, Stan? Probably put a little bit of lactic acid in the arms, the legs, the trunk of these Leander athletes, but they train for this consecutive days racing.
That's right. I mean, that is one of the challenges of Henley racing. Now it's extended to the Tuesday. You won't always have to race 5 days in a row, but it'll be 5 days in 6 or 4 days in 5, and that's pretty unusual. It's just about getting the warm down right, getting your recovery right. For Leander now, though, this is not going to be maximal exertion. They look like they've just modulated the rate a bit, and they're just going to enjoy this second half of the course now.
Sure, we'll see some of these Reading University athletes back down this course. Pretty young. White in the bow seat, 22. 20, 21, 21. We've got plenty of years, guys, to get back here, so you're doing a good job. Soak it up, make the mistakes now, learn from this. You're racing against a real standout crew in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup today.
Yeah, any Leander Prince of Wales quad is going to be a hard act to beat for sure.
Pink spoons, famous pink spoons of Leander Club that actually don't have far to go, Stan, do they?
They do not. They'll be more or less at their pontoon when they cross the line. And they look very composed now, Leander. Really bringing the rate down, getting as much as they can out of each stroke. And this is just about as enjoyable as rowing gets, isn't it, Jess? When you know you've won and you can just soak up the applause, the plaudits coming from the enclosures. And look forward to a weekend of tough racing.
These athletes a little bit older than that Reading University crew that can be at that next stage, doing quite a lot of rowing around jobs, but they'll be primarily focused on rowing, training 2 or 3 times a day. So we get here at Leander Club, that step into the national team, and a great controlled, strong row from Leander, who take the win today in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup over Reading University D. You join us at the start of the Bridge Challenge Plate. Intermediate women's 8s. Thames Rowing Club on the left of your screen. Dartmouth College USA on the right of your screen. Thames, they are holders of this event. They won this event for the first time and the first ever winners of the bridge last year.
Dartmouth, strong start from them. It looked, well, I was going to say, it looked like they had a slight lead. It looks like Thames have already corrected that now, got back on terms and maybe put just a little bit into them.
These athletes are in this intermediate event, working around a job compared to the Dartmouth crew who are kind of stepping up into this intermediate event. So we have a real mix of athletes here. If you want to come down to Putney at 6 a.m. on any morning, you'll see these athletes rowing, and it's been absolutely neck and neck in these opening stages. I'm just going to say Thames have got about 3 seats on Dartmouth.
Yeah, it looks like they're extending that now, doesn't it, Jess? It looks like Thames have really gone onto their rhythm, doing their own thing, maybe out to 3/4 of a length now. We were talking about buckets a little bit earlier. I noticed in this Dartmouth crew, you get a 6-7 bucket there, which is actually quite unusual to have a bucket there. It's just about getting the right rowers in the right seats. They got, a certain row they want in the stroke seat, in the 7th seat, passing the rhythm back in the 6th seat. And in a way, the side they row is secondary to the order you want those individuals in order to set the right rhythm. And actually, it looks now, maybe the angle is deceptive, it looks like Dartmouth might be edging closer to back on terms with Thames here.
Well, Thames look to move away, but Dartmouth are not letting them go anywhere. They've come back to about 2 seats. It's probably about 6 feet right now as they go through these quieter stages. Look at that bank. Dartmouth, they're on the charge.
They are, aren't they? They look aggressive, Dartmouth. In contrast to Thames, who I think a little bit smoother. Dartmouth just... You often get these, at risk of generalising, you get these American college crews who are just racers, and it might not be the smoothest or most beautiful, but it is effective over a race like this.
Well, we got plenty of people in that Thames crew. The Black of Thames have actually gone and studied and raced in the US. Hope Sessford in that 6th seat from Durham ARC. They went on to Harvard. She knows a thing or two about this aggressive racing. Julia Hunt-Davis in this stroke seat. She was out in California. They've got that aggression, they've got that power, they know what this feels like.
Yeah, it looks like Dartmouth have checked Thames's move, but I'm not sure they're moving back. Thames still holding. It's not impossible for Dartmouth, but it will be a Herculean effort to overhaul a three-quarters of a length lead coming into the enclosures now. Not troubling the umpire at all, both coxes sticking nicely onto their stations.
Wow, what an actual charge there from Dartmouth. We see the back seat of Olivia Hochberg, the 21-year-old. Great job just hooking up the bows of that seat. Probably shouting at the crew now, let's go, we're almost there. But Thames, they have absorbed that. They have stepped on. Their power, their pedigree, their experience really mattered in those last 200 metres. They're squeezing through now.
You mentioned their experience, Jess. They have 34 combined Henley appearances here. So this Thames crew, possibly one of the most experienced crews of this regatta. They know what it's like to race here.
Chloe Brew, the GB Olympian in the 2 seats, slipped in there. So this crew is wall-to-wall superstars, and it really mattered there because there was a moment of pressure where Dartmouth looked like they were moving. Thames suck it up, and they moved ahead. What a race there. Thames Rowing Club take the win in the bridge over Dartmouth.
Attention!
This is the Thames Challenge Cup Club Open 8 Leander Club versus Mercantile of Australia. 2 more races before lunch. Stay with us.
It's pretty well matched coming out the blocks there. Hard to call it from this angle right now, Jess. Looks like Mercantile just moving into the middle of the river a bit there.
Mercantile from Melbourne, Australia. You don't come across here without any boat speed, so these rowers will know they're here to mean business, but Leander will want to close that door as soon as possible.
Yeah, it does look like from stroke 15 or so, Leander just held the higher pace there, and they're moving out to maybe a third, maybe half a length there, which is exactly what you want in an 8. It is all about establishing dominance early. You cannot go too hard in the first 300 metres of an 8's race, can you, Jess?
I was going to use the word dominant there. That was a dominant start by Leander. That's a huge margin at the end of the island.
Yeah, it looks like this Leander crew coming down onto their pace nicely. They're maybe just gently extending that lead over Mercantile now.
Experienced crew, Leander crew, stroked by Isaac Dean. He has been at Shiplake. He's done junior level rowing. He's 19-year-old. Must be loving this. Stroking Leander in the Thames Challenge Cup. Only 3/4 of a length in it.
Maybe half a length now. Mercantile not going away. And we were talking a bit about buckets again. It's come up again. We've got a 2-3 bucket. So we're getting buckets all over these crews now.
Yeah, look at that. 2 oars on the same side, next to each other in a boat, a bucket rig. It's all about putting the right people in the right places. Maybe the body weight, maybe the rhythm, maybe the power of an athlete, and the coach has decided to put that in. I've seen a triple bucket before.
You've seen a triple bucket?
Yeah.
Well, we need to get some physicists onto this. I'm not sure we have quite the exposure we need in this sport in order to get those sorts of people involved. A 2-3 bucket is unusual because that's about the bow pair, isn't it? And conventionally, it's not thought as important who's in your 2-seat and bow seat versus who's in your stroke seat or 7-seat or 6-seat. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I think it probably is right, to be honest. It's not as common to get that bucket up in the bows.
I've rowed a 2-3 seat World Championships, actually, bled.
So right.
Got a medal in that one, in a bucket. So it can work. But right now, Mercantile, listen, they've kept it at half a length as they come into the last 400 metres.
Yeah, I think Mercantile just moving a little bit quicker through the middle of this course now. It looks like they've pegged them back. It will be a big effort, not impossible, but they will need quite a change of pace here.
The course isn't quite as fast as it was yesterday. We saw some records falling. And Leander are just holding that half-length lead over Mercantile. Hand down the enclosures. What a day. Friday, Henley Royal Regatta 2026. Leander are winning and leading right now in the Thames Challenge Cup over Mercantile. Australia.
It is heaving in the enclosures now, isn't it? All these spectators just readying themselves for the lunch break. But it's not here yet. Leander still going hard, keeping Mercantile at bay. They look to have pulled out maybe another quarter of a length, which will make them feel a little bit more comfortable coming into the enclosures.
He's strong there through the enclosures. They've squeezed out to a length. Mercantile have taken it up. That is no challenge for this Leander crew, who in fact extended their lead, coming into the dying strokes of this race. Leander take the win in the Thames Challenge Cup over Mercantile Rowing Club, Australia.
Attention!
Well, here we are, the final race of the morning. The Island Challenge Cup, the Student Women's A, Cambridge University A versus Washington University A. What a showdown.
A lot of pedigree in both these crews. The bow seat in particular of the Cambridge crew, Gemma King, three-time boat race rower for Cambridge. University of Washington always put out strong crews. I'm interested to see what they can do here. Looks like they've just taken maybe a quarter of a length coming out the island.
Look at you, Dub. All over there on the west coast of the US. If you're joining us from there now, it's extremely early in the morning, so thank you so much. A little bit of a warning there for you, Dub, to move back over onto their station as they've squeezed out to 3/4 of a length over this Cambridge crew.
I think that's a good example there of the Cox probably doing her job. I know she was warned, but she didn't over-encroach. And I think if you're leading like that, it might be quite nice just to encroach a little bit, just let them know you're there and you're up, and I don't think there was any danger of a clash.
Cambridge are not letting Washington go, and they're staying with them. They know a thing or two about one-on-one racing, Cambridge, and I think they're putting it to good use now.
That's a very good point, Jess. I think if you spend your season training for the boat race, then actually 2,112 metres down the Henley course in July sounds a little bit tame. This Cambridge crew will be up for a scrap.
They have stayed in contact. University of Washington in the driving seat, slightly ahead.
Yeah, margin not changing quickly here, though. Cambridge really staying on terms. These crews matching each other stroke for stroke now.
These American crews we're seeing here, absolutely stacked. They offer great scholarships, great opportunities to lots of rowers from around the world. So this crew on the left-hand side of your screen, we're seeing rowers from New Zealand, we're seeing rowers from all over the world. And it's great to see.
They love match racing too. University of Washington, of course, hosts of the Windermere Cup. Fantastic match race, and so for them, this is their bread and butter.
Coached by the legend that is Yaz Farouk, Olympic Cox herself. She knows a lot about these big boats, a lot about how to get the most out of these athletes at the University of Washington. Huge pedigree of that national team level kind of conveyor belt. So many international athletes coming out of the University of Washington and Cambridge University, to be fair. But it really is a powerhouse of college rowing.
They are locked in a tough race, these two crews. As the angle comes around, I think it flatters University of Washington. I think they probably have between a third and a half a length, but Cambridge are not letting them get away.
See this collection of US, GB, Kiwi rowers in this University of Washington crew have always been leading. They're holding on to that lead. If Cambridge got anything here to answer with, it's like a very big ask right now.
That's right, Jess, it will be a big ask. I think affecting that kind of change of speed, we say it time and again, but affecting a change of speed in a big boat like an 8, in order to overhaul a lead of maybe half a length through the enclosures, has been done, but I think it's probably only about less than 5% of the time.
Really impressive, strong rowing, University of Washington. Equally gritty and gutsy racing from Cambridge University. We can see the crews coming towards us in our commentary box now. They've got about 500 metres of this course left to chew up.
And it's this point on the course, isn't it, Jess, where you suddenly realise this course is longer. You realise you feel up for maybe another 300, but no, you've got to keep going 500 or 600 metres. You've got to find a way.
As an athlete right now, you are willing that line to get closer to you, certainly if in this Washington crew. In Cambridge, you want as long as possible. A little warning there from Greg Searle, the umpire.
You can see Mo Speahy staring on implacably from the umpire's launch, couldn't you?
Moody as ever, Mo, in that launch.
Oh, the blades coming quite close together here. Might give the umpire a little bit of work in the dying embers of this race. Cambridge doing everything they can to get back on terms. Maybe making a slight impression. I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
Oh, well done, Cambridge. You've taken it up a gear, but you've left it too late because Washington are going to hold on to this half a length. They've responded, they've moved, they've taken their rate up. It was a huge push from Cambridge, and they have taken so much of a beating today from an incredible crew from the University of Washington. A great sprint finish, Cambridge. Hats off to you.
A gutsy from Cambridge there, trying to peg that back.
It's a win for Washington in the Ireland Challenge Cup over Cambridge University. Oh my goodness, some huge races this morning. The small boats, we saw some great racing in the pairs. We saw some big races in the Temple, in the junior events. We saw Shiplake really take that lead over St Edwards. It's been great, Stan.
Well,
Thanks
that's right.
so much.
I think, well, thank you very much, Jess. I think that's what's so wonderful about this, isn't it? It's alternately school crews, junior crews, club crews, internationals, just one after the other. That's what Henley's all about, a pageant of talent at all levels.
Well, what a morning we've had. We're going to take a lunch break now, but before we do that, I'm going to pass you to Ali Vance.
Well, it has been a great morning session. Thank you to all of our commentators. We've talked about this before, but as the week progresses, fewer crews, higher stakes, and the racing really does get closer. We had some crackers today and some big names going out. Shiplake College got beaten in the Princess Elizabeth. The boys went home defending champions. They were beaten by St Edward's School, Oxford. But then, in a rematch in the Prince Philip, the girls' version, it was Shiplake's turn. They beat St Edward's, and I'm delighted to be joined by a couple of Shiplake rowers. Congratulations, Alice. How much of a relief was that, seeing the boys being beaten and facing St Edward's?
Well, I mean, we went into that race we were confident. Not confident because, well, not false confidence, but we were really, excited to see what we could do, and we had trust in ourselves, and even though we started a little bit down, we just kept our composure, kept our trust in each other, and we just managed to walk through. It was really good.
And a lovely rivalry. I was going to say arch rivals, but a nice rivalry because you were 1-2 as well. You beat St Edward's at national schools.
Yeah, that was really close at Nat schools. It was a really exciting race, but yeah.
Tell me about the boat, because there's quite a few. You're very experienced in the boat. You haven't won this division yet. Is this your year?
Well, I don't want to speak too soon, don't want to jinx anything, but I'd like to think so. I mean, last year, us two and 2 other girls, we were in the finals, got beaten by, margins. So really trying to overturn that this year.
When you have such a sort of, devastating loss, it is, such a narrow margin, how much does that drive you on and keep you training through the winter?
Honestly, I think there hasn't been a day where we haven't thought about it. I mean, like in the winter when it does get really tough, like those really long ergs, really long water sessions, like all we're thinking about is like the final goal and how we're going to get there. It's really been motivating this year.
Job done today. Congratulations. Into the semi-finals tomorrow. Rest up and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so Shiplake safely through to the semi-finals in the Prince Philip, the junior women's 8s. That is the morning session done and dusted. It is time for the progress board. So here's Camilla and Fergus.
Thanks, Ali. It's fabulous Friday here at Henley Royal Regatta. The banks are abuzz, the quarterfinals are underway, and we've had a magical morning of racing here.
Friday is my favourite day of racing. It's lunchtime, we're live. Welcome to the progress board.
Welcome to the show. I'm Camilla Hadlin-Horrocks.
And I'm Fergus Mainland.
And each day just seems to be getting better and better here at Henley Royal Regatta. I don't know how it does it. The sun keeps shining, the crowds keep gathering, and it is just a really fabulous day here on the Friday of Henley Royal Regatta. The action just keeps getting better. We've got so many spectators drawing into the town of Henley-On-Thames, including some furry friends as well. But here are the crowds. Over 100,000 people attended the regatta within the enclosures last year, and I suspect, given the weather that we've got forecast for this weekend, that number is going to skyrocket and we're going to overtake that previous number. But everyone's still enjoying the scenes here, the picturesque countryside that they have to enjoy in Henley, and it is just a great programme of racing that they've got to look forward to today as well. So we have a great show for you here today, and it's particularly special because we are focusing on women's rowing, and the regatta has changed dramatically, especially the women's programme over the last decade. So we're going to be examining for you where it's come from and where it's heading to.
We also have a very special look, an insider scoop at some of our new trophies that will be lifted on Sunday. A couple of our guests that we have a deep-rooted connection to the sport that goes back through the years. And of course, we'll look ahead to our big call, look ahead to all of the racing that's coming up. But first, let's look back on some of the racing that we've had this morning. And we can start with one that I've had a personal vested interest in. I was up nervous in the grandstands for this one as Newcastle University took on Oxford Brookes University in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. And nervous for good reason, because Oxford Brookes had a blistering start. They had been in fine form throughout the likes of Bucks Regatta, Marlow Regatta, but Newcastle, who have been so dominant throughout the winter season, powered on through the middle of it. And as they came past my position in the grandstands, I was chuffed to see them out in front, leading as they come up to the finish line. A clear water advantage over Oxford Brookes University, and it will be Newcastle progressing through to the final 4 of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup racing in the semi-finals, which will be taking place tomorrow.
Well, talking of favourites in an event, Newcastle, the favourites probably there in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. We looked at the Prince Edward Challenge Cup this morning, where we saw Shiplake, the holders of the title, going up against St Edward's School, Oxford. And it was a brilliant contest all the way, that grudge match playing out. And it was indeed St Edward's School, Oxford, that managed to win out over the current holders of the Prince Edward Challenge Cup, and it will be St Edward's School Oxford that will progress on to the semi-final. And it was a great race from start to finish. The locals from Shiplake College just up the river who were trying to fight back from being down off the start. You can just see how close it was there through the centre of the course. But the St Edward's School Oxford supporters are so loud through the clap out. We knew that they had the momentum behind them, and they managed to get over the line with about a third of a length in hand.
Yeah, they've been massive roars, massive cheers, and for good reason, because I mean, look at that, Camilla. It was so close as they came across the finish line, and the spectators will have been delighted with that performance. Congratulations to St Edward's. But we roll on. This time we go from the 8s, the big boats, to some of the smallest boats. This time it's the pairs, the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. And what an encounter we had between our Irish combination, Timony and Corrigan, going up against Putter and Willett of Thames Rowing Club. And brilliant to see the Irish back out on the course. They were racing in Lucerne for the first time all season. Of course, A finalists, both of them from the Paris Olympic Games. But what I love is just the aggression and the intent and the bravery the Thames Rowing Club went out with, keeping in contact for much of the race. But look, just as we're coming through the enclosures, through stewards, the Irish just lengthening out, enjoying that line, that row up to the finish line. And they are safely through to the next round of the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. And following that strong performance from them, we can head over to the boat tents and to our reporter Ali Vance, who was able to catch up with them after their victory.
Well, great to see so many Olympians competing here this week, and one duo successfully through in the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. I'll start with you, Ross. You haven't been here for a while?
5 years, came in 2021 in the Prince of Wales. Didn't even make it through a day, so at least we're one better than that now.
What was it? How did this fit into your season and your plan?
We just finished Lucerne last week, so that was the first race of the season for us. We wanted to get a run out here. We got a new boat, so we thought we'd come test it out. And yeah, it's nice just to come here. It's a bit different, obviously. It's very different international scene. Bit of, like, we've high caliber racing, but then you also have a bit of downtime around it, and you can relax and sort of switch off, go into the stewards and see a few familiar faces.
Nathan, how did it feel this morning in the new boat?
Yeah, it was quite rough. Obviously, we came into a new shell. We were trying out different settings and all, and experimenting a little bit. So we haven't really had the best of success this season yet. So we're trying to get ourselves together after, I suppose, a rocky 2 years. So off the back of Paris, and we're medalling 2023. So yeah, no, it's good to get the best of both worlds here. A bit of competitive racing and also just enjoy yourself and have a bit of crack as well at the same time. So.
Does it make a difference compared to, you know, obviously you're racing week in, week out in the World Cups and things, so very different to be able to do the socialising as well?
Yeah, it definitely does make a difference because, you know, I suppose it's a bit more accessible here, obviously. Just we're across the way overseas, and, you know, all our family and friends just come over and obviously watch us here, and also they can, you know, have a few drinks and relax and chill out and kind of meet us whenever. So it's very flexible over here for us and our families and friends. And yeah, like I said, like it's definitely a bit more laid back. Also, there's that mix of competitiveness and just that easy feeling where we can kind of enjoy ourselves a little bit, because there's obviously you're off. Like at the World Cups and the World Championships, there's that bit of that serious feeling where there's serious racing and the job has to be done, whereas here it's a little bit more enjoyable. So
you're safely through to the semi-finals. Good luck tomorrow, and hopefully see you on Sunday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations to our Irish combination. Delighted to see them progressing through to the next round of racing. And perhaps come Sunday, Camilla, they'll be painting the town green.
Yeah, perhaps they will. The Irish, always good fun here at Henley Royal Regatta. Now, if you've been joining us since Tuesday, every day, you'll know that we've been making the big call with some of our Henley Royal Regatta stewards. They've been giving us a prediction, a margin, and we've been holding them accountable to see whether it comes true. And yesterday, we had Olympic silver medalist Jess Eddy. Let's see what her prediction was. No pressure. I'm going to keep it London-based, but this time University of London
has gone off.
I think keep an eye on that crew. University of London in the Island at 5:40 versus Neerhouse. Neerhouse is seeded. UL raced yesterday, beat Imperial. I think UL are going to win by a 1 1/4 lengths today at 5:40. 1 1/4 lengths. Well, let's see how University of London got on in the Island Challenge Cup.
And here we have then out of the blocks, and it's just wonderful to hear the roar, the noise, the support, everything about these eights blasting out. And what a start from the Dutch just on the right-hand side of your screen. You know, the selected crew coming into this, but come the finish line, what a change, Camilla.
Yeah, what a change. A brilliant comeback from the University of London. The British University champions winning out over the Netherlands. Not quite the length and a quarter that Jess Eddy predicted, but certainly close enough that I think we can give her marks for that one.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, do you know what, she's done well. And I think our stewards are 2-1, I think, so far in their prediction. So hats off to them, despite all of the busyness and all of the jobs that they've got going on at this regatta. And of course, there is so much to this regatta. It's not just the racing out there on the course, and it's wonderful on this fabulous Friday. The sun is out, everyone's enjoying it, and whether you're on the riverbank in a deck chair or perhaps you're out on one of the boats that is just cruising up and down the river, but there's plenty of smiles from everyone who is enjoying this one.
Yeah, it is so much colour, so much pageantry. It's like nowhere else in the world here on Regatta Week in Henley-On-Thames. Just so much spectacle on the banks, and underneath all of this tradition, something is changing, and it's more visible than ever across the women's events here and through the programme of racing for women at Henley. It's been a big debut, new events, new competitors and new trophies, and we kick off today with the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup. It makes its very first strokes out here on the start line for the intermediate women's quads. And so brilliant to see that this brand new trophy will kick off today.
Absolutely. And speaking of new trophies, it's such a pleasure to say that coming up we are chatting with the designer of the new Danesfield Challenge Cup, Abigail Baker, to hear all about the crafting of this incredibly special trophy. It's rooted in history. There's so much. So take a look at this and see about all of the design, everything that went into making the Danesfield Challenge Cup.
To make a trophy of any trophy is exciting anyway, but to do one that's for a new women's event is just phenomenal. Bringing gender parity to a really old historical event, I think, is about time, but really exciting. For me, it's a canvas for expressing my spiritual connection to nature and honouring of the ancestral lineage of the metal. A lot of what I am doing is done the same way as it would have been 4,000 years ago. I wanted to go to the place to connect to the land because that is how I've worked. It was actually a really beautiful sunny day and there were 4 kites flying over me, which felt really significant as well. And I was standing on the cliff top looking down the Thames, and then I walked around the grounds, and while I was there I found a flint artefact. Went back and looked over the river again, and I thought, this person who's made this by hand, and I'm probably the first person to touch this in couple of thousand years maybe, that person also looked at this view. Women have been keeping this place going all this time. These are strong women. When I found out that there'd been this bronze spear found there, then that was it really. I was like, well, this is the symbol of warrior women from tribal times. I wanted to use that imagery to reference the time period and also to represent the swell from the oar blades. I've used 8 swells around each spear to represent the 4 sets of oars. A project like this actually takes, in this instance, is taking more than just me to make it. So there's actually a team of people from design to finish. It's nearly 6 months in production. I hope the women who win this trophy and the women who participate in the race will feel their own power. Not just their physical power, but their tenacity, their resilience. That's what warrior spirited means. Doing the same thing again and again until you feel like you've succeeded, whether that is winning or not.
Well, that's a very special trophy and a very special story that is worth understanding before it is lifted come prize giving on Sunday. And what is incredibly exciting is that Abigail is actually here on site today. And our reporter Ali Vance was able to catch up with her and a couple of other of the silversmiths who have contributed to the wonderful trophies that we have here at Henley Royal Regatta.
So I've come to the trophy room, and here are the 3 most recently commissioned trophies to come to this special place. And Abigail joins us. Abigail, we've seen your Danesfield Challenge Cup. It's beautiful, but how does it feel for it to be here? You're here and you're part of the amazing collection of silverware.
It's amazing. It's quite a historic event, and obviously my piece is inspired by the ancestral history of the site of Danesfield, so it's really great that it's joining an ancestral event.
Jessica, you designed the Bridge Challenge plate, this interesting trophy in the middle here. What was your inspiration?
Well, the inspiration was by the Isis and Nemesis sculpture on the Henley Bridge, made by Anne Seymour Damer, and it was just absolutely incredible to make this piece and sort of combine the fluidity of the gold in combination with the motion of the water, and I just loved making this piece throughout.
It's very beautiful. And this one as well, the Wargrave Challenge Cup, another recently commissioned trophy. And I love the way the light reflects off this, Angela. This was your creation.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, so the Wargrave Challenge Cup is to celebrate the Women's 8 Club 8's trophy that was installed during COVID, actually. So this was 2021 that I made it. And the bow of the boat, as it kind of breaks through the water, creates ripples, and also the stern as it comes away. And so what I wanted to do was to show the 8 different oars that touch the water and the power of the boat, going through at speed through the trophy. So hopefully, as you see, it's got this hand chase design, and as it turns around you see the sort of many facets of that.
You've definitely achieved that. But in terms of having new trophies at this event, new women's events and female designers as well, it's a nice occasion, marks a nice occasion.
It's really important. I mean, we know each other well. We've trained at similar institutions. We're an incredibly supportive and strong network. There aren't a great deal of us. We're, I would say, some of the best silversmiths in the UK.
I'd agree.
Yes, and obviously really nice to be able to see everyone's individual styles quite separately. And I think that's a lovely thing about a trophy, is that you can really see the maker in the trophy as well as the theme of the trophy itself.
Yes, superb. Thank you very much for talking to us. Beautiful trophies. Well done.
The trophies make the regatta for me. I went to have a look at them in the stewards' enclosure yesterday and saw some of the great work that the silversmiths were doing and saw some of their beautiful work. Well, the story of women's rowing at Henley Royal Regatta has been one of hard-fought progress, and it's part of a sort of bigger story around how women's rowing has been developing through the years as a sport. This year is a particularly special year as we're celebrating 50 years of rowing, half a century of women's rowing at the Olympic Games, that very first event back in 1976 in Montreal. And we are delighted to be joined by two guests that have been making change from the inside, pushing on, driving our sport. Anna-Marie Phelps, Olympic rower and Vice Chair of the British Olympic Association, and Jill Parker, whose connection with rowing spans decades of the sport. She represented Great Britain in that first ever 1976 edition of women's rowing at the Olympic Games. And Jill, Anna-Marie, welcome. Jill, I guess coming to you first, did you realise the gravity of what you were doing back there in Montreal 50 years ago?
I think initially, no, because it was just another event, and it was very exciting. We trained very hard. But I think once we got there, we understood the gravity, because we were the first women to row at the Olympics. And I was actually in the very first race, the very first heat of the very first race for women at the Olympics. And I do remember sitting on the start thinking, oh my goodness, this is it. This is what I've been working for. And it just was amazing. And we came away thinking, we've done it. And we've hopefully set a pathway, because it's going to continue. But it was a lot of hard work, a lot of sweat and tears, and a lot of being worried about being selected, being picked, being chosen, and then we got selected, and then we went and we competed, and it was terrific.
Amazing. And Anna-Marie, amongst all of the many hats that you've worn in sport, when you stepped down as chair of British Rowing, you talked about the word momentum instead of legacy. What does that momentum look like today for you?
God, I think nowadays, I mean, even since I stepped down in 2018, women's rowing has moved on apace. And now at the regatta, we've got a full tranche of events for women. A lot of people are saying now we've reached gender parity. I'm slightly pushing back as a steward of the regatta and saying when we have equal numbers of women entering and competing at the regatta, I think, well, that'll be closer to equality for me. But it's fantastic to see these new events. And the momentum behind women's sport generally is really building. When we think about the amount of press and media coverage we're getting for football, for the T20, which is on at the moment, what we really need to see is more of that. Back in the 70s, generally speaking, we saw women's tennis in the summertime, and we saw gymnastics in 76, some momentous moments, but hardly any other women's sport in the media.
You've kind of alluded to it there, but I'd be keen to hear, what change still needs to happen in order for that to kind of, showcase women's sport, continue to grow it. What would have helped, the athletes back at the 1976 Olympics with Jill, and now future athletes racing here at Henley Women's Regatta? What still needs to change?
I think we need to still continue to work really hard to normalise the fact that women are good at sport and do it, and to help people understand that actually just because women are not as physically strong and powerful doesn't mean that the sport they're doing isn't as good. We still have some real holes and some real gaps in sport in terms of representation of women, particularly at the top levels. So if you look across all of the sports, even across rowing and the national governing bodies of rowing across the world, very few are led by women and always have been. So there's that governance piece, the leadership piece, and until you have those women around the decision-making tables, making sure that it is possible, that the barriers are taken away for young girls coming up after us, it's always going to be a battle. So still lots to do.
Absolutely. And Jill, you've talked already about some of the rowing that took place in Montreal. Take us back to the beginning of that journey when you started out when you were 22 years old, and then 4 years later racing in Montreal. How did you get from Hackney to Montreal in that 4-year process?
Well, I started rowing at 16 at Lee Rowing Club in Hackney, because I lived up the road from there. I used to walk down and see the rowing, and I saw mainly boys and men rowing. So I inquired, I said, do girls row? And then someone said, well, if you bring some girls down to row, we'll put them in a boat. So I found some friends at school who I asked to come with me, and we started rowing. And I quite enjoyed it, because I always enjoyed sport and I always enjoyed a challenge. And this was a new sport. And I swam at quite a decent level as a youngster. And I took to it really well. So winning Brit Champs in 73... Cox Fours was the only girls' event at Brit Champs. And my little crew from the East End, we won it by 2 inches, but that was enough. I remember it. Our Cox was 12 years old. The crew was 17, 16, 14.
Amazing.
And we won it. So from there, the next year I went sculling because that crew broke up, and I had to scull in seniors. I think that's when I was recognised by Penny Chuter, who was the coach. So that year, as a senior sculler, I represented England at the home countries, although I was still a junior because there was no junior events for girls. And it went on from there. I got invited to squad trials. I thought, this is good. Went to squad trials, competed, got in, went to 75 World Championships in Nottingham and carried on to the Olympics. And I just thought, this is a dream. You know, I've come from that to here. And I just enjoyed every minute of it. I enjoyed competition and enjoyed the squad feeling, and I loved the rowing. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Amazing. And Anna-Marie, if there's one thing that you could say to the athletes who are competing in the 3 new events at this year's Henley Royal Regatta, what would that be?
I think they should just enjoy themselves. You know, this is not a professional sport. Nobody's going to make their living out of it forever. But it's a sport that teaches you so much and gives you so much. You know, it's transformed my life. I would never be doing what I'm doing now if I hadn't taken up rowing age 19. I was a bit older. But it will transform your life. It gives you friends for life. The things you go through with your crewmates, you guys know, make you stick together. So really just enjoy the moment.
Fantastic. Jill, Anna-Marie, it's been a pleasure to have you joining us in our studio today, and congratulations and thank you for everything that you continue to do for women's rowing and for women's sport. Now, though, what we can do is head out to the riverbank because our reporter, Ali Vance, is out and about and she has been catching up on today's Daily Buzz.
Well, Friday at Henley Regatta, the crowds get bigger, the banks get busier, and the noise certainly steps up another gear. We've got the military band here, the British Imperial Military Band, playing some classics. And new to the Stewards' enclosure this year is the wonderful Nye Timber Routemaster bus. It's a great addition, very popular. Nye Timber, of course, have been partners with Henley for a number of years. Lois, lovely to see you from Nye Timber. How's it gone this week?
Yeah, fantastic. It's great the bus is in here this week. We were outside in Little Lime Meadow last year, so it's fantastic that we're now inside the enclosure, in the hustle and bustle, nice and busy, as you can see. It's been fantastic.
So you've got you've got your traditional classic cuvée, but tell me about this very special bottle.
This is our limited edition rosé, which is around really until stocks last, but for this summer, just showing English summer fruits in the glass. Very pretty bottle. It's the same wine inside as our normal, let's say, rosé bottle, but just a nice little addition for the summer.
And where are you from again? Remind me, Sussex?
Yes, down in West Sussex. We have 11 different vineyards in Sussex, Hampshire and Kent. Yeah.
It's great to be here and enjoy the rest of the day. It's only going to get busier for you, so yeah, it's going to be a long day because there's a great buzz here. I'm going to just see if I can talk to some of the spectators in here. Hang on a minute. Sorry to interrupt you guys, break you up. Are you here supporting a particular crew?
Chicago Rowing Foundation.
Oh, we found some Americans. Great. Big weekend for you guys. Chicago are rowing this afternoon?
Yes, at 2 o'clock against LEH, Lady Eleanor.
And how are you connected with the boat?
Our daughter rows the stroke seat of the boat.
Ah, proud parents. How are the nerves?
Great, very confident, excited.
Okay, very confident. How's the season gone so far for you guys?
Great, they were second in nationals, so.
And first time at Henley for you. You're obviously involved with the team as well?
Yeah, I'm president of Chicago Rowing Foundation, and it's our first time here at Henley, and we're very, very excited. We had to raise a lot of money to get here, but we're excited for the competition and grateful for the hospitality.
Has it lived up to all expectations so far?
It has, for sure. We were here 2 years ago. Our son raced for Cornell, and so it's fun to come back and support the juniors this time.
And obviously hopes are very high in Prince Philip?
Absolutely. So we're hoping to progress after today, and our race is at 2 o'clock.
Good luck, guys. And how's the English sparkling wine?
Fantastic.
Right, settling the nerves. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Back to the studio.
Thanks very much, Ali. Lovely to see the band there at the open of those pictures. Can't wait. They've got Mary Poppins and Les Miserables on the programme later on today. I must get down the bank to listen to that. I'm a big musicals fan. But also great to hear from some of the parents there of the Chicago Rowing Foundation. And it's almost like they knew they were going to be on our look forward, our races, our key contests on this afternoon's programme. We're down to the quarterfinals. And funnily enough, it's race 42 in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy at 2 p.m. First race after the lunch break. LEH versus Chicago that you and I have been looking forward to.
We have been, in both LEH and Chicago we'll be hoping for one day more here at Henley Royal Regatta. LEH, we know they were doing so well at Henley Women's Regatta, finalists on this very course just a couple of weeks ago. So one of the, I think, favourites, because I say favourites because they've been on a real progression curve, have LEH since the national schools. They were in a different boat. They didn't race the 8 earlier on in the season, so it's been an exciting project. And Chicago coming across second, as they were saying, as the parents were saying, the US Youth National Championships. So it's always fascinating to see how the best of British matches up against the best of Americans. And of course, it's a big American contingent that's coming over. So very much looking forward to that one. And of course, well, the bands as well, kicking into life.
Our next preview feels particularly pertinent here on our celebration of women's rowing at Henley Royal Regatta and at the Olympics, because we've got the debut of the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup for intermediate quad sculls. The very first strokes will be taken in that event at 2:40 today. But there's another matchup in that particular event that we've identified as being quite a good one on the cards. 3:20 p.m. Reading University versus Molesey.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just worth highlighting and just giving a shout out to those crews who'll be taking the first ever strokes. That's Leander and Hartbury going up against Nearice in, as you say, the first ever Princess of Wales Challenge Cup. But Reading University, you know, if there was ever an event that had a red hot, absolute certain favourite, I'd put it on to this. Reading University have been so strong, and the programme that Simon Williamson, Will Rand, Chris Bartley have built up is one that breeds success but also breeds so much enjoyment out of rowing as well. And they have been dominating the sculling scene, they've been dominating the UK university scene, and I'm so excited to see them step up into the intermediate events. They're going up against Molesey Boat Club, winners of the Thames, winners of the Wargrave Challenge Cup last year, I could say, obliterating the record as well. So they're also taking the step up intermediate from that club level, and this should be a great race coming up later on this afternoon.
Yeah, you mentioned Reading, the students there racing up into intermediate, and let's stick with the theme of students. Let's go to the Temple Challenge Cup next, which is the student men's ace. Race 66 is the one that I've circled on my programme. 4:20, a big American matchup between Syracuse and Washington University.
It is. Look, you've had it circled. I've had this bolded and highlighted, quite frankly, since the draw came out last Saturday, because Syracuse have been such an exciting unit all season long. It's their second ranked 8, and they were 4th at the US National Championships. They're going up against Washington, which probably is the fastest boathouse in America when it comes to collegiate men's rowing. And this crew from Washington, it's a bit of a blend across some of their lower ranked boats. So it'll be fascinating to see how the strength and depth of Washington goes up against the experience and time together that Syracuse have spent. This is not one to miss.
Yeah, not one to miss. I will be bankside for that one. And finally, the Forley Challenge Cup. This has seen some great racing. I think the smallest margin of the week in this between Hinksey and Clare's Court yesterday, just 6 inches. But today in race 70 at 5:45 p.m, we've got Sir William Borlase going up against the Windsor Boys School.
And it's not just the athletes that have grudge matches against each other. Grudge match is perhaps not the right word to use, because it's a friendly rivalry between Mark Wilkinson, head coach of of Windsor Boys and Jonathan Keir of Sir William Borlase, because actually Jonathan Keir used to work underneath Mark Wilkinson when he was previously working at Windsor Boys, and he's taken all of those lessons, he's taken them to the Windsor to Sir William Borlase, and he's just working his magic. The two crews have been so close all season long. Windsor Boys won the National Schools Regatta, so they're coming as national champions. But earlier on in the year, Sir William Borlase beat Windsor Boys by less than 0.2 of a second. So it's going to be close, it's going to be tight. And after Windsor Boys' dominance in the Foley Challenge Cup in recent years, perhaps this is the year they get usurped by Sir William Borlase or perhaps someone else.
Well, we're going to have to find out, and we'll see where that race features on this afternoon's programme of racing. It's quarterfinals day here at Henley, and this is what you've got to look forward to on your afternoon programme. We kick off with that race that we are oh so looking forward to, Lady Eleanor Hollis versus Chicago Rowing Foundation in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. It's then that race in the Princess of Wales, debuting at 2:40 p.m. You can see it there, Leander and Hartbury versus Neuhaus. We continue on towards the tea break, and some brilliant races all through the afternoon, including more in that intermediate quads events, more Princess of Wales action on its first day of running, and then all the way through to the end of the day we've got rounds in the ladies, the diamonds, and yeah, it's going to be one brilliant showdown to try and find out who will be our semi-finalists on the Saturday, our penultimate day at the regatta. So, as you have known, we've been bringing in a steward for our big call every single day to see how they fare. We've had Sarah Cook, we've had Matthew Pinsent, we've had Jess Eddy. We've had a 2-1 record of wins versus losses on these predictions. And if you're familiar with rowing, you'll be very excited about today's guest in the studio, because we've got Grace Prendergast, Olympic gold and silver medalist, world best time holder and steward of Henley Royal Regatta. Welcome to the Progress Board. And Grace, we were commentating together yesterday evening. We had a great time, but we got to watch some of the Kiwi crews in action. Wasn't that wonderful?
We did, and it's amazing seeing how many Kiwi crews are coming over to Henley. It is so far away for us to come, but it shows how important this regatta is and how much people want to come here to not only race, obviously, on the water, but enjoy the atmosphere on the bank.
Yeah, and the atmosphere, it just builds into the weekend. It gets so busy here through Saturday, through Sunday finals. But there's a lot of your alma mater here supporting, and haven't Cambridge University had such a phenomenal run? I hope you've been keeping track of their progress.
I have. And it's so great, because obviously the boat race is such a big race for Cambridge, but now the attention is slowly turning more and more to keeping that training going and coming to Henley. And we're seeing a better and better performance this year. I mean, the Cambridge B crew, that they had an incredible race yesterday to top them. I think difficult race that they'll have this afternoon, but so impressive.
Yeah, well, we'll look forward to that one. And actually, you've also got some old teammates starting out there racing today in the Stoner Challenge Trophy. Brooke Francis, Lucy Spores. I bet you're looking forward to seeing the Olympic champions in action from New Zealand.
Yes, absolutely. I went and clapped them out on their tent this morning. It was a smaller clap out than probably the home crews get, but yeah, absolutely. I saw them come down the course this morning, looking very impressive. But yeah, they're another one that want to come over. They having some time off after the Olympics. Brooks had another baby, very impressive, and back on the water here. But Henley's sort of kicking off their next Olympic cycle.
Yeah, indeed. And, well, you've raced here yourself a few times, and one of the things that you did hold was the record in the Hambledon Challenge Pairs, which was broken this morning by the Italians, by Codato and Mariano. How do you feel about that? You know, here's the race in action. It must have been pretty crazy to watch that record being smashed.
Yeah, I think I jinxed it this morning. I was out on the back of the boats and someone said, "Oh, you hold the record for the Hambledon Pair." I said, yes, I do. No longer, but I think with any record, you know it's probably going to fall 1 year, and we were fortunate to set it in the very first year the Hambledon Pair was an event here. So, I mean, I'm obviously a massive fan of women's rowing. Seeing new crews coming through, it always excites me. But yeah, no longer in the book I will be.
Well, commiserations, Grace. No longer record holder, but you are here for your big call. We want to know what your prediction is for this afternoon. So, what is your big call, and what is the margin going to be?
I know I'm almost just as nervous for this as I was racing here, but I've a race that's actually been mentioned quite a few times already when you're looking forward to this afternoon. I've also gone for race 42, the Prince Philip. LEH versus Chicago. And one of the reasons I actually really like this sort of battle is because you're coming up, you know, the US schools and colleges so much history, so much intensity in their 8s, and then you're coming up against obviously more of a home crowd favourite. But what sort of happens when you get that crew that knows Henley so well up against the ones that 8s are so impressive and so important? I'm going to go for an LEH win by a length.
LEH to win by a length. Find out later on this afternoon. Well, actually, you'll be able to find out at 2 o'clock this afternoon when racing gets back underway in just over an hour's time, because that is all we've got time for on today's edition of the Progress Board. We've got that race coming up, so many more to look forward to, and of course, I'm incredibly excited to see the Princess of Wales get underway this afternoon.
Yeah, me too. And we've got the remainder of our semi-finalists to find. We're whittling it all the way down to the final 4 crews in each event. It's getting intense. If you've missed any of the quarterfinals this morning, you can watch it all on the Henley Royal Regatta YouTube channel on Catch Up. We've also got live racing back in action from 2 p.m. So do stay with us. And until then, enjoy every stroke.
The Prince Albert Challenge Cup, Newcastle University to the left and top of your picture. On the Berkshire station, Oxford Brookes University A in the red boat nearest to the camera. And away they go on the right, the Oxford Brookes University boat. We know all about their quality at Henley Royal Regattas in years gone by. The Holders University of London. They won it last year, this event, but both of these boats, Oxford Brookes making a good start, a good bid to get into a semi-final tomorrow. Oxford Brookes with the little bit more power away from Temple Island.
Yeah, just nudging ahead there of Newcastle, but this is a great start from both crews here.
This is coxed 4s, so we've got those unusual positions for the coxes behind.
This is great. We're just getting the marker boards there as well, Tim. So yeah, confirming that slight lead there for Brookes, as we saw the number 2, which denotes that station, just taking the lead there for Oxford Brookes on the Buck station number 2.
There they are, that Oxford Brookes boat that Adam was mentioning. But it's race on, isn't it? That's not a comfortable lead. That's a lead for Oxford Brookes, but Newcastle will feel very much in contention at this stage.
No, these are two great universities with great pedigree in this event, and Angelo Savarino, the coach at Newcastle, he's done, nearly 21 seasons now, so he knows the game, and this is a good crew here.
So let's head down the track. That was the early stages of this Prince Albert Challenge Cup heat, but this is live, and we talked about Newcastle being in contention. Well, looking at this stage of the race, they might even have a slender lead at this point.
I think they're clawing it back, and they're beginning to nudge in front of Oxford Brookes, which is fantastic there, because there was a really good transition out of the race start from Brookes, which got them that early lead. But I think Newcastle are now clawing it back.
Just watching where Newcastle sit in the water. They've come quite central. The umpire's happy enough as things stand, but they won't want to get any more central than that, will they, Newcastle? Otherwise they'll be sent back towards the Berkshire bank of the Thames here. That is absolutely dead level, isn't it?
Yeah, this is an amazing race. Fantastic to see these two boats neck and neck at this stage in the course. Like they did so well to maintain contact, and the coxing there from Imogen was amazing to keep them in contention.
Proper racing here, Newcastle against Oxford Brookes. Nip and tuck, cat and mouse. It's Oxford Brookes edging back into the lead, but this lead is toing and froing, and they've only raced half of it so far. There's a real shift going on from Brookes here. They're trying to make a decisive move here.
Oxford Brookes just look like they're holding their length of stroke just that bit better there, and Newcastle just looking like a little bit shorter there. I hope they can stride out and find their gear again.
Well, we've got the potential for a great race here. First half of the race has been everything we could have hoped for. You can hear the supporters on the bank. They'll be growing in number through the day.
Yeah, they're in full voice, aren't they? There's some really big cheers for both of these universities, which is fantastic to see.
Well, they probably recognise what an exciting and tight contest this one is, but quite noisy for so early in the morning at Henley. Oh, 9:10.
It's definitely waking everyone up in the campsites. Well, this is another great move from Newcastle now. Definitely clawed back that canvas. If anything, taken the lead.
This is a ridiculous race. I think I'm right in saying the lead has swapped 4 times already as they shift in front of the regatta enclosure and towards the stewards. And, well, that's the Oxford Brookes boat. You can see there Cowan Davis in the bow seat. You can see the Cox. It's Oliver Joyner. Newcastle battling away as well. There you can see them. Nicholas Summerfield in the bow seat of the Newcastle boat. This could be race of the day. It's only the second race of the day.
Absolutely incredible. They're already really kind of winding in for the sprint for the line. They've only just entered the enclosures, so this is going to be amazing to see how many more gears left they've got, how much more can they extract on the rate. Both the crews are looking like they're shaky now. They've obviously been throwing everything at it. You can see the blades sometimes skipping the water a little bit, but it looks like the Newcastle crew is now breaking away from the Oxford Brookes boat.
Exactly what you said. There was just a slight error in that Oxford Brookes boat, and that's allowed Newcastle to power on past, and an end of a thrilling race. Oxford Brookes have run out of gas, I suspect, because Newcastle have got more than a length as they head in front of stewards in the last few strokes to that finish line. And Newcastle will be hugely relieved and delighted to be into the semi-final of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. What a race. Actually, the margin of victory at the end, that doesn't tell the story of the race at all. It was so tight, the lead kept exchanging hands. Brilliant race.
Very hard fought, but well-deserved race there for Newcastle.
So, an all-Leander clash in the Visitors Challenge Cup. Leander Club A on the Berkshire station and B on the Buck station. So, 4s here. Saw these boats. I was down at Leander when they got onto the water around about 45 minutes ago. Great applause. The clap out, which has become a thing at Henley over the last few years.
Oh, it's huge, and huge for Leander Club. You know, those athletes are, I mean, as in all the racing, the athletes are quite close to each other as you're getting change and boating, but very, very much so when they're boating out of Leander Club, and you've got those 2 crews getting out this morning to race. But fantastic to see. Obviously, the B crew raced yesterday, but this is the first race for the A crew in this event. So the B crew had a good warm-up race yesterday, so they'll know how it feels to open up the lungs and get everything out of their legs.
It has become more of a feature at Henley, hasn't it? When they put the boats on the water, all the supporters, all the friends and family are there cheering them out, and definitely Leander was a place to be earlier on. Right, this is on the Buck station. You can see Leander Club B. So Callum Jenkins in the bow seat, Benedict Newton, Edward Bayfield and Daniel Bradbury in that boat. And they look like they're shifting it pretty well. It's going to be interesting with the bragging rights if it stays like this, because B are in front of A.
Yeah, they're doing really well. So they've obviously used the learning from yesterday and applied it to today. So it's obviously quite tricky to spot the difference between these 2 boats because they're both yellow. They've both got pink kits, but you can see the numbers. But we have the A boat on the left-hand side of the screen and the B boat on the right-hand side of the screen. And the B boat has given them a bit of a shake, haven't they? They're putting them under pressure to respond.
So dead level, the early stage of this one between the 2 Leander boats. If you're the coach, you're going to be nervous, aren't you? Because you don't want to suddenly got all your seats from.
Yeah, Matt Beachy, the coaching the men's programme at Leander Club, he's a very savvy operator here. He keeps it very fair. You know, we would have given them all a good talking to and made sure that you know, they just leave the best race out there for both boats. You know, this is great to have this standard and have two boats very evenly matched, with the B boat still maintaining a good sort of half-length lead there.
If you're in the A boat, so on the left-hand side of the screen there, are you worried at this stage? You've got to be really worried because this is relatively late into the race.
Yeah, you're coming into closures now, so you're going to have to start winding for a sprint. You will be thinking, oh, that other crew, they have got a race in their legs, so that will start to show a little bit as we get towards the end of the course. But you don't want to leave it too late, and there's a decent margin there at the moment for the B boat to be holding their A counterparts.
So pressure on the A boat. On the right-hand side, Robbie Prosser in the bow seat, Tom Ballinger, Jack Pryor and Jonathan Cameron.
There you go, they've knocked it up a notch or two now, haven't they? They're responding now, they're realising they're running out of time now and they need to do some damage quickly.
I think they might have heard us.
I think the B boat weren't quite, they clocked that and there was a little bit of shaking around in that boat, so I think this is going to level up pretty quickly now.
So Leander Club A on the right against Leander Club B on the buck station. They are still leading Leander Club B, and this could be a story because the B boat is about to cause an upset if they can hold their race together for these last few strokes. It's so tight. Leander Club A on the right of your picture, top of the screen, have been beaten by Leander Club B. It was marginal, but what a tight finish that was. And we're thinking on first sight that Leander Club B have caused an upset there.
Yeah, you can see it on all the athletes' faces. That is a big win for the B boat. They probably weren't expecting to do that, and the A boat are naturally looking very collecting their thoughts. But wow, what a race!
Yeah, good replay showing us that clearly. Confirmation coming through. Leander Club B winning the Visitors Challenge Cup against their crewmates Leander Club A. Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup. We've got the Italians against the South Africans.
I'm sure these two have raced each other and studied each other, knowing they're kind of up against each other internationally throughout this season.
Is it just a coincidence that you arrived in the commentary box and we've now got loads of pairs races? Or was that brilliant planning?
I mean, maybe it was brilliant planning by someone else, not by me, but I'm definitely more comfortable speaking about these races than any others.
Well, they've absolutely nailed it in terms of who we want in the commentary box at this time, because it's another pairs race. Mariano and Cadato, you can see on the left of your picture there, the Italian boat have got an early lead. Wesley and Williams of South Africa, they strayed out into the middle of the water and the umpire had to send them back towards the Buckinghamshire side. You can see beautifully painted South African coloured blades there going into the water.
Yeah, it's a great shot down the course. So, yeah, they've gone quite far back across and they can probably come slightly further away from the booms to be a bit more comfortable. But
so you can see the paintwork that's gone in there. I met John, the guy who does the art on the blades. He's in the boat tent. He gets well, dozens of demands each day to intricately paint the blades, the colours the athletes want. Look at that, beautiful, isn't it? The South African colours.
It's very colourful. It's not necessarily what they want; it's what their club's colours are.
Well, what they demand. But are you sure about that, by the way? You can just paint it something outrageous?
I'm not sure that's in the rules of racing.
I don't know. You have to check that. Anyway, John, he's been coming to Henley Royal Regatta for 70 years, he tells me.
Wow.
And he's got his paintbrush, and every day the athletes pop in and ask him for
touching
the
up
paintwork.
here and there. Yeah. I mean, you want your blades to look on point, especially if you want the good video and photographs. But it's so good seeing the number of pairs racing. I mean, this is the first day of racing for the women's pairs in Hambledon, but this was never an event in my time, sadly. It came in the year after I retired.
That's a shame. Well, maybe that's telling you something, Heather. Not too late.
I'm not sure I'd fare that well against these crews.
It's the Italian boat going through the picture. South African boat Wesley and Williams chasing along, trying to keep up with the Italians. There you are. That's credit to John, the artist, the painter, who gets those oars looking as perfect as he does. Just for 70 years of work going in there.
Brilliant.
He's not retired, Heather. Here's an umpire's flag being shown to the Italians. They might have a lead, but they're leaving some puddles for the South African boat to deal with, so the Italians being asked to get back onto their side of the water.
So interestingly, the Italian pair, they're racing this year in the pair, but both of them have raced in plenty of different boats. And, I think I want to say the bow girl raced in the mixed eight at last year's World Championships, so good experience across a good plethora of boat classes.
Yeah, quite. Looking lively and fresh and energetic, aren't they? Quite a long way into their race, but full of energy.
As you come towards the enclosures, that's when you sit up tall because you know there's people watching and people might comment. This is the bit you need to look at.
Oh, so all those years I used to watch you and you were only turning it on in front of the grandstand.
Could hide away from the cameras most of the time. These athletes can't now. We've got drones all over the place.
Yeah, there is no hiding place out on the water here. And it does make the regatta quite unique from an athlete's perspective, the fact that you can watch back your whole race and you're as close in the picture as you are. Presumably they do go back and watch the pictures and try and learn from previous races.
Yeah, I suspect they would. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's all kind of free video analysis here. It's on the plate for the coaches to dissect, and some of the drone footage we were having earlier where they were above the crew, then went round the crew, and I haven't seen it in this race, but you're seeing every angle. You can see where their knees are going, kind of how they're leaning, and yeah, you're not hiding at all. The coach will pick them all up for everything.
It's a real under a microscope, aren't you? There for scrutiny. But well done to the Italians here, chasing hard to the finish line. In front of stewards. Bit of bird life coming into play. Need to get out of the way. Yeah, that was quite a tricky moment for the Italian boat and for the bird life as well. They've taken evasive action. And we are over the line now, the Italians, Mariano and Codato. Well done to them. Good performance, beating the South African boat Wesley and Williams and through in the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup.
Attention!
It's the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. Podrazil and Nadella of the Czech Republic, and McCarthy and McCarthy of Ireland. Finton and Jake.
So another Irish double pair. This takes me back in time to...
Well, just watch them at the moment, Heather. Where are they going?
Going straight to the middle, which they don't need to do.
And some. Sarah Winkler's not having that.
Straight on it. Umpire Sarah.
Well, she's actually helped them out, hasn't she? She didn't want to let them go any further. She's having to get them back onto their side. So they're back in where they belong. Finton and Jake McCarthy, but it'll have unsettled them a bit, won't it? Having steered so dramatically out into, well, it was actually beyond the middle, wasn't it? Out onto the Berkshire side of the water. That's not going to help their confidence early on in the race.
No, I think when you're being told to steer in the first kind of 10-15 strokes of the race, it takes away from your start and kind of settling down into your rhythm. So it shouldn't really disrupt them most of the time, but I think at that part of the race, until you've settled down into your race rhythm, it's a bit difficult.
Yeah, get a bit preoccupied with that perhaps. But look, it's a really good race. Very tight. Only, quarter of a length, maybe half a length in it. Still the Czech Republic boat, Jakob Podrazil and Dalibor Nadella, who lead. But they're giving it a good go, the Irish boat.
They are, absolutely. I think they're rating slightly higher by the looks of it. I they can just keep gaining an inch or two, they might just get level as they come towards the enclosures, but they may have left too much to the end.
A combination of that and the Czech had a response, didn't they? And they saw the Irish boat coming. They want that length lead, and that's what they're sitting on now.
They need to channel their inner O'Donovan brothers, who are the other well-known double from Skibbereen Boat Club.
They had an incredible record, didn't they?
They were good at finishing well.
They did cause a few they created a few headlines, didn't they, with their finishes. There were a few races where you thought they were down and out, and they turned it around ridiculously late.
Yeah. So maybe still time. Come on.
So
still time.
We will see.
But no, as you come through the enclosures, I think it looks like the
Pinton and Jake McCarthy will be reproducing any of that, and the Czech double here, Podrazil and Nadella, have held that length lead. They've got a good firm grip on the race. Big crowds building as the morning goes on. Friday is always traditionally a big day for the crowds here, and half a length in the end. Well done to the Czech boat that will go through into the Double Sculls Challenge Cup semi-final.
Attention! Go! Go!
So, highly rated boats in this Coxed Falls, the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Away go Harvard University on the buck station on the right of your picture, up against Oxford University. This should be a hotly contested race.
This should be a good race of the day. Two crews who didn't have to go through the qualifiers, pre-selected crews meeting for the first time.
Yeah, so there's nothing in it at this stage. So this is the very early stages of Temple Island, just behind them. So this is the early stages, and then we head down towards Forley, and that's where they were at Forley. So an advantage, Oxford University nearest to the camera with nearly a length, three-quarters of a length lead at that point in the race. And then if we head to the live action a bit further down the track, and Oxford University, you can see, have got a good lead. They've got a good command on this race.
They do, but there's still contact, and see both crews look very controlled. Each racing their own race plan. There's still plenty of distance to go in the race.
Conditions-wise, Heather, it's good, isn't it? There's not much of a disrupting wind, I don't think. You'll know all about the water here. And they talk about the temperatures of the water as well. Fast water is warm water, isn't it?
Yeah, and the temperature is warm, so I did the Henley swim last weekend.
Oh, did you on Sunday night?
Yeah.
No, Saturday night.
Yeah,
Sunday
early morning Sunday,
yeah.
And I can tell you that the water is warm.
Okay,
I was in a wetsuit. I did not need to be in a wetsuit.
But so you'd expect times to be pretty brisk.
Yeah.
We watched a few minutes ago, didn't we, in the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup, Mariano and Codato winning, the Italian. And they have set a new record, apparently. We'll come back to that in a moment. 7:46 it was in the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup for the Italians. Now let's concentrate on this one, though, the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, because there is a move from the Americans. Harvard University, they've still got plenty of water to make their move. There's plenty of this race left. Oxford University have had the upper hand, but Harvard University are far from beaten.
Absolutely, I think they are. They've closed that gap quite a bit, and as we're going to come towards the enclosures, there's going to be a nice close race for the spectators on the side to see.
Yes, this will be a good one for the spectators to get their teeth into as we go past the 5-minute mark in this Prince Albert Challenge Cup, and they'll be racing to the finish line, I suspect, here, which obviously helps with the times, doesn't it, when they have to fight all the way to the end. Oxford University won't let up. They've responded to that threat from Harvard with their own move, established their lead again.
And with the cocks in the boat, no one needs to look out. You can see the heads are all really still, just looking straight down the course from all the athletes, just focusing what the cocks is telling them to do.
Right, which of these two boats has got the most energy? Who's got the burst? Since this race is not over, that's Oxford University nudging ahead, but Harvard, I wonder if they've got the energy there to turn it around. There's the cocks you can see. Natalie Gregg in that Harvard boat.
I don't know what the rates are, but they look fairly well matched, so it's who's going to have the next gear sprint for the line.
Yeah, has anyone got a change of gear? I wonder if it could come from Oxford, maybe. We'll see.
It looks like Harvard have taken the rate up, I think, looking by the eye, but Oxford seem to still have the distance per stroke. So.
Yeah. They might have stretched their lead here. Now Oxford have changed, haven't they? They've shifted up whilst you were talking, Heather.
Yeah. Just taking the rate up doesn't necessarily mean you're going faster. It's the boat speed that's important. I think Oxford still have the control there, which is meaning that they're still just nudging ahead.
But it's a good race. Harvard thrashing out the rate, trying to get back level, trying to nudge in front, but it's Oxford University who'll hold on in front of Stewards in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. They shift on to a semi-final and half a length down Harvard University. It was a good tussle all the way from Temple Island down towards Henley Bridge, where we are on the finish line, and you can see in that Oxford University boat what that means to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, Shiplake College against Teddy's, St Edward's School up in Oxford.
Both of these boats have raced. This is the third race of the regatta already, so that's good.
Yeah. Well, good in some senses. Do you think their bodies are feeling it's good at this stage? They'll be pretty weary by Sunday if they get that far.
Well, Shiplake have been to Sunday before. They
won it last year, didn't they?
Current winners, yeah. I think there's a few more members in that boat who rode last year.
Some returnees from the winning Shiplake College boat, and this is so tight, isn't it? Big rivals, Shiplake against St Edwards, and in this eight, we've got the makings of an excellent contest here. So this is the early stages of the race. Let's go live down the course and we can see where they've got to. Is it still tight? Yes, it is. Shiplake perhaps a fraction in front, we'll have to wait, but that's a very tight race, isn't it?
It is, and the rowers are all rowing really nicely. The blade work is really good, just dropping in, pushing away. Cox is really in control in both boats. Again, the athletes' heads are just staying in their boats, not looking around.
Well, every little bit of technique could make the difference here, and the races are this tight.
Yeah, you don't dare be that person who looked around. Could have been the one that given away a margin.
When you watch the race back on the, well, I was going to say the video later, but that just shows my age. When you watch the race back, if you're the one that's had the glance around to see, and they're pulling away here, St Edwards. So yeah, it makes a major difference if you just one of the athletes turns around to have a look. That would unsettle things, would it?
It's not necessarily the turning around, it's whether you're, while turning around, you're not dropping your blade in with everyone else or exactly the right time. So it's the consequence of moving your head and focusing on something else. It means you're not necessarily...
It's a giveaway.
Yeah.
So it's all about concentrating on the right things at the right time.
Absolutely.
And right now, they need to concentrate on what they're doing. There's still time for Shiplake. St Edward's School with the lead, but you can see there's quite a lot of race still to go. In the bow seat in the Teddy's boat, Alex Thompson, 17 years old, nearest to the camera. In the stroke seat, Oliver Price, Alex Brown, the Cox, in the Teddy's boat there, nearest to the camera.
He's an experienced Cox. This is his third Henley appearance, so he knows this course very well.
And he just had a look across his left shoulder, didn't he, to see where Shiplake had got to. for the cocks, and that is actually part of the job, isn't it? You've got to make sure you know where you are.
I'd like to think a cox can look around and still steer. That is their role.
Yeah. And here you can see the Teddy's boat, Alex Thompson, we mentioned, in bow seat across the water in the Shiplake boat. Luke Johnson there in the bow seat, still in contention. Still enough time, but they need to do it now or they'll be out. And they are doing it, aren't they? Shiplake have making a move. It's very, very tight here. Shiplake have really shifted on. Good change of gear, and they're coming back against St Edwards, who will be gasping in these final few stages, Heather.
Absolutely. The stroke of Shiplake is definitely driving his crew. It's not over till it's over, and he's taken that rate up.
Teddy's trying to hang on for dear life in that boat on the left-hand side of the shot, but Shiplake again have found another response. This is going to be very tight. Teddy's trying to hold on, and they have done, and they will go through in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, but that was a very, very tight victory against a plucky Shiplake College, who fought to the end there. Served up a real treat. That's the margin of victory for St Edward's School. Shiplake, credit to them. They really did give it a go.
Gosh, you see how much they came back from. They were a good length down at one point coming into the enclosure. So, yeah, they really closed that out towards the end. But St Edward's held off.
Attention! Go!
This is a round of the Island Challenge Cup. University Women's Eights. Groningen, Studenteren, Roveringa, Eiger. The Netherlands versus Durham University. I can say that one a bit easier. I'm from Durham. Durham in that platinum on the right of your screen. You see Eiger on the left of your screen.
Durham mean business. They blast off the start here.
Great start there. What a blistering start by both crews. Pretty level off the end of the island. They're still absolutely blasting it as they come through the barrier. And look at those little numbers on the top of your screen. The barrier 2 and a 1 is telling you what the distance is. Half a length to the crew on the Buckinghamshire station. Durham are up by half a length.
And for me, Benjamin Jennery has steered an absolute blinder, straight as a die off the start. Let's see if that'll pay dividends later down the course.
Durham, great pedigree in the eights in this event. We didn't see a super strong showing of them women's eights this year. Didn't crack the top 10, but that was months ago now, and they're right here now in the thick of it. This crew from the Netherlands, Eiger, pushing them hard. There's about a third of length in it.
They're moving. The Dutch crew definitely moving. It looks a bit livelier. I think almost every stroke I can see an inch that this is going to be a humdinger of a race.
So both of these crews raced one round of this yesterday. Look at Eiger at the top of your screen. They won by a length and a quarter over Brooks, very textbook. Durham beat Edinburgh by a length and a half. So both crews probably a similar route to today.
And I think Durham have seen that, and I think Benjamin in the Cox's seat has just said, look, they've moved, it's our turn now, let's go again. And I think Durham have pushed back out to a more commanding lead. Let's see how things come when we get to the next camera shot.
Well, that is the sign of a great Cox. One of the most devastating things you can do when you're side-by-side racing is absorb another crew's push. So if the Cox is clever enough and looks around and sees where they've had a change of pace, throw in a push for your own crew, because that is absolutely soul-destroying if you can do that. Look at them come down here. They're going through quite a part of the course. Eiger, the Netherlands, hanging right in with Durham University as we approach the enclosures.
I think Durham have they've just got a little bit of a sense of being ahead. They're ticking around down at 37 strokes a minute. The Dutch crew at 36. It just feels like Durham have the upper hand and have that, you know, that the glancing across in the bows. If you're in the front of the boat, you could just feel like you know you're up. There's a little bit more confidence in that boat. See that beautiful hull sitting proudly, nice symmetry. Just looks like one pair of oars driving down the course.
These athletes are going for it. You've got them flat out. It's now or never. From the Groningen student Roveringen Eiger, what have they got? Have they got that belief and that trust in their crew, or have Durham done enough? Durham are taking it up.
And here come the Dutch. Here come the Dutch as well. So both crews have increased it. They've turned that screw, as we would call it in rowing. It's just eking up the rate, eking up the power, eking up the length. And we've got both coxswains, both Caitlin in the Dutch crew and Benjamin in the Durham crew, will be commanding their crews down. They've rehearsed this. They've got the crew calls ready. Who's going to have the upper hand in the final 30 strokes?
And I think they've left it too late. Durham have maintained that half a length lead as they're coming past the progress boards. The grimaces on the faces of these athletes, they are throwing it in, even the kitchen sink. They're still coming, Eiger, though. They've done enough to hold on, Durham. Or is it going to be an upset today? Ah, what a race.
Great row.
Unbelievable scenes. A huge finish from Groningen Eiger, but Durham held on there. They just held the win, and it's a win from Durham University in the Island Challenge Cup over the Eiger crew from the Netherlands.
Attention! Go!
You join us at the start of the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy Junior Women's 8 St Edward's School on the left of your screen, Shiplake College on the right of your screen, and this is a repeat of the Princess Elizabeth, the men's event from this morning, where St Edward's took a scalp of Shiplake. How are the women's equivalents going to do?
Well, we'll see. It looks to me like maybe Shiplake got the better of the start there. They're very hard to tell from this angle. The Teddy's crew got an enormous cheer coming out the boat end today, so they are replete with support in the enclosures.
Tell you what, this is going to be one of the big showdowns of actually the regatta. These crews were only parted by 1 second at the National Schools Regatta early this year. You're looking at the gold medalist Shiplake on the left, St Edward's, Oxford on the right, got silver. What a grudge match.
Tight from this angle, isn't it, Jess? Very hard to call.
And it's called there by, I think it's bow ball right now to St Edward's in that white lycra, the blue oars. But Shiplake look like they've almost squeezed back as they pass the barrier.
It's always a challenging part of the race, this. It's where you realise you've got to settle onto a rhythm. You can't just keep up in the 40s. You've got to come down and settle if you're going to make it to the end of this course. And it's also where you can get caught out on this course, being 112 metres further and against the stream versus an international 2,000-metre course.
These crews know each other. They've raced each other all season. It's about 1 foot to St Edward's as they approach Forley.
They are two powerhouses of junior rowing, aren't they? St Edward's and Shiplake on the girls' and the boys' sides. Showing here two very competitive crews. Being neatly steered by their respective coxes, both on their stations.
I think Shiplake have squeezed back in those last 100 metres, and they've taken back that foot, and they're leading by a canvas over St Edward's as they come through the middle of the course. What have St Edward's got?
That's right, Jess. It's changed the tune of about a quarter of a length, hasn't it, between the two crews? Let's see if Teddy's can respond, or maybe coming on to half a length. It does look like Teddy's, Shiplake, sorry, have the superior boat speed through the middle of the course right now.
Well, an early lead from St Edward's School, Oxford. I know their coach very well, Natasha Townsend. She will have drilled this crew strongly to believe through the middle, but I tell you what, the coach of Shiplake is also no slouch. Dan Safadari, he's got multiple winners at international level, Henley level. He will also be telling his crew, keep the faith through the middle of this race.
It looks so serene from up here, doesn't it? On these cerulean waters when you're in that boat, it is anything but. It can be smooth and well-timed, but it is difficult. And we might see it here as the drone comes in. We see the grimaces etched on these athletes' faces.
Yeah, let's go, Teddies. Let's go, Shiplake. You're coming into these closing stages now. You've got about 600 metres. St Edward's School. If you want to do something, you've got to go now. You are powered on by that loss at National Schools. Can you overturn this? Shiplake will want to move ahead.
You're spot on, Jess. If they want to do something, Teddies need to go now. It's too much in the enclosures to make up this.
Shiplake is so good, so in control there. It's always easier when you're sitting. They've actually squeezed a length out of lead right now, and they're actually looking pretty powerful. I think St Edward's have thrown the kitchen sink in, and maybe this is Shiplake's time to move away. Level of competition here on the Friday of the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy Junior Women's 8s. These are the very creme de la creme, the top of the top of junior rowing, and they have about 300 metres left. A rammed bank at Henley, thousands of people are cheering these crews on. A length separates Shiplake over St Edward's. Have St Edward's got anything left?
Dan Safdari will be very pleased with his girls here. They've just been holding that lead, maybe extending it slightly. Not always easiest to hold off a length's lead. You've just got that crew nipping at your heels all the time. The Shiplake have been pretty bulletproof here. And now they've got all the support coming from the enclosures. Both these crews will be winding into the line.
Well, you cannot fault St Edward's. They went out to win this race. They took an early lead. They held on to that during the opening stages, but Shiplake had all the answers. They overturned that lead to drive themselves to the finish line, drive themselves to the weekend of Henley, and they take the win in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. Joining us at the start of the round of the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. Open pairs, Thames Rowing Club versus Rotorua Boat Club Island. I'm going to call them Thames and Island.
Yeah, I thought both crews didn't rush the first few strokes there. They're really getting hold of something. It meant they weren't on to strokes 2 and 3 that quickly, but they did get hold of something. I didn't expect the Thames to take this kind of lead early on. They're not favoured in this race. Let's see if they can actually translate that lead, that early fast start, into a high base pace and take it to this Olympian Irish crew.
Well, quite, Stan. You'd imagine this crew you're seeing at the bottom of your screen in those white vests. These are Irish Olympic rowers. They raced quite recently together. They've got that synchronicity of rowing in the pair. The Thames pair, the opposite. They've kind of just jumped in this pair from what we understand, and they went out like a bullet out of a gun there.
It will be interesting though. In small boats, it's one thing getting a fast start, it is another getting across the finish line early, and I think it will still be a tall order for this Thames crew to hold off this Irish crew, who did make the Olympic final in this crew, in this boat, at the last Paris Olympics.
Yeah, you're seeing Nathan Timoney and Ross Corrigan on the right of your screen. Irish internationals. They've actually just come back from racing last week in Lucerne. So less than a week ago they were racing in Switzerland. They probably hoped for a few easier rounds to start off the regatta, but right now Thames are taking it to them.
I think you're right, Jess. I'm very impressed by this Thames crew. We're at the 3/4 mile here, and still it looks like they have their bows in front. And I don't think many spectators would have expected this.
Well, Luke Butter, Alex Willett, take a bow, because you are really pushing this international crew. They'll be heading off to the World Championships in a matter of months, and they have really put the Irish under pressure, but Ireland have responded.
It does look that way, doesn't it, Jess? It now looks like the Irish have got their bows in front. I would expect them to keep moving away, but this Thames crew have already proven me wrong once. Let's see what they can do. Both crews steering a nice, clean line. They haven't troubled the umpire. The Thames crew quite close to the booms, not dangerously.
You're looking at here is international athletes. They've medalled on the world stage, come from Ireland, come over to the regatta. We have a lot of internationals who want to come and race in this famous course. And they'll be trying to get to the weekend in as clean, most energy efficient way as possible, but Thames are not letting them do that at all.
They are not, are they? It's not an easy angle, but it looks pretty nip and tuck here. Irish rowing has just experienced the most incredible run, hasn't it, in the last decade? A trail blazed by the O'Donovan brothers from the, especially the Rio Olympics, where they got a silver medal in the lightweight double, and it feels like a lot of others have now stepped into the fold to keep this momentum in Irish rowing, including these two young men here.
Right now, if I was an international rower going up against a club boat, I would be hating this. They've been put under masses of pressure. They probably thought they could take this crew out and wind down, but they've had to really dig in to get their bows ahead. And as we approach the enclosures, the last 500 metres, they've just broken clear to clear water.
It's true. It's such a tough psychology, isn't it, for the leading crew when you have that Olympian pedigree and people expect you to win. It's not a comfortable place being a length up against a seriously punchy, aggressive crew from Thames.
So as they go, we still see the Irish crew winning over Thames Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. They've got a little bit of bobble. This Irish pair should be no bother for them, and they've actually taken their rate up. They look like they're squeezing towards the line. They do not want to give Thames a sniff.
Yeah, and they're right to do that. I think it would be madness to even think about winding down here with this crew on their tail. They just want to try and shut the door on this, and at this point, if that means spending some more energy ahead of the weekend, then so be it.
Well, Corrigan and Timoney under pressure throughout this race. Their pedigree has shone through. They get to execute these last 300 metres.
Yeah, they have put a bit more in now, haven't they?
Certainly have, but that was not easy. And they're probably going to get off here, get cooled down, have a look at this race and realise that a very, very, very good club crew has thrown everything at them.
Big kudos to that Thames crew. I don't think many expected them to take the fight like that to these Olympians.
Well, maybe at the finish line doesn't look like it was a cracking race, but believe you me, that was great scenes as Corrigan and Timoney take the win over Putter and Willett of Thames Rowing Club in the goblets.
The River Thames glittering like a fine glass of English sparkling wine. Welcome back to our live coverage. It is day 4. We're heading into the evening, or the afternoon session rather. Delighted to be joined by Jim Harlow. Now, Jim, you're an umpire, you're a steward, you're a airline pilot. You've probably spent your life making tricky decisions, whether that's at 35,000 feet or on the Thames. Can much parallels be drawn?
I guess there are. At least here at Henley, my office doesn't move at 6 miles a minute, which is a bonus. But it's a similar sort of thing, really. It's all about planning and preparation, and it's a team around you too, because out on the umpires launch, we've got 2 timekeepers who are usually ex-umpires, so I can pull on a bit of advice too. And there's also a great group of umpires, and we share our experiences every day and try and learn from each other. And yeah, the process is quite similar in many ways.
And when you're doing both jobs, whether it's in the air or from the umpires launch, we do have a very special stretch of the River Thames here.
Yeah, don't we do? One of the beauties, and actually it's a real privilege to be on the umpires launch, is we go down and you have guests from all over. They could be families and friends and coaches, but people just have never been to regatta before, and it's great opportunities to go down to start for 10 minutes, just chat to them about the history of the regatta, and that could be anything from the course to what the weather's like, to why they've come, what they feel about the place, and what I can learn from them. Really, it's really interesting to hear what they've got to think about when they first come here, and actually once they've been here for a while, especially a really good year like this where the sun's been amazing, the racing's been fantastic. Yeah, so it's I love the opportunity to go down to start for 10 minutes just chatting to everyone.
And does it still give you the same buzz as the first time you came here?
Oh yeah. In fact, it's interesting, I had a race on Tuesday, Cox's 4 race, where the victor won by foot. And my heart was absolutely pounding then. And I was looking around, the coaches were all, their hearts were all going as well. We were just watching, let alone what the actual crews are going. So that's why I love umpiring. You still get that buzz that you get when you're an athlete on the start. And just fortunately, it's like less painful.
You're coming into Heathrow. Do you always look for this stretch of the River Thames when you're coming in?
Yeah, very much so. You can't miss it, really, because especially when on a good weather day, which is the days are clear, the wind tends to come to the east, so we come in over Windsor and land at Heathrow. So you do this big left-hand turn very often, turn in over the course. And I can't help but have a quick glance down the left-hand side and have a quick look.
Right, OK, some silly or light-hearted quick-fire questions. Right, cockpit or umpire's launch?
This week, umpire's launch.
Headwind or tailwind?
Tailwind.
Always. We've seen some records this week. It's been a good week. Sunrise departure or first race of the morning?
Sunrise departure.
Landing at Heathrow or waving the white flag at Henley?
Waving the white flag at Henley. That's easy.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Jim Harlow. As I say, umpire, steward and pilot, airline pilot. Right, OK, let's hand up to our commentators then, who are going to take us right through to the tea interval around about 4:20. It is Martin Cross who is overseeing the procession this afternoon.
Hello there. We are back with you on day 4 at Henley. Look at that schedule. I'm Martin Cross, with me JRN's Tom Morgan. When you see that schedule, Tom, what goes through your head?
Lot of very interesting races, Martin, particularly in the 8s. Loving the 3 Prince Philip races we've got up until 3 p.m. Lots of narratives to unfold there. And of course, at the 3:30 mark, Laha against Neerhouse. I think Neerhouse, one of the class acts of the regatta so far, so super excited to see them take to the track.
Yeah, a lot of Dutch crews on the water this afternoon. We'll talk you through them. Here we are, Martin and Tom, and excited to work with Tom. He just knows so much about the crews here, and I'm going to be throwing him some good questions, some curveball questions, but he's going to be able to answer them all, I am sure.
We'll find out.
So we're off up to the start, the first race of the afternoon, day 4. Lady Anne Hollis School. Well, there's the umpire. Who is that in the launch? Can you see that? I can't see who the is. Anyway, Hollis with their new yellow Empacker. They are on the far side, the Berkshire station, and Chicago Rowing Foundation. They are on the right-hand side of your screen. From Chicago, USA. Hollis quicker out in their heat, and Chicago pretty much posted a similar time at the end. How do you see this race developing?
Yeah, I think the Americans are defined by their punchy characteristics at the beginning of the race. They tend to start very, very quickly, although looking at those pictures, maybe LEH are the slightly better of the 2 opening few strokes. But I'm excited to see whether LEH can continue to build on the momentum that they've been sort of creating over the last few weeks. Finalists at the Henley Women's Regatta, and you can see there, Martin, already a few seats up on this crew from Chicago.
Yeah, just a little bit off the back end, I think, more than the Americans, are quite front-ended crew. And that's why they've got that bit of an advantage. We're looking at Bow in the Chicago 8, Kennedy Sinclair, the 17-year-old. In the 7th seat, Tom, I did spot Abby Biederman, who is just 16. Has come into the boat. She's a figure skater, would you believe? And I wondered if Sir Steve Redgrave could take any lessons off her. He was on Dancing with Ice, wasn't he?
Look, if she gets knocked out, I'm sure she'll be happy to chat to him about figure skating. I think for now she might be focused on trying to ensure that LEH don't define the narrative of this race very early doors, because they are moving like a steam train here. Every stroke you can see their athletes just moving out ever so slightly on Chicago, who will likely be a little bit rattled by just how fast LEH have moved up the blocks here.
Jamie Kirkwood is the lead coach of the Hollis crew. There we see them, Maddie Clark in the stroke seats. This is her last year at school. Behind her, Hannah Kelly, boat club captain, off to university in Japan. And Leah Hemrick behind her, out for most of last season with a broken wrist. Made it back this year. And she's anchoring that boat at 6. So the Hollis boat, I mean, it's close, isn't it? They've got an advantage, but they haven't shaken the Americans off. This is going to go all the way down the track.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, Martin. So often these contests at Henley, defined by one crew, starts very, very well. And if they're unable to sort of break that overlap, the elastic band that connects the two boats, they find themselves being attacked again in the second half. So it's whether Chicago are unfazed by the start that LEH have had, whether they can gather themselves and find some second half momentum. But at the moment, it looks like LEH rowing really smoothly, really calmly, and you just compare and contrast those styles. The Americans chunkier, more punchy around both ends, and the finesse and sort of panache of the British crew just continuing to move them along here. But I think as we look at these shots as they come past, to me, Martin, I think Chicago maybe regained some ground.
Yeah, totally. And Coach Mike Walling of Chicago, these guys row in Chicago's Clark Park on the Chicago River. There's the Americans. Now, he says that his women can each bench press over 200 pounds. What do you reckon to that?
It's a lot more than I can bench press, so I'm probably not really qualified to comment. I'm not surprised. There are some powerful girls in this unit. And Chicago Rowing Foundation, one of the big clubs in the sort of northwest, I guess, of the United States of America. Really powerful program that they've put together there. And this is their first time over at Henley Royal Regatta. We heard from a few of the parents of the athletes in this crew right before we launched the lunchtime show earlier today, the progress board. And they are confident, they're quietly confident that this crew has what it takes to go all the way in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy.
Yeah, we had a look there at the stroke. Olivia Lindemann, she's going to Princeton University, great women's program there. And a lot of this Hollis crew off to universities. Remember them coming in the last day of A-levels at the boathouse. They share the boathouse down on the Thames at Molesey with Hampton School. It looks to me like Chicago Rowing Foundation have got their bows in front, and I don't know if Hollis have got an answer.
No, not at this stage. We saw Hollis, as I say, stretch out in the opening stages, and Chicago really maturely responded here. It's not often we see this. The American crews are usually the more front-ended of the two boats, but on this occasion, Chicago maybe learning the lessons that some of their American compatriots in previous years haven't quite picked up, and just not going with LEH too aggressively out the start, allowing themselves now to just rely on their, what I think is superior horsepower, and they're stretching out.
Yeah, that's a great shout. And I think at the front end, that power's really coming in. They're connecting quite loosely. They're not losing much grip at the front end, the Americans. And with that power that they've got, that Coach Walling has helped instill in them, that's given them a dominating position in the middle of the race. I don't see a way back for Hollis from this.
As you say, Mike Walling spearheads this programme. Won back-to-back World Championships with the USA Under-19 Women's 8, 21 and 22. Still holds the world record in that boat class from Varese, Italy. So he knows what it takes to win at the highest level, has been coaching girls' crews to supreme heights for many years now. And I think you're right, Martin. This is now what I described earlier, that elastic band has snapped. Not only can LEH not really see their opponents, they're struggling probably to hear them. So finding the momentum and the motivation to reclaim ground is going to be really tough.
Yeah, they will dig in though. They had a fantastic result at Henley Women's Regatta, getting through to the final, losing out to the all-powerful Headington crew. She's a real fighter, Maddie. You can see her there in the stern of the boat, and she will be leading them right down to the finish. Amethyst Maggi, 17-year-olds, coxing that boat, urging the crew on, but the Chicago crew, let's fly up to them. Let's just see that front end, see how they look. Never let up, really. Locked in, quick. Finishes look, to me, good. A little bit longer than perhaps early on, just off the start. Rowing in lovely flat conditions, Tom.
Yeah, that picture there, just following Chicago. They're pulling away now with each stroke. There's clear water between the two boats, and you've got the banks of people on the side of the river just watching these two crews make their way down. First race after lunch. The applause will go up for LEH, but I think it's too late for Jamie Kirkwood's girls. It's Chicago all the way.
People still to come back for lunch, but enough in the enclosures to make their presence felt for these two crews. Two great boats, two great crews, two fantastic coaches. There can only be one winner, and at the moment that looks highly likely to be the women from Chicago Rowing Foundation, USA. It's heartbreak for Hollis, as it was for Hampton School, who share their boat house earlier today, who went out. Chicago progressed through from this heat of the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy for junior girls 8s. Hollis come in, great row from them, just came up against a more powerful crew. So let's wait for the umpire's white flag, and then we'll give you confirmation. There's the white flag. So, confirmation, Chicago beat Hollis in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. So we're off at the start, the Queen Mother Challenge Cup, Leander Club closest to us, their Cerise Pink Blades, and on the far side, Oxford Brookes University and Queen's University Belfast. We'll talk about these crews as they go down. I like the way Leander have come off the start, nice and straight down that island side, Tom.
Well, for this Leander crew, they're up against quite the outfit in the Irish national quad, sort of hiding under the disguise of Oxford Brookes University and Queen's University Belfast. And I guess Leander's tactic here, Martin, is to stay with the senior quad for as long as they possibly can. You can just see the smoothness of that Irish quad in the background compared to the slightly chunkier rhythm. Will home knowledge come into play here for Leander, who know this course back to front, hugging the booms really tightly there and making the most of the stream?
Well, these Leander lads, Costley, King, Fox and Jones, I mean, they will have seen international race records, and the Irish quad have been racing in World Cups. They haven't had the happiest time. They'll hope to come here and do something, you know, really different. They've got the lead, as you can see, by just over clear water. But this is a bit of redemption, I think, for this crew from Oxford Brookes and Queen's University Belfast.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Martin. They've had a slightly tricky international circuit so far this year, not quite fulfilling the obvious potential in this boat. Stroked by Conan Patsia, the under-23 world champion there in shot, really driving that crew on. They've got a really rugged style, moving the boat along. They'll have seen Finn and Jake McCarthy lose out in the double this morning. They'll be desperate to make sure there is good Irish representation on the Saturday of Henley Royal Regatta, and it doesn't look to me like Leander have the answers.
Although, to be fair, I think Finn and Jake are in a quad with the Portuguese.
With the Portuguese, they are indeed.
Yeah. So there's Leander. You can see the stroke man, Dan Jones, 27 years of age. Sunglasses on the head, actually. Interesting choice from Dan Jones, the lightweight from Edinburgh, or former lightweight from Edinburgh University. So let's have a look. Conan Patsaya, well, he was in the Worlds last year. I think he raced in the single. And the lad's got an interesting heritage. He's born Swiss, his mother's Irish, from Belfast. But he lived in France till he was 15, so he's fluent in French. Started rowing in Switzerland at Club d'Aviron Noyon, which is near Geneva. And now he's there with Ireland. And you can see this boat. I'll tell you what I didn't understand. They've got their coaches down as Ryan Spellman, who's actually rowing, I think, in the 2-seat.
He's in the bow, yeah.
In the bow, so that's the Brooks, he's the Brooks shot. So I think he does a bit of personal training, a bit of kind of advice, and I wonder if he's giving them any sort of chat from the bow seat.
Well, in these coxless boats, Martin, it's often the case that the bowman will be the person who's not only steering the boat, but is responsible for being the coach's eyes and ears. Maybe a literal representation of that in this Irish quad. But in front of stewards, I think they're just able to slightly wind down the rate, enjoy the Friday afternoon sunshine and the applause from the crowd. They've got this race under control.
Yeah, there are faster crews that await this Irish quadruple scull, the Queen Mother, which is for open men's quads, the Italian all-conquering men's quad, world champions from 25 in the draw, the British, who had such a great regatta at Lucerne. But for now, in this heat of the Queen Mother Challenge Cup, it is Oxford Brookes and Queen's University Belfast who take that win ahead of the men from Leander Club. We will wait until the umpire decides to put the white flag up before we give you confirmation of that result. And there we go. Brookes and Queens beat Leander Club. So, Prince Philip Challenge Trophy, we just saw Hollis in Chicago in the girls' junior event for Queen's 8. On the left-hand side of your screen is Headington School, the powerhouse of Headington School, up against Deerfield Academy from the USA. We saw their boys' crew go out the other day, but they did, it wasn't the same crew that won the US Nationals, but that's the standard that Deerfield Rowing can put out. Headington looked to be up already. How come this crew seems to dominate junior women's rowing in the UK and I guess by extension in the world, Tom?
Yeah, this is a remarkable programme that Ryan Domain and Chris Hemmers have built. I was chatting in Leander last night to Leon Redman, who coaches at Henley, which was the crew Headington raced last at this regatta, and he said that he felt that this Headington crew were as good, potentially, or could be as good, and deserve the accolades that the 2018 singles they got. He thinks they're that strong. He couldn't believe how fast they were, couldn't believe how physiologically strong these girls are. I think at the national school, slightly underpowered. They had a couple of girls come back into the crew post that event where they won the bronze, and they're now at full strength. And you can see here what an unbelievable start.
Headington out in front. You can see the stroke there of Deerfield. Well, there's another shot. Tegan Farley. When she was a youngster, she broke loads of 10-plus age category world records on the Concept 2 rowing machine. She's off to Stanford, and I saw that she's going to be the class of 2030. I don't know if that makes you feel old, Tom, but it made me feel old.
Sadly, I'm at a point in my life, Martin, where it really does, actually.
So I guess another thing, Ryan Domain, who's been running that programme so long, he does this job of attracting young women from different backgrounds, different clubs, into Headington, which is one reason why the Oxford School has such a significant presence in this event and maybe advantage.
Yeah, they've got so much pedigree, and you're right, Martin, if you want to win trophies as a young woman in rowing in this country, Headington School are an obvious choice, and Ryan has created just a bit of a dynasty, really, and knows what it takes to win at Henley Royal. And if you watch this Headington boat now, they look so relaxed. They've afforded themselves the time to show the composure, show the technical finesse that they've got on board, and you can see there in the stroke seat Anna Trapmore, Steve Trapmore's daughter, famous of course for winning gold in the men's 8 at the Sydney Olympics in 2000. Anna Trapmore there stroking the boat. She was first at the GB April trials in the pair, so imagine having that athlete taking your boat down the course.
Yeah. Did you could you compare the technique of daughter and father there?
don't. I think I was 4 when Steve won his gold, so I think you're probably more qualified than I am to comment.
I thought Stevie had a little more smoothness around the back turn, but, you know, it's pretty even there. Up in the bows, Elena Yap, she held down the 6th seat in the British 8 that took gold in Lithuania. So the young woman at 6 in that 8, and she's bowing this 8. I mean, that's crazy. That shows you the standard.
Well, the boat is stacked. I mean, it's got crew, it's got athletes all over the place. Eleanor Duxbury in the 2 seat, Lucy Pillar in the 3 seat, both of whom have won at Henley Royal Regatta before. And if Headington do win the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy, it'll be their 3rd in a row. And I think they're 4th overall in just 6 years of the event.
Right in that beautiful Empacher, not sure if it's the 87 or the more sharp bow, but I love those carbon wing riggers. There's the Americans coming down the course. And up in the bows, it's Jane Bannon, the 18-year-old. She's heading off to Georgetown next year, Georgetown University. She's a lightweight, so she'll be rowing. I think it's more in America, it's 59 kilos, but I think maybe they can row 60, 61 in the USA, the lightweights. But the boat's moving well, they just look like they're smooth, they're fluid. The issue is they're up against a complete powerhouse, and there's nothing, whatever those young women can do, there's nothing they can find to combat their opponents. You can see on the left, Tom, they've taken the rating right down. It's just easy for them.
This makes our job easy in a way, Martin, because you know when you're looking at a class grid. I've just got my eye on the course record here, 7:09, that Headington set last year. I can see the live timing screen. I'm not going to call it early, but they are paddling, and they have paddled for probably 25% of that course, and they're going to get within a few seconds of that course record. That, if anything, demonstrates just how strong this Headington boat are.
So Headington crossed the line first in this heat of the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. They wait for their opponents from Deerfield Academy, Massachusetts, who cross the line now. That race is done and dusted. We await the umpire's white flag to give you confirmation. There's the flag going up. Umpire's happy with the race. Gwyn Batten with a blue blazer on. Headington beat Deerfield in the heat of the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. So it's the bridge, and over on the far side, Berkshire side, we've got the University of Miami. I think I read in one of your previews, this is their first Henley, Tom, and Molesey Boat Club and UL on the right-hand side, the Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, delighted to welcome over James Marcahy and all of his young women to Henley Royal Regatta for the first time. A historic season for the Canes. They were first-time qualifiers at the NCAA Championships out in Gainesville, Georgia. We were lucky enough to be there, and they're an amazing program, building momentum, and up against, I think, the class crew in the Bridge Challenge Plate in this Molesey UL crew composite who won the Henley Women's Regatta. They've been brought together, 2nd and 3rd placed athletes from the women's head of the river. I'm expecting really big things from this British crew in the foreground.
Well, the Irish woman at stroke from Skibbereen in the west of Ireland, Emily Hegarty, the 27-year-old, was in that historic Irish crew. They came through the qualifiers for the Tokyo Olympics and ended up with a bronze medal. Started the big strong Goyles. If you follow them on Instagram, you'll know what I mean. But as Tom said, you know, this 8 is stacked. You've got Saskia Del Rey, who is a British junior under-23 international, been on the senior team as well, partner to Kyra Del Rey, who I think just went out this morning in that Oxford pair with Esther Breeze Zamorano. But to have a woman like that in the boat, what a fillip. And Sam Tuck and Smithy, Ben Smith, the UL coach, have done a great job to put this crew together.
Yeah, I love it when the boats, some of the famous boat clubs that we have here in the UK, come together to form composites at Henley Royal Regatta, and we get to see potential previews of what some of our senior under-23 lineups could be. And this UL Molesey crew just looking really classy, really smooth. Sam Tuck, he's the Midas man. Everything he touches turns to gold, and he has transformed that Molesey women's club program into arguably one of the dominant powers in the domestic scene. And you can just see these shots now, Miami with basically no answers.
That's a quality drone shot, isn't it? Fantastic. You get a sense of the speed of the water. The drone is flying in front of the crew. You get a sense looking at the back of Amber Harewood, the 24-year-old, in the bow. You get a sense of the distance back to the crew behind and the umpire's launch. Just brilliant to see shots like that, really telling the story of this Henley Regatta, day 4, and this event, the Bridge Challenge Plate for intermediate women's 8s.
What I will say, Martin, is we talk a lot about the physiological, psychological tenets of a fast crew, but we shouldn't underestimate the importance of experience on the Henley track. It is a unique and quite compelling body of water, and there is a combined 27 crew appearances for this UL Molesey composite. In comparison, none of the Miami athletes have ever raced here before, so this will be a steep learning curve, but what a place to test yourselves against the very best that the world has to offer.
Yeah, so this Miami crew, they will have borrowed a boat. There's a big boat borrowing program that goes on at Henley. Stroke of that crew, well, there's Spanish, there's Italian, there's Serbian athletes. Nora Zubamendi Varela in the stroke seats has raced at the under-23s, the Spanish stroke of the Miami crew. And you can see up in the bows, Beatrice Ravini Pirelli, studying marine biology and ecology up in the bows. But Holly Dunford just going past her in the free seat. I mean, Olympic bronze medalist, and she's in free.
That's the calibre. That's what you're up against when you come over to race at Henley Royal Regatta.
So Molesey and University of London come up to the finish line. Their opponents closing the gap, but Molesey, as you can see, comfortably take that win at a much lower rate of striking. University of Miami, thank you for gracing us with your presence this year. They come over the line in second, just over a length behind. Looks like the umpire has shown a white flag, so confirmation. Molesey and UL beat Miami in the Bridge Challenge Plate.
Attention.
Right, so this is again women's 8. It's University women's 8, the Ireland Challenge Cup, and we've got this magical 8 from Cambridge University B up against the favoured women from Oxford Brookes University A. How do you read this race, Tom?
I think magic's the right word to describe this Cambridge outfit. They pulled a few rabbits out of the hat this week, not least in beating Yale University, the much fancied Yale University Bulldogs, yesterday in their heat of the Ireland Challenge Cup, but you can't really look past the power and pedigree of this Brookes outfit, who are, I think, 3 times winners of the Ireland Challenge Cup in 21, 23 and 24, and they are also medalists at the Bucks Regatta. Curious to see if Cambridge have a response to what is a really early and promising start from the Brookes girls.
Yeah, and if you go down 1, 2, 3, you go to Lottie Martin in the 6th seat, the 20-year-old. She always has a portion of spaghetti carbonara on the evening before an important race. So I hope you enjoyed your spaghetti last night. Lottie, you'll be watching this back on the replay. It looks like Brookes have got a pretty significant lead over the valiant fighters from Cambridge University B. I think their A crew went out this morning, Tom.
Yeah, I think you're right. And look, Cambridge are a funny one, as are Oxford. Of course, the boat race for them is the peak of their season, but there is an increasing trend towards prioritising Henley as well, and we're seeing more and more of these light blue, dark blue boats come to try and test their mettle on the Henley waters. And as I say, this Cambridge B crew probably already further into the competition than they expected, but Lottie Martin in the 6th seat of that Brookes boat, she might be having spaghetti carbonara again for dinner tonight.
Totally. So this is a brilliant view from our camera, right sort of suspended above. I don't know, it's like 2/3 of the way down the course. The guy's up there on the boom, gives us a fantastic shot. It's opposite Remenham. You can see Bow, Ella Shaw there in the Oxford Brookes boat, the 22-year-old. And going all the way down, there we see the 6th girl there, spaghetti carbonara on board, and in the stroke seat, the Australian Sophie Reiner represented Australia at junior level. And Ali Brown really doing a great job. He said he had to change his crew chat on the basis of the result yesterday when Cambridge B beat Yale, and he was definitely not taking anything for granted against these women.
Yeah, any boat that unseats the fearsome Bulldogs under Will Porter's charge deserve respect and credit. So I'm sure Ali and Morgan Bain and Williams, who has been contributing a huge amount as coach of that programme, have been very wary of the quality of Cambridge. They're, of course, serial boat race winners, unfortunate to lose out this year, but had won, I think, 4 or 5 in a row prior to that. But Brooks, just a class apart here.
And if you look at the power of these women, Brooks look like a more powerful crew. Some lightweights in that Cambridge B crew, and they've done so well. But perhaps being outpowered by Brooks, as we saw in that race, Chicago against Hollis.
It's a curious thing, Martin. We talk a lot about power within the rowing boat, but the application of that power is arguably more critical to the outcome of a race. And what Brooks combined really well is, yes, that raw horsepower, but also the technical precision to ensure that the power is being applied right the way through the important parts of the stroke. And that just creates a really lean, efficient machine. And this Brooks boat now have control over this heat of the Ireland Challenge Cup, and probably will start to think about what is likely to be some more serious and potentially threatening matchups on the Saturday.
Big day for women's rowing here at Henley, not just on the water. 50 years since women made it into the Montreal Olympics, 1976. Big old celebration tonight from a lot of British women who've represented their team in Olympics down through the ages. Tom, just occurs to me, Brooks, Ali Brown's come in. Been a difficult environment for a young coach like that to come in. How would you rate his progress so far?
The highest compliment I can pay to Ali is it's felt like there's been minimal disruption to the Brooks winning machine. He has brought in a new culture, brought in a new way of doing things, but the outcomes, the results, don't seem to have been deterred.
So Brooks coming over the line. Ella Shaw, the 22-year-old, will cross the line first. Pretty comfortable victory. Finally, we see the back of Cambridge B in this regatta after fantastic wins against Laha and Yale University. Their campaign ends. The umpire's white flag is up, so we can confirm that Brooks beat Cambridge B in the Island. Bit of a different race here. Double sculls, 2 rowers, 2 blades each. So on this side of the course we have got Denmark's finest, Poulsen and Odeshede looking round there, and more of them down the course. They were doubling up here in the diamonds, the singles and this double, and boy have they got a job, because well, hot, this British double. Great at Lucerne, I guess, until the final, where it didn't go their way. But the young Josh Knight, 24, in the stroke seat, wearing the colours of Minerva Bath, he's back from Cal. And Matt Haywood, the big man, he is a man mountain, from Nottingham Rowing Club. I reckon they're going to be clear at the end of the island, Tom.
It's a bold call, Crossy, but look, you were in Lucerne, you saw this double firsthand. I think that they will reflect, maybe with some disappointment, on the outcome of the final, where they were leading at halfway but slipped back into 5th at the finish line. But I think overall a very positive regatta for that British double.
Yeah, it's totally incredible. I was talking to Nick Pirinov, who's here racing with Makovic, and he will probably come up against them. And he lost to the British in the opening heat, and he said, wow, we were really surprised by that British double. And he said, I said, well, you're not the only one, Nick. I think he knows all about them now, though. So the umpire standing up in the launch. What does that mean, Tom?
It means they're about ready to get underway. Martin, the umpire, will have a brief chat with the crews. He'll simulate what he's about to do, as he's doing right now.
Yeah, he gets the red flag out, doesn't he, and sort of says, ready to go, and then the red flag never comes out again unless there's some sort of problem in the race. So the 2 scullers from Denmark, yeah, he's very much like a matador with a red flag, Kate, and I guess, I don't know if umpires like to wave their red flag around more. I think if you've got a power complex, you might have, but pretty much they wave the white flag to steer the boats, and maybe there's going to be a white flag for the Danish crew. I don't think they are going to be clear water up at the end of the island. Looking at that, Tom.
I mean, look, left-hand side, Hayward and Knight. That is a sensational start, isn't it? The raw power on board available to this unit. And Josh Knight, I think it was his first World Cup appearance at the weekend. Already an athlete to watch out for. And I think, Crossing, you're probably not a million miles away in your prediction here.
I'm probably not, actually. We haven't got that boat alongside us, so we're riding with the camera in the umpire's launch. There's the boat. Oh, my goodness. So have you seen a bigger winning margin? Well, they haven't won yet, but at this stage of the race, Tom.
No, I think the Danish will have come into this race knowing that they were up against a pretty tall order here, but they've come over from Bergsvard Rocklub of Denmark. They have raced at the regatta before, or at least Johan Poulsen has done a Henley. So they'll know what it takes. They'll know the knockout format. They'll know that it's just down to the draw who they get.
Yeah, Magnus Oderhede on the right of the picture. He's actually the older of the two athletes, and he's 26, I think. He's actually coached Poulsen in the, I want to say, the under-23 lightweight world championships when Poulsen was in the single. So they're best of mates. They've been sculling together for 9 years, cheering each other on here in the single. Couple of top blokes, and you can follow their journey on lightmates_DK. They've been documented their rowing journey since 2021. Really worth a look. But this is really, well, it's a massacre, really. I want to say, you know, they're just going away. They're still not taking their foot off the gas, this British double. Why do you think that is?
I'm sure they've had a race plan, a couple of different strategies that could play out depending on how competitive the Danish duo were. But I think, based on what we're seeing here, they'll be pushing, they'll be simulating aspects of the race. They know there are sterner tests to come. So they'll want to get some lactic in the legs, get some use, get some sort of experience and understanding of the course. You could see both boats actually there just briefly struggled with the water, a couple of missed strokes. It is a very notorious and tempestuous body of water, but actually as you see them coming past there, the rate just dropped off, the intensity went out a little bit, and I think they're going to be able to cruise through this middle portion of the race.
What I was reminded of there, the great Steve Redgrave and Andy Holmes, although I don't think it was their finest moment, but they decided to go for a barrier record in the goblets, which is the pairs event, and they just blasted off against two poor unfortunate Brits who were like light years behind. And then Andy said, right, stop easy. And Steve turns around and says, what? And Andy says, I want to take my top off. So in the middle of the race, Andy takes his top off, and they continued their progress down the course. And I was sort of reminded there, not that these guys, it's kind of a bit cheeky, that, isn't it?
It feels a bit unsportsmanlike, yeah.
Yeah, well, Andy, sadly now not with us, the double Olympic champion. Was at a ceremony unveiling his oar that he won the 1988 Olympic pairs with, and you can now see that oar at Furnival Boat Club at Hammersmith. Do you know Josh Knight at all? Have you come across him?
I know him from his exploits over in the United States of America. He was in the Cal 2V.
Like, how come he's not in the Cal 1B?
Well,
this
is the question, and this is maybe a bit of a reinforcement of how strong these US collegiate programs are, is that the British men's double sculler, who's come into this double and created a really fast unit straight away, can't get in the Cal 1B.
Yeah, crazy. And Matt Hayward can't get in. I mean, he lost out, I think, to Tobias Schroeder in the seat race for the men's quadruple scull, which won in Lucerne by a whisker. And the lad, I mean, he's such a great sculler. I remember watching him win the Wingfield Sculls, which is that race over the championship course over the Thames, in his black boat. It wasn't the easiest race to cover. So there's the 24-year-old Johan Poulsen, the lightweight sculler. Love his technique at the front end, really quiet entry. And Magnus Oderhede rowing, I think, he rows more. I like the way you scull Magnus in the double. It really is sweet. Nice straight arms, nice loose shoulders. Going full gas, boat's running dead straight. Not much to say about that. We can have a look at this double, Tom, as we fly up. So here we go. There's the lad, we're coming up to him. Wow, that drone can move, can't it? Josh Knight, yeah, he started his rowing, I think, at Minerva Bath, and he would have gone from there over to Cowell, wouldn't he? And, well, I think this double is going to be in contention for an A final place. But the doubles is so stacked in the world. You've got the Dutch, you know, Twelar and Van Dorp. You've got the Serbians who are here. You've got the Sinkovics who nearly broke their own world's best time.
Belgians.
The Belgians who, like, how can they make it? So we've seen the lightweights back there, but Thibaut Veby, I mean, he's way shorter than you and me. You see him on the podium in Lucerne. So there are a stacked field, and the British, I think, are doing a great job to get in the A final and then see what happens.
Well, we've got a little bit of a break now, haven't we, Martin, until the World Championships at the end of August. So will there be more seat racing, more selection to come? We'll see if there's crew formation rejigs.
Yeah, I think that's a great shout. I don't see this double changing. I don't see the British quad changing, but what do I know? Don't see the British four changing. So I think people, Tom, have come out from lunch and the banks along the Thames are packed.
Well, to see this phenomenal GB double in action, it's a beautiful day here in the Oxfordshire countryside. We've been blessed with stupendous weather all week. Great conditions, flat water, even a little breeze, a little tailwind coming down the course to power these boats home. But it's going to be the GB double who can just soak up the applause, enjoy the moment. They've got sterner tests, as we say, to come. That Serbian matchup, one to keep an eye on in the Double Sculls Challenge Cup.
Here's a man mounting, Matt Haywood in the bow seat. Lovely guy as well. Shaves his head. He's always had that shaved head. A bit like George Bourne, or maybe George Bourne thought it was a bit like Matt Haywood. I'm not sure if they're in the same quad back in Rachice in 22. Might have been, they got a silver medal. But it is Haywood and Knight who cross the line. Matt Haywood holds the boat up. Josh just turning round to give Matt a few little thoughts on how the technique went. And it's the last that we've seen of Odeshede and Poulsen, the two Danish lightweights. They crossed the line. The umpire looks to have been happy with that race. Yep, there's the white flag. No red flags in this race at all. So Nottingham and Minerva Bath beat Bagsved Row Club in the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. So from the men's open double sculls to the women's open double sculls, and this is pretty much a domestic affair. We've got Jen Titterington and Izzy Maxwell from Newark and Vesta. Don't think I've ever seen a Newark-Vesta combination. They are on the far side, on the left-hand side of your picture, and the crew on this near side is from Upper Thames. So Meg Luciani, who is in the bow seat, 41 years young, and Fee Gammond in the stroke seat, 33. Have you ever seen a Newark Vesta composite, Tom?
No, I confess I haven't, but I have seen plenty of Jen Titterington. She's been in and around the domestic circuit for many years now, a very accomplished single sculler, multiple appearances at this regatta, the Henley Women's Regatta. She's a seasoned competitor, but Fee Gammond in the bow seat, or the stroke seat, I should say, of that Upper Thames crew on home water, a former Olympian for the GB rowing team, just showing us all what she's still capable of.
Yeah, I mean, she's only 33, isn't she? I mean, she's still, like, in the prime of her rowing career. And I think I did read somewhere that she was a Husky. She was at the University of Washington. I hope I got that right. There is Newark and Vesta, the Newark athlete in the bow, Jen Titterington, and Izzy Maxwell, 26 years of age, in the stroke seat of that. Well, she's the Vesta athlete. She learned to row at Durham University. She rowed up north, Berwick and those places. They're still in contact. They're still in contention. The race isn't totally done and dusted. And we are, I guess, halfway through, Tom?
Yeah, give or take, I think you're right, Martin. That Upper Thames crew just gassing out the start, establishing maybe 2 lengths on the boat from Vesta and Newark. Just looking at Megan Lucani there in the bow seat. She last raced with Fee in the Town Challenge Cup in 2024, took a year out to have her son Leo, who, unbeknown to her, also raced in the Town Challenge Cup. She was pregnant at the time, and then Fee helped her back into her boat in 2025, and now here they are racing on the Henley stretch, and they'll get a lot of support there on the bank as we go past the Upper Thames Rowing Club.
Yeah, and of course, one of the New Zealand women's double, Brooke, she actually raced while she was pregnant here. I think she went out to Imogen Grant in, I want to say 2018, but
pre-COVID, yeah.
Yeah, pre-COVID, but I mean, so I think very appropriate to talk about that on International Women's Day. So this championship event, you could see when it was first introduced at the regatta. And it's a decent close race. We're kind of 3/4 of the way down. There's still plenty of time. And I think a look around, so how significant would that? Izzy Maxwell, 26, looks around and she probably could see the Upper Thames double. And the shout, the magnetic shout from Upper Thames and all their club members, that will have disappeared now. So what do you reckon the chances of Newark and Vesta pulling a surprise out of the hat?
Well, like you say there, another look round from the Vesta Newark crew. They're going to have to find a little bit more intensity, I think, as the boats approach the enclosures. You can see as the camera pans round the thronged masses on the banks watching on the Friday of Henley Royal Regatta. I think the rate's got to come up there in the Newark Vesta composite if they want to go. You can see another look round there from Jen Titterington in the bow seat. She knows that it's probably now or never. There's quite a lot of room between the two crews, still clear water, so if they want to find the gas, they need to go seeking it now.
I love it when athletes look round. I know the coaches say don't look round, but I was a bit of a looker. And I remember Beppe Vincigno, who's here in the Italian 8-wheel race on Sunday. I mean, 2017 Sarasota up against the Sinkovics in the pair. He was looking around every single stroke and he got through them in the last, 300 metres. Sensational sprint.
I think there's a big sprint coming on here from Jen and Izzy. Vesta and Newark just punching in a long dynamic rhythm. You can see there a look round from the Upper Thames crew. It's the first time I've seen Bacani in the bows. Take a look at her opposition. She knows that they're coming, and actually, Martin, we hear the crowd in our ears, and that's when we know it's a good race.
So we can hear the crowds. I spoke to coach Ashley Cowley this morning and he was pretty confident. The champion of Scotland, the champion of England, Upper Thames still prevail. Something magical will need to happen, but you never know at Henley. We've seen magical things happen here today as Vesta and Newark continue to charge in the Stoner. They are coming back, they are coming back, they are coming back. This is going to be close. I still don't think they'll do it, but on the line, will the magic happen? No, it's Upper Thames. That was close. They so nearly had it. Upper Thames crossed the line first. A fantastic finish to that race. And I presume they know they've won. Here's the replay. Oh my goodness, that was just canvas or a deck if you're watching in the USA. Umpire's launch going over to the finisher, and so we have the result of that race, that Meg Luciani and Fee Gammond beat Titterington and Maxwell in the Stoner. So up to the start. This is a historic occasion. Tom, do you want to enlighten us?
Happy to. Princess of Wales Challenge Cup, the very first time this event is happening at the regatta. It was introduced in 2026 alongside the Danesfield and the Queen Victoria, and this is our very first heat of the new competition for intermediate women's quad sculls.
So, historic occasion. The crew on the left is Leander Club and Hartbury University. The crew on the right is Amsterdamse Studenten Wageningen Nieuwhuis of the Netherlands. Lots to talk about in these crews. Leander got the best of the early exchanges, Tom.
Yeah, you would think that the desperation to keep this trophy in the country in its first year of staging will be pretty high amongst the domestic outfits, and Leander and Hartbury, Kate Mole, Rosa Thompson, Eleanor Dash and Anna Grace. This is a very, very impressive unit they've put together. And at the moment, the Dutch, not much to choose between the two crews, both in terms of margin, but actually in terms of how close they are together on the course.
Yeah, the shot at the back is one of the incredible powerless sisters. There are three of them. Ilse, who's just had a little baby in June, she's Olympic gold medalist in Rio, and her sister Benta, she was Olympic silver medalist in the quad in Paris. And Femke is bow of that Neerus boat. She's just become an auntie. This is live, and Neerus are really sculling beautifully, and they're going through the Leander Hartbury crew.
That Dutch finesse just so evident here. They scull so well, Martin. You're absolutely spot on. And it's that finesse that has just created the leverage and the gain that they needed. And the live shot showing us that the Dutch have timed their move potentially perfectly. The question now, right to left, is whether Leander and Hartbury have the gas to respond.
Yeah, students from American universities, the two-girl Lena Schwartz was at Princeton. The stroke, you're looking at an Phaedra van der Molen, also was a graduate from Princeton. And the umpire, I think, born in Neerhouse, Squimbatten. That's going to take a little bit of speed off. Catherine Mole, the stroke of the Leander boat, senses blood. We're in for another close finish, Tom.
Yeah, I think Neerhouse need to be very careful here. They're being repeatedly warned. We can see from our shots earlier the Neerhouse boat out in the middle of the course. And the question is whether that rudder is going to cost the Dutch club.
And you can see the photographers leaning out the boat to get a great shot. Catherine Mole is winding it up behind her. Rosa Davis-Thompson, Ellie Dash in the 2 and 3 seats. This is a sensational finish. Still being walled, it's all going on. I think Neerhouse are not interfering as far as I can see, but I think Leander are coming through. Who's going to win this race? We come up to the finish. It is Leander on the far side. Neerhouse, who worked diddly, but Leander have moved through. Sensationally take that heat, the first race of the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy. Could we have had a closer race, Tom?
What an advert for this trophy in its inaugural staging. Unbelievable from that composite Leander and Hartbury to react in that way, having been rowed down by Neerhouse in the middle section, to then find the spirit, the endeavour to overcome the Dutch. Really, really impressive showing.
Oh my God, 2 races in a row where you was just less than a deck or less than a canvas. What a sensational result. Confirmation in the first ever running of the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy. Leander and Hartbury beat Neerhouse. Wow, the action is thick and fast. Can't keep up hardly. This is the Bridge Challenge Plate. Over on the far side, the might of Leander Club. Here on this station, it's Yale University, USA. We've seen Yale crews go out one after another. Is this crew, which I think is pretty much based on their 1V, going to go out, Tom?
Yeah, Yale -2, I think, with the 1V. The 2 Greek girls who were in that boat that finished 5th at the NCAAs have subbed out. They're going to row for Greece at age group level World Championship. Tess Peak sliding into the stroke seat here, 2023 under-19 World Champion for GB, and they couldn't have come up against a sterner opposition in Leander Club, who will be desperate to take the second iteration of the British Challenge Plate.
Yeah, and what it means for the honour of the Bulldogs and, you know, their coach, really, Will Porter, had that fantastic win at the NCAAs, the Collegiate Championships last year, but it's not been the Henley hoped for so far.
No, it's not. I think the big surprise of yesterday for me was that Yale A crew in the island going out to Cambridge B, so he'll be desperate to ensure that he retains some interest in the regatta beyond the week.
This Leander crew coached by the brilliant Ross Hunter, who's done such a fantastic job for that club, particularly with women's rowing. Philippa Emery, the 24-year-old. Well, let's talk about the bow woman, Abigail Topp, 24 years of age. The Scot took an under-23 silver medalist. I mean, they're under-23 medalists all the way through. How come Leander, these medalists, they all go to Leander, or a lot of them?
Well, it's a progression pathway, isn't it, into the senior team. There's no better place to ply your trade than Leander Club on this beautiful stretch of water. So much story, so much history between the Pink Palace and the senior GB rowing team. But at the moment, that Yale boat, Crossy, I think left-hand side of our picture, just having the better of the first half of this contest.
Yeah, totally. But I like what Leander are doing. I mean, I would imagine you've got to stay cool, calm and collected. And, you know, their coach, Ed Peacock, he's so experienced, the 23-year-old, isn't he? And he's just be going, look, stay loose, stay fluid, we're in this race. You know, let's inch a little bit, centimetre by centimetre.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, actually. Ed Peacock's got a critical role to play here in the closing stages. There's half a length between the two crews, and I've lost count of the number of times today we've seen half a length margins overturned in the final 500 metres at Henley Royal Regatta. Yale test peak there in the stroke seat, coxed by Grace O'Connor, gold medalist and course record holder at the head of the Charles, so another institutional regatta that she's seen success at. The question is, can she find the will to summon for her crew to continue to move away from I think what will be a fast finishing Leander boat.
And people will be surprised, like in the 3 seat of this Yale boat is Alice Harkin, 21-year-old. She rode bow in the British 8 that won gold at the 2024 under-19. Then you got Tess Peake, the former Tideway Scullers athlete, the 21-year-old. And she sat in that Yale 8 in the stroke seat. And then Harriet Drake-Lee, is that right? Yeah. 3 Brits in it.
3 Brits. It just shows how class and how quality our young people are. All the US universities want them. They want to bring them over so that they can win silverware on the US collegiate circuit. But Yale, one thing they're focusing on here.
They've upped it now, Yale. Did you see that? They've gone again. They haven't waited to the finish. That could be very shrewd if they can hold that rhythm. But I think their cox called for something extra. Grace O'Connor, the 20-year-old, said, right, girls, we've got to go now.
And I think that's smart, Martin. So few crews react before the enclosure. They tend to wait until it's too late, until that Leander boat have encroached to the point where they've got the momentum. And Yale, who were here 4 years ago in the Ireland Challenge Cup, beaten finalists in that competition, they'll be desperate to take some silverware back with them to Connecticut.
That's a great start. You're watching day 4 of Henley with me, Martin Cross, and Tom Morgan. This is a race between Leander Club, the local club, just down the river, and Yale University from Connecticut in the USA. Not had the greatest regatta. They have thrown everything in. This is a cracking race because Leander are coming back. There are still about 20 strokes to go, Tom.
Yeah, Yale winding it up so synchronised. There's so much skill and experience on board this Yale unit as they come towards us. I think they've done enough.
So you heard it from Tom Morgan there. That early burst, they didn't leave it to chance. That's the experience. Will Porter has given them that. And it is Yale coming to the finish. Leander are charging desperately with all their worth. But it is go, you Bulldogs, as they cross the line first. The Yale Bulldogs take the win in a great race from Leander in the Bridge Challenge Plate. We'll just confirm that for you. The umpire has raised their white flag. So we will give you confirmation of that result. There it is in the Bridge. Yale beat Leander. So is it July the 4th? Because there's 2 American crews in this race, which is lovely to see. So it's the Prince Philip, it's for Junior Girls 8s, Row America Ride, the powerhouses on the left-hand side on the Berkshire station. Seen them a lot at Henley, and the Green Lake crew from Seattle, USA on the right-hand side. They're closest to us now. How do you see this race?
Well, it's a rematch of what we saw in Sarasota about 3 weeks ago at the US Rowing Youth National Championships. Row America Ride, the dominant force there. They won the time trial by 10 seconds, the final by 5. Green Lake were in that A final, so they're no slouches, but you can already see here the power and industry of that ride boat. Almost incomprehensible how strong this ride program are. The last time they lost in a race crossy was when they were beaten at Henley 2 years ago in the final of the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. They haven't lost since.
Yeah, I really like the cohesion. Nice little grip on the blades when they come in. Sharp, you know, but they're not smacking it. Like, they're timing it really well, and that's giving them the momentum on the boat. So, up in the bows there, Sophie Lamberg, the 17-year-old, off to BU, Boston University. She's only a lightweight, but she's really pulling more than her weight at the moment. Green Lake there, you can see the Seattle-based crew Yeah, on the left of your picture, June Thompson is just 16. She's been rowing for 3 years. She's the youngest person in the boat, and she'd love to thank her coach and all her fellow athletes, brother and parents. And I think it's probably right to reflect, Tom, about how much support each one of these athletes and collectively as a crew have from friends and family and coaching staff.
Yeah, if you are tuning in to our coverage from the USA, particularly in Seattle, where I think it's about 7 a.m. in the morning, welcome, and you're spot on, Crossy. The effort and financial input it takes to get a crew over to race here at Henley Royal Regatta is not insignificant. I've seen some of the fundraising efforts from crews who are competing here this year. Rye, I spoke to them back on Monday when they first landed here in Henley, and they've got a list of sponsors as long as your arm who have all contributed to this trip, but they're here for one reason and one reason only. It's to retain or reclaim what they think is rightfully theirs, the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy, after losing out in 2024. We saw Headington earlier today, Crossy, put on a clinic in schoolgirl rowing. I would say Rye are just as good.
That is a big call. So there's the bow, Sophie Lemberg, 17, we talked about her. At the other end of the boat with that very long plaque, stroke is Remy Hess. She's off to the Virginia Cavaliers, which I think is where Heidi Long, the stroke of Oxford University's winning boat race crew, learned her trade after rowing at Marlow, I think.
Well, if that is the case, we might see her back at Henley Royal this year. We caught up with Virginia in Georgia, and I think they're coming to Henley in 2027. So hopefully we'll see her back here on the course next year.
You boys are doing some great things, Tom, I have to say. Congratulations.
That's very kind.
And boys and girls, I should say.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to cover the sport. We get to be around crews like this every day, day in, day out, who just show us the continuing standard of these schoolgirl eights.
Could you see the shot of the sponsors on Sophie Lamberg's rowing suit there? That's so cool. Green Lake crew proudly emblazoned on June Thompson, the 16-year-old. And hair all nicely done up, blue ribbons. So let's have a look at the other boat there, and you can see there's the sponsors on the back. Isn't that cool? They've got their sponsors, and they've got all-in-one rowing suits prepared with the sponsors on top.
Yeah, there's a lot of thought that went into this trip. Marco, the coach, Serbian background, coach of the Royal America Rye program. He's been thinking about coming to Henley for some time. It was all in the planning. The US Youth Nationals win was always going to be succeeded by this appearance at the Royal. And although they've had a relatively easy time of it against Greenacre, crew they would have expected to beat, I am fascinated to see how the weekend unfolds for this remarkable Rye unit.
So there we see the finish. Row America Rye progress exceptionally serenely through. Great row from them. The women from Seattle, the Green Lake crew, across the line. Thank you, Tom Morgan. We've got Pietro Golkowski coming into the commentary box now. The white flag from the umpire. Thanks very much to you, Tom. And we are now going to... Oh, there we are, the crews. So there's Pietro over there with a bow tie. You're doing me to shame. My bow tie is in some pocket somewhere, and I haven't worn it for about 2 decades.
I'll remind you ahead of the regatta next year, Martin, so we can be matching.
Yeah, there was talk they wanted us, commentators, to wear jacket and ties, but they kind of binned that idea, which I was so relieved about. But there we go. We're off up to the start for our next race, and this is a heat of the Island Challenge Cup. Brown University on the Berkshire station from the USA, and they are going up against the might of the University of London, who are on this near side of the course, the Buckinghamshire station. So Brown versus UL. How do you see this race coming out, Peter?
I think obviously we've got the British crew is gold medalists from British University Championships regatta earlier this year, and the Brown University is one of the top 3 fastest crews in America, so I think it could really go neck and neck here.
Like this. Attention, go. Get ready, please.
So we'll just let you soak in a bit of the atmosphere at the start. We're going to stay quiet for a while. You can see the Cox's hands, but just to give you the special sound effects at the start.
Attention. Go.
The quietness of the start explodes into a cauldron of noise as Brown and UL power off the start. What do you think so far, Peter?
I think I can really see those legs from the University of London working really hard. The ones from Brown University are coming down a bit quicker. There's a bit of a difference in the rowing style, but UL seem to have a slightly better outcome of the start sequence now and taking less strokes a minute than the Brown crew.
University of London, the purples on the right of your picture, Brown on the far side, UL are in the white boat, the Filippi, which I think Ben Smith, who runs the rowing programme there, but Tom Gale, who coaches this crew, fantastic coached my son when he was at Tideway Scullers, and beautiful fluid movements from Tom Gale crews.
We're definitely seeing a progression from University of London in the recent years. They've also got a fantastic composite crew with Moseley challenging for some other events at Henley Royal Regatta. But will they be able to find enough speed quickly enough to not have Brown close the door on them in this race, Martin?
Yeah, look at Brown. They had a good race yesterday, good in that they raced their B crew, and you always think when you come up against the B crew, OK, we've got to show them respect, and they did that in the race. But what a fearsome pace stroke Callista Snyder-Cox, the 21-year-old from New Rochelle, New York, is setting. The New Yorker is really pulling it into the back end, really going for it at this stage of the race, Pieter.
I really love that dynamic press of the back end. You can really see exactly what makes that bow rise so nicely out of the water and sort of propel them forward. UL must not be discounted. They had a really good comeback against Nearhouse crew yesterday, so might they be able to repeat that performance?
Well, Nearhouse led till around about halfway, till Fawley, didn't they? And then UL started to close. How much is that going to prey on the minds of these Brown women and their coach?
I think not an insignificant amount. I think they'll be aware of that, so that's why I think they will try and potentially outdo themselves in the first half of this race to close that door on UL and say, hold on, you're not going to come back on this one.
I think that's why they've been working so hard. So Adair Beck, you can see her back up in the bow seat. Local woman from Greenwich, Connecticut. Not got far to travel to Brown University. We're on the river there in Rhode Island. Very special place. Not many crews like coming to race Brown on that river because it's quite swirling. The beat of the drum. Now that would remind me of Norway and their football team.
We all saw those rowing motions that they make them crowds do at the World Cup. That's a fantastic reference. And yeah, we saw that crew, Brown University, the beat of the drum, that boat. We saw them race at Henley Women's Regatta just a couple of weeks ago, and they had a really successful campaign there. So they'll certainly be looking to improve on that performance. But UL is just about to start getting some stream advantage, so they might be about to make a move.
Right,
and start to come
when
back.
you say stream advantage, I think I know what you mean, but explain to the viewers watching who might not understand why there is a stream advantage to the left-hand side of the course potentially at this time.
So obviously we're racing on a live river. This is not a stationary body of water, so the racing is done upstream, and as the course is not exactly in a straight line in relation to the bank sort of wears off throughout the course. So in the middle portion of that lace, the crew on the Buckinghamshire station here, you can see that on the camera shot, is actually closer to the bank on the other side than the Berkshire station.
And hence less stream.
Precisely.
Totally. So Brown University looking really smooth. Their motto, ever true, and these women will be ever true to themselves and their coach Tessa Gobbo. They will be absolutely delighted that, you know, past Fawley and UL have not managed to charge back. I can't see the margins staying the same. I'm sure UL will start to close, but it's an awful lot to ask for the purples to come back at this stage of the race.
Certainly, I would think so. Those athletes coached by Tom Gale will need to channel their inner Finn Hamill if they want to have a chance at progressing through to the semi-finals. At the moment, Brown still not letting off that pace, looking really strong and dominant. It's almost like they're not getting tired here, Martin.
Yeah, I know. I kind of say that in commentary, and then sometimes in World Row, my co-commentator Greg Searle says, do you know how hard they're rowing and how much they're hurting? Because the thing is, it's great. If it looks good, you're probably going fast. And the trick is to be working full gas with an impassive face.
There is also a saying that you don't really get tired when you're winning and you're ahead. Obviously, that adrenaline does sort of spur on the extra speed. And obviously, when all 8 athletes, as you can see, rowing really nice and precise at the catch, pick that boat up together, obviously, then it feels less heavy. But you're absolutely right, Martin. The amount of effort that these athletes are putting in must not be discredited.
Anna Leminovitz, the 23-year-old undergrad at the University of Pennsylvania, now studying a master's at UL. She's stroking that boat, desperate to make some move back. And you know, Sophie Wrightson, the 21-year-old Cox, who's studying medicine at UCL, she will be screaming and shouting. Her voice will be raising in intensity. Brown have covered every single move that UL have made. It's been a masterclass in tactics from the Rhode Island University.
I think it's really good to highlight just how much strategy goes into side-by-side racing like this. You will be able to analyze times to the barrier, to the Forley, measure the relative speeds, and obviously American universities they know exactly what it's like to race and have a crew on either side of you week in, week out, so they'll be very used to responding to any moves and sort of adjusting their race plan on the fly. Look at that shot here by the camera crew. Absolutely unbelievable rhythm. I think beat of the drum is quite right, Martin.
Totally. Adair Beck from Greenwich, Connecticut, 20 years of age. She's going to remember this race. Just beautiful. Yeah, that you could really see her lean over into her rigger, and I always prefer to lean into my rigger in terms of away from it. I felt more comfortable leaning in, that I was kind of behind the blade. But she definitely is Adair leaning in. But they have crossed the finish line first in this heat of the Ireland Challenge Cup. Brown University, a very impressive crew, and UL disheartened across the line. They would have hoped for much more from this race. It wasn't to be. The winner will face Brooks A. And confirmation that Brown do indeed go through. They will face Brooks A. What a matchup that will be. UL go out of the island. So this is an all-Dutch battle. On the far side, we have Koninklijke Studenten Roy-Veneringen-Jord and Delftse Studenten Roy-Veneringen-Lacha from the Netherlands. And guess what? On the right-hand side of the screen, we've got Algemene Amsterdamse Studenten Roy-Veneringen-School, who are the Amsterdam-based club. Long-time attenders at Henley Regatta. This is another heat. It's the second ever race, Pieter, of the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup.
And what an incredible experience it is to be able to witness that, and what even a better matchup for it than the absolute grudge match of the Dutch crews here. So you can see here Skoll, closest to us on the screen. They're the national champions from just last month. Guess who came second at the national championships, Martin?
Right, I'm going to guess, can't think, Njord Delft.
That's absolutely right.
That's a great question. I love that question, Pietro. So this is something, a really, really good matchup. So we're looking at the Skoll crew just down from Neerhouse on the Amstel, if you know that. There's a clutch of rowing clubs down there where they row this beautiful race called, the race is actually called the Heineken Cup because it's sponsored by Heineken, and they give you a beer glass if you compete. And then if you win a medal, which I was fortunate enough to do a few years ago, they fill it up with Heineken beer. There are other beers available, actually, Pietro.
Well, that is That is a brilliant fact, and I'm sure it motivates a lot of the crews competing at the Heineken Cup, because it is a really, really fun social event. The sort of club rowing scene in the Netherlands does induce that sort of love around the sport of rowing. But on the race here, we can see really Scholl's taking no prisoners. They've really got out to a length early on, and they're looking to keep moving away.
Yeah, I want to say with the Scholl crew on the left, just how much they let the boat breathe on the way forward.
So one way that I like to conceptualize this is to look at the stern of the boat, which is the bit closest to us on the screen, and see how much is it sinking underwater versus just staying flat as the boat is running ahead. The less you let it dip, the less brakes you put on the boat, and it just keeps running, exactly like you're saying, it's that breathing motion.
So Scholl leading in this rate, and Njord and Delfter on the far side of the course. Their coach, Tim Bjorn's primary school teacher, and rather incongruously, he says he has lived in Zwanenest, the oldest student rowing house in the Netherlands. And actually, famously, Kjetil, it's known as the rowing house without a shower. So what it means, those guys, when they come back from rowing sessions, maybe they dive in the river to just wash themselves.
Quite possibly. It could also be an incentive for a little capsize, especially on a lovely sunny weather like we have today. And we're about to get a close-up of that lovely composite crew from Laha. I actually got a message from one of their older crewmates before this race, from Louise and Emma, really wishing them luck in this campaign, as they used to compete together, win Henley Women's Regatta on numerous occasions. And Louise just wants to make sure that you guys have got your lucky socks on and that you're going to have the best row possible.
24-year-old Micah Klosen, closest to us. None of those women are looking round. They'll kind of sense that maybe they are down on their opponents from Scholl. It's not by too much, as we go and have a look at the Scholl crew.
I must say, in this position, Martin, you'd expect them to go through the tiers a bit more in terms of bringing about the sprint finish earlier to overturn the result of this race as it stands.
Lovely sculling from Stroke Els Hartog, the 26-year-old. She was in that Dutch development crew that came over and handed a pretty good drubbing to the Cambridge crew in one of the fixtures this year. But Scholl come up to the finish line. Red and white, the famous red and white colours of Scholl. They crossed the line first. They've got the overlap in the end, haven't they? Delft and Njord. But the win from Scholl will be pleased that the form book was confirmed. And let's just give you confirmation after that white flag. In the Princess of Wales, the second ever race, it is Scholl who beat Njord and Laha.
Attention!
So this is a fantastic Dutch crew. There are so many top athletes. They are rowing at Hollandia Row Club. They are the Dutch under-23 crew, and they are up against the University of London. We've seen them, another Tom Gale coach crew. Just 20-21. Steering issues, the umpires raising the flag. Who's that for, Tom?
So that is a white flag for the Hollandia Royal Club. They decided to make themselves quite cosy in the middle of the river, and now being kindly invited by the umpire back over onto their station, as the puddles left by their blades are starting to impede the British.
Yeah, and that's a big steering. I was talking to their coach, Pete Wearsome, who actually coxed the Dutch 8 in the 2012 Olympics. Super lad, he looks after the Dutch talent team, and he was saying they are really nervous about their steering. It's their first time on the course. They've only been together a couple of weeks, and you could see it there, couldn't you?
Absolutely. There is something quite nerve-wracking about being on the Buckinghamshire station right off the start, because you can't actually see where the booms are going to come into the track until you're about 200 metres in.
So closest to us, we have the stroke, only 20, but Elizabeth Boone, she's rowed 5:47 in an 8. She was in that Texas 8 that won the NCAA's, the American Collegiate Championships. She's in the boat disappearing over the horizon. Two girls from Cal, Minna Boomman and Lotte van Westeren from Cal, Berkeley. And Femke de Wit in the bows, the 21-year-old. Well, she's heading towards us now. The crew on the left of your picture She's from Rutgers. So they're all back from American universities, Pietro.
Yes, and Rutgers are the winners of the Island Challenge Cup from last year with a course record. So obviously there's a huge amount of pedigree in the Dutch crew, and that's the magic of Henley Royal Regatta. These athletes that are currently on your screen, they're only 20, 21 and 22 years of age. So if they're an under-23 crew, they've got quite a number of years to get gelled together before they move up to senior World Championship
Totally.
racing.
I'm going to talk about Dutch under-23 crews in a minute down the course, but I just kind of want to follow. So in the 3-seat, Harriet Fraser of University of London, 2-seat Maya Varley, Maddie Perry-Smith up in the bows, and she had major hip surgery last year and took a year out of rowing. And the stroke, who's also closest to us, the 30-year-old Alice Cosden, over Christmas she tore all the major ligaments in her left knee. Wow, she ruptured her ACL. She's so grateful to be back racing this season with the team, the medical team and the UL team. And surgery is imminent for Alice after this race, in fact.
Isn't it such a beautiful testament to how much these athletes love rowing and they love competing at Henley Royal Regatta, that even just a few short months after a life-changing surgery, they're still out here and entertaining us on the river.
So we have got some information. So in terms of races, 22 races have been won on the Buck station, which is the left-hand side, which would be the less favoured side from this morning's session, and 19 on the Berkshire side, Pietro.
So we've had less rain over the last few weeks, which is obviously conducive to increasing currents in the river. But historically, the results are pretty much 50-50. There is a bit of a rolling myth going around that one station is more favourable than the other. But I think if you're a strong crew and you're looking to win Henley Royal Regatta, you will not care which side you're on. You will just want to have the best race possible.
So the blades of Hollandia Row Club, and my mind is going back as we look at the back of Femke de Wit to a time in 2017, the first running of the Town Cup. It wasn't called the Town Cup then, but there was a Dutch under-23 crew that I had the privilege to commentate on. They went up against New York Athletic Club. They won the Town Cup. Elizabeth Beers in 2-seat, Caroline Florine, Olympic champion in Paris in 2024. At 3, Imke Cleveling. At stroke, Veronique Meester, who's just retired. Cleveling and Meester won the women's pairs by miles. What will these 4 women go on to do if they are in the footsteps of greatness in Dutch under-23 women's rowing? Another Super 4, you can see that by the margin they have put on their University of London opponents, who are powering down the course. But a serene progress from Hollandia Row Club. They crossed the line first, and we're waiting a long time for UL, Tom.
Definitely are. They're still putting in their best performance, still going through the sprint finish, but yeah, there's not too many crews in the elite event categories that will be able to match the speed of the Dutch. What they're doing in that national team system is just phenomenal.
So, University of London crossed the line. Boy, did they race hard. And the Netherlands wait gracefully. Elizabeth Boone, closest to us, or Bone, probably should say. The umpire puts the white flag out. The Longhorn, Hookham, you've got it. Hollandia Row Club beat UL. So, up to the start, this is the Stoner. It's the premier women's double sculls event. We have 2 crews for you on the far side, or the left-hand side of the course. We have got Tash Phillips and Hansine Marshall from St Andrews, the Saints, and they are up against the crew from the city of Oxford. Caitlin Armstrong, 32-year-old, Hazel Wake in the stroke seat at 25. And it's the Saints from St Andrew who are leading at the moment, Pietro.
So this is a really interesting matchup. Closest to us, we've got two lightweights from City of Oxford Rowing Club, coached by Clive Cooper. On the other side of the river, we've got, like you mentioned, the crew from Saints. They're actually beat sprint trialists, so two different sort of background makeups to both of these crews. I was catching up with their coach, Lewis McHugh, just in the boat just right before they headed off for this race. He's really hopeful that this first performance, actually, that they will put down together on a traditional rowing course might be quite fruitful.
Yeah, City of Oxford there. We'll talk more about beach sprints. Well, let's talk about it now. So, on this near side, closest to us is Tash Phillips, and I think I was in Antalya, fortunate enough to be there for the Beach Sprint Championships, and my memory serves, she was kind of in one of the coastal boats as opposed to the Beach Sprint boats.
So, University of St Andrews in Scotland is hosting one of the GB development camps for beach sprints for the upcoming Olympics. So we'll see a lot of talent being developed and tried out there for the various different disciplines not involving lakes or rivers, Martin.
What do you make of beach sprints, Pietro?
I think it's a different format. It's certainly exciting. It's just something that we're not used to yet, but I'm sure it's going to provide a lot of nail-biting races that we can all feast our eyes on.
City of Oxford, that club, that row on the Isis, the Thames actually just outside of Oxford. And I've seen Marshall in that boat. So there we see Hossein Marshall actually in the boat that's up ahead, the 27-year-old in the stroke seat. Serene progress down the course. I do beg your pardon. I was going to talk about Caitlin Armstrong Bow, the 32-year-old in the City of Oxford, who has been such a servant to City of Oxford Rowing Club, on the committee and all kinds of things like that, come back into the sport after a break. And sculling together with Hazel Wake, the 25-year-old PhD student at Oxford University. So there is a view. Our drone has turned itself round to look back down the course, rather like that Voyager 1 did to look back on planet Earth when it was nearly 1 light year away or light day away. And that amazing shot, you can see how far it is the start. And some people don't like to look round on the start, like Mark Hunter told me, yes, you know, the Olympic champion. I never looked round at Henley because it was too far when he was sat on the start.
Yeah, it definitely can seem like such a long way to go, but as soon as you get into your rhythm and you gel with your teammate and you obviously start to execute on your race strategy, we're all used to this kind of training and the sort of performance that you have to bring about when you're in between the wooden booms. It's a beautiful shot here, and you can see here they're all heading right straight directly towards the church.
Yeah, I mean, if you could see the church, if you had mirrors, you know, they row with mirrors on the Charles, the veteran scullers, they have these wing mirrors, so because the course is so bendy, and that's the thing to do. But I haven't seen anyone race with a wing mirror at Henley.
I think that would be a really good innovative idea. I mean, we're seeing a lot of crews start to implement telemetry. Surely a mirror is not going to be adding that much weight. If you were just to have it on the rigger, it might help with steering for some of the coxless events.
Low cost improvements. So the Saints from St Andrews University, Tash Phillips and Hansine Marshall. Well, it's not my line, but it's somebody else's, but the Saints go marching on is something that comes to mind. And perhaps you could do a little rendition of that, Pietro, as they cross the line.
I will be doing no such thing. I'm trying to see whether City of Oxford will be able to finish within a margin of about 3 lengths behind Saints. Obviously, St Andrews athletes have taken the rate down, but it's still nice to see them, athletes from City of Oxford, being able to bring about a sprint to sort of reduce that gap.
Marshall and Phillips did the business in that race. Comfortable victory over Armstrong and Wake. We'll just wait for confirmation. I think the white flag has been raised. And there's confirmation. The Saints beat City of Oxford.
Attention! Go!
So This is the third race we've had this afternoon of this new event, the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy for intermediate women's quadruple sculls. Sort of goes and balances out the Prince of Wales for intermediate men's quadruple sculls. And on the far side of the course, we've got Reading University, and on the near side of the course, so closest to us, we have this crew from Molesey Boat Club. You surprised Reading are that far up at the moment, Pietro?
I am absolutely not. I was going to say, I don't think this race is going to finish anywhere near a close margin. The way that Reading have sort of moved away from Leander in the final of the Henley Women's Regatta was just astonishing. I think they're going to be one of the favourites to win the entire trophy.
That's a big call, but you heard it from Pietro Golowski there. Absolutely power strokes rowing, precision rowing, beautiful fluidity from the Reading University crew. Coached, of course, by Chris Bartley, the former GB lightweight rower. And I know some of the women really feel in this Reading University crew they owe a lot to Chris.
Definitely. The kind of culture that Chris and Will Rand were able to build at Reading over the past few years, I mean, there's no surprise as to why we see so many Reading University sculling crews just dominating the scene in this country. And if you look at their technical composition, there's so much finesse, there's so much efficiency that there's almost like not a wasted motion, that those catches are nice and sharp, there's not too much splashing going on either end of the stroke, and they just move so beautifully together in unison.
Yeah, and I think some indication the Molesey crew, you know, they've got Megan Hewson, the Scot, who's from University of Tennessee, Eloise Wormlington, she's won Henley in the Wargrave, Lily Abbott, 24, just come from Cal. You know, and Janine Roche, the French woman, in the stroke of the Molesey boat. I mean, these are really, really talented and strong women.
Definitely, Molesey have also been on the resurgence, and you see them field so many more sort of the bridge and Wargrave crews as well, just allowing so many women with different walks of life the opportunity to compete for the best trophies and practice the sport that we all love.
So Megan Knight from Reading in the stroke seat. There she is with that beige cap on. She said this crew is something special. Well, I think we can see that now, Meg. All four of us have faced challenges, and no, we wouldn't be here doing this project without Chris Bartley. I can't thank him enough. And you can see what Chris Bartley and these four women have done. Reading University crossed the line in that heat of the Prince of Wales Challenge Trophy, ahead of a good Molesey crew. We wait for the umpire's white flag to indicate the race was fair, and confirmation that in the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy, Reading University beat Molesey. So that's it from me now, and I will hand you into the very capable hands of Camilla Hadland-Horrocks, who, breathless from her lunchtime show, will be taking you through the commentary.
Bye-bye, Martin. Great to have you with us, and well, I'll try and avoid your glasses that you've just dropped on the floor as well. Pete, great to be back with you again. I think we were saying it's been 2 years since we've been on the commentary together. So, yeah, really looking forward to the next session.
Flew by like a minute.
Flew by like a minute. I heard Martin admiring your bow tie in the last session. I think it's wonderful. Nice little touch of Leander Pink to the commentary box here.
Well, thank you very much.
So, I will be joining you for this next race, which is a quarter-final of the Temple Challenge Cup. Two Dutch crews lining up on the start here. Netherlands rivalry between the Delfster Studentenrijvereniging Lacha A over on the far side in the full red get-up, and then on the near side, perhaps, I think, Pete, one of the favourites to win this whole event, the Amsterdamse Studenten Rijvereniging Nieuwhuis on the near side. So we're now flying over the La Hague crew there on the far side. Now, you know, racing against your countrymen overseas, not what they'd have wanted to do, I think, Pete, but a bit of a grudge match to settle, I think, with this one.
I think it's good to sort of prove on an international fair setting that you're faster than some of the other opponents from your own country. But I think both crews are trying to claim that they're the national champions, obviously in different categories. But let's find out who is the faster of the two.
Well, directions being given by Matthew Pinsent there, Sir Matthew Pinsent, at the helm of Boadicea, and he certainly will be a familiar face to many of these crews up here on the start, and that's one of the beauties of Henley Royal Regatta. Olympic champions, legends of this sport, involved in the day-to-day operations and running and setting you off on your way down this track. But hands go up there in the Nieuwhuis crew. That looks like Nieva Haratos in the coxswain seat, the 23-year-old, just not quite happy with her line. The hand goes down now. That means that she is comfortable. She is ready to start this race. Both crews straight, ready and underway in the Temple Challenge Cup. It's La Hague on the left-hand side of your picture, Nieuwhuis on the right-hand side of your screen. Both crews with a furious start here, Pete.
Definitely, I'm paying close attention to what the crew in the Nieuwhuis is going to do in the first half of this race. I mean, if you know someone is going to try their absolute hardest on the start to throw the kitchen sink to try and get you, how are you going to know? How are you going to move knowing that this is going to be their first thing off the start?
And Pete, I know that, you know, they're a canvas up there here off the end of the island. These eights, they take a remarkable amount of power, but also patience to get underway and set them up in the right way, right?
Definitely. It's a really heavy boat. Obviously, you can assume that most of these athletes are about 90 to 100 kilos in a sort of senior open event. So then if you add the weight of the boat, how fast can you move that from standing to its full pace, which is about 20 to 25 miles an hour?
Yeah, I mean, it's hugely impressive that they managed to get these eights up and roaring in such a short amount of time. But Nieuwhuis, they've led out by 3/4 of a length off the end of Temple Island. We're going to follow this race down the whole track, and with every single stroke, it seems to me that Bear Florine in the stroke seat, who is setting the rhythm here, the 21-year-old, a familiar surname to those that are involved in international rowing. His big sister, Caroline Florine, the Olympic champion from Paris 2024. I mean, what a family, and what a person to have that sort of rowing pedigree in this. And I believe that their father also an Olympic rower too.
Well, there you go. There's not a better household, I guess, to grow up in to become a fast rower. But sometimes, you know, having your siblings also do the sport that you do, that might not be what a lot of siblings would choose to do. But it's great to see that Bear here in the stroke seat is really taking it on a stride and making the most out of this race as well, Camilla.
Yeah, certainly. They've got a length up. You can see there from the markers at the barrier, that sort of pulley board that you've got to signify when you get to that point in the race, one of the iconic markers that are moved by hand by our signallers on the course. You can see one boat length to station number 2. And that's Nieuwhuis. They're coming here towards us. And Pete, these guys, they pulled a 5:29 this year, which, you know, contextualise that for our viewers. Over 2 kilometres, how fast is that as a time?
So you're looking at being very, very close to about 120 to 124 as a split. Obviously, some of the 500s will have been done at a different pace, but that is well over 700 watts on average per each individual stroke, which is just incredible. You can see here on this beautiful close-up exactly how much focus and determination is in that crew. No one's looking around. Everyone is just listening to their clocks, executing the exact race strategy that would have planned ahead, and is going fantastically so far, Camilla.
Yeah, going fantastically. I just saw another little look there from Haratos in the cox's seat to her left. She's going to be looking back to clear water, though. They've managed to dispatch the La Hague crew. They are now about a length and a half down in this race. They'd have known they'd have been up against stiff competition. The La Hague crew, though, still talented here at Henley Royal Regatta, regular contenders on the Thames. 6 out of 9 of this crew made the semi-final last year in 2025. So great to see them returning here, Pete. It keeps crews coming back again and again.
definitely, you can get a really good result as a crew. You can find out that half of that is returning for the following season, and then you get to go and kick off on another campaign, trying to improve on the result from last year. And, you know, there's so much pedigree in that crew, coached by Paolo Pantano from Laha. The 2-seat is an ex-lightweight with a 5:58 2,000-meter ergo record.
And anything under 6 minutes, incredibly impressive if you're not familiar with rowing. And there he is, the two-man. He is one forward from the person closest to the finish line, if that makes sense. So the bow seat, that's the person closest to the finish line at the back of the boat, or the front of the boat, depending on how you want to view it. And the person in front of that, the ex-lightweight rower with that phenomenal time, Dura Drent. But this Laha crew, well, they've got a mountain to climb if they want to get any closer to this phenomenal crew from Neuhaus, who, like I say, pinned on for me to be one of our favourites here in this Student 8s event, the Temple Challenge Cup. We've already mentioned Bear Florine, his sister and his older brother, both Olympic champions. Their father an Olympic champion. The pedigree there, absolutely outstanding to be setting the rhythm on this crew. But behind him, we've got Gianni Perotti, the two-time under-23 Dutch champion from the pair. Just littered with so much talent, this Dutch crew. And Neuhaus, well, you know, the last time they won this event was all the way back in 2021. Pete, I think they're looking particularly good here this year in 2026.
I think they are making a statement of beware to any of the other opposition still left in the draw for the Temple Challenge Cup here. And Neuhaus have got a fantastic history with Henley Royal Regatta as well. The first time they won an event here was in 1895. You can see the Dutch coming over to sort of watch and enjoy the racing by their colourful and often history-ridden blazers as well, Camilla.
Indeed, those crimson blazers, or, you know, they call it Bordeaux and white. And this is the Laha crew in the red. Look how bouncy this is coming in towards the finish line. They are sort of increasing the level of bounciness by how hard they're pushing on in these final few hundred meters. And look at the crowds on the bank here. Friday afternoon, the sun is shining, and it's, you know, a few people deep here coming to watch these very impressive Student 8s.
It's lovely to see, and like you mentioned, that bounciness, it comes from swinging those hips oh so hard. As soon as you connect it with the blade under the water and you swing those hips, that boat is about to go quite quick.
A serene finish from Neuhaus from the Netherlands, beating out their countrymen from Laha from Delft, and that will wait to confirm the official result there, but that looked like an imperious performance from the guys from Amsterdam. And there's the white flag, so Matthew Pinson happy with that race, and we can confirm that result. It will be Amsterdam to Studenten Rijvereniging Neuhaus progressing through to the semi-finals of the Temple Challenge Cup.
Attention.
The Town Challenge Cup now. We've had a few rounds of this afternoon, and this matchup now between Leander Club and Oxford Brookes University on the left-hand side of your screen on the Berkshire Station, and the University of Washington, the Huskies, on the Buckinghamshire Station on the right-hand side of your screen. And there's just been such a huge contingent of Washington women that have come over here. They're going to have to rectify this steering here. The Coxless Falls, always a really challenging boat to steer, and we've had a few instances as well over on the Berkshire Station as well. They're over the buoy line. They're really going to have to adjust here, Leander and Oxford Brookes. Wow, Pete, I mean, that was a real right angle turn there for the Berkshire Station.
Oh, absolutely. I think the Leander crew were just starting off quite straight, and they felt pushed very far in from the Huskies, and then that caused them to overcorrect, and now both crews had to lose a little bit of speed to adjust for that maneuver. And now Huskies seem to have the better of it, but this is by no means done.
Yeah, indeed. That's going to be one to watch the whole way down this course. Those steering manoeuvres, both from Washington and the composite from Leander and Oxford Brookes, impacting that starting sequence for both crews. We're now going to be looking at the umpire warning once again, and in which direction is the University of Washington. He's asking to move back to the Buckinghamshire Station. It's John Hedger on the launch, directing this crew, an international rowing umpire himself. He's used to doing the World Rowing Cups Championships on the multi-lane, and this is certainly keeping him very busy. as this University of Washington crew try and respond to that direction. And it's so hard when the pressure's coming from all around you, Pete, you know, to know and to sort of focus in on making those corrections whilst up at racing rhythm. How challenging is that, right?
Well, having steered this course myself some 10 years ago, I can tell you that it takes a lot of your mental focus away from the racing. It almost, if you've been tasked with steering, it is such a crucial part of the event that it's probably beneficial that you lay 10% off the power just to make sure that you're traveling the shortest distance possible. And like we've coined it earlier, you're not taking a scenic route around this river.
Well, plenty of American university talent across both of these crews. Obviously, the Washington Huskies here have got a couple of international under-23s on board. Half the crew Canadian, both Whittard in the bow seat, Calder in the 3-seat. Members of the under-23 Canadian team. They're joined by Kemp in the 2-seat, the Kiwis, Ola Kemp, and stroked by Jess Weir, the local from the UK, who was the gold medalist at the under-23 World Championships last year as part of the women's eight. So much under-23 talent in this Washington crew, but matched as well by Leander Clubb and Oxford Brookes University. Their stroke, Nicole Dunn, she was the stroke of the Princeton varsity crew. They're top 8 this year that made the A final of the US National University Championship. So just the pedigree across this event in the Town Challenge Cup, Pete. You know, we're going to see some of these guys go on to represent at the World Championships and the Olympics, I'm sure.
That is more than certain, Camilla. So half of this Washington crew, that 4 of those Washington crew, they made half of an 8 that raced at Windermere Cup, and they beat Rowing Canada Senior International 8. They came second just behind the GB Women's Elite 8. And it's worth mentioning, those American girls are only 21, 22. The oldest, Mira Calder in a 3-seat, she's only 22 years of age. So Leander have got a bit more experience under their bag. But those Huskies, they're just rowing so nicely together and just connecting the boat through the drive, through every single portion of the stroke. There's no wastage here, is there?
No waste. It's very efficient, particularly Jess Weir in the stroke seat, setting a really long rhythm, nice and stable. And I think that relaxation has allowed them to, you know, get their heads in the game to steer that little bit of a straighter course. They've managed to get themselves out of danger, and we've had no warning since. I don't want to jinx it, commentator's curse. They are starting to drift back into the centre of the water, but I think the fact that they are not under so much pressure means that they probably will have a little bit more headspace in order to be able to respond here.
Definitely, and credit to the umpire for sort of jumping on, raising the flag slightly early. He spotted that move across from Washington, and he could have prevented quite possibly a disastrous scenario for Leander as they were pushed off the Berkshire station at the start of the race.
Yeah, I do wonder, you know, what we'll see develop towards the end of this race. Of course, you know, the crews are able to protest if they feel that their water has been impeded. But look, that's not what we want here. We want nice, fair racing. We are coming into the ending stages here of this race, and there is John Hedger redirecting the crew, the Washington crew, on the Buckinghamshire station back towards their bank once again. I did say I didn't want to commentators curse them, but look, they've now got a few lengths of clear water in hand to be able to make those changes.
I think the decisive move of that race was once both crews aligned themselves straight on the course, Washington just took those extra 5 to 10 seconds just to get that extra 1 length advantage, which allowed them such a fantastic overview of what Leander was going to try and do to come back on them, and they just shut the door, Camilla.
Well, Leander now starting to drift across onto the Buckinghamshire station. They're going to need to change their steering. But there's Washington over the line. They are going to need to take some feedback on board, I think, for their steering off the start before they progress through to the semi-final, because you cannot afford to do that in a stroke-for-stroke race. So Washington are through, but some lessons to be learned, I think, for the steering for both of those crews. But a job well done, and the white flag there from John Hedger, happy that that steering did not affect the outcome of that race. So a big thank you to Pete for joining me there in the commentary box, and Martin as well. I'm now joined by Tom Clark, the Road Gear double header here in the commentary box, and joining me for the Diamond Challenge Sculls quarter-final between Ben Parsonage and Tom Grunitz. Welcome, Tom. Amazing to have a round of the Diamonds to commentate one of the premier events at this regatta.
Always so special. Another one we've seen in recent years. Just upsets galore in the singles. One of those events where the speed can change a lot quicker than these big crews, and also being international athletes, the ability to change speed and make big moves in the race happen. So this is one which will be followed very closely by those of you watching at home, because absolutely anything can happen, as we know from last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a British international matchup. Ben Parsonage on the left-hand side of your picture from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, the Scottish club based in Glasgow on the west coast, going up against Tom Grunitz from the Berliner Ruder Club, Germany. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of people, as you say, tuning in at home, willing on the domestic outfit. Ben Parsonage in his singles goal. He's had such a brilliant season. I was lucky enough to commentate his opening round yesterday. But, you know, it's a mighty battle here against someone that is part of the sort of German international team who's been, you know, represented the World Championships. Tom, I mean, that's a big old matchup, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is part of the current German international senior team, so obviously it's going to be fast. Like you said just yesterday, looking at some of those barrier and 40 times, only a few seconds apart. I think Ben Parsonage had a slightly closer race, but as we can see here, the skill there has really just come up a little bit there, and we can see the gaps opening a little bit, but he's still racing. Even in a race like this, you would expect with a large margin, most of these athletes wanting to practice for the weekend will still probably be looking to race at least half of the race at their full race pace, and then maybe make an adjustment based on how they're doing.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, the Germans in the draw, this is maybe not the German that you are looking to see in the Diamond Challenge, because Oliver Zeidler, the Olympic champion, also featuring as part of this event. So lots of German interest. So if you're tuning in from Berlin, from Munich, I know Ollie Zeidler currently training in Switzerland. So if you're tuning in from anywhere in the world here for the Diamond Challenge Girls, welcome. It is Tom Grunitz that is currently leading by clear water over Ben Parsonage. Both of these guys faced crews from the UK yesterday. Grunitz beat out Jackson of London Rowing Club pretty easily, and Ben Parsonage had a fantastic ding-dong with James Lawn of Vesta Rowing Club. But this is just remarkably calm here, Tom, and I think Grunitz is probably going to have to save some energy if he wants to be the best of the best this weekend at Henley Royal.
Yeah, for sure there'll be some bigger opponents to come for him, but again for Ben, I mean, I think he'll just be really, really happy to be here. Like you said, this is an international event. This will attract the fastest single scullers from around the world, Olympic champions, previous world champions or world medalists. So to get to a Friday of Henley in the Diamond Challenge Sculls is a fantastic achievement for anyone, and I'm sure he'll be very, very happy to be here and have the opportunity to go down now past the enclosures and get a round of applause for making it this far.
Yeah, and all the hard work that he put in throughout the season to win out some of the premier events on the domestic circuit, such as the Metropolitan Regatta, you know, the championship single there. He was also racing lightweight just early this season. You know, he stays on weight as a lightweight, which is 72.5 kilos for a man. He went out to Pier de Luco in Italy, would race the lightweight men's category there. So not an easy thing to do, to stay on weight and race up against, you know, the sort of larger open weight, heavyweight men who, you know, are topping out 90, 100, 110 kilos in some cases. This is a real David and Goliath here for Parsonage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Henley, obviously being with the stream and sometimes a little bit of wind, is a longer course as well. So it's a long race to go up against a heavyweight. Like I said, when lightweights are racing lightweights and it's an even playing field, it's obviously a bit of it's difficult to manage your weight. But if you're having to compete against a heavyweight who's not doing that, then obviously makes the challenge even bigger to overcome.
So yeah, again, just credit here to Ben Parsonage of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, the PhD student from Strathclyde University, balancing studies as well as training, but going up against a rather impressive outfit. Tom Grunitz from Berliner Ruder Club, who we mentioned part of the German international team last year at the Shanghai World Championships. He was in the men's quadruple sculls, and you can see why he features on that team. What a brilliant win for him, with oodles of clear water in hand. We'll wait for the confirmation of the result as always, but Ben Parsonage, I really hope, gets a good amount of support here on his last race of the 2026 regatta. A selected crew for all the hard work that he's put in throughout the season, but just matched up against too strong an opposition. So there is the result. Umpire Jim Harlow confirms that was a clean race, and that will be the result as confirmed. Tom Granitz of Berliner Ruder Club Germany beating out Ben Parsonage of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. The Double Sculls Challenge Cup now, all of these open events kicking off here over the last day or so here at Henley Royal Regatta, and it is the Associação Deportiva Naval Remo Portugal on the Berkshire Bank against Leander Club on the Buckinghamshire Bank, and I'm really looking forward to this one, Tom. We've got a crew that has been impressing on the international stage. Portugal, they've been fiery, they've been feisty, they've been performing well on the international World Cup circuit, but this nearest crew to us, 2 Henley winners on board, coming together as a sort of British double. They're part of the British development squad and open squad, actually. Yeah, I think they're going to be really quite evenly matched down this course.
Yeah, exactly like you said, both of these crews really knocking on the door for seniors here. As you said, previous Henley winners. Actually, Jamie won in this event 2 years ago, so he's got some experience from how this is going. I caught up with the Portuguese guys just earlier in the boat tents, and this is a long project. They've been in it all year. They were at the first and the third World Cup, like you said, doing some impressive things there. They're definitely going to under-23s. They don't know beyond that what might happen this summer, but like you said, as we catch up here now, there's still contact between both crews.
Yeah, what a great race. Here's the Brits leading out on the right-hand side of your screen, Gare and Cartwright. You mentioned Jamie Gare's winner of this exact event, the Double Sculls, as was James Cartwright all the way back in 2021. So they both have won the Double Sculls Challenge Cup, but look at this pressure that the young Portuguese are putting on them. Thomas Neves in the stroke seat, setting that rhythm, just 19 years of age, and he's going to have to grit his teeth and dig deep now as they pull up alongside the outfit from Great Britain. They've got a great sprint finish, the Portuguese. This is what's seen them through to some fantastic results through the World Cup season, and yeah, really excited to see what they can do here into the enclosures.
Yeah, this position in all of these guys' career, when you're really trying to knock on that senior door, it's not easy. It's always a step up. There's going to be a lot of losses. A lot of these guys will get used to race down, to having to race through, make changes, make things happen. That's the kind of risks you need to take in order to get yourself up to that top level of rowing.
Well, indeed, they want to reach up to the top level of rowing. They were 7th at the first World Cup of the season in Seville, this pairing from Portugal, but they are currently facing the best that Britain has to offer. They've got multiple boats, the GB team, through this Double Sculls event, but they're doing it. They're overturning Gare and Cartwright, both of them with wins, as we say, in this Double Sculls Challenge Cup, but wins in previous years count for nothing here in 2026. On their debut here, the Portuguese, Neves and Rodriguez, row through to get a length up in this Double Sculls Challenge Cup to try and get into the Saturday of Henley Royal Regatta. What can Gare and Cartwright do here to respond? I think the answer is nothing much. They row past the packed crowds brimming from the enclosures here, and what a wonderful row. Time to perfection for Portugal, Neves and Rodriguez. We'll wait to have that result confirmed with you, but that was really well executed as a race plan there for Portugal. Sarah Winkler says she's happy. Thumbs up, white flag for the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. Rodriguez and Neves of the Naval Remo Portugal winning out there ahead of Cartwright and Gare of Leander Club.
Attention! Go!
We're now with the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup, one of the brand new events for 2026. This is the student women's quadruple sculls with Oxford University on the Berkshire Station and the Algemene Amsterdamse Studenten Roeivereniging School Netherlands on the Bucks Station. And it's the Skull crew that have jumped out early here, Tom.
Yeah, this Skull crew is quite impressive. There's certainly some pedigree in this crew. I was talking to a couple of the Dutch students who were telling me that Skull is traditionally more of a sculling centre, and all of these athletes well known for their sculling as opposed to sweep rowing with one blade. So this will have been going quite well all season, and it's certainly going to be a big ask for Oxford Brookes University. Obviously, traditionally not in these sculling events, but certainly willing to take on the challenge, and they've put one in a few different events now. Quite a few sculling crews for Brookes.
Yeah, Brookes also in the Prince of Wales, the intermediate men's quadruple sculls event, this new event for women. As I think, you know, it's an opener out and they will come, right? will really kickstart and develop and grow university sculling, not just in the UK, but in many other countries as well. And this quad here, the Schull quad, the fastest Dutch crew at the Ratzeburg Regatta over in Germany, that takes place back in, I think it's the end of May or June, certainly earlier on in the season. And the stern pairing of this boat for Schull, Lois Hoxham and Louisa Falk, well, they'll be going to the FISU Championships, which is the World University Championships this summer. So a great contingent here from Schull. They are sculling away here from Oxford Brookes University. But yeah, what a sight to see these new quads events out on the water, Tom.
It's brilliant to see, and that's really what Brooks was saying, to say, look, this is maybe more of a development crew, but this is an event they'd love to get into more. It's great to have a second student event on the women's side, similar to the PA on the men's side. That really helps them have a bigger squad, get more people an opportunity to race Henley. And as we keep seeing now and now, as you look from the winners, the standard of Henley means that most people that are getting to the weekend now, they will have had to have competed multiple times before, because it's that amount of experience that you need to learn in order to perfect this course.
Totally, and Schull will see them coming back time and time again. You know, they've had so much success in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup with their intermediate women. Amazing, they can now bring their women's squad in the event that they are most comfortable in to come here and try and pick up a red box at this regatta, and only due to the fact that, you know, these new women's events give that pathway through for student women to race in a category that is appropriate for them. That was an amazing shot there, riding on board with Dalfa van Oostrom in the bow seat, the 26-year-old. We've now spun around, we're looking into the eyes of 23-year-old Lois Hoxham, and was unbeaten in the Dutch Development League for double sculls, together with her three-seat Louisa Falk. Like I say, they were also at the World Cup in Seville earlier on this year, so that's the level that student rowing is at across the Netherlands, across the UK. You know, they're up here knocking on the door of these senior internationals, even in the student events, and that's the quality. You see how much water they've got here over and above Oxford Brookes, a programme synonymous with student rowing. Yeah, what a brilliant out here from Schull.
Yeah, so here in the UK we have really strong school and junior level rowing, and that really feeds into our university programme. Over in the Netherlands there's not as much junior rowing. A lot of that comes from the students. That's really where a lot of them start. So that's no surprise that these are the kind of athletes that are going to be taking on, moving into the squad. Like I said, when we see that sculling there and this distance that they've put on this fairly new Oxford Brookes team, you would expect to see them again and again in the years to come.
Yeah, here's Oxford Brookes University. Three-quarters of this crew were featured in the A final at the British University Championship, so it's great that the majority of the crew has stayed together since May on this project. They were in the quarter-final of the aspirational academic quads at Henley Women's Regatta that takes place on this course 2 weeks ago. So, yeah, like Tom says, we really hope that they stay together. Ingrid Fleuren in the stroke seat, just 19 years of age. Claire Murphy behind her. Sophia Milojevic in the two-seat, and Sophia McDavid in the bow seat. But, yeah, I mean, you cannot ignore the distance that Schull have got in this event. And I think it's sometimes quite hard to gauge, Tom, when a new event comes here to the regatta, trying to pitch the level and trying to know where the international crews will feature, where your level is it's really difficult to determine without the data, right?
Yeah, of course, like you said, this is not an event. We don't have years and years of historical data. This is just brand new, but this is the thing that Henley want to see. They want to put those events in place. Then we start to work out who's going to come, who's going to be attracted. People get an idea of what the speeds, what it takes to win. You know, whoever wins this year will go down as the gold medal time that everyone will be chasing for years to come.
Indeed, they will be chasing Schull certainly for the next days to come, because that is a performance that has dropped down the marker there in this Queen Victoria Challenge Cup. The Dutch quartet will be eyes on from the rest of the competition in this event. Oxford Brookes University, well, they're still rowing through the enclosures. I've seen so many Brookes Blazers out on the banks. They always come to support in force. They're reasonably local, just 40 minutes away in Oxfordshire. They're on the Wallingford stretch, so yeah, lots of Brookes support here to cheer on this crew that trail the Schull Netherlands crew. There's the result confirmed. So Schull from the Netherlands will progress through to the semi-finals of the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup. Well, Well, the banks are brimming here at Henley, and I feel as you go through the days, Friday is that sort of pivot moment, Tom, where you start to see the crowds flock in. People have taken the long weekend, the sun is shining. I would certainly like to be out there with a glass of something in my hand, and it's just perfect, isn't it, this British summertime?
Yeah, it's an interesting juxtaposition for the stewards. Starts getting busier and busier and busier, but back in the boat tents, it's just getting a little bit quieter and quieter. A few empty boat racks as we get in. Obviously, more and more crews have been knocked out in this format, so you just start to see the buzz, the energy just change a little bit on both sides of the regatta here.
The weather has been so perfect this week. After a few years of it being questionable, we've had some downpours, we've had some big rain showers in years gone by, but we're now at the point where we've got people cooling their feet, cooling themselves down through the hot weather. We're well into the high 20s here, and this beautiful little breeze. The crews will be relishing this opportunity to row the Henley course in perfect conditions, and we're now with those crews about to embark on that journey to see if they can make the semi-finals. And what a category this has been this year, the Fawley Challenge Cup for junior men's quadruple sculls, one of my favourite events on the roster this year, and it's Belen Jesuit Preparatory School from the USA on the left-hand side of your screen and Leander Club on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, both crews have been obviously in this event multiple times. Leander has some success. This is their home water, and I think if you look at some of the times again from yesterday, pretty close, within a couple seconds, both at Barrier and Fawley. Belen Jesuit actually had to come from behind to beat their B crew yesterday, so potentially that might have an effect on what they've got left in the legs today. But this Leander crew, as we just see in front of us now, really strong, really sat upright there, nice, neutral. You see those heads just absolutely dead forward, dead straight, focused, 100% in the boat, just executing this first section of the race that's going to take them out to a race pace.
Gosh, yeah, their chins and their head is so stable, so high. That's a really good point out, Tom. With, you know, it's almost like, you know, perfect etiquette that they've got, you know, a straight back. But yet look so relaxed. It doesn't look like it's sort of tensing them up or causing them to be uncomfortable in that position. But Belen, they're right up there, the guys from Miami. If you're tuning in, good morning in Miami, in Florida. It's 11 o'clock in the morning to you, and your boys here from Belen Jesuit, who qualified not one but two boats into this event, are holding Leander Club to half a length.
Yeah, this is a really good start from them. You know, they will maybe on paper be not the favourite. There might be something in that in them, how they wanted to come out on the start, maybe try and take some control about this race, certainly not let Leander get away from them. But Leander also had a little bit of a difficult year. I was talking to their coach, George Nottridge, earlier today. They struggled a little bit through the year with illness and injury, what they would consider some average results through March. I know they were disappointed with their performance in that schools, but they've had a little run since then. They've just managed to get some things together and keep running, keep working. Had some good results from Met and Marlow just earlier in the season, so they're really excited about having an opportunity now to sort of prove what they've got after a difficult year.
Yeah, Tom, I certainly picked them out as one to watch from Marlow. They were the fastest junior quad that raced at the Marlow Regatta. That takes place at Dorney Lake, the Olympic size, the Olympic venue from London 2012, 2 weeks before this regatta here. So it was a really good litmus test of speed for a lot of crews. You get a lot of crews hoping and wishing to race at Henley Royal Regatta, trying to test themselves against their competition at Marlow Regatta. Leander were the fastest junior men's quad at that event. They look really calm here out in front, despite pressure still being applied from Belen Jesuit. They're keeping them honest, they're keeping them true here, Leander. But I think Leander not succumbing to any pressure, because I think that can be easy to do, can't it? If you've got a crew right there, right up on your stern, you know, only a length and a half, that's not a hugely comfortable margin. It can be tempting to get really tense and sort of trying to push away from that crew.
Yeah, you can see, obviously, when we look at this fantastic shot again now, you'd be forgiven for thinking how much of this is on the arms, but actually most of the work is done with the legs. So staying loose in that upper body, keeping those shoulders low, keeping those heads neutral is really, really important. and that's something that we can see is just going on right here. And it's always lovely to have a shot right down the stern of the boat here, and almost looks like there's just a single skull here in front of us. It's beautiful to see.
No, Tom, I could not agree with you more. I think that is one of the most lovely shots to see of a quadruple scull, is staring right down the boat from the stroke seat backwards. So Lewis Sheesby in the stroke seat, Alfie Webb behind, Cameron Mackenzie at 2, and Alexandros Didascalo in the bow seat. And yeah, they're just so uniform, aren't they? They're gliding ahead. And, you know, Bell and Jesuit, they've travelled all this way across the Atlantic. They fancied their chances. They got 8 athletes into this Fawley Challenge Cup event. But, you know, the Leander Club outfit just so strong, and previous winners of this event as well, Tom.
Yeah, multiple previous winners. And like you mentioned there in the stroke seat, Lewis Sheesby, he actually won the Junior April trial by a clear 7 seconds in his single. So being led by a fantastic junior up-and-comer here, and they'll definitely be looking for some junior selection potentially later on in this year. But like you said, I think still a fantastic effort from Bella in here. They've really held them accountable, and maybe just at this point the plan might be changed. Maybe if it's Bowman making calls, might just make a little adjustment to the finish. I doubt they'll put their maximum finish in, but up until this point they probably have had to stay on point and just stay sharp and make sure that they put this race in the bag. There's no point thinking about tomorrow until today's done.
Yeah, indeed, no point in thinking about tomorrow until today is done and dusted. But it's a good opportunity to practice, like you say, Tom, especially if you've got a few lengths in hand. They'll have been up and down this course, day in, day out, since the very first day of the 2025-26 season. That you can probably, if you use your binoculars, you can probably just about see Leander Club there on the skyline of Henley Town Centre. They are based just 100 metres or so after the finish line here. So these guys, they've got the privilege. They've got the sort of benefit of this being their home water, Tom.
Absolutely, and of course that counts for a lot, and it's just the difference really in the markers. You're not just having to look at the markers on the course. You know that tree means 600 to go, that bush means 500 to go. Having that peripheral vision, just being more aware of why you're in a race really does help. But at the same time, this river only looks like this for 1 week a year, so even if it is your home water, there's a lot of things that can get to you, there's a lot of things that can upset you. The water is very rarely as bumpy as it is this week, obviously, with all those pleasure cruises going down, so it's still a lot of things that you can get tripped up on, and it's really about, you know, focusing one stroke at a time and not letting anything get to you.
Totally. Well, we have talked quite a lot about Leander. They will get their moment through the semi-finals and perhaps the finals, depending on how the Saturday goes. But let's take a moment to recognise the programme of Belen Jesuit Prep School from the USA, from Miami. There's about 45 high school athletes that take part in the programme over there in Florida. And the sort of ethos of the programme is to create, you know, young men who fully embrace rowing principles and discipline, hard work, not just whilst rowing, but also after they leave the programme. And I think that's brilliant. And you and I will both know, Tom, having rowed before, I think it does instill that sense of, you know, self-discipline, hard work, and these guys have put that in today here on the Henley course.
Yeah, look, what makes a great person is what makes a great athlete, and some of those things are really interchangeable, and I think that's a really great thing to look at. It's not just about being fast in water, it's about making people who you know, deal with life better because of being involved in sport.
Yeah, indeed, and they will take so many valuable lessons home with them back to the USA, but Leander Club had control from the end of the island downwards. It's handshakes all round between Lewis Sheesby and Alfie Webb. Job well done ahead of Belen Jesuit. We'll wait for the confirmation of that result. There it is. Matthew Pinsent is happy that that is a win for Leander Club in the Fawley Challenge Cup. We've now got the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy between Edinburgh University and Leeds Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, and Tideway Sculler School and Delft Studenten Rijvereniging Proteus Eretes Netherlands on the Buckinghamshire Station. That's the right-hand side of your screen. I mean, this is one of those ones, Tom, where, you know, I'm not quite sure of the result here, because the crew from Edinburgh and Leeds, well, they've not raced previously. They're a GB development crew, and on the near side, another composite who have sort of all come together, you know, as part of the season for this regatta. But it looks like the under-23 development crew shooting out of the blocks here and answering my question.
Yeah, really good start from them. Really nice way into the race. Obviously, it's a long way from here. Like you said, on paper again, it's just tideway scullers, but it looks to be, when you get a little bit more into the details, a bit more of an international crew there. There's Amalika, who's a stroke at Princeton NCAA 8, so she's been out in America. Again, the 4-seat, Elise Talbot, studying in Washington, but originally from New Zealand. So a bit of a mix here as well. Like you said, we won't have seen these race before. This is the first round of the intermediate quad sculls, so exciting just to kind of work out who's going to have the speed here. A little bit nervous, always first race for these crews. They won't have raced each other, they won't have met. Some of our international crews will have met earlier in the season. They might have an idea of how things are going to go. They'll be very nervous, very nerve-wracking, really difficult to stay calm when you don't really know anything about your opposition.
Absolutely, and I think there's also a few debutantes here as well in the crew nearest to us, the trailing crew in the composite of TSS and Proteus Aretes. Elise Talbot in the stroke seat. This is her Henley debut, and stroking a crew on your debut and also steering the crew as well between the booms and piles, Tom. I mean, how much pressure can you put on in a brand new event, steering your crew and your Henley debut? I mean, hats off to Elise for taking Elsie for taking that on. My apologies.
It's a lot of pressure, but I think it will have only been given to her, you know, if she's proved that she's capable, and I'm sure she looks very capable of it right now and stepping up to the challenge. Yeah, it can be difficult. Interesting again, it's on the straight line course, actually having your stern person steering can be a little bit easier. Obviously, when you're on a windy river, it's actually more important to have the bow person steering, but when you're on a straight course and you can just look straight back, quite often you'll see it's the stroke position that has the steering foot.
Well, it's the GB under-23 composite that's out in front as it stands at the moment. There's the trailing crew. That's the Tideway Scullers composite that we spoke about. You can see the three athletes in the stern three with the red and yellow blades and the red and yellow and white all-in-ones. They represent Tideway Sculler School in their bow seat. That's Mika van der Mispel, the 28-year-old. Well, she's from Proteus Aretes from the Netherlands. So they've got a little bit of work to do here, and losing out to probably the next generation of Olympians. Liv Cheesemore stroking out this crew for the Edinburgh University and Leeds composite. She's in her Molesey Boat Club all-in-one. She's an under-23 world champion in this boat class, and I cannot think of anyone better, Tom, to be at the helm of this crew.
It's exactly, there's absolutely no shame in being bested by this crew. These, we will see them surely later on in the season, at least some of them. Under 23 selection will actually start on Monday. There's no rest for some of these guys, so depending on how far they get in, and if they make a final, they may well have to find themselves challenging for an under 23 seat just a day later.
Yeah, it's a tough ask. This is the really pointy end of the season, especially if you're going for international selection. Henley on the bounce with those age group world championship selections for your respective nations. And like you said, this is not a set combination of Liv Cheesemore, Nuala McFarlane, winner of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup a couple of years ago, Grace Dawson and Catherine Burton. They'll be sort of having to put themselves through their paces to show that they are, you know, worthy of that GB vest in the coming weeks to head out to the under-23 World Championships. But a pretty good performance on this opening round of the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup. They just look very sort of metronomical, don't they? It's a really nice rhythm that's being set by Cheesemore there.
Yeah, they've worked really hard in the first half of this race. They've put a little bit of distance in there, and I'm sure, as we said before, like just that couple lengths just really allows you to just calm the nerves, just think about moving in together, just sticking to your race plan, and just allows you to relax, and that's really, as much as you sometimes have to work a lot harder to get a lead, the psychological advantage of being there and being able to just loose and relax, and you tend to get faster, and that's why we do it.
Well, the result looking unchanged. Still the Edinburgh University and Leeds Rowing Club crew leading out with Clearwater. But one thing I really want to get across here in this opening round of the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup, the brand new trophy, is that we've got two winners, one from each crew, from the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup in board. So McFarlane in this crew right here that's leading, De La Vente in the TSS composite. And I think that goes to show you that the pathway really does exist. It has been carved out for these athletes to go from junior to student to intermediate quads. What a wonderful pathway that this regatta has created for the first time here in 2026. There goes the flag. That means that it's Edinburgh University and Leeds Rowing Club that win that round of the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy. The Town Challenge Cup now. This is the premier event for women's coxless fours, and we've got Nautilus Rowing Club A on the Berkshire Station going up against the University of London and Molesey Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. A combination of partnership, UL and Molesey, that we see across the intermediate events as well in the bridge. Great to see them here in this event. But look at this, the steering, as is always with these coxless fours, a little bit erratic as we come down the island, Tom.
Yeah, it's the reason why it's difficult is because obviously 2 blades on each side, so if one blade misses a stroke, that's 50% of the work on one side, and that can really twist the boat. And when you're up at 40, high 40 strokes a minute, really trying to get that boat up to speed, just one slip stroke can be enough to just pull that steering off.
Well, it looks to me like it's the University of London and Molesey Boat Club crew that are being asked to move back to their side of the river. It's so tempting when you've got that big Temple Island looming over you on your bow side blades to get as far away from it as possible, but it can cause you to go right out into the middle of the river. They are now on the back foot as they come out of Temple Island, and once again, you know, Nautilus Rowing Club A. We talked about under-23s in the previous round of the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup. Here in the town, this is yet another development crew that we've got on display here from the GB rowing team setup, Tom.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what Nautilus Rowing Club is. It's really the flag at which these development crews will row under. So if they've got a real mix of clubs, they can quite often row under Nautilus, obviously being coached by Helen Brown, who's been part of the GB system for a long time. So again, these 4 athletes will definitely have their sights set on international selection later on in this summer.
Well, they've all been overseas at American universities for the majority of this season, across a litter of different universities. We've got Matilda Druitt in the stroke seat there. We're looking down into her eyes in the Molesey Boat Club all-in-one. She was in the Stanford top 8 that came second, got a silver medal at the NCAA, the University Rowing Championships in the US of A. But behind her, the winner of that same event, Rhiannon Luke, who set that blisteringly fast time, beat out the world record in inverted commas. I know it's not a world best time, but that was a big talk of the town. So if you've not seen that, do go and look up the Texas performance at that NCAA Championships. And then from Syracuse, Acorn Cassidy, originally from Enniskillen, she's in the 2 seat there of this crew. And the bow seat, Amelia Gleed, well, she's hoping and planning to go to Texas next year. So all of these 4 have been overseas to the United States of America. And Tom, it's such a common pathway, right, to going on to represent your country. That's definitely something that's changed within women's rowing over the last 10 years since I was rowing, is that the American universities just produce such phenomenal, you know, engines of athletes.
Yeah, and they've really upped their recruiting game. We speak to some of these schools that have 5, 6, 7 different American unis will come over and visit the UK and want to talk to some of their top athletes. So it's a great development pathway. Like you said, so because these students will have not been part of the GB system, they're being abroad, this is their opportunity now to come back together and put performance down just before they go into final seat racing.
Well, in the trailing crew, there are no slouches as well. I know we're looking here at the leading crew, who are beautifully serene and taking the rating right down to conserve their energy for the later rounds of competition in the Town Challenge Cup, so long as nothing goes wrong. But here is the trailing crew from University of London and Molesey Boat Club. 2 Olympians on board and a new mum in Rowan McKellar, Tom.
Yeah, like you said, we were talking earlier, unbelievable. I don't think it's been that long since she had her baby. And I just love that from Henley, that it's such a draw that even athletes who maybe have finished at the absolute top end of their career still want to come back here. They still want to race. It still has that draw. It's still that magic special thing.
Yeah, you can see her there. She's in the purple all-in-one, just 1 forward from the Molesey Boat Club athlete in the bows there, Amy Selesky. And, you know, you can say Brown, she had a baby back in the autumn, joined also by Nicolina Laidlaw, who represented Denmark in the Olympic Women's 8 back in Paris. But we're nearing towards the line now. This is the next generation of Olympians here in this crew. This is the Nautilus Rowing Club A boat that crosses the line ahead of University of London and Molesey Boat Club in the Town Challenge Cup. This is the premier Cox's Falls event for women, introduced 10 years ago now. It's been in existence, and what a development it's been in this event. Fist bumps all round here for this crew, all back over from the United States and looking to represent their country this summer at the Under-23 World Championships. A win for Nautilus Rowing Club A.
Attention!
We move now to the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. So we go from the Premier events all the way down to where it starts for most athletes. This is the junior women's quads between Sir William Perkins School on the Berkshire Station, Maidenhead Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire Station. And I think this is going to be one hell of a matchup here, Tom, in this Diamond Jubilee event.
Yeah, I've had my eye on this one all day. I think it could be a really exciting one. Both these clubs in previous years been churning out some sculling talent. Both of them, again, fairly local, well, Maidenhead more so, but plenty of time would have been spent on this course. And I think if you look at previous times, as I mentioned before, pretty close, about 3 seconds apart on the barrier, a couple seconds still at Forley, neither of which were pushed too hard, so it'll be really exciting to see if this stays close, to see what anyone might have been keeping in the bag, you know, for the weekend.
Yeah, this is the top crew here from Sir William Perkins School nearest to us. You can hear the blades as they go past our camera position. They beat out the City of Cambridge in yesterday's matchup, and they're now looking to go one better and make the weekend here in this Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. They're facing Maidenhead, though, who betted them at the National School Regatta. They made the A final, 4th place, just off the podium here for the locals from Maidenhead Rowing Club. But as it stands at the moment, you know, Sir William Perkins, they've come back from a plagued season of illness, injury. You know, Chris Boddy has said, you know, it's been remarkable the work that they've done to push through that really disrupted season to get here to Henley Royal Regatta. And look at the difference it's made. They're now beating out Maidenhead Rowing Club on the biggest stage of them all, Tom.
Yeah, Chris Boddy's done some fantastic work. His 4-seat there, Emily, already a double junior world silver medalist. Interestingly as well, I noticed in the 3-seat, a J16 in this crew, only 15 years old, Ashley Sullivan. That's amazing to see her having made this top crew. And like you said, maybe in this discipline they didn't quite get it right in that scores, but I know, having spoken to Chris, 2 of these athletes actually won Nat Schools in the championship 4s with a course time record. So definitely some pedigree, and they're showing it here on the course.
Definitely, and yeah, it does. As I say, it's good that they've got the versatility to go from 4s to quads to 8s. I feel like the junior pathway and setup, the ability to race at the national schools in different events here at Henley Women's, at Henley Royal, across all the different categories, just makes really well-rounded athletes. And again, we were flying over there with Maidenhead Rowing Club. They are a wonderfully talented crew of athletes, but here are Sir William Perkins School, who are pressing on here with a length and a half in hand. I mean, you're down, you're in the Maidenhead Rowing Club crew. Tom, what's your call here to try and get yourself back on terms?
Look, obviously, they will have had a preset plan for their speed up into the line, as it were. So normally the call would be to bring that forward. That would be sort of the first plan of action, is like, right, we might not want to quite sprint this long, but if we wait too long, we won't have a chance to get back in. So normally that move would be try and get back in there. I don't see like anything going wrong in that Maidenhead boat. That looks really nice, really together still. Bit of backsplash, blades going in on the way forward. Really great connection to the water. I think just a little bit outclassed here by a fantastic Sir William Perkins quad.
Yeah, really good Sir William Perkins quad here, who continue to keep it nice and lively. They're not winding it down. They don't feel comfortable enough to paddle through the enclosures, but they are doing a really good job, nice and synchronised, and trying to push on to make the Saturdays, to make the semi-finals, much like they did at the Henley Women's Regatta a couple of weeks ago, to match that result and maybe go one better. But they fend off any challenge from Maidenhead Rowing Club. A great contest here in this Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, and it's certainly drawn the crowds here, as we're just one race out now from the tea time break, and this is really great stuff here from Sir William Perkins.
I'm sure there'll be lots there for Maidenhead in their 150th year as well, celebrating that one this year. Lots of help on the bank shouting them along.
So that is a confirmed result as the Hip Hip Hoorays come from Sir William Perkins School, the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. They beat out No Course Maidenhead Rowing Club.
Attention! Go!
Here is the Temple Challenge Cup between Syracuse University, United States of America on the Berkshire Station and the University of Washington on the Buckinghamshire Station. And Tom, my heart's thumping. I absolutely love an all-American clash, especially in the student men's 8. Syracuse, this is their full second varsity 8, their second 8, and then Washington, this is a combination of their 2V, their 3V. At the moment, Washington winning out the honours at the end of the island.
Yeah, it's the absolute bread and butter of American racing, isn't it? Student 8, this is what they do week in, week out. We, unlike our sort of 6-lane racing, which we do here, they have loads of match fixtures. They do loads of one-on-one racing, and that's why when they come to Henley, they're just so dangerous, because they know exactly how to race on this course.
Washington will certainly have learned some lessons from a couple of years ago here at Henley Royal Regatta. There was that famous hit of the booms in the Grand Challenge Cup from their top 8, from their varsity 8. So those stories will have penetrated back into the club, coming over here in force to Henley Royal Regatta for the 2026 season. And look at this, they are a length up. Now, you know, Syracuse, they've been pretty much a full unit here, this second 8 that have come over to Henley Royal. Washington, a much more kind of interspersed mixture of athletes from different boats, from different crews. I guess, you know, what's the benefits and what are the drawbacks here, Tom, of those two different approaches from these programs?
Yeah, so obviously, you know, if you can have a squad that's training together, they're going to be going in different boats all year, then putting those together later in the season might not be as much of a problem. But in general, just time in the boat. You hear it said before, you know, the more time you can spend in a specific crew, the more time you can just finalise that race plan, just tweak it, and you're just working on those little bits just to perfect it. And that's sometimes when we see these really close races, it's just that those little tiny bits that you've been able to perfect by just being in that same combination all year could be the difference between winning or losing.
I also think, you know, coming into the high pressure part of the race, when you've got to sprint and you've got to do it together for it to be effective, the crew that's been together longer, which is Syracuse as a full unit, might just have the advantage as they come in towards the final stages of this race. They'll have executed this sprint as a full unit of athletes, as a full boat times before, like in the IRA final in this 2V where they came 4th, and they are sharp, they are strong, as yesterday's umpire said, but they're currently being outpowered by the dogs from Washington, the boys in the boat. Here are Syracuse. What can they do here now into the final 100 metres or so of this Temple Challenge Cup race? They're moving, Tom.
They're moving, and like you said, it's a real hard thing to do, and they have put a bit of bump on speed here. I wonder whether Washington has let them back a little bit into the race there, but it still looks like they've got control. I'm sure the Cox will be keeping their eye on that Syracuse, and I think at this point they have done enough.
Yeah, Washington respond really well. Well, we heard Syracuse was short and sharp. Washington just so precise here to fend off any challenge from the orange from Syracuse. It will be 3/4 of a length over the line in this Temple Challenge Cup event. Washington march on, I think, as favourites probably in this event, along with Neuhaus. We'll see them feature in the weekend so long as this white flag goes up, and there it is. Ben Helm will be happy to say that the last race before tea was directed and down the track without a hitch. University of Washington in the Temple Challenge Cup will beat out Syracuse University. Tom, that was a great race to finish on. As I say, I always love the Americans going head-to-head. Any highlights for you from this afternoon session of racing so far?
Just the standard across the board, like you said, from school crews, student crews we've seen, internationals, intermediates. Fantastic racing. Doesn't look like anyone's doing anything wrong. Like just beautiful to watch on both crews throughout the day.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's very clear to me, and we've got even more action to come, even more quality to come after the tea interval. We can rejoin racing live 5:30 p.m. We kick off with the Thames Challenge Cup between Marlow and Koninklijke de Maas, Netherlands. That's going to be a great race. But Ali is down with us on the riverbank at the tea time break.
Well, thank you to all of our commentators. That is the afternoon session done and dusted on day 4. I have to say, it is a glorious day to just sit, watch some rowing, or just watch some of the pleasure craft going up and down the river. It's the most exquisite spot on the River Thames. And Will, you were rowing here earlier in the week, and you've got a great spot here. You're definitely not going to be letting this spot go, are you?
No, not at all. It's a lovely day out here, enjoying some great rowing. So, yeah.
So how did it go on Tuesday?
Unfortunately, we lost, but Kingston versus Cork. They're rowing for Kingston these days. Always going to be a tough race, but yeah, you now can enjoy the rest of the week. Enjoy the sun, the drinks, and all the racing. Yeah.
I guess when you're involved in the sport, you coming to Henley and not competing is you feel like you want to be out on the water. But having raced on Tuesday and then unfortunately lost, you can now enjoy it.
Definitely. It's always a shame to go out, but then we're all treating it as we can enjoy the rest of the week, have a nice time, and yeah, make the most of what Henley's got to offer.
So what does a day at Henley entail for you guys? How many of you are there?
It's 4 of us here today. It's an early start, get some prime spot on the riverbank, drink some food, and yeah, make the most of everything here.
It's such a unique event, this. I mean, to be able to sit in deck chairs at an elite sporting event and watch it and be so close to the action. I mean, you can see where the booms are. The rowers, some of them Olympians, schoolboys, intermediates, clubs, students, whoever they are, whoever you're supporting, you can get so close to the action in this most picturesque of settings. So that is, as I said, the afternoon session done and dusted. We'll be back racing around about 5:30 for the evening session. But in the meantime, let's find out a little bit more about the Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust.
Today we're going to see 2,000 kids from across the southeast racing their hearts out for their schools and friends down here on the race floor.
The Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust supports projects around the country that encourage young people to row and scull.
Is that this is the opportunity of people trying sport that they may never have got the opportunity of doing. It's about engaging, it's about people getting into the sport, having an opportunity. The more opportunities that we can widen our youth in all sorts of areas, the more it's going to improve their lives and improve society.
This sort of event has the power to shape futures. So, if you'd like to help open the door for the next generation, donate to the Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust today. Log on to our website or scan the QR code now. Thank you.
Anyway, Hollis with their new yellow Empacker. They are on the far side, the Berkshire station, and Chicago Rowing Foundation. They are on the right-hand side of your screen. From Chicago, USA. Hollis quicker out in their heat, and Chicago pretty much posted a similar time at the end. How do you see this race developing?
Yeah, I think the Americans are defined by their punchy characteristics at the beginning of the race. They tend to start very, very quickly, although looking at those pictures, maybe LEH are the slightly better of the two opening few strokes. But I'm excited to see whether LEH can continue to build on the momentum that they've been sort of creating over the last few weeks. Finalists at the Henley Women's Regatta, and you can see there, Martin, already a few seats up on this crew from Chicago.
Yeah, just a little bit off the back end, I think, more than the Americans, are quite front-ended crew. And that's why they've got that bit of an advantage. We're looking at Bow in the Chicago 8, Kennedy Sinclair, the 17-year-old. In the 7th seat, Tom, I did spot Abby Biederman, who is just 16. Has come into the boat. She's a figure skater, would you believe? And I wondered if Sir Steve Redgrave could take any lessons off her. He was on Dancing with Ice, wasn't he?
Look, if she gets knocked out, I'm sure she'll be happy to chat to him about figure skating. I think for now she might be focused on trying to ensure that LEH don't define the narrative of this race very early doors, because they are moving like a steam train here. Every stroke you can see their athletes just moving out ever so slightly on Chicago, who will likely be a little bit rattled by just how fast LEH have moved up the blocks here.
Jeremy Kirkwood is the lead coach of the Hollis crew. There we see them, Maddie Clark in the stroke seats. This is her last year at school. Behind her, Hannah Kelly. boat club captain, off to university in Japan, and Leah Hemrick behind her, out for most of last season with a broken wrist. Made it back this year, and she's anchoring that boat at 6. So the Hollis boat, I mean, it's close, isn't it? They've got an advantage, but they haven't shaken the Americans off. This is going to go all the way down the track.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, Martin. So often these contests at Henley defined by one crew starts very, very well, and if they're unable to sort of break that overlap, the elastic band that connects the two boats, they find themselves being attacked again in the second half. So it's whether Chicago are unfazed by the start that LEH have had, whether they can gather themselves and find some second half momentum. And at the moment, it looks like LEH rowing really smoothly, really calmly, and you just compare and contrast those styles. The Americans chunkier, more punchy around both ends, and the finesse and sort of panache of the British crew just continuing to move them along here. But I think as we look at these shots as they come past, to me, Martin, I think Chicago maybe regained some ground.
Yeah, totally. And Coach Mike Walling of Chicago, these guys rowing Chicago's Clark Park on the Chicago River. There's the Americans. Now, he says that his women can each bench press over 200 pounds. What do you reckon to that?
It's a lot more than I can bench press, so I'm probably not really qualified to comment. I'm not surprised. There are some powerful girls in this unit, and Chicago Rowing Foundation, one of the big clubs in the sort of northwest, I guess, of the United States of America. Really powerful program that they've put together there, and this is their first time over at Henley Royal Regatta. We heard from a few of the parents of the athletes in this crew right before we launched the lunchtime show earlier today, the progress board, and they are confident, they're quietly confident that this crew has what it takes to go all the way in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy.
Yeah, we had a look there at the stroke. Olivia Lindemann, she's going to Princeton University, great women's program there. And a lot of this Hollis crew off to universities. Remember them coming in the last day of A-levels at the boathouse. They share the boathouse down on the Thames at Molesey with Hampton School. It looks to me like Chicago Rowing Foundation have got their bows in front, and I don't know if Hollis have got an answer.
No, not at this stage. We saw Hollis, as I say, stretch out in the opening stages, and Chicago really maturely responded here. It's not often we see this. The American crews are usually the more front-ended of the two boats, but on this occasion, Chicago maybe learning the lessons that some of their American compatriots in previous years haven't quite picked up, and just not going with LEH too aggressively out the start, and allowing themselves now to just rely on their, what I think is superior horsepower, and they're stretching out.
Yeah, that's a great shout. And I think at the front end, that power's really coming in. They're connecting quite loosely. They're not losing much grip at the front end, the Americans. And with that power that they've got, that Coach Walling has helped instill in them, that's given them a dominating position in the middle of the race. I don't see a way back for Hollis from this.
As you say, Mike Walling spearheads this programme. Won back-to-back world championships with the USA under-19 women's 8, 21 and 22. Still holds the world record in that boat class from Varese, Italy. So he knows what it takes to win at the highest level. Has been coaching girls' crews to supreme heights for many years now. And I think you're right, Martin. This is now what I described earlier. That elastic band has snapped. Not only can LEH not really see their opponents, they're struggling probably to hear them. So finding the momentum and the motivation to reclaim ground is going to be really tough.
Yeah, they will dig in though. They had a fantastic result at Henley Women's Regatta, getting through to the final, losing out to the all-powerful Headington crew. She's a real fighter, Maddie. You can see her there in the stern of the boat, and she will be leading them right down to the finish. Amethyst Maggi, 17-year-olds, coxing that boat, urging the crew on, but the Chicago crew, let's fly up to them. Let's just see that front end, see how they look. Never let up, really. Locked in, quick. Finishes look, to me, good. A little bit longer than perhaps early on, just off the start. Rowing in lovely flat conditions, Tom.
Yeah, that picture there, just following Chicago. They're pulling away now with each stroke. There's clear water between the two boats, and you've got the banks of people on the side of the river just watching these two crews make their way down. First race after lunch. The applause will go up for LEH, but I think it's too late for Jamie Kirkwood's girls. It's Chicago all the way.
People still to come back for lunch, but enough in the enclosures to make their presence felt for these two crews. Two great boats, two great crews, two fantastic coaches. There can only be one winner, and at the moment that looks highly likely to be the women from Chicago Rowing Foundation, USA. It's heartbreak for Hollis, as it was for Hampton School, who share their boathouse earlier today, who went out. Chicago progressed through from this heat of the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy for junior girls 8s. Hollis come in, great row from them, just came up against a more powerful crew. So let's wait for the umpire's white flag, and then we'll give you confirmation. There's the white flag. So, confirmation, Chicago beat Hollis in the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy.
Attention!
So, from the men's open double sculls to the women's open double sculls, and this is pretty much a domestic affair. We've got Jen Titterington and Izzy Maxwell from Newark and Vesta. Don't think I've ever seen a Newark-Vesta combination. They are on the far side, on the left-hand side of your picture, and the crew on this near side is from Upper Thames. So Meg Luciani, who is in the bow seat, 41 years young, and Fee Gammon in the stroke seat, 33. Have you ever seen a Newark-Vesta composite, Tom?
No, I confess I haven't, but I have seen plenty of Jen Titterington. She's been in and around the domestic circuit for many years now, a very accomplished single sculler, multiple appearances at this regatta, the Henley Women's Regatta. She's a seasoned competitor, but Fee Gammond in the bow seat, or the stroke seat, I should say, of that Upper Thames crew on home water, a former Olympian for the GB rowing team, just showing us all what she's still capable of.
Yeah, I mean, she's only 33, isn't she? I mean, she's still like in the prime of her rowing career. And I think I did read somewhere that she was a Husky. She was at the University of Washington. I hope I got that right. There is Newark and Vesta, the Newark athlete in the bow, Jen Titterington, and Izzy Maxwell, 26 years of age, in the stroke seat of that. Well, she's the Vesta athlete. She learnt to row at Durham University. She rowed up north, Berwick and those places. They're still in contact. They're still in contention. The race isn't totally done and dusted. And we are, I guess, halfway through, Tom?
Yeah, give or take, I think you're right, Martin. That Upper Thames crew just gassing out the start, establishing maybe 2 lengths on the boat from Vesta and Newark. Just looking at Megan Lucani there in the bow seat. She last raced with Fee in the Town Challenge Cup in 2024, took a year out to have her son Leo, who, unbeknown to her, also raced in the Town Challenge Cup. She was pregnant at the time, and then Fee helped her back into her boat in 2025, and now here they are racing on the Henley stretch, and they'll get a lot of support there on the bank as we go past the Upper Thames Rowing Club.
Yeah, and of course, one of the New Zealand women's double, Brooke, she actually raced while she was pregnant here. I think she went out to Imogen Grant in, I want to say 2018, but
pre-COVID, yeah.
Yeah, pre-COVID, but I mean, so I think very appropriate to talk about that on International Women's Day. So this championship event, you could see when it was first introduced at the regatta, and it's a decent close race. We're kind of 3/4 of the way down. There's still plenty of time. And I think a look around, so how significant would that? Izzy Maxwell, 26, looks around and she probably could see the Upper Thames double. And the shout, the magnetic shout from Upper Thames and all their club members, that will have disappeared now. So what do you reckon the chances of Newark and Vesta pulling a surprise out of the hat?
Well, like you say there, another look round from the Vesta Newark crew. They're going to have to find a little bit more intensity, I think, as the boats approach the enclosures. You can see as the camera pans round the thronged masses on the banks watching on the Friday of Henley Royal Regatta. I think think the rate's got to come up there in the Newark Vesta Composite if they want to go. You can see another look round there from Jen Titterington in the bow seat. She knows that it's probably now or never. There's quite a lot of room between the two crews, still clear water, so if they want to find the gas, they need to go seeking it now.
I love it when athletes look round. I know the coaches say don't look round, but I was a bit of a looker, and I remember Beppe Vincigno, who's here in the Italian 8-hill race on Sunday. I mean, 2017 Sarasota up against the Sinkovics in the pair. He was looking around every single stroke, and he got through them in the last, 300 metres. Sensational sprint.
I think there's a big sprint coming on here from Jen and Izzy. Vesta and Newark just punching in a long dynamic rhythm. You can see there, and a look round from the Upper Thames crew. It's the first time I've seen Lucani in the bows. Take a look at her opposition. She knows that they're coming, and actually, Martin, we hear the crowd in our ears, and that's when we know it's a good race.
So we can hear the crowds. I spoke to coach Ashley Cowley this morning, and he was pretty confident. The champion of Scotland, the champion of England, Upper Thames still prevail. Something magical will need to happen, but you never know at Henley. We've seen magical things happen here today as Vesta and Newark continue to charge in the Stoner. They are coming back, they are coming back, they are coming back. This is going to be close. I still don't think they'll do it, but on the line, will the magic happen? No, it's Upper Thames. That was close. They so nearly had it. Upper Thames crossed the line first. A fantastic finish to that race. And I presume they know they've won. Here's the replay. Oh my goodness, that was just canvas or a deck if you're watching in the USA. Umpire's launch going over to the finisher, and so we have the result of that race, that Meg Luciani and Fee Gammond beat Titterington and Maxwell in the Stoner.
Attention. Go.
So up to the start, this is a historic occasion. Tom, do you want to enlighten us?
Happy to. Princess of Wales Challenge Cup, the very first time this event is happening at the regatta. It was introduced in 2026 alongside the Danesfield and the Queen Victoria, and this is our very first heat of the new competition for intermediate women's quad sculls.
So, historic occasion. The crew on the left is Leander Club and Hartbury University. The crew on the right is Amsterdamse Studenten Wageningen Neerhuis of the Netherlands. Lots to talk about in these crews. Leander got the best of the early exchanges, Tom.
Yeah, you would think that the desperation to keep this trophy in the country in its first year of staging will be pretty high amongst the domestic outfits, and Leander and Hartbury, Kate Mole, Rosa Thompson, Eleanor Dash and Anna Grace. This is a very, very impressive unit they put together, and at the moment the Dutch, not much to choose between the two crews, both in terms of margin but actually in terms of how close they are together on the course.
Yeah, the shot at the back is one of the incredible powerless sisters. There are three of them. Ilse, who's just had a little baby in June, she's Olympic gold medalist in Rio, and her sister Benta, she was Olympic silver medalist in the quad in Paris. And Femke is bow of that Neerhuis boat. She's just become an auntie. This is live, and Neerhuis are really sculling beautifully, and they're going through the Leander Hartbury crew.
That Dutch finesse just so evident here. They scull so well, Martin. You're absolutely spot on. And it's that finesse that has just created the leverage and the gain that they needed. And the live shot showing us that the Dutch have timed their move potentially perfectly. The question now, right to left, is whether Leander and Hartbury have the gas to respond.
Yeah, students from American universities. The two-girl Lena Schwartz was at Princeton. The stroke, you're looking at an Phaedra van der Molen, also was a graduate from Princeton. And the umpire, I think, born in Neerhuis, Squinbatten. That's going to take a little bit of speed off. Catherine Mole, the stroke of the Leander boat, senses blood. We're in for another close finish, Tom.
Yeah, I think Neerhuis need to be very careful here. They're being repeatedly warned. We can see from our shots earlier the Neerhuis boat out in the middle of the course. And the question is whether that rudder is going to cost the Dutch club.
And you can see the photographers leaning out the boat to get a great shot. Catherine Mole is winding it up behind her. Rosa Davis-Thompson, Ellie Dash in the 2 and 3 seats. This is a sensational finish. Still being walled, it's all going on. I think Neerhouse are not interfering as far as I can see, but I think Leander are coming through. Who's going to win this race? We come up to the finish. It is Leander on the far side. Neerhouse, who worked diddly, but Leander have moved through. And they sensationally take that heat, the first race of the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy. Could we have had a closer race, Tom?
What an advert for this trophy in its inaugural staging. Unbelievable from that composite Leander and Hartbury to react in that way, having been rowed down by Neerhouse in the middle section, to then find the Spirit, the Endeavour, to overcome the Dutch. Really, really impressive showing.
Oh my God, 2 races in a row where you was just less than a deck or less than a canvas. What a sensational result. Confirmation in the first ever running of the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy. Leander and Hartbury beat Neerhouse. We're off up to the start for our next race, and this is a heat of the Island Challenge Cup. Brown University on the Berkshire station from the USA, and they are going up against the might of the University of London, who are on this near side of the course, the Buckinghamshire station. So Brown versus UL. How do you see this race coming out, Peter?
I think obviously we've got the British crew is gold medalists from British University Championships Regatta earlier this year, and the Brown University is one of the top 3 fastest crews in America, so I think it could really go neck and neck here.
Like this. Attention. Go. Get ready, please.
So we'll just let you soak in a bit of the atmosphere at the start. We're going to stay quiet for a while. You can see the Cox's hands, but just to give you the special sound effects at the start.
Attention. Go!
The quietness of the start explodes into a cauldron of noise as Brown and UL power off the start. What do you think so far, Peter?
I think I can really see those legs from the University of London working really hard. The ones from Brown University are coming down a bit quicker. There's a bit of a difference in the rowing style, but UL seem to have a slightly better outcome of the start sequence now, and taking less strokes a minute than the Brown crew.
University of London, the purples on the right of your picture, Brown on the far side, UL are in the white boat, the Filippi, which I think Ben Smith, who runs the rowing programme there, but Tom Gale, who coaches this crew, fantastic coach, coached my son when he was at Tideway Scullers, and beautiful fluid movements from Tom Gale crews.
We're definitely seeing a progression from University of London in the recent years. They've also got a fantastic composite crew with Molesley challenging for some other events at Henley Royal Regatta. But will they be able to find enough speed quickly enough to not have Brown close the door on them in this race, Martin?
Yeah, look at Brown. They had a good race yesterday, good in that they raced their B crew, and you always think when you come up against the B crew, OK, we've got to show them respect, and they did that in the race. But what a fearsome pace, stroke Callista Snyder-Cox, the 21-year-old from New Rochelle, New York, is setting. The New Yorker is really pulling it into the back end, really going for it at this stage of the race, Pieter.
I really love that dynamic press of the back end. You can really see exactly what makes that bow rise so nicely out of the water and sort of propel them forward. UL must not be discounted. They had a really good comeback against Neerhouse crew yesterday, so might they be able to repeat that performance?
Well, Neerhouse led till around about halfway, till Fawley, didn't they? And then UL started to close. How much is that going to prey on the minds of these Brown women and their coach?
I think not an insignificant amount. I think they'll be aware of that, so that's why I think they will try and potentially outdo themselves in the first half of this race to close that door on UL and say, hold on, you're not going to come back on this one.
I think that's why they've been working so hard. So Adair Beck, you can see her back up in the bow seat. Local woman from Greenwich, Connecticut. Not got far to travel to Brown University. Right on the river there in Rhode Island. Very special place. Not many crews like coming to race Brown on that river because it's quite swirling. The beat of the drum. Now that would remind me of Norway and their football team.
We all saw those rowing motions that they make them crowds do at the World Cup. That's a fantastic reference. And yeah, we saw that crew, Brown University, the beat of the drum, that boat. We saw them race at Henley Women's Regatta just a couple of weeks ago, and they had a really successful campaign there. So they'll certainly be looking to improve on that performance. But UL is just about to start getting some stream advantage, so they might be about to make a move and start to come
when
back.
you say stream advantage, I think I know what you mean, but explain to the viewers watching who might not understand why there is a stream advantage to the left-hand side of the course potentially at this time.
So obviously we're racing on a live river. This is not a stationary body of water, so the racing is done upstream, and as the course is not exactly in a straight line in relation to the bank sort of wears off throughout the course. So in the middle portion of that race, the crew on the Buckinghamshire station here, you can see that on the camera shot, is actually closer to the bank on the other side than the Berkshire station.
And hence less stream.
Precisely.
Totally. So Brown University looking really smooth. Their motto, ever true, and these women will be ever true to themselves and their coach Tessa Gobbo. They will be absolutely delighted that, you know, past Fawley and UL have not managed to charge back. I can't see the margin staying the same. I'm sure UL will start to close, but it's an awful lot to ask for the purples to come back at this stage of the race.
Certainly, I would think so. Those athletes coached by Tom Gale will need to channel their inner Finn Hamill if they want to have a chance at progressing through to the semi-finals. At the moment, Brown still not letting off that pace, looking really strong and dominant. It's almost like they're not getting tired here, Martin.
Yeah, I know. I kind of say that in commentary, and then sometimes in World Row, my co-commentator Greg Searle says, do you know how hard they're rowing and how much they're hurting? Because the thing is, it's great. If it looks good, you're probably going fast. And the trick is to be working full gas with an impassive face.
There is also a saying that you don't really get tired when you're winning and you're ahead. Obviously, that adrenaline does sort of spur on the extra speed. And obviously, when all 8 athletes, as you can see, rowing really nice and precise at the catch, pick that boat up together, obviously, then it feels less heavy. But you're absolutely right, Martin. The amount of effort that these athletes are putting in must not be discredited.
Anna Lemanovic, the 23-year-old undergrad at the University of Pennsylvania, now studying a master's at UL. She's stroking that boat, desperate to make some move back. And you know, Sophie Wrightson, the 21-year-old Cox, who's studying medicine at UCL, she will be screaming and shouting. Her voice will be raising in intensity. Brown have covered every single move that UL have made. It's been a masterclass in tactics from the Rhode Island University.
I think it's really good to highlight just how much strategy goes into side-by-side racing like this. You will be able to analyze times to the barrier, to the Fawley, measure relative speeds, and obviously American universities they know exactly what it's like to race and have a crew on either side of you week in, week out, so they'll be very used to responding to any moves and sort of adjusting their race plan on the fly. Look at that shot here by the camera crew. Absolutely unbelievable rhythm. I think beat of the drum is quite right, Martin.
Totally. Adair Beck from Greenwich, Connecticut, 20 years of age. She's going to remember this race. Just beautiful. Yeah, that you could really see her lean over into her rigger, and I always prefer to lean into my rigger in terms of away from it. I felt more comfortable leaning in, that I was kind of behind the blade. But she definitely is Adair leaning in. But they have crossed the finish line first in this heat of the Ireland Challenge Cup. Brown University, a very impressive crew, and UL disheartened across the line. They would have hoped for much more from this race. It wasn't to be. The winner will face Brooks A. And confirmation that Brown do indeed go through. They will face Brooks A. What a matchup that will be. UL go out of the island.
Attention! Go!
So this is the third race we've had this afternoon of this new event, the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy for intermediate women's quadruple sculls. Sort of goes and balances out the Prince of Wales for intermediate men's quadruple sculls. And on the far side of the course, we've got Reading University, and on the near side of the course, so closest to us, we have this crew from Molesey Boat Club. You surprised Reading are that far up at the moment, Pietro?
I am absolutely not. I was going to say, I don't think this race is going to finish anywhere near a close margin. The way that Reading have sort of moved away from Leander in the final of the Henley Women's Regatta was just astonishing. I think they're going to be one of the favourites to win the entire trophy.
That's a big call, but you heard it from Pietro Golawski there. Absolutely power strokes rowing, precision rowing, beautiful fluidity from the Reading University crew. Coached, of course, by Chris Bartley, the former GB lightweight rower. And I know some of the women really feel in this Reading University crew, they owe a lot to Chris.
Definitely, the kind of culture that Chris and Will Rand were able to build at Reading over the past few years. I mean, there's no surprise as to why we see so many Reading University sculling crews just dominating the scene in this country. And if you look at their technical composition, there's so much finesse, there's so much efficiency there. There's almost like not a wasted motion, that those catches are nice and sharp. There's not too much splashing going on either end of the stroke, and they just move so beautifully together in unison.
Yeah, and I think some indication, the Molesey crew, you know, they've got Megan Hewson, the Scot, who's from University of Tennessee, Eloise Wormlington, she's won Henley in the Wargrave, Lily Abbott, 24, just come from Cal. You know, and Janine Roche, the French woman in the stroke of the Molesey boat. I mean, these are really, really talented and strong women.
Definitely, Molesey have also been on the resurgence, and you see them field so many more sort of the bridge and Wargrave crews as well, just allowing so many women with different walks of life the opportunity to compete for the best trophies and practice the sport that we all love.
So Megan Knight from Reading in the stroke seat. There she is with that beige cap on. She said this crew is something special. Well, I think we can see that now, Meg. All four of us have faced challenges, and no, we wouldn't be here doing this project without Chris Bartley. I can't thank him enough. And you can see what Chris Bartley and these four women have done. Reading University crossed the line in that heat of the Prince of Wales Challenge Trophy, ahead of a good Molesey crew. We wait for the umpire's white flag to indicate the race was fair, and confirmation that in the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy, Reading University beat Molesey.
Attention.
The Town Challenge Cup now. We've had a few rounds of this afternoon, and this matchup now between Leander Club and Oxford Brookes University on the left-hand side of your screen on the Berkshire station, and the University of Washington, the Huskies, on the Buckinghamshire station on the right-hand side of your screen. And there's just been such a huge contingent of Washington women that have come over here. They're going to have to rectify this steering here. The Cox's Falls, always a really challenging boat to steer, and we've had a few instances as well over on the Berkshire station as well. They're over the buoy line. They're really going to have to adjust here, Leander and Oxford Brookes. Wow, Pete, I mean, that was a real right angle turn there for the Berkshire station.
Oh, absolutely. I think the Leander crew were just starting off quite straight, and they felt pushed very far in from the Huskies, and then that caused them to overcorrect, and now both crews had to lose a little bit of speed to adjust for that maneuver. And now Huskies seem to have the better of it, but this is by no means done.
Yeah, indeed. That's going to be one to watch the whole way down this course. Those steering manoeuvres, both from Washington and the composite from Leander and Oxford Brookes, impacting that starting sequence for both crews.
We're now going to be looking at the umpire warning once again, and in which direction is the University of Washington. He's asking to move back to the Buckinghamshire station. It's John Hedger on the launch, directing this crew, an international rowing umpire himself. He's used to doing the World Rowing Cups Championships on the multi-lane, and this is certainly keeping him very busy as this University of Washington crew try and respond to that direction. And it's so hard when the pressure's coming from all around you, Pete, you know, to know and to sort of focus in on making those corrections whilst up at racing rhythm. How challenging is that, right?
Well, having steered this course myself some 10 years ago, I can tell you that it takes a lot of your mental focus away from the racing. It almost, if you've been tasked with steering, it is such a crucial part of the event that it's probably beneficial that you lay 10% off the power just to make sure that you're traveling the shortest distance possible. And like we've coined it earlier, you're not taking a scenic route around this river.
Well, plenty of American university talent across both of these crews. Obviously, the Washington Huskies here have got a couple of international under-23s on board. Half the crew Canadian, both Whittard in the bow seat, Calder in the 3-seat. Members of the under-23 Canadian team. They're joined by Kemp in the 2-seat, the Kiwis, Ola Kemp, and stroked by Jess Weir, the local from the UK, who was the gold medalist at the under-23 World Championships last year as part of the women's eight. So much under-23 talent in this Washington crew, but matched as well by Leander Clubb and Oxford Brookes University. Their stroke, Nicole Dunn, she was the stroke of the Princeton varsity crew. They're top 8 this year that made the A final of the US National University Championship. So just the pedigree across this event in the Town Challenge Cup, Pete. You know, we're going to see some of these guys go on to represent at the World Championships and the Olympics, I'm sure.
That is more than certain, Camilla. So half of this Washington crew, that 4 of those Washington crew, they made half of an 8 that raced at Windermere Cup, and they beat Rowing Canada Senior International 8. They came second just behind the GB Women's Elite 8. And it's worth mentioning, those American girls are only 21, 22. The oldest, Mira Calder in the 3-seat, she's only 22 years of age. So Leander have got a bit more experience under their bag. But those Huskies, they're just rowing so nicely together and just connecting the boat through the drive, through every single portion of the stroke. There's no wastage here, is there?
No waste. It's very efficient, particularly Jess Weir in the stroke seat, setting a really long rhythm, nice and stable. And I think that relaxation has allowed them to, you know, get their heads in the game to steer that little bit of a straighter course. They've managed to get themselves out of danger, and we've had no warning since. I don't want to jinx it, commentator's curse. They are starting to drift back into the centre of the water, but I think the fact that they are not under so much pressure means that they probably will have a little bit more headspace in order to be able to respond here.
Definitely, and credit to the umpire for sort of jumping on, raising the flag slightly early. He spotted that move across from Washington, and he could have prevented quite possibly a disastrous scenario for Leander as they were pushed off the Berkshire station at the start of the race.
Yeah, I do wonder, you know, what we'll see develop towards the end of this race. Of course, you know, the crews are able to protest if they feel that their water has been impeded. But look, that's not what we want here. We want nice, fair racing. We are coming into the ending stages here of this race, and there is John Hedger redirecting the crew, the Washington crew, on the Buckinghamshire station back towards their bank once again. I did say I didn't want to commentators curse them, but look, they've now got a few lengths of clear water in hand to be able to make those changes.
I think the decisive move of that race was once both crews aligned themselves straight on the course, Washington just took those extra 5 to 10 seconds just to get that extra 1 length advantage, which allowed them such a fantastic overview of what Leander was going to try and do to come back on them, and they just shut the door, Camilla.
Well, Leander now starting to drift across onto the Buckinghamshire station. They're going to need to change their steering. But there's Washington over the line. They are going to need to take some feedback on board, I think, for their steering off the start before they progress through to the semi-finals, because you cannot afford to do that in a stroke-for-stroke race. So Washington are through, but some lessons to be learnt, I think, for the steering for both of those crews. But a job well done, and the white flag there from John Hedger, happy that that steering did not affect the outcome of that race. We're now with the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup, one of the brand new events for 2026. This is the student women's quadruple sculls with Oxford Brookes University on the Berkshire Station and the Algemene Amsterdamse Studenten Rijvereniging Schuil Netherlands on the Bucks Station. And it's the Schuil crew that have jumped out early here, Tom.
Yeah, this Schuil crew is quite impressive. There's certainly some pedigree in this crew. I was talking to a couple of the Dutch students who were telling me that Schuil is traditionally more of a sculling centre, and all of these athletes well known for their sculling as opposed to sweep rowing with one blade. So this will have been going quite well all season, and it's certainly going to be a big ask for Oxford Brookes University. Obviously, traditionally not in these sculling events, but certainly willing to take on the challenge, and they've put one in a few different events now. Quite a few sculling crews for Brookes.
Yeah, Brookes also in the Prince of Wales, the intermediate men's quadruple sculls event, this new event for women. As I think, you know, it's an open it out and they will come, right? It will really kickstart and develop and grow university sculling, not just in the UK, but in many other countries as well. And this quad here, the Schuil quad, the fastest Dutch crew at the Ratzeburg Regatta over in Germany, that takes place back in, I think it's the end of May or June, certainly earlier on in the season. And the stern pairing of this boat for Schuil, Lois Hoxham and Louisa Falk, well, they'll be going to the FISU Championships, which is the World University Championships this summer. So a great contingent here from Schuil. They are sculling away here from Oxford Brookes University. But yeah, what a sight to see these new quads events out on the water, Tom.
It's brilliant to see, and that's really what Brookes was saying to us. Say, look, this is maybe more of a development crew, but this is an event they'd love to get into more. It's great to have a second student event on the women's side, similar to the PA on the men's side. That really helps them have a bigger squad, get more people on an opportunity to race Henley. And as we keep seeing now and now, as you look from the winners, the standard of Henley means that most people that are getting to the weekend now, they will have had to have competed multiple times before, because it's that amount of experience that you need to learn in order to perfect this course.
Totally, and Schuil will see them coming back time and time again. You know, they've had so much success in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup with their intermediate women. Amazing, they can now bring their women's quad in the event that they are most comfortable in to come here and try and pick up a red box at this regatta, and only due to the fact that, you know, these new women's events give that pathway through for student women to race in a category that is appropriate for them. That was an amazing shot there, riding on board with Dalfa van Oostrom in the bow seat, the 26-year-old. We've now spun around, we're looking into the eyes of 23-year-old Lois Hoxham, and was unbeaten in the Dutch Development League for double sculls, together with her three-seat Louisa Falk. Like I say, they were also at the World Cup in Seville earlier on this year, so that's the level that student rowing is at across the Netherlands, across the UK. You know, they're up here knocking on the door of these senior internationals, even in the student events, and that's the quality. You see how much water they've got here over and above Oxford Brookes, a programme synonymous with student rowing. Yeah, what a brilliant out here from Schuil.
Yeah, so here in the UK we have really strong school and junior level rowing, and that really feeds into our university programme. Over in the Netherlands there's not as much junior rowing. A lot of that comes from the students. That's really where a lot of them start. So that's no surprise that these are the kind of athletes that are going to be taking on, moving into the squad. Like you said, when we see that sculling there and this distance that they've put on this fairly new Oxford Brookes team, you would expect to see them again and again in the years to come.
Yeah, here's Oxford Brookes University. Three-quarters of this crew were featured in the A final at the British University Championship, so it's great that the majority of the crew has stayed together since May on this project. They were in the quarter-final of the aspirational academic quads at Henley Women's Regatta that takes place on this course 2 weeks ago. So yeah, like Tom says, we really hope that they stay together. Ingrid Floen in the stroke seat, just 19 years of age. Claire Murphy behind her. Sofia Milojevic in the two-seat, and Sophia McDavid in the bow seat. But yeah, I mean, you cannot ignore the distance that Schuil have got in this event. And I think it's sometimes quite hard to gauge, Tom, when a new event comes here to the regatta, trying to pitch the level and trying to know where the international crews will feature, where your level is it's really difficult to determine without the data, right?
Yeah, of course, like you said, this is not an event. We don't have years and years of historical data. This is just brand new, but this is the thing that Henley want to see. They want to put those events in place. Then we start to work out who's going to come, who's going to be attracted. People get an idea of what the speeds, what it takes to win. You know, whoever wins this year will go down as the gold medal time that everyone will be chasing for years to come.
Indeed, they will be chasing Skull certainly for the next days to come, because that is a performance that has dropped down the marker there in this Queen Victoria Challenge Cup. The Dutch quartet will be eyes on from the rest of the competition in this event. Oxford Brookes University, well, they're still rowing through the enclosures. I've seen so many Brookes Blazers out on the banks. They always come to support in force. They're reasonably local, just 40 minutes away in Oxfordshire. They're on the Wallingford stretch, so yeah, lots of Brookes support here to cheer on this crew that trail the Skull Netherlands crew. There's the result confirmed. So Skull from the Netherlands will progress through to the semi-finals of the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup. We've now got the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy between Edinburgh University and Leeds Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, and Tideway Sculler School and Delft-Dutch Studenten Rijvereniging Proteus Eretes Netherlands on the Buckinghamshire Station. That's the right-hand side of your screen. I mean, this is one of those ones, Tom, where, you know, I'm not quite sure of the result here, because the crew from Edinburgh and Leeds, well, they've not raced previously. They're a GB development crew, and on the near side, another composite who have sort of all come together, you know, as part of the season for this regatta. But it looks like the under-23 development crew shooting out of the blocks here and answering my question.
Yeah, really good start from them. Really nice way into the race. Obviously, it's a long way from here. And like you said, on paper again, it's just Tideway Scullers, but it looks to be, when you get a little bit more into the details, a bit more of an international crew there. There's Amalika, who's a stroke the Princeton NCAA 8, so she's been out in America. Again, the 4-seat, Elise Talbot, studying Washington, but originally from New Zealand. So a bit of a mix here as well. Like you said, we won't have seen these race before. This is the first round of the intermediate quad sculls, so exciting just to kind of work out who's going to have the speed here. A little bit nervous, always first race for these crews. They won't have raced each other, they won't have met. Some of our international crews will have met earlier in the season. They might have an idea of how things are going to go. They'll be very nervous, very nerve-wracking, really difficult to stay calm when you don't really know anything about your opposition.
Absolutely, and I think there's also a few debutantes here as well in the crew nearest to us, the trailing crew in the composite of TSS and Proteus Eretes. Elise Talbot in the stroke seat. This is her Henley debut, and stroking a crew on your debut and also steering the crew as well between the booms and piles, Tom. I mean, how much pressure can you put on in a brand new event, steering your crew and your Henley debut? I mean, hats off to Elise Elsie for taking that on. My apologies.
It's a lot of pressure, but I think it will have only been given to her, you know, if she's proved that she's capable, and I'm sure she looks very capable of it right now and stepping up to the challenge. Yeah, it can be difficult. Interesting again, it's on the straight line course, actually having your stern person steering can be a little bit easier. Obviously, when you're on a windy river, it's actually more important to have the bow person steering, but when you're on a straight course and you can just look straight back, quite often you'll see it's the stroke position that has the steering foot.
Well, it's the GB under-23 composite that's out in front as it stands at the moment. There's the trailing crew. That's the Tideway Scullers composite that we spoke about. You can see the three athletes in the stern three with the red and yellow blades and the red and yellow and white all-in-ones. They represent Tideway Sculler School in their bow seat. That's Mika van der Mispel, the 28-year-old. Well, she's from Proteus Eretes from the Netherlands. So they've got a little bit of work to do here, and losing out to probably the next generation of Olympians. Liv Cheesemore stroking out this crew for the Edinburgh University and Leeds composite. She's in her Molesey Boat Club all-in-one. She's an under-23 world champion in this boat class, and I cannot think of anyone better, Tom, to be at the helm of this crew.
It's exactly. There's absolutely no shame in being bested by this crew. We will see them surely later on in the season. At least some of them. Under 23 selection will actually start on Monday. There's no rest for some of these guys. So depending on how far they get in, and if they make a final, they may well have to find themselves challenging for an under 23 seat just a day later.
Yeah, it's a tough ask. This is the really pointy end of the season, especially if you're going for international selection. Henley on the bounce with those age group World Championship selections for your respective nations. And like you said, this is not a set combination of Liv Cheesemore, Nuala McFarlane, winner of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup a couple of years ago, Grace Dawson and Catherine Burton. They'll be sort of having to put themselves through their paces to show that they are, you know, worthy of that GB vest in the coming weeks to head out to the Under-23 World Championships. But a pretty good performance on this opening round of the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup. They just look very sort of metronomical, don't they? It's a really nice rhythm that's being set by Cheesemore there.
Yeah, they've worked really hard in the first half of this race. They've put a little bit of distance in there, and I'm sure, as we said before, like just that couple lengths just really allows you to just calm the nerves, just think about moving in together, just sticking to your race plan, and just allows you to relax. And that's really, as much as you sometimes have to work a lot harder to get a lead, the psychological advantage of being there and being able to just loose and relax, and you tend to get faster, and that's why we do it.
Well, the result looking unchanged. Still the Edinburgh University and Leeds Rowing Club crew leading out with Clearwater. But one thing I really want to get across here in this opening round of the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup, the brand new trophy, is that we've got two winners, one from each crew, from the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup in board. So McFarlane in this crew right here that's leading, De La Vente in the TSS Composite. And I think that goes to show you that the pathway really does exist. It has been carved out for these athletes to go from junior to student to intermediate quads. What a wonderful pathway that this regatta has created for the first time here in 2026. There goes the flag. That means that it's Edinburgh University and Leeds Rowing Club that win that round of the Princess of Wales Challenge Trophy.
Welcome back to our live coverage. It is Friday afternoon and the biggest crowds of the week. The Stewards' enclosure absolutely packed as everyone's looking forward to the evening session. I'm joined by two former winners of Henley who both won their respective events in record times. Harry, I'll start with you. This is your trophy here, the ladies' plate. Tell me about your victory.
Yes, 1976, the 200th anniversary of America. We were here. We set a course record on the Tuesday, lowered it by 6 seconds. University of London had set the record the year before, and then we ended up winning, of course, and it was a wonderful opportunity. There were 3 American crews. Harvard won the Thames, we won the Ladies' Challenge Plate, and Holy Spirit High School won the Princess Elizabeth, and that was all on a CBS Sports Spectacular that aired worldwide. So for a 20-year-old oarsman, it was quite a treat to have such attention and a wonderful treat. It was also very hot, Henley, just like we have this time.
And obviously we'll be celebrating 250 years on American Independence Day tomorrow.
Like tomorrow.
Yeah, and Johnny...
This is what my hat says.
I like it. It looks very smart. Johnny Searle, you won a few Henley titles, but 1989, did that stand out when you won this trophy, the Stewards' Challenge Cup?
Yeah, the 4, I remember doing that. That was with a couple of guys. One I'd rode with at school, and then two guys I'd rode with at school, and then another good friend. So it was nice to do it with people I was close to. But I was also just reflecting. We started the race the first time, and as we came up the island, the other crew came towards us, and the guy steering our boat was quite lazy. And I remember he steered into the other crew and put his hand up to claim, they were in our water and disqualify them, and try and win without actually having to row the course. And I remember the umpire said, "I know what you guys are doing. We'll get back to the start and start again." So we nearly didn't get a record time, but the second time round, we beat them probably more fair and square in the record time. Yeah.
You managed to get a record time having already rowed. How far down the course were you? I mean, that must have tired you out.
About 15 strokes. He really was quite lazy. He didn't want to go very far.
And you two have some sort of connection with rowing later on at Henley?
Has a much greater connection, but we did bump into each other in 07 in the Ladies' Challenge Plate once again. I was the coach at that time, and he was an oarsman. I had 2 of my sons in that boat. But this was Trinity College Hartford, and we're all from Trinity College Hartford. That's where we were in 76. One other comment would be that those 2 sons won in 2005 in the Temple, which gives us a 187-year regatta record as the only international family with multi-generational win.
Wow. Can you better that, Johnny?
No, I got a brother who raced here a bit. I don't know if you call that multi-generational.
They beat everybody.
You've got a brother who did all right as well. But coming back year after year, you're now a steward. Does it still give you the same buzz?
Yeah, still a fabulous event. I did try to race this year, actually. I don't know if they changed the rules so that if you've been in, it used to if you've been in international, you weren't allowed to row in the club events. But they changed the rules this year. So my club, I now row with Twickenham. So last Friday night, I did try to qualify, but we were a little bit too slow, unfortunately. 5 seconds off qualifying.
If you need a 4-man, I'll be glad to join you.
This is it. The comeback starts here. So you're going to be entering the events next year.
I can do both, but maybe we're okay.
I'm going to leave you two to hatch a plan for next year, but lovely to talk to you. It is time now for Friday evening session, and it is certainly lively on the banks. And taking us through this evening session, we've got Lizzie Chapman and Camilla Hadlin-Horrocks.
Thanks so much, Ali. It certainly looks like a busy riverbank down there, and great to catch up with some previous winners. We've got a round of the Ladies' Challenge Plate that was being talked about there going off at 5:40 tonight. But let's have a look at what the rest of racing has in store for us. Here is the schedule for this evening session of racing here on day 4, quarter-finals day, as we're dubbing it here at the regatta. We kick off with the Thames Challenge Cup, Marlow Rowing Club versus Dermas. That's going to be a great matchup. There is that round of the Ladies' Challenge Plate at 5:40, and then we move all the way through a slightly shorter session of racing today, rounding off with the Diamond Challenge Sculls, a great historic event to round off the day of racing into the weekend for some huge matchups in the semi-finals. But we're now down at the start with that race, the Thames Challenge Cup now lining up between Marlow Rowing Club over on the far side, and on the near side the Koninklijke Zilverenigen Dermas Netherlands. All looking very relaxed here on this near side for the Damas crew, Lizzie.
Well, they are, aren't they? And I think that's because they are so experienced and they really love rowing in eights at that club, whereas Marlow Rowing Club, as we know, has great strength in depth across both sweep and scull.
Well, both crews off underway cleanly here. This Thames Challenge Cup, this is for club men's eights. These are the guys that are doing the 9 to 5s, the grind, the early sessions in the morning, the late sessions in the evening around jobs, families, everything. So just to be here on the start line of the regatta, absolutely remarkable stuff. And what a brilliant start here now for Marlow, Lizzie.
It certainly is, isn't it? So this is the third of the quarterfinals for this event, the Thames Challenge Cup. And Marlow Rowing Club A come into this with 39 combined crew appearances, so a great strength and depth at that crew there. Just even in the bow seat, he won the Wyfold. This is Jamie Dolman. He won the Wyfold Coxless 4 in 2024, and he was in the final of the Prince of Wales, the men's intermediate quad scull last year. So just even the bowmen, quite a bit of experience.
Yeah, the Marlow Rowing Club programme under Jamie Axon has been building from year to year. They've made so many finals. They've had wins here at Henley in recent campaigns. Like you've said, James Dolman, in the bow seat. Brilliant to see. And look at this. This is a fantastic performance in the eights events and the bigger boats that we've not seen so much from Marlow Rowing Club in recent years, but they've moved into this massive boat with such success.
Yes, they have indeed, and sort of building up through the years. So, and we've got a world level experience for Harry Runett, who's in the 2 seat. Benjamin Dwyer, who learnt to row at Cambridge University, did get a blue, won the boat race in 2021. Max Bird came from Windsor Boys School, and we know we're going to see them later as well in the Forley Junior Men's Quad. So real experience there. Shay Bradley in the 5 seat. Derby Rowing Club, and then went to St Andrews Uni and was finalist in the Prince Albert. For Paul Flood, he was captain of UCD. The Cox was at UCD. She was the first female captain. That's Shauna Fitzsimons. And then Max Pianta at 7 and Alfred Heath at 8. Both well known also Clares Court rowers, and also really great blades, as we would call it, for people who are good at rowing.
Yeah, and the great blades that we're seeing on screen here now, Lizzie, because look at the sharpness, look at the directness here, the placement of Marlow Rowing Club. They're really getting in and onto the water, and what glorious conditions. You know, I'd love to be out there on the water now as we approach Forley. What an amazing evening we've got here to light up the water.
I bet they don't normally do that at 5:30 on a Friday afternoon. It must be wonderful to get out here and be able to do that, and against good opposition. So although there's a pretty sizable gap there, there's certainly not in any way whatsoever taking the foot off the gas there.
Yeah, this is the crew from Damas, the Netherlands. They had a really tight race yesterday against London's B crew. They only won it by 2/3 of a length. A really, really slender lead that they got over the line. That might have tired them out here, but we're looking into the eyes of Leander Gesicera, the 27-year-old in the stroke seat. First Henley for him, setting the pace here, and wow, the distance just is growing between themselves and our leaders up at the front end, Marlow Rowing Club.
So Tristan Stiegman is in the 7th seat. He's 34 years old. This is his first Henley as well.
Yeah, lots of debutants here in this Damas crew. Brilliant to see new faces, new clubs here contending in this club event, but not newcomers for certain. Marlow, Lizzie told us about their 39 combined appearances here at this regatta. Winners on board in various events over Henley. And I think the other thing, to note is their times through the week. They've been consistently setting some of the fastest times we've seen in this Thames Challenge Cup campaign for 2026. There were some, 7 seconds ahead to the barrier, so that's our first timing marker than Damas through yesterday's racing. So this is the expected result, I guess, Lizzie, based on the form we've got.
I guess you would say that, yes. And Damas is a rowing and sailing club based in Rotterdam, and they have it is their 175th anniversary this year, so a big shout out to all the members of that club who I'm sure are tuning in to watch their race. You should be very proud of them. That's some great rowing against really good opposition, as we said.
Well, we saw the graphic that came up on the screen just a few moments ago about how often Thames Rowing Club have made the final of the Thames Challenge Cup. We don't not seen them here in this particular round. It's Marlow Rowing Club that are up out in front. Also reasonably local. They are just based down the river from here in Henley-on-Thames. And yeah, look at this, so smooth, so silky here. The rhythm being set by Alfred Heath in the stroke seat. He was a finalist in the Temple Challenge Cup, that student men's eights, back in 2018, and almost 10 years later, 8 years later, back here competing in club men's eights events. And that just goes to show you can stay in the sport through all the events on offer here at the regatta.
Well, I think that's a really good point you make. I mean, we've just said about Thames Rowing Club and London Rowing Club, now Marlow Rowing Club, the strength and depth that those clubs have and the level of experience just to do the event for men's club eights. So the club that we've got here from the Netherlands has Tristan Steedman, I mentioned that in the 7th seat. Then we've got Mitchell Steedman, who's 42 years old in the 6th seat. Sven Dogger in the 5th seat, he's 29. Sander Lobbe, who's 27 in the 4th seat. Floris Handman, who's 31. Ruben van Stroon, 28. Bauman's 27. These are guys who love their rowing, and they're getting out there and doing international events, just having such fun.
It's funny you mentioned Mitchell Steedman in the 6th seat for De Maas, an accomplished beach sprint rower and coastal rower as well in the Netherlands. It's a huge sport that's growing and developing. Also in the programme for the LA 2028 Olympic Games, brand new into the programme. So Steedman, the 42-year-old in the De Maas crew, always around the coastal circuit, around the coastal scene. And look at this wind here from the Dutch crew as they try and close that gap up to our leaders, Marlow. But it's the last race for them, likely here at Henley. They're going to try and show off for our bursting crowds on the banks. It is just packed here in the stewards' enclosure. You can see how many people soaking up the evening sun, and why would you not? Friday night here at Henley, quarter-finals, and if you are a local from Marlow Rowing Club, you will be delighted and cheering from the banks for this Thames Cup crew who will progress through to the final 4 here once the result is confirmed. Sarah Winklis says, thank you very much for a great race, and it's Marlow Rowing Club that will be the victors in the Thames Challenge Cup quarter-final against De Maas, Netherlands. Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, Schoolboy 8, one of the events that draws the crowds in from near, from far, and it's Radley College, the reigning National Schools champions on the left-hand side of your picture against Bedford School, one of the early victors all the way back in 1946, in its very first edition. They lifted the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Trophy, and great to see them here in the latter stages of competition, Lizzie.
Certainly is. So we have 2 really well-qualified crews here that the stewards really fancied. Both of these crews are what we call seeded. And so here they meet now in the quarter-final round of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup.
Yeah, Radley College, I think, would have been the hot favourites coming into this event. They set a new record at the National Schools Regatta, a blistering time for Schoolboy 8, and you can see why they achieved such a time here, because look at the synchronicity, look at the sharpness, look at the blade work and the bodies in time of this crew that hails from Oxfordshire, Lizzie.
Yes, indeed. They beat Bell and Jesuit quite easily, really, in the first round, and then beat Abingdon School, who are not to be sneezed at, by 4.5 lengths yesterday. On the other side of the draw, Bedford School beat Eton by 1.5 lengths on the first day, and I thought they looked really good then. And then yesterday they had a real tussle against Reading Bluecoat. That was such an exciting race, but they did lead from the end of the island, and at the end of the race it was 1/3 of a length, so a big tussle, and I think that might be showing in the legs today.
Yeah, definitely. And again, familiar competition. Both of these schools, both Radley and Bedford, part of a historic group that have been contesting in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup since its very first inception. Like I say, Bedford School winning 4 of the first 6 Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cups between 1946 and 1950. Radley then went on to win the next one in 1951. So they are just a part of the furniture here in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. They're part of that sort of group of schools that we always see bringing friends, family, everyone along to the bankside. And I am sure this race in particular, Lizzie, is partly responsible for why we've got such heaving crowds down here in the regatta in the stewards' enclosure.
I am sure you are right. So Friday is a very special day for anybody from Bedford, because the Bedford boys from Bedford Rowing Club meet in the Forley Bar with their corsages. It's National Flower Day, so they will be here on the bank cheering those boys along. A number of them went to Bedford School themselves.
And here they are. Here are the Bedford schoolboys who are doing particularly well to be in this quarter-final on the Friday. They reached the Friday for the first time in a while last year, and so back returning here to the regatta, a number of this crew, but we've also got some newcomers into the boat. Northey in the bow seat, Spencer in the fore seat, Battersby, the 6'7" schoolboy, in the 6th seat, and then Fawcett in the 7th seat, new into this crew for this year.
And then experienced is their cox, David Shirley, who was part of that 8 last year, and has been coxing for a couple of years now, so I'm sure he is urging his crew on here, trying to keep them relaxed whilst they steer their way through some rather rolly water and keep the pressure on Radley just in case they make a terrible mistake and they can pounce and get through.
I'm starting to hear the growing voices of the crowds on the banks here, and I'm sure, like I say, this event will get such a great reception, as it always does into the weekend here. The schoolboy rowing just draws people from all across the country to pay attention to rowing, pay attention to Henley Royal Regatta, and look at this. Radley College staying true to their form from the National Schools Regatta, coming into this event as hot favourites, and with the addition of Patrick Duggan, who's transferred across from King's College, Wimbledon School, now having influence on this first day underneath the directorship of Sam Townsend. Look at the impact that that's had. This crew are flying, and they are going to fly into the weekend here in the PE. The Radley boys and the ex-alumni of this school will be grinning from ear to ear to see such a dominant performance against another selected crew in the form of Bedford School. There's Radley over the line comfortably in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup quarter-final. Bedford will replicate their results from last year in 25 in making the Friday. So Radley, all confirmed there. They punched their ticket to Saturday's semi-finals in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, where it's going to be a huge, huge day for schoolboy rowing. The ladies' challenge plate now. This is the intermediate 8 events. London Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your screen, Leander on the right. 2 programmes when we talk about history in rowing. We talk about, you know, the years and years of these clubs that have grown through the ages. London and Leander will almost certainly come up, Lizzie.
They most certainly will, as you say, really experienced, well entrenched into the ladies' challenge plate event for intermediate men's 8s as opposed to club. And we have London Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, Leander Rowing Club, who you can see close on the screen there if you're looking at a screen. The Leander Rowing Club crew is a seeded crew. This is the first race of the regatta for them, and it is the second race for London Rowing Club because they started yesterday.
Yeah, London, who yesterday won out over the of the Germans, who the international crew in this intermediate event by over a length. They had clear water in hand, but it's looking to be a hard effort here to try and keep on terms with this selected Leander club crew. So much experience in this boat, and driven down the course by a very familiar face in Erin Kennedy, Lizzie.
That is right. Erin Kennedy, 2-time Paralympic gold medalist, 3-time world champion in coxing the PR3-4, 4-time European champion, and she's won a boat race as well. She started rowing when she went to Oxford University at Pembroke College, coxing both the men and the women. Went on to Oxford University Women's Boat Club with a win in the 8 in 2014, and then moved on to Leander. So this is, she says, her last event, her last season. She is ready to move on to other roles, influencing and leading people. But 15 years of service she has given the sport of rowing as an incredible leader and guide.
What a 15 years it's been, and she's been such an ambassador as well for checking your chest. You know, that breast cancer awareness has been a huge mission of hers. So thank you, Erin, for everything that you've done. Looks like it's going to be a successful race here in this opener for your Leander crew if the result stands the same. But London, they won't roll over easily. Look how clean these finishes
catches are from the London Rowing Club crew, brilliantly led out by Sean O'Mahony, the 26-year-old in the stroke seats, and setting a really nice rhythmical pace here. You can see the blades punching into the water as soon as they get to that catch, which is where they're up at the front of the boat, and not missing anything, nice and efficient, and getting the full angle there, Lizzie.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. How level is that boat? And really aggressive on the catch, as you say, just leaving nothing out there. They're going to empty the tank in their race, and they're being urged on by another fantastic female cox who's been a major contributor to rowing. This is her 11th Henley appearance.
Yeah, Rosie Margolis, a winner of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup 10 years ago to the day, well, to the week, I suspect. She won with Edinburgh University on that occasion, also won in the Thames Challenge Cup for London last year. Back now, she's been pulled back into this boat for such an exciting project. The London Rowing Club Ladies 8 has tempted her back into the sport, but they're going to have to produce a miracle wind here through the grandstands. All the London fans in their caps, I'm sure, will be screaming from the bank to get them pushing up alongside Leander Club, but they're just not able to move in these final stages, Lizzie.
No, they really are pushing hard, and I think one thing I did want to mention is very fitting. 50 years of women rowing at the Olympics, and here we have two fine female coxes, two excellent men's crews racing side by side. As hard as London goes, I sadly think they're going to just miss out.
Yeah, I did say London weren't closing the gap, but indeed they managed to push up there to half a length behind Leander, but Leander looked unfazed, reasonably pleased with that effort, and I think so long as the result confirmed, they will be heading through to the semi-final of the Ladies Challenge Plate. The Forley Challenge Cup now, schoolboy quads, and this is going to be a tasty race between Sir William Borlase Grammar School on the left-hand side of your picture on the Berkshire station, and the Windsor Boys School on the Buckinghamshire station. The Windsor Boys, 3 out of the last 4 Forley Challenge Cups to their name. They are favourites coming into this event, but Sir William Borlase, one of the only crews to have toppled them this season, Lizzie.
Yeah, and look at Borlase, they've gone out really hard, haven't they? Their coach, Jonathan Keir, would be so proud of them. You know, he was a coach at the Windsor Boys School back in 2011 through to 2014, so he knows the quality of the programme that they're up against. He's a very experienced coach, and he's coached many Forley crews, the junior men's quad, and also Diamond Jubilee, the women's junior quad. Really long on the catch there, the boys from Borlase over in Marlow. Really long, looking very calm indeed. Clean catches, smooth finishes.
Yeah, it's a great matchup, this, and just a lovely story woven into this quarter-final. Like you say, you called out Jonathan Keir, the coach of the Sir William Borlase's Grammar School group. He was actually mentored by Mark Wilkinson, the director of the programme for Windsor Boys. So meeting here in this quarter-final, somewhat a meet of the coach and the students, you know, the tutor and the learner, and this, a level matchup here in this Forley Challenge Cup quarter-final. Just 0.2 of a second separated these two crews earlier in the season. Could we see a margin for a photo finish here after 2,112 metres? We pass through halfway, and live with us now, it's Sir William Borlase that take the edge through the centre part of this course. They must be feeling so excited, Lizzie.
So excited. So the crew is Fred Britton in the bow seat, he's 17. Charlie Davies at 2, he's 18. Gabriel Lorenzi, who is 17 in the 3 seat, and they're being stroked by Finley Corby.
Yeah,
looking very calm, actually looking very clinical and quite merciless there.
Yeah, Finley Corby, the one setting that pace, setting that rhythm. They're going to have to be careful, though. It's easy to get excited through the middle part of this race. And Borlase, well, they'll certainly be excited to be leading out the favourites in this Forley Challenge Cup. They are a canvas up, that little pointy bit at the end of the boat. That's what we call the canvas. And they are leading ahead of Windsor Boys by just that margin. Nothing much at all to pick between them, Lizzie.
There really isn't. It's very interesting because early on in the race, Borlase just looked very long and languid, and Windsor Boys School looked like very aggressive, a little bit shorter. But Borlase have really made that longer angle on the catch there work for them, staying very calm. They put in a massive push in terms of power. The rate didn't come up hugely, and you can see Windsor trying very hard now to get back on terms with Sir William Borlase College.
We've seen huge sprints from the Windsor Boys School in the past, and the keys on this occasion with Castor Shoot, a familiar name to those who've been following the Forley Challenge Cup and Windsor Boys for many a year. His older brother Marcus in winning crews of years gone by for Windsor Boys and responsible for driving up that rating, driving up that sprint. But the distance actually, and I think the speed and momentum currently still with Sir William Borlase as they grow that margin, I think to about I was going to say quarter of a length now from that canvas. It's Windsor Boys that now need to take the initiative. Look at the crowds gathering on the bank for this sensational race in the Forley Challenge Cup, and I think, Lizzie, this is the move here for Windsor Boys. Here they come.
It sure is. You're absolutely right. So they're now into the grandstand. They're just going through the general enclosure. You can see they knew the marker. They were ready for it. They've waited patiently, and now they are pouncing, and they are going hard. They are lifting that boat with every stroke.
They are just a few inches away from hitting the lead as they come in towards the stewards' enclosure in this, the Friday of racing at Henley Royal Regatta. And the Windsor Boys, their name on the Forley Challenge Cup for many, many a year. We know they can sprint. We know they can push through and win the red boxes underneath Mark Wilkinson's programme. A little look in the bow seat there. Bailey Taylor, the 18-year-old, won in this crew last year. He's going to be driving that crew on. Lots of people said, is this the year that Windsor Boys are going to topple and give up the Forley Challenge Cup? Borlase, stiff opposition the whole way down this course, but it's going to come down to the final 5 strokes. Borlase with their nose out in front. Momentum now with the Windsor Boys. The pain on the face of Castor Shoot, 17 years of age, driving them on. Last 10 strokes now. It's everything here for Sir William Borlase. Can they knock out the hot favourites in the Forley Challenge Cup? I think they can. It's going to be Sir William Borlase knocking out the giants of Windsor Boys. We'll wait for the photo finish. Here's the replay. What a brilliant race, and it is too tight to call, I think, the momentum with Sir William Borlase. But let's see, they're on the far side there, and look at that. A canvas separating less than between these two crews. We'll wait for the official result to be confirmed, but yeah, I'm going to give a round of applause to that, much like Fred Britton in the bow seat, because that was eye-wateringly close. And the Windsor Boys out on the Friday of the Forley Challenge Cup. Who'd have expected that, Lizzie?
Definitely not me. Wow, I'm devastated for Windsor Boys School, but that was an epic race.
I've still got my heart in my throat. That was just a immaculate race to commentate on, and I am thrilled, absolutely chuffed for Jonathan Keir's crew, Finlay Corby, Gabriel Lorenzi, Charlie Davis and Fred Britton, who will make the weekend in the Forley Challenge Cup. Well, talking of superstars, this is the Diamond Challenge Sculls now, and the Olympic champion Oliver Zeidler over on the Berkshire station, and on the Buckinghamshire station, well, it's more of Cambridge University. And look at this sprint here out the blocks from Nikita Moore, Lizzie. I mean, I think if I was him, I'd be doing exactly the same.
100%. He comes from Cambridge University. He is coached by Robin Baker, and he is German. So we have 2 Germans on the course here, and one is a lightweight and one is very definitely not. So big, tall Ollie Zeidler, coached by his father, Heino Zeidler, who is a former junior world champion himself, comes from a really well-known and rowing family, and the quality is deep within that rowing family. Nikita Moore, as you said, from Cambridge University, so rowed in the lightweight double for Germany at under 23 and senior level, and he's absolutely going out there. You're absolutely right, giving it everything he can, having the best race he can for as long as he can. against the big, tall giant.
I mean, it's great that this story is written, that both of them German heritage, you know, German nationals. You know, if I was going up against someone from the Great Britain rowing team, especially the calibre of Ollie Zeidler, the Olympic, the world champion, I think I'd feel that sort of special privilege that you get here at Henley Royal Regatta. If you qualify an event like the Diamond Challenge Sculls, you can be a university student lining up against an Olympic champion, right?
Yeah, you absolutely can. You're quite right. And Nikita is coached by Rob Baker, chief coach at Cambridge University there, who's doing such a great job across the board with all of the crews and the culture there at Cambridge University. So I'm sure he would feel, as many coaches feel, that when your athlete is out there, use the opportunity to have a great race, learn what you can from it, and if you lose the race, you don't lose the lesson. You take it with you to everything you're supposed to do. So Nick saying that he thinks this could be his last Henley Royal Regatta.
And what a way to finalise your career, right? Racing up against the giant of Ollie Zeidler, who's on the best form of his life. He is just such a man mountain, but his sculling, you know, from the very first days that we saw him back in 2018, 2019, he came across this sport from swimming. He was an elite level swimmer, found rowing through his family, like you say, Lizzie, and here now, you know, on top of the world. It took him a few years to get there. He's had a few wobbles along the way, but now he's just untouchable in this event. And yeah, like you say, if this is Nikita Moore's final race, you know, what a way to go out against somebody who is likely to be marching on towards the LA Games as one of the potential favourites to get the gold medal in the men's singles sculls. But here's Nikita Moore. What a fantastic final Friday as the sun sets here on Henley Royal Regatta for him to take a scull down through this course.
Yeah, so as we said, Ollie Zeidler comes from a real rowing royalty family almost, with his father a former junior world champion, and working with him to learn as much as he can about how he can move a sculling boat with the frame that he's got. So I'm always really intrigued. He looks as though he's rowing at 3/4 slide, but if you look at what his blades are doing, he really doesn't want to come up to any more compression than that, because then he'd be far too sharp an angle on the catch. So I reckon that would have been a great challenge for his dad, trying to work with him to figure out what the most efficient angle is at the catch and the finish.
Yeah, just look at that blade work there. He's, you know, 6'8", 6'9", huge guy. Very difficult in these very fine single sculls. It's a bit like sitting on a sort of wobbly plank of wood out there on the water. And so if you come all the way up to the catch, that's the least balanced place in the stroke. You know, trying to get up to that full compression to be able to press like a leg press, right? That can be really challenging the taller and longer lever that you are. But he's made so many improvements, like I say, through the years. He looks untouchable on the international stage. Hot off the back of a gold medal at the Lucerne World Cup just this weekend gone. So he's come on a plane on Wednesday from Switzerland here to the UK, and he's actually going for his 5th title in the Diamond Challenge Sculls. He's still a couple away from the overall record in this event, but he's looking pretty good here for the 2026 campaign, Lizzie.
Certainly is.
Well, I'm sure this is a crowd favourite here in the stewards' enclosure. Lots of rounds of applause here, littering through the deck chairs, and you know, I can't say I blame them to see an Olympic champion at the level that Ollie Zeidler of Germany is, up close, just a few metres away from where you're having your pims in your deck chair. This is really what Henley Royal Regatta is all about. Olympians, gold medalists, all the way through to university students, juniors, and within touching distance here. But Ollie Zeidler, the firm favourite here in the Diamond Challenge Sculls, and this glorious evening, this glorious Friday at Henley Royal Regatta is all his to claim. But if this is the final race here for Nikita Moore of Cambridge University, I hope he enjoyed the cheers and the claps through the crowd as well. That will stay in his memory forever. We'll wait for the result to be confirmed, but that is that round of the Diamond Challenge Sculls. It looks like a win for Ollie Zeidler. So that's it from me. My name is Camilla Haddon-Horrocks. I'm now delighted to hand you over to Matt Britton.
Well, that's... Well, hello everybody, it's a golden afternoon. Lizzie and I, thanks so much to Camilla Haddon-Horrocks for some scintillating races. It's just the best conditions. It's Friday, it's 6 o'clock and it's crackerjack rowing, isn't it?
It certainly is crackerjack rowing. Couldn't have put it better myself. Yeah.
got plenty to come. 14 more races to go out of today's 85 races live from Henley Royal Regatta, and we're going to the start for the Diamond Challenge Sculls. We're going live to see the start of the race. This is the Junior Women's Quads event, a race that commenced in 2012. We love this race, don't we?
Well, the standard of sculling in both the boys and the girls' junior sections is just so fantastic, and I have been entranced for a couple of years now. But it's the same at Henley Women's Regatta. The quality is so high, and it's just such a joy to watch, and particularly to comment on. So here we have on the Berkshire station Marlow again. We were just talking about them as they race down in an 8, and it is another seeded crew, a favourite to win, but also a favourite on the Buckinghamshire station, Hartbury College. Both of these are their A crews because they've had more than one crew in the event.
So hands going up. We just saw the umpire John Hedger in that beautiful Boadicea launch. Traditional launches, they have to have some real welly to cope with the acceleration of crew. And away they go. So this is the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, the Junior Women's Quads event. Marlow on the left and Hartbury on the right.
And in the Marlow crew, we've got Ione Haley, who's 18 in the bow seat, Lauren Kennedy, who's 18 in the 2-seat, Alice Moss, who's 17 in the 3-seat, and Eve Pinsent, who's 18 in the stroke seat. Pretty experienced, and most recently they won the Henley Women's Regatta 2 weekends ago against Tideway Scullers.
So what you're looking for here is a clean and straight start. It's a bit easier to do the steering in the quads because the athletes have got 2 oars each and they can sort of make some adjustments, and they're happy to be out cleanly. And this is looking like quite a tight first phase of the race here. Less than a minute in, and what's happening physiologically here, Lizzie, is quite important, isn't it? It's the burst of acceleration from 0 to everything, and then it's about transitioning from that acceleration that's unsustainable into something you can manage to enjoy.
Absolutely right, and curious to see how Hartbury go, because they went out in the quarter-final of Henley Women's Regatta, but they always do look so well drilled, and they're impressively aggressive off the start. But as I say, they went out in the quarter-final, whereas the Marlow crew went on to win. So the Hartbury College crew, you can see them there. The girl on your right-hand side of the screen is the bow girl, Matilda Hudson-Hulls. Then we have Gracie James at 2, Daniela Ragakaita at 3, and Rosemary McGregor in the stroke seat. All pretty experienced, but particularly Rosemary. And interestingly, Rosemary moved from Bedford Girls, which is a sweep programme, to Hartbury, where she is now sculling.
So from 1 to 2 oars, and these are all looking very, very technically competent scullers. Just watching on the far side as Marlow start to ease out, and this is really in a race like this, the athletes need to keep their heads in the boat and not be looking around, but they'll be conscious in this Hartbury crew of Marlow starting to slip away in their peripheral vision. So it's a dangerous time for them. You see as the quarter-mile mark there, you can see 2 and 1 in red. That shows the crews were pretty much level at the quarter-mile. So when the barrier signal goes up, we see number 1, which is Marlow, showing in front. And what will the 2 signal look like in terms of the distance of overlap they've got there? Well, it could be a little while. Maybe we've got somebody a little bit slower on the strings. Let's see what it looks like. So it's a quarter of a length.
Yeah, so both crews yesterday, when they started their rounds, went out fast. Marlow's start was described as blistering. I think, looking at it, what they've done is they've calmed it down a bit off the start so that they don't hit the wall quite so early later on in the race, and it looks like that's been a successful strategy for them, because they look relaxed and long, and they look as though this is a sustainable pace for the full 2,112 metres of the race course.
So there goes Marlow past us in the bow seat. It's Ione Haley, and then Lauren Kennedy, Alice Moss and Eve Pinsent. Her mother, famously CEO of Charlotte Tilbury. Eve, very experienced athlete there, sitting in the stroke seat, setting a lovely long rhythm. And I'm looking here at the legs going down like pistons, absolutely together, and you can see the angles of those oars. Looks beautiful, doesn't it, the quad, when sculled so well as this?
Yeah, it certainly does. I think that is really lovely stroking there from Eve Pinsent, pretty experienced now, and their coach is Jamie Axon, who's the head coach of Marlow Rowing Club and particularly interested in this crew, and also Pete Chambers, who is involved in the junior development of the club, doing a great job. they'll be very proud of these girls. That looks very good. And very little lateral movement. Their heads aren't moving around, their shoulders are relaxed, but still great work, good steering too.
Here you can see the area of the course which is widest, further from the banks, and also it's been a bit windy. The wind settled actually in the last half an hour or so, but this bit was where people have had challenges steering as the wind swirls, but no challenges here. Impressed to see Hartbury continuing to hang on. They won't be able to see the Marlow crew out of their peripheral vision anymore. The bow or two might be calling the shots in the boat, giving instructions for push, but it looks like Marlow are still pretty aggressive. They're not easing off at this stage, so they're not comfortable enough with their lead just yet.
And I would think, you know, we're moving through the quarterfinals. The next race will be the semi-finals. So I think you need to guard against letting yourself get too comfortable because you never know. Well, you're going to expect a harder and harder race each round, although that's not the way Henley works in my experience.
Absolutely. So golden afternoon here. It's Friday. People are looking forward to go through to semi-final Saturday here at Henley. You can see how popular it is with the crowds. I think it's one of the busiest days I've seen on a Friday at Henley, and that's saying something. But here we go. We're riding now with a Hartbury crew with everything to do, coming through the middle third of the course. What will they be thinking now in terms of how they kind of cope with having an opposition that's out of sight?
Yeah, it's such a good question. I noticed one of the girls just looked over the shoulder, so presumably she's been named as the person to make the calls and has just called and said, this is where we are, because there aren't progress boards, well, the one's just coming up. But I think that's distracted them a little. They're putting in a lift there, a lift in terms of rate, but the power that the Marlow crew is sending down, they can't quite match that at the moment. So I would be thinking, if I was them, I'd be thinking I need, even though it feels like I should be doing the opposite, I need to stay relaxed. I need to keep technically really efficient, not go too deep with my blades, make sure I stay absolutely perfectly in time. They've got a great rhythm going there, being set down by Rosemary McGregor. They just need to stay with that and just keep lifting and step their way in through the enclosures, through the crowds, through to the finish line.
Beautiful, beautiful shots here, and you get the reason why people want to come to Henley to row, don't we? Let's just pause and admire for a moment the view. Fabulous evening here. Quintessential English rowing, and that's what Henley delivers. And what I love about Henley, Lizzie, is this tradition. Look at that umpire's launch, Boadicea powering along behind these crews. You can see crews going up the course for the next race, and this is the reason we do Henley since 1839. It always seems to be changing in terms of the quality of the rowing and the innovation in the sport, but it never seems to be changing in terms of how it looks and feels.
Absolutely right. So here come Marlow. They've just looked really confident and relaxed all the way down the course, but powerful and clinical as well. Really good there. Ione Haley's back. We can see that send as the blades get to the end of their angle and then are lifted out of the water. Looking really confident, just lifting just slightly now as they come through the final part of the course, past the members' stand, through to the finish line. Hartbury College exhausted. They've done everything they can.
Yeah, Lizzie, did you see the Hartbury crew so exhausted they just clipped the booms? There could have been dangerous that they were ahead, but they were unfortunately trailing at that stage. So crossing the line first, Ione Haley from Marlow. She'll be happy with that, as will the rest of the crew. But it looks like a nice clean victory for the Marlow A crew over Hartbury College A. And yeah, umpire John Hedger confirms with the white flag that's a clean race, so we can call the result a win for Marlow. And that's semi-finals day coming up. Lovely race there from Marlow. I think they'll be very happy, won't they, Lizzie, on that?
I think they will too. I really hope to see them in a final. So, yep, good progress.
Attention!
These races keep on coming. It's a quads event. This time it's the student event for women quads. A new event for this year, the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup. Get out of my blocks, they say in the Queen Victoria, and away those two quads go. It's Bath on the right and Reading on the left, the duel of the universities.
Absolutely. So Bath University are seeded. They didn't race yesterday. They had a bye, but the Reading University B crew, which is I love this group. I think it's excellent. They beat the University of London Boat Club yesterday, so they had a tidy win. This is the crew of Connie Oliver Beechner in the bow seat and Isabel Hull in the 2 seat. So both of them were in the aspirational academic quad at the Henley Women's Regatta a couple of weeks ago. They won the Nina Padwick Trophy, and they did that in fine style. Looked so clean. And they are in this race, this regatta, they're racing with Isabel Lancaster in the 3 seat, who has a string of wins to her name, and Lucia Paletti, who's only 19. She came from King's School Chester to Reading University. She was a sweet rower, and now she's a sculler, because Reading, as we keep hearing, are concentrating on sculling and doing an absolutely wonderful job.
Well, these women are certainly concentrating on their sculling. Reading have eased out to quite a nice early lead here. I love this shot as we get through our camera here. You can feel the pace and the run. And what you're looking for in a rowing boat, if you're not familiar with the sport, you're looking to push, and that's part of the speed. But part of the speed is the run between strokes when the oars are out of the water. So we come a little bit further down the course to live pictures, and we can see that Reading have extended that lead a little bit further.
They have. And that lead is over Bath University, as we said, who are older and were expected, I think, to be faster. Freya Ridge is in the bow seat, Ella Fullman in the 2 seat, so she's been in the final of the Diamond Jubilees before, and won Henley Women's Regatta as well in a quad, so pretty experienced. We have Tolawani Adelaya and the 3 seat, so she was in the beginner quad at Bucks in November, so she's rowing phenomenally well.
It's an amazing achievement to go from being a novice, isn't it, straight into being in Henley racing on a Friday. Let's just call that out.
I agree, and I think she shows that she's going to have a good future. And sitting in the stroke seat, Rebecca Court. She's 23 years old. She was a GB senior trialist earlier this year, went to FISU World Games last year in the double scull, won gold at the European University Championships in the quad last year, so very experienced, great person to have in your stroke seat.
Yeah, just looking at these beautiful strokes from the Reading crew, still pretty aggressive, not happy to ease off at this stage, and perhaps they're really talking through the race plan there as we come up to well, the middle third of the course, and this can often be quite tough for competitors if they can't see the opposition crew. So I'm feeling now the pain in the Bath University crew sitting behind there, knowing that they've got nothing to lose, but let's see how they're doing. Still sculling quite tidily. Look at that synchronism. And we're also looking at how the boat runs in the water. You want it to be running pretty flat, like sailing. Flat is fast.
So Bath University is a performance club, and the coach there, Thomas Selby, is the lead for the Performance Development Academy for British rowing, heading out of Bath. He's been there for 5 years, and he's had great success developing athletes. So win or lose, I'm sure he will be really proud of these athletes, because, as you say, that's beautiful sculling there, legs pushing down at exactly the same time, good angles with the blades, and good power off the finish.
Yeah, you called it really well there. Bath sculling really nicely, but they haven't quite got what it takes to beat this incredibly strong Reading University group. It's their B crew, but they were selected, so that's the quality we're talking about here. And just enjoy for a moment the golden sunlight, like all of those spectators in their deck chairs sitting out there in the Henley sun. And we've still got plenty of races to come. If you're joining us from around the world, or if you're on the banks here listening to us, you're very welcome to this quality of racing at Henley. So, the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup, one of 3 new women's quads events for this year, taking us to 30 events to enjoy. And the Reading University women, well, they all have enjoyed that row. Bath, they were outclassed, I think, with power, but they're less experienced, and they've got plenty to look forward to ahead of them if they keep training as hard as that. Well done to Reading. White flag from the umpire, says it's a clean race. And, well, that's gorgeous. It's a win for Reading University's B crew, seeded over the seeded Bath University crew. So a big thank you to Lizzie Chapman, some fantastic races that you've been commentating on. A pleasure to see you in the commentary box. But now it's time to be joined by Olympian Ollie Cook. Welcome, Ollie, how are you? Already we're off. It's the Thames Challenge Cup. They come thick and fast. It's London Rowing Club A crew and the Sydney crew on the right-hand side of the picture.
Oh, look at what a fantastic start. I've been so excited to watch this race. 2 really, really good match crews here lined up with stacked full of really, really good talent.
Yeah, I love eights racing off the blocks when it goes from nothing to everything. Ollie, you've got some experience of that yourself. Talk us through how it feels that's nothing to everything and then looking for the rhythm.
So it's a side-by-side race, so you are going flat out. You don't, they sort of say in rowing, you don't win a race off the start, but you can lose it. So it's all about getting that really, really punchy start. And they've just come up the island now, so they'll be transitioning to their sort of long, more like Usain Bolt coming out the blocks now, looking to get into that stride. But what a great start from both crews.
Well, it looks like there's a bit more Bolt in the London crew on the far side of our picture as we ride here with the Sydney Rowing Club crew all the way from Australia. And they've got, maybe a third of a length advantage, maybe a little bit more on the London Rowing Club side. So that's a pretty blistering start from London, isn't it?
Yeah, there really is. You just saw Tomas and the 5C have a quick look over in the Sydney crew to check whether this Thames crew are moving, or it's London crew, sorry, moving. And I just want to shout out to the Cox, to Rory Copus. The Copus family have done so much for rowing. His younger brothers in the Oxford Brooks crew. And this crew here is full of guys who've raced each other before and now coming together to form this really fast crew racing the Thames.
Just looking at the experience in that London Rowing Club A crew that's well ahead now. 51 combined appearances at Henley. That's a lot of experience compared with 14 appearances from the Australians. A lot further to come than from London, but I think you can see now the Australians have thrown everything at it, and they're looking quite they're looking like they might have thrown so much into it they are going to struggle through the middle. But let's see what the fitness is like. Coming live now further down the course to London. Let's just talk us through what you can see, because this is great eights rowing.
It is beautiful, isn't it, Matt? You can see how chunky it is. I love the way their catches in. They're all kind of slipping in the right way, and they're also just really suspending themselves. You can just tell the boat is going to fly forward with all 8 of them hanging themselves off the end of their blades. And you've got George in the stroke seat, who was captain of UL, won the PA in a fantastic race last year. He really knows what he's doing. I mean, he's a phenomenal winner.
What do you want in your stroke man when you're in the engine room of the 8, the middle of the boat, or in the bows of the boat? What are you looking for? Why do they pick some people to sit there at the stroke, facing the cocks and setting the length and rhythm? What do you want?
I would pick someone just like George. He's strong, reliable, and a fantastic racer. So you know he's going to hold a very consistent kind of metronomic kind of stroke rate. He's going to keep it on, but under pressure, he knows just how to pick up the rate or pick up the rhythm to be able to adjust to the speed of the boat.
Glorious shot here of the Australian crew. You can see how aggressively they're battling. I thought they were a bit exhausted after that first push, but they're finding everything they possibly can as this huge crowd here at Henley Regatta. The grandstands I saw earlier absolutely full, watching the Australians putting everything into it to try to close that gap over London, but London they're in real control there.
They've got this race under control, but those Aussies, like all Aussies, they never give up, and they're coached by Brooke Robinson, who I raced against myself. He's an Olympian from Rio and Tokyo. He's a fantastic racer, and he's heading back up to New Zealand to head up their beach sprints team. So he really knows what he's doing, and you can see now they are going for it. They're winding for the line. They are not hanging around.
The flags are flying on Henley Friday as the church looks down over the finish line, as do many hundreds and thousands of competitors watching London Rowing Club's A crew coming across the line first, ahead of Sydney Rowing Club in Australia. If you're watching in the small hours in Australia, great credit to that crew. They battled incredibly hard, very, very brave at the start, but they didn't have what it took over the class and the experience from London's A crew. The umpire, Gwyn Batten, signals a clean race. London acknowledge their victory in the Thames Challenge Cup. They're through to semi-final Saturday in a win over Sydney. So up at the start, we're waiting to race, but we're a bit nervous because what we can see is the lifeguards here. And quite often these guys in their little launches are there to remove a bit of debris. So you can see, I can see in the starters booth, that little cubicle there, a point from the liners, and he's probably saying there's a bit of debris there. Now, I know that because I was doing that job a little earlier.
Not a swimmer with the lifeguard out. Okay,
there it is.
They're picking up some detritus.
It's a win, nicely scooped, well done, sir. Probably a little Henley badge on its way to you for your service. What could it be? Can of drink of some sort?
Glass of Pimm's, I think. What's it like being at the start, Matt? you're sitting there. What kind of happens there at the start?
Well, the guys in the booth there, you can see that little tent on the start line there, and what's happening is the athletes are feeling more and more tense, and if they're on the bank, you can feel that anxiety and tension. It comes even more when there's been a delay to the race like that, because there's uncertainty for all of the athletes in this boat, and we're looking there at the face of the Cox in the Nautilus boat, Natalia-Thames. So we're slightly delayed. We're 3 minutes delayed. Pretty much all the races run to clockwork here at Henley, and we'll catch up, we hope. And the umpire, it looks like Sarah Winkler, very experienced international herself, is just radio checking to make sure the course is now clear, and she's about to stand to her feet and get the crews under orders.
There's an Olympic champion in that boat, Emily Craig, perennial Olympic champion. She won the lightweight double in Paris, and she's sitting next to Brian Young, who was my coach for many years and had a big impact on my rowing career. So yeah, this is an amazing moment, and I remember
So just a bit nervous, but now the umpire's on her feet. She's talking them through the start sequence. It's traditional for the umpire to explain what the start will be. The Coxes know that well, as do all of these very experienced athletes. We're looking at their closest to us at the Nautilus Rowing Club. This is the development squad for the senior national team. You know all about this.
Yeah, the athletes will be waiting, not for go, but waiting for the twitch of the umpire to drop his flag.
Attention!
Cox's hands are up, indicating they're not straight, but when it goes down, the umpire will give the go, and she's just done that. The ladies' challenge plate, the intermediate open eights, these are for rising talent. Molesey and Nereus on the left of the picture against Nautilus on the right. So two very strong crews, both seeded.
What an amazing start as well. You just felt the grip in the water as they both crews propelled themselves forward. It was amazing to sit next to that Nautilus. These are up-and-coming GB rowing stars.
Yeah, so all of them up and coming, right? So they'll have raced each other quite a bit over the years, potentially. Some of them studying abroad, quite often coming back from US universities. Feel the pace and the power.
Here we go, we're riding alongside. What a privilege to be in a boat alongside these fantastic athletes. They're looking good, looking long. So these guys can be right up at race pace. They'll be just looking good, looking calm. But their bodies will already be screaming because they're going so hard, neck and neck. What a fantastic shot we're looking at here.
So if you think rowing's all about pulling, you can see here it's all about pushing with those incredibly powerful piston legs. You can see that right here.
So the Nautilus crew just at 40 strokes a minute. So I think that's taking a stroke almost one at every 1.5 seconds. They're going so fast, and they're trying to put everything down to get that early lead.
What I'm liking here is I can see a sort of moment of connection with the water. There's almost like a tiny micro pause as the blade connects, and then they start to accelerate the boat. That means they're gripping the water really effectively, isn't it?
And exactly right. You don't want a wheel spin in the boat. It's very easy because you're going so fast that you just want to kind of get in and get going. But actually, it's really important to have a moment of just sort of poise, get the boat, get the blade in, get it covered, really lock on and suspend.
So that's the Nautilus crew closest to the picture we mentioned. Natalia-Thames, 20 years of age, in the Cox's sheet. She's really looking to get her men to capitalise on that moment. We see they went through the quarter mile, pretty level, but the Molesey and Nereus crew now are under pressure as Nautilus make a big move before the barrier. This is the first 637 metres, and Molesey and Nereus going through that marker first. We can see from the indicators it's about a third, maybe a quarter of a length difference between the Nautilus crew in lane 2 and the Molesey and Nereus crew closest to the camera here.
I love, even it's a fairly kind of old school way of measuring the boat, seeing that 2 and the 1, but it just gives you such a handy, direct look at what the difference between the boat speeds are. And this is a really critical time of the race. So they've gone at the start, they've gone flat out, and they're looking to get that just a little bit rhythm. You can't sustain that speed that they were doing at the start the whole way down the course. And so they're now looking just to get what is slightly sustainable, just slightly sustainable. And this Nautilus crew doing really well to punch themselves to about 3/4 lead.
So it's a pain cave here for both crews, because the Nautilus crew really want to crack the Molesey and Nereus crew open. The Molesey and Nereus crew probably having to work harder than they'd hoped at this stage of the race, but if not now, when? That's a question you often ask yourself in this kind of racing. If you're dropped off the start like this, they've really got to go hard to hang on. If they can hang on, maybe they start to ask questions of the crew ahead as we come through the middle of the course. It's still pretty close. The Molesey crew looking very close to the centre to me here. I'm watching Sarah Winkles, the umpire. She got her flag in the bag. Will she be warning them that they're encroaching on that centre line? Not sure about the steering in that Molesey and Nautilus Marius crew there, Ollie.
Yeah, no, Victor's kind of moved over. I mean, it's a bit of brinkmanship as well in a way, because it's very narrow. It looks wider than it is for this shot. It's actually quite narrow, and so to move quite close, you want to kind of let the guys know in your boat that the race is still there. And if you move too far away, it's quite hard to kind of keep the psychological impression that you're still in this race. And those guys will be wanting to stay in contact. It's all about holding contact, and you try and, if you're leading, you try and break that contact, almost sort of like that cord, and if you're behind, you try and hold on with everything you've got.
This is eights rowing at its best. They're trying to break apart. This angle can be a bit deceptive. There's a touch of overlap, but right now it looks to me like the Nautilus crew are making the break. They're disconnecting the overlap and making the break. You can see it. There it is. That's the moment.
Yeah, Natalie in the coxing seat of the Nautilus crew, she will probably be telling the guys now or never. Finish the race now, do it while you've got it, and then you can have a bit of a row in front of the crowds at the end. But and likewise, if you're in the other coxing, Victor, you'll be telling the crew, do what you can to hold on, and we'll catch them at the end.
So, as you say, Nautilus looking to shut the door after that big move to break the contact there. We can see there was contact at that 3/4 mile marker behind the umpire's launch there, but they've broken contact here. The latest plate, fantastic event here since 1845, just reminding us of the history of this Henley Royal Regatta, something that's so important when you're out there on the track, isn't it? It makes it very different.
No, it really is. You get a total sense of history when you're racing. I mean, today, it's Friday at Henley. You win today, you're through to the weekend, and it's all about these little kind of, can you get through to the weekend? Yep. Can you get through to the final? Yep. And so this is really big. They'll be understanding the pressure and the prestige of this event and this day in the week.
So it's tough times now. It's dig deep time for the Molesey and Nereus crew. Looking there as they swing past us, Ruben Cook, Edward Gaylor, Benjamin Lundy, Marcus Albrecht, George Langston Bolt, Edward Andrews, Samuel Fowley in the stroke seat, Philip Wolfensberger, and cocked by Victor Bouquet, as you said. Well, it's the last chance saloon for this Molesey and Nereus composite crew. Both of these crews wanting their places in the under-23 team. Trials coming up for them all.
And it's quite cool that it's a mixture of kind of a British and Dutch crew. I love this shot of an 8 coming towards you, because you can really see it cutting, slicing through that water. And they're rowing really well. There's not much bounce on the boat, looking really strong, but they're down, and they're down by about a length to this fantastic up-and-coming GB crew called Nautilus.
Yeah, it's interesting. So many of the crews are what we call composite. So the Molesey and Nereus picking 2 of the array of clubs in that boat. The Nautilus rowing under that flag, which is used by the under-23 development squad for British rowing. It's away from bridging junior rowing, which is 18 and under, through into the open age class senior team. It's a really good stepping stone that's got stronger and stronger in recent years. So here we go. Here is Nautilus. Closing the door.
You see the Nautilus crew. There's a couple of different light crews in there. The famous Leander, and we've got London as well. It's a little mixed crew. Win for Nautilus. Fantastic.
We'll be pleased with that. So Nautilus, powerful start, hung on to for a bit at the start, but then they just closed that door very decisively through the middle of the race. Sarah Winkles, Olympian herself, says yes, clean race, and through they go. So Nautilus through to semi-finals, beating Molesey and Nereus. Away we go. It's the Town Challenge Cup, Premier Women's Coxless Fours, and we've got Rudolf Putz, Potsdam and Wunsbeck from Germany on the left, and Nautilus's B crew on the right. So it's the Germans and the Brits, frankly.
It's a slug match for the ages, and you can already see a bit of steering needed in the German crew. The Potsdam crew now very different to the last race we had. The steering is done by the athletes in the boat, and they've got basically a credit card size rudder at the bottom that's usually used connected to strings to the foot. And what a fantastic race! So someone in each crew will be doing the steering.
So you mentioned the credit card size rudder. Well, the question is, are they borrowing too much at this stage of the race, and will they better pay it back down the track right now? We've got an absolutely blistering start here from Nautilus, the rising talent from the British under-23 squad, and they are absolutely hoofing it down this course. Really strong rowing.
Oh, they are. Look at that. That is chunky rowing. It's really good to watch. And watch the steering here from the Potsdam crew. And we've just talked about the steering, and they have come a cropper against the really unforgiving booms here. It's really, it's not fun to watch. It's so hard steering.
This is the danger of Henley, and it's what's different about Henley. Everywhere else you race with boys, if you clip a boy, you might have a problem. That's the first time we've seen that this week at Henley, because the conditions are quite benign. So what happened there is probably a little bit of a steering error. You called it that credit card size rudder. Talk us through what might have happened. We'll have a look and see if we can have a look at what happened in a second. So let's have a look at this, Ollie.
Yeah, so here we go. We're watching for the Potsdam crew as they're just heading a little bit over, and you can just see the steering was heading a little bit towards the booms, and they've gone over. So which means basically they have to restart the race, but they are going to try and catch up this Nautilus crew.
So what's difficult is once you start to clip those booms, you lose the power on that side of the boat, and inevitably you need to kind of effectively come to a stop to row back on that. So it's a bit of a disaster for our visitors from Germany there. They'll be really devastated by that, and they'll know that there'll be virtually no chance of recovering unless something happens to the other crew, which has happened in the past.
It certainly has. You don't give up, and you can see they've gone straight back into racing. It's so hard to kind of restart yourself, say, come on ladies, let's go in the crew, fire yourselves up, we've still got a race to race, with the kind of chance that who knows what could happen. And as Matt, as just you pointed out, things still happen towards the end of the race.
So these German young women, two of them from the German Women's 8 last year that came fourth in the world, I think, and then two others in the 4 trying to make a success of this season, haven't quite got it together, and well, they'll be very disappointed by that, these women from Potsdam and Wandsbek. But look at them. I mean, they're absolutely back in the groove straight away, and you've got to be like that as an athlete, back in the groove and attacking like crazy, because you never know what is ahead for you. And well, for the Nautilus crew, Ollie, what will they be thinking?
Yeah, so they'll be thinking a bit lucky there. We're able to kind of get away with the other crew having a bit of a mistake here, but it's not easy, because you kind of want to still be able to row well. You have to make sure you win this race, and so it's really hard actually kind of taking almost the pace down in this kind of in between place where you're not racing so much because you're a bit up, so you kind of want to conserve your energy, but likewise you're not just going out for a paddle, so you're kind of caught in this in between place. It's actually much harder than it looks to be able to do this.
Well, it looks pretty good in this crew, doesn't it? Lovely, smooth, fluid, coxless falls, rowing. Allegra O'Sullivan in the bow seat, 21 years of age. Cal in the 2-seat. Claudia Perry. Roger at the University of Virginia. Alice Bradley, 21 in the 3-seat. She was at Durham School and Michigan State University in stroke seat. Also from Cal, sophomore. And 2v4 rower, originally from Henley Rowing Club. That's Pippa Jameson, and she's going to be pretty happy that despite not having a challenge she would have expected from the Germans, they are running through the track, running through their race plan pretty clinically, I'd say.
Yeah, wow, all of these ladies kind of planning their trade in the US. That's really, really cool. The US college system is so fantastic at churning out fantastic athletes. And you can see that maybe it's a little bit of blade working, could be it's a little scrappy, could taking up a little bit of water. You can see it running up the side, the black part of the shaft of the oar. Very hard, as I said, to kind of have this momentum where you kind of keep the boat speed up, but you're taking the rate down a little bit.
Yeah, it looks to me like the Germans may be struggling with a bit of a problem with that rudder. Hard to tell, but I can just see a little bit more. If you look at the bow, the pointy bit closest to us, there's a little bit of a wiggle on there, and I wonder if they've got a slight problem with the steering. They could have some weed caught around the rudder. There's quite a lot of weed at this time of the year because the sun's so strong. Just looking the way it's running in the water, Ollie, it's hard to be certain, but I think that's got something affecting them a bit.
No, I think it's a very good observation. So it's fantastic when you watch that stern as it flicks side, because everyone's just got one oar. So you're applying pressure on your side.
Yeah, compare with the other boat, and I think you can see, even if you're not a kind of rower, that one's running a bit more smoothly and a bit more flat. Now we don't know for certain, so I'm speculating here, but I'm just wondering if that may have been something that affected our visitors from Germany. And there's the British 4 running very flat and very fast.
I think that's a very good observation. This is another British crew to be watching for the future of athletes who are going to be making their name in the Olympic team in not so long. Well done, ladies.
So that is a victory for the Nautilus crew. We should wait for the umpire to call it as cleanly in case there's any protest from the German women. So they may say they had an issue, but I think it's unlikely that they'll say there was any external factors to complain about here. And yeah, indeed, our umpire, it looks like our chairman, Richard Phelps, says it's a clean race. So it's a victory in the Town Challenge Cup, the premium event for women's coxless falls. Nautilus of Great Britain winning over Potsdam and Wandsbek from Germany. the Diamond Challenge sculls. We saw Ollie Seidler having a very impressive row, the Olympic champion, a little bit earlier this afternoon if you were with us, but now it's the South African and the Austrian. It's Baxter from South Africa on the left against Hulch from Austria, Konrad Hulch, single sculler from Austria there. Looks like the South African on the left of the picture has just gone off a little bit more to the centre of the line than he would have liked there, Ollie.
They both flew out the start. I mean, sort of like been like charged up, like two rockets. It's absolutely so cool to watch. And I've been excited for this race all day. You know, we're looking here as they come off the end of the island. Two really classy scullers here. This is going to be a real ding dong, I think.
Yeah, classy rowers and scullers actually, because both of them performed in a sweep, single oar boat and in the single. You can see, although the conditions are quite calm from a wind standpoint, there's quite a lot of traffic on the water, motor traffic, and that means the water's rolling a little bit. But looking at this, both of them beautifully connected here, Ollie.
Yeah, both were 18:37. They're really good. You can just see Chris just a little bit more languid in his stroke, and that's why he's just probably moving away just a little bit. He rode in the pair in Paris with John Smith, who was kind of the legendary South African rower who won gold in London in that incredible lightweight fours race. So John's probably kind of taught him a little bit about how to row really well, and he's doing it really well here.
Yeah, it looks like on the far side, the heavyweight or open weight category, Christopher Baxter, 26 years of age from rowing South Africa, has got a nice early lead. But when you're up against a lightweight, we've seen this a number of times in these races at Henley, they just won't give up, they just won't give in. And we can see on the left of our picture, Konrad Hulch, 24, from Viking Linz in Australia. Has he got that Viking spirit as he attacks and tries to hang on to the heavyweight ahead of him?
Yeah, and just see Conrad's not going to give up. He just caught a little bit of water, flick there. He's rating at kind of 38. We got Chris down here at 30. So two different sort of slightly styles. Chris being the heavyweight, rowing a bit longer, but Konrad here is not giving up. You see, he may be holding the distance here.
Yeah, so it's heavyweight against lightweight. 5 minutes into the race, we're coming live to join the race as we go through the middle of the course. What are you looking for in a single, Ollie, when you're looking at the sort of technique and the power and the length? What drives the speed of this boat?
I hope I'm not being kind of weird to say, but I'm kind of admiring his quads. Just the size of his legs. So you can see really attaching himself to the front of that when he puts his blade in. Huge legs driving it forward, and you know that's all going and plying into the boat. He's got good upright posture, so you know it's almost like doing a deadlift. You know that you can squeeze the weight and the boat's going to go forward.
Yeah, so I think you got your answer there. Basically, it's all about the quads, it's all about the legs, isn't it? And rowing a single in particular, keeping the power sort of down low, so it's not grippy and grabby in the shoulders. It's the push from those legs. And we can see he's also wearing lengthy socks. Is that compression socks? Is that to protect his calves from the material underneath him? Sometimes they can dig in.
Could well be, or he's maybe just come off a long haul flight. No, I think you can see a lot of athletes really like those compression socks to keep the blood moving. And what's really cool, he's racing in a Philippi, so it's white with a lovely trim, this blue trim down there. So now it's great to see where the line of the water is, because you can see where the weight in the boat is going. And what I think is really impressive about his sculling, it's very flat.
So that's 26-year-old Christopher Baxter from South Africa, who's got a nice lead now through the middle of the course. And on the left of the picture, we've got Hulch from Viking Linz in Austria. Glorious, and you can see right the way down the course, almost to the start here. And you can see how it's a real theatre, cauldron of rowing. The intensity of being in that channel between those booms, different from anywhere else in the world, and we've been doing it since 1839. I suspect that dear old Konrad Hulch might feel that he's been doing this race since 1839, because it's hard to be this far down.
Well, it's really hard to race the diamonds. I mean, it's a long race. It's 2,160 meters. The regatta course
2,112 meters. Yeah,
it's longer than the Olympic distance. You're against the stream. You've got the wind. You've got the elements. You've got all this kind of mixture coming together. So it can feel a very long race, but he's still keeping the tempo up. He's still fighting. Huge kudos to him as they come now into the enclosures.
So the loneliness of the long distance sculler for the Viking from Austria, the lightweight on the left of our picture, and now we can see that long lovely stroke is totally under control, isn't it? Christopher Baxter, the South African, 26 years of age, has been in Lucerne, and as you said, in the men's pair, so he's a really complete rower, being able to be so high class in both the sculling and sweep-oar disciplines. The South African looking very good, and just looking for another 2 or 3 strokes until that finish line passes by.
It's great to see the South Africans here in a really historic rowing team. And some fantastic success as Chris crosses the finish line.
Well, that's a great demonstration. He'll be very happy with that. He's got his enormous quads warmed up for tomorrow's semi-finals. Just like Mahi Drysdale, the New Zealander who's a favourite here and I think holds the record for the number of wins. Sir Matthew Pinsent, 4 times Olympic gold medalist, says that's a clean race. Thank you very much. And that's the win for Baxter of South Africa over Holch of the Viking Lids Club in Austria. One of the highlights of this year's Henley Regatta is 3 new women's quads events. And this is the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup. New this year, the student women's quads, Reading University's A crew and the Technical University of Delft. Away they go. Great.
Yeah, really good clean start by both crews. It maybe looks like the Dutch crew just got a little bit of a lead off start, but this is going to be a really good race. Really excited for this.
So as we pick them up alongside, we wait for the cat to get up to speed to be able to judge exactly how we're going. Looks like they've had an absolute flyer, doesn't it, on the far side, the Reading University A crew. I watched their B crew earlier and they were incredibly classy too. If you were with us then, you remember that race. So the A crew from Reading is there. Well, they're looking to get a length lead already in the first 300 metres.
What do I know? Actually, the Reading crew shot out. It was really impressive. I love the way they're rowing. You see the corner of them and just moving away. Considering both crews going really fast. You see a little bit of bounce on the water here. Going to make it really tricky, but both these crews handling those conditions really, really well.
Yeah, look at the class of the way these young women from the Netherlands are handling that bouncy water. It's flattening now as we're passing up to about 700 metres down this track. So the first third of the race is over. Now we're into that middle third, and this is the difference. The start is blistering and fast and getting the boat up to speed. This is about rhythm and flow and efficiency to try to keep that speed over the over your competition, but be able to change gear if needed. And so Reading, cool heads on those young shoulders.
Oh, don't they look good? You can see some really, really tight finishes, really crisp together. Everyone in that crew, all four women doing exactly the same thing. Really, really hard to achieve, but they look really good. I mean, look at that, it's mesmerising.
Coming through to the middle of the course, you can see that 3:37 is the time to the falling marker, which is pretty much halfway. So they're now well through that middle third. Difficult middle third is always where the pain is the most acute, particularly if, like the Dutch, you're down looking at the back there on the left of our picture of Martine Kaminga sitting in the bow seat, making a Henley debut actually for the Delft club, the Delft Technical University. They're struggling a little bit also with the steering, just seeing them course correcting a bit. It's easier to correct in a crew like that where you have 2 oars, so no danger for them.
I think it's going to be really hard out there, actually. I mean, we're sitting here looking this through the camera, and it's quite hard to see because it looks quite flat, but you have a lot of boats going up and down on one side, sending kind of quite fairly big kind of washes through, and you can see it's really hard to keep the boat level and straight. And they you see the boat kind of sliding over the top, and that's just, imagine rowing is not just a kind of a race, it's also a bit of a dance. You've got to sort of dance, everyone's got to sort of stay coordinated and row together on top of this very kind of thin boat that kind of moves around on the top of the water. Yeah, it's a bit like doing a sort of power clean on top of one of those Bosu balls sometimes, isn't it, when it's bouncy like that. And I think both crews coping pretty well with the bouncy water. Looking at the Reading crew now, you can see they've dropped the number of strokes per minute down. They're just looking very composed. Oh, they look so good, and you can just see a little bit of the difference there. Delft crew moving, their boat moving, planing a little bit across the water, whereas this Reading crew is just slicing through that water, and it looks so neat. I mean, look at those arms. There's almost like a mirror. You just sort of, it's replicated all the way down the crew. They look absolutely fantastic.
So a ton of experience in this Reading crew, 11 combined experiences at Henley between them. Looking at the bow, Felicity Cox, 19 years old, in the bow seat. Keeping them straight, and look at that blade work. That's also keeping them pretty straight, sending it nicely as they come through the enclosures. A golden evening here at Henley. Everyone enjoying the golden sunlight and a beautiful display from this Reading A crew. Selected, they'll be looking towards that trophy, but you don't want to get distracted too much by getting ahead of yourself. You'll be working like put one stroke after another, don't you?
Dude, and it's golden rowing for golden hour. They're looking fantastic. Look at that, and the Dutch crew here have done really well. They're holding the rating up and going for the line. I mean, huge kudos to still fight it right through to the last stroke.
Well, will they be gold medalists here at Henley as they pass through the line, booking their spot in the semi-finals? And the Dutch come next. Martine Kaminga, Iris van den Berg, Eva Serveling and Evie Rademacher in the Netherlands crew. But it's a victory for Reading as they cheer their opponents, and the umpire, John Hedger, declares that a clean race. So well done to Reading University, and they beat the Dutch Technical University to go through to semi-finals. It's Junior Open Quad Sculls now. It's the Fawley Challenge Cup. Hartbury and Marlow. Hartbury on the left and Marlow, their distinctive red on the right, and scarlet it is as they go off those blocks.
You can see those short stabby strokes there from the Marlow crew as they kind of get their boat speed up and they come together a little bit. Really hard to steer. The flag's gone up, just telling the Hartbury crew to move over a little bit. Really hard to do this off the start. They're so close together.
Yeah, the challenge on the start is containing all that power, and I think if you're a bit less experienced, the temptation is to just drive hard. The edge, the extra needle that comes with being in a race like this sometimes means that they go a bit more awry than they do in training, but they've course corrected, I think, and now Marlow having to correct a little bit. You can see that plume of water on that white stern post as Marlow steer away and then correct up to be straight. So both crews steering a little bit tricky. Maybe there's a little bit of stream and a little bit of wind there.
No, it is. I think it is very hard to steer because you're quite close together. You don't really see it off the start, and then it opens it up, and it's really hard to get to know your bearings a little bit on the course. But this is a fantastic race. The two crews looking really good. This is a real race we've got on our hands here, Matt.
Yeah, I can see those legs like pistons. You called it with big tree trunk legs earlier, and there's a lot of power in both of these quads, and I wouldn't write either of them off at this point. It really is developing into a humdinger through into the middle third of the course. And I think Marlow, well, they had an early lead, but I think it looks to me like Hartbury clawing back stroke by stroke, and that's what you want. You want to feel like you're moving just a couple of centimetres every stroke and push through and push away.
This is fantastic. Both crews absolutely flat out. You can see them. Rate's still high here. It's about 36 in both crews, going stroke for stroke. This is really gutsy stuff from both of them.
So sitting in the stroke seat there of the Hartbury College crew is 18-year-old Alex Judd. He won the championship doubles at national schools, and he's got some experience there, and that's what you want in the stroke seat, a good attacking row. As the flag goes up, warning the Marlow crew, we've had a little bit of steering difficulty, and I guess in the Hartbury College crew, you're looking to take advantage of that. As the umpire's flag warns the other crew, that's the time you push on with those legs.
Yeah, Hartbury've just upped the rating to 39 on Marlow's 37. They've made their big push now coming into the regatta enclosure. Got about kind of 400, 500 metres left. They've really gone for it.
Yeah, Marlow struggling again with that steering. If you look back to the previous marker, you can see how close they were, but you absolutely called it, Ollie. That big push, 2 or 3 pips of rate, that's extra 2 or 3 strokes per minute, makes all the difference when you're keeping the wattage high, and that was a really decisive move, I think, by the Hartbury College crew, stroked, as I said, by Alex Judd, in front of Max Foreman, Dan Page, and Gethin Bulkwell.
And it's really gutsy to do that kind of mid-race. You kind of every crew has a sort of now or never, and you can see the steering here for the Marlow crew. You know, they're down. It's really tricky. They're heading off in the wrong direction a little bit, straightening up. That's it, straight up. Well done, guys. Hard to do that.
Yeah, they're struggling quite a lot with that steering. And again, there may be something impeding them, something on the rudder or something. It's unusual to see a quad, because each athlete has got 2 oars, so together they can make small adjustments. A little glance over the shoulder there from bowman Luka Tanovic in that Marlow crew. In front of him, Max Rawton, James Skravsky and John Kane, 18 years old, in the stroke seat. But, well, that was a decisive move that you spotted there, and it allowed Hartbury, after a flying start, but then some challenge from Marlow, challenge incredibly hard. Marlow still driving it hard, challenging to the line, but it's not going to be their day today.
And what a really good race. Decisive push. Zaki just about coming at 3/4, and very hard to keep the boat straight when you're looking around and trying to get on terms with the leading crew.
Well, a brutal battle there, but Hartbury go through. They'll be happy with that. You can see what it's taken out of them, though. It's still really hot here at the regatta as we approach 10 to 7. The umpires clean the race, and, well, that's a win. Hartbury College going through to semi-finals, beating Marlow growing up. So a big thank you to Ollie Cook, fantastic competitor and Olympian, for joining us for the last few races. And now I'm going to welcome our friends from JRN. It's Fergus Maynard. Fergus, how's it going today, Fergus?
Phenomenal. It's well documented. I think I've said it to just about everyone I've bumped into, Matt, but I love Friday at Henley Royal Regatta. I think it's the most exciting day of racing. 5 minutes racing where everything is packed, and here's another scorcher.
Princess Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. It's St Paul's College on the left of your picture and Sydney University Boat Club from Australia on the right. What a start.
Yeah, absolutely cracking start, and I think both of these crews, fascinating to see how they get down, going down the course. St Paul's, so much history in this boat. Sydney University, new into the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup this year, and what a start from St Paul's School.
Let's just watch and listen to the power of these eights in this fast start phase. Hear the roar of the coxes. There we go, give it more, says James Stack, 16 years old, sitting in the cox's seat of the Australian boat there, closest to us. And they do need to give it a bit more because we've seen a flyer from St Paul's. They are class at St Paul's, aren't they, as you were saying, and they've really taken it to the Australians in the very earliest part of this race.
Yeah, they have done, and St Paul's, you know, coming in, they've had an outstanding season. They've played second fiddle on numerous occasions, second at the schools head over behind Shipley, second at the National Schools Regatta behind Radley College, but we know year after year St Paul's have a real trajectory between the National Schools Regatta, between Henley Royal, and we're seeing that in action at the moment as they're extending out, continuing to move away from Sydney University.
And just the style that they've become known for under their coach Bobby Thatcher and the coaches that they have through that system at St Paul's is this sort of very, very loose shoulders and very connected with the legs. That means you see the face of the spoon that goes into the water, the end of the oar that goes into the water, and the legs just move as one. And that gives them a really efficient way of rowing. It's low tension in the upper body, it's powerful in the legs, and the boat just runs and runs on. And as we fly with them now, look at this, Ferguson.
Do you know what, Matt? I think flying is the perfect description. That's exactly what St Paul's are doing at the moment. It's gusty, you know, the wind has changed around ever so slightly from yesterday. You know, I was in the commentary box this time yesterday, and it was reverse conditions. We had a nice tailwind, we're getting some fast times, but the flags are just fluttering in a slightly different direction at the moment. But it's not bothering St Paul's. They're just cruising along unfazed at this point in the race, and what an advantage they have over this Sydney University crew, who have done so well to get through the opening rounds of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, but they've come up against one of the real titans of schoolboy rowing in the form of St Paul's School.
And this is the mark of their class, isn't it? Both of these crews selected, and yet St Paul's, well, they're getting towards the horizon for the Australians riding here, looking at the face of Montague Salabank, 18 years old at stroke, in front of Edward West, Maximus Garnett, Ted Burney, Lachlan Rogers, Luke Fleet and Thomas Currigan. And in the cox's seat, James Slack, we mentioned earlier, just 16. Well, he's got to use all of his experience, because flying ahead, here's St Paul's.
Yeah, as we mentioned at the top of this race, 8-time winners, 4 of them have come recently in the past 11 years, 2015, 2018, 2022, 2024, and of course finalists in 21 and 23 as well. So they're used to getting through to the weekend, Matt, and they're doing exactly what they have done in previous years.
Of course, record holders from that blistering fast year 2018 when they smashed the record. I was commentating on that record break. I think it's one of our most viewed videos on YouTube, actually, that record-breaking race in 2018 from St Paul's School. We'll see what these guys have to offer as they progress through to the semi-finals. Have they got that same kind of turn of speed that their predecessors have? They can take it nice and easy now, can't they? St Paul's School crew enjoying the golden sunshine, the golden Friday afternoon at Henley, as are so many spectators still here enjoying this display of fantastic, smooth, languid eights rowing.
Absolutely, and it looks like it'll be a semi-final with Iran. And 1 and 2 at the National Schools Regatta. Matt, that's going to be absolutely sensational tomorrow.
Yeah, so much to look forward to, but so much more still to come. We've got 5 or 6 races still to come. Stay with us as we bring you more from Henley Regatta. So Greg Searle says it's a clean win for St Paul's over Sydney University Boat Club from Australia. Thank you so much for coming halfway around the world, and the reason is to race in these incredible conditions. We've been going at Henley since 1839, the history, but the intensity is what we're all about.
Attention!
So more eights. This time it's the ladies' plate. That is the intermediate open eights event. And it's the University of Washington and Thames Rowing Club. So another international matchup. The Americans from Washington and the Thames Rowing Club on the right.
and this is one I've been fascinated to see how it develops, see how it unfolds. I've been so excited. The minute I heard that Washington were going to be making the trip over for the Ladies Challenge Plate, it gets you all excited, and it gets you harking back to some outstanding races that Washington have been involved with over the years. But they're in a grudge match to kick this one off. Thames Rowing Club are absolutely giving it to them in the opening strokes of this encounter. It's just about level off the end of the island, but there's so much class, so much pedigree in this Washington boat. I'm just waiting for them to unlock it all, Matt.
Yeah, very exciting, and I think we'll really feel the power of these two eights. Washington, quite upright, very strong legs, sitting there with their cocks. Angeli Pamurthy, 20 years old, keeping them cool, keeping them calm and collected as they just move and move and move.
Yeah, look, she's come out of their second varsity 8 that's done so well across the United States of America. 5 of this crew are from their varsity that won the national championships. And I think at this point in the year, at this point in where we are in life at the moment, Washington have got the fastest boathouse in America. 3 years in a row they've won the varsity 8s, and they also won the 10-8, the points trophy for the best team performing at the IRA National Championships. 5 of that winning crew on board, and they're mixing with that second varsity 8. And what a blend of talent on screen.
So these races come so thick and fast that we show you the first part recorded and then jump forward a little bit in time, but it hasn't changed the situation in the race. We've seen the Washington crew here after that powerful start. They're enjoying this middle section of the course really nicely together. What can you see here?
Yeah, I think as you were talking about, they're quite upright, but they're so direct at the front end, and we're not going to see it at this point in the race, but I think what was so impressive, the way they won the national championship. Look at them just dealing with that bounce and the wash and everything from the wake. They've ridden it so well, but it's choppy. That's a big bit of wash that they've just ridden over there.
That was a huge, must be a tanker or something going by. That was a huge bit of wash. We shouldn't really see washes that big. We do ask the launches going past to slow down because there is one of the world's premier regattas underway here.
Oh my goodness.
Meanwhile, that wash has also caused a bit of a disturbance in the steering. The umpire, Ben Helm, is indicating to the Washington crew that they need to move away from that centre line. Angeli, as we mentioned earlier, calmly responds to the umpire, but you don't really want to have the umpire intervene in an 8s race, so I think that may have disturbed them a bit. Meanwhile, Thames Rowing Club, the crew was put together for this race. They're struggling to answer the question from Washington.
Yeah, they are at the moment, and of course that wash, that bizarre boat that we've seen just zooming up and down the course, that won't be helping with them either at this point in the race. But Washington, yes, it's the varsity and the second varsity 8 coming together, but they'll have been switching in and out combinations all season long, so it's difficult for Thames when you bring a unit together like this at the last minute to go up against a real powerhouse in the form of Washington. And I think we'll have Michael Callaghan, their head coach, watching on, and he'll be chuffed with his performance as they get set to advance through to the Saturday of the Ladies Challenge Plate.
So the Thames crew thrown together for this event, not so experienced and drilled as the Washington crew, and I think that is quite an advantage to have a crew that's collected and drilled and just knows how to operate. What I understand from our producer is that it was a geese chase that led to the big wash. So we try to keep the geese off the course for obvious reasons. A collision with the goose is good neither for rower nor fowl, and that kicked up quite a lot of wash. So unfortunately you have to cope with the conditions you're given. What's happening there potentially was about safety for both our rowers and the wildlife. Even worse, it was a swan. I've now had confirmation it was a swan, ladies and gentlemen, that caused that incident, but I don't think it affected the outcome of the race. It wasn't foul play. The umpire won't be raising the red flag for that. It would have been a problem had they impeded the race, and then, well, there might have been some kind of committee meeting to review what was going on. But Washington, that was a lovely row from them in the golden afternoon sunlight, and you can see how relaxed they are crossing the line. And Thames had to give it absolutely everything. They were outpowered through that course. But the Thames Cox has her hand up, and that indicates that she wants to make an appeal to the umpire, and a red flag from Ben Helm. So something has happened in this race here. So what happens now, the umpire will go likely to have a conversation with the crew. So the appeal, what happens, Fergus, is the crew's appeal by raising a hand. The umpire says, OK, this race is not a verdict as yet. That's what the red flag symbolises. And the umpire, Ben, will go and talk to the Coxes. So we're going to try and listen, if we can, pick up on our effects mics to what Ben Helm is saying. Very experienced umpire. Going across the Thames first. picking it up, but that's Cox Rahul Ramakrishnan, 19 years old, won the Britannia Cup here in 2025, so he's really experienced. He'll know the rules. Can't quite hear. We've got the lovely sound of Ulysses' engine right in the way of our microphone, so we'll have to speculate for a moment what's going on. So he's, I think, saying there was some kind of impediment, I suspect, because we didn't see any physical impediment, did we?
No impediment, but I suspect he won't be particularly pleased with that launch that was zooming up and down the course. Yes, we understand the reasons for it, swan related, but ultimately they've disrupted their crew's rhythm, and just looking about here what's being said, I think.
And how I'm talking to the crew again, I think telling them to get off the water. I just heard actually through the air, because our commentary box is right by where the launch is sitting right now. And I'm being told that race control is saying we'll hold the result for this race. So I suspect what that means is the umpire wants to just review what happens. He may consult the umpire's panel. He may want to consult the video. I'd say, Fergus, I think our cameras were on the Washington crew when that wash hit. So we don't know how much it affected the Thames crew. We'll see if we can have a look at that ourselves, because I think Ben Helm might be asking for that footage. So this is what we think might have happened if we can go to have a look at the replay here. So here we go. There's that. Look, that wash was absolutely, the boat was on the course. I don't think we saw that at all. So there we see a warning from our sentry box. And here's another view. There's that launch, clearing the geese out of the way. But that means huge wash, and you absolutely would want to appeal if you're in that Thames crew. Rightly so. So, well, I mean, that is quite a dramatic way to be impeded on the course. Health and safety first, of course, here at Henley.
Yeah, I'm just looking out at the moment into the coaching launch. We've got the Thames coach Jack Stoddart there. I think James Fode's on board, James Waller, all from the coaching staff at Thames.
So Ben Helm, very experienced umpire, former British lightweight rower and steward at Henley Regatta. He's discussing with the team at the back of the boat. So what we'll do is we'll hear from race control what they plan to do about that. They could potentially order a re-row another time, might be at the end of the day, might be too close to the close of today's racing. So there'll be a bit of adjudication going on. We'll keep you updated as soon as we hear more. So that incident, we've still got time to go live to the start. Here we are, the Queen Victoria, our new student women's quads event. It's the University of Birmingham and Reading University. Birmingham on the left, Reading's C crew on the right. We've seen the Bs and we've seen the As, and this is the Cs from Reading. How classy are they? The Bs and the As both won.
I know, outstanding. And we've got Ds being raced in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup as well for Reading University. Such an incredible outfit. But at the moment, it's on the crew on the left-hand side of your screen. That's the University of Birmingham, who have blasted out at the moment into a really exciting position. They're out in front leading Reading University, and it's not particularly often that you're able to say that a crew are leading Reading at this point in the race.
Yeah, so, well, this is the third crew in the event from Reading, so we're expecting them to be the sort of least pacey, but they are up against it. Birmingham looking really strong and really solid here. Looking at Kari Meredith, Ella Oldland, Darcy Smith and Claudia Rosington, between 20 and 23 years of age on the far side of our picture in the red and blue of Birmingham, and they are pushing out to an early lead, perhaps even to a length.
Brilliant start, absolutely brilliant start from the University of Birmingham, and I think this quad is representing just all of the good stuff that's going on at that institution at the moment. You know, in recent years they've been picking up all sorts of medals at the likes of Bucks Regatta, spearheaded by Katie Moore, who's been racing in some of the composites in the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup. And I think as she has risen up, she's taken the entire programme with her. And I think this outfit at the moment is packed full of some incredible athletes, some lightweights on board who are, as I said, performing well at Bucks Regatta. And they're continuing to extend their lead over Reading University, who again, it's washy, it's rough, it's bouncy out there at the moment. And I think they're perhaps struggling ever so slightly at this point in the race.
Yeah, there's a surprising amount of wash around. I hope we don't have a swan infestation that's encroaching on this brilliant golden racing this afternoon. But, you know, you do have to row in multiple different conditions, and that's a test of every athlete on the day of the race. So we can see already at that quarter-mile signal just in front of the beautiful Temple Island, we can see that the Birmingham crew had clear water over the Reading crew. It looks like the folk who've been on the island enjoying that incredible view have headed for a lie down or perhaps a boat home. As we come up to the barrier, that's our second marker. Again, we can see the Birmingham crew, lane one. Well, it's now a length of clear water over Reading Sea crew.
Great start. It's exactly the sort of position you want to be in You know, we've alluded to Bucks Regatta, some of the other races they've been involved with all season, Met Regatta as well, and it's a completely different racing style. It's so important for Birmingham at this point in the race to get out in front and just try and break clear. That's exactly what they've done, because it's so much easier for Birmingham just to control the race, absorb the move that Reading will likely make as they come down the course. Just sit back and watch their opposition. It's the perfect place to be at this point.
Really enjoying this race. Birmingham now, we can hear spectators enjoying the evening, party shouts and music as they go through some of the enclosures there. Birmingham rowing out of Worcester on the 7, and they are, well, enjoying being in a rather different setting here today. A lot more people here. As we go down the course, there's so many people have enjoyed the racing today from the boats on the river here. You can see on the right-hand side of our picture a few boats still pottering their way down. And, well, Reading Sea will have a different experience here as they try to attack and attack and attack through the middle of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think for Reading's coaching staff watching on, Simon Williamson, Will Rand, Chris Bartley, the three of them have done a superb job of taking that programme not just to the top of sculling here in the UK, but I think to the very top of university rankings. You know, they won the women's, the men's, the overall Victor Ladora at Bucks Regatta with a record points tally. So the strength and depth across Reading is fantastic, but this quartet from Birmingham are superb. Winners, the lightweight quads at Bucks Head, second in the women's intermediate quads when it came to Bucks Regatta. And it's not just the women who are doing great things at Birmingham, it's the men as well. They've got 4 qualified into the Prince Albert Challenge Cups. It's an exciting place to go and do your rowing at the moment.
It's great to be on the rise, isn't it? And watching these 4 young women from Birmingham University absolutely on the rise here. One of the things that I've loved watching Henley over the last 10 years is just the addition of women's races, and 3 new women's quad races this year, opening up this regatta to more people from more clubs around the place. And the strength of competition in the first year of this event is quite something. Here we go, we're riding now along with the Reading Sea crew. Just think about the depth they've had of talent in that programme, as you were saying, Fergus. Really determined now, but looking like they're tiring a bit, but they're never going to give up in this crew, really poking it through to get through the course, through this middle, painful part of the course.
It's difficult, but they'll both be getting cheers, I reckon, from Remnant Club just on the left-hand side of your screen. Plenty of their alumni from Reading, from Birmingham, going on to continue their rowing in some of those Remnant clubs. So a bit of a roar, but a slightly quieter patch now as they then move down towards the stewards enclosure, where again that noise will just carry them right the way down to the finish line.
And you can see as we fly away from Reading up towards Birmingham, the gap that they've opened up, and look at that, lovely, relaxed, very synchronised rowing from the Birmingham crew. Harry Meredith, Ella Aldland, Darcy Smith and Claudia Rossington, 22 years of age, sitting there at stroke, setting that lovely, powerful rhythm and a nice run on the boat between strokes. Efficiency and power together.
Tell you what, Matt, I think if you're their coach, James Wilton, just watching on, you'd be delighted with this performance. With the sunshine just glistening over Henley at this point in the race, the drone just circling around, and it gives you the perfect bird's eye view just to get the angles of the blades at the front end and what they're like at the finish when they're being extracted, and he'll be, I think, chuffed with how his crew are performing at this point in the race.
This is why we row. Of course, the athletes have the chance to review their performances every day. If you don't want to row after watching this, then, you know, I'm not sure we can convince you. If you are watching this and you're thinking about taking up rowing, well, there's plenty to learn from. We've got 10 years of every single race available to watch on demand on our YouTube channel. And we know that many people who've been racing here now were inspired by watching our pictures to come from all around the world. So get down to your local rowing club and they will be welcoming you with open arms to this wonderful sport. It's one of the best team sports you can do.
Absolutely. But I think full credit, you know, to this Reading University boat. As we've mentioned, it's their sea boat racing the Queen Victoria for the student quads. They've got another crew racing up in the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup, so that tells you all about Reading. So this is effectively, you know, sort of their 4th quad racing at the regatta on the women's side of things. They've been phenomenal. They came through Reading University yesterday, but they're coming up a selected crew, University of Birmingham, who are just cruising right the way through to the finish line, who have put on a superb performance.
Yeah, well done to the Birmingham crew. So Birmingham coming through, and we should credit the Reading Sea crew Evelyn McCardle at bow, Imi Clements at 2, Isabel Burridge at 3, and Florence Dallas in the stroke seat. We're just seeing those 4 women coming past us now as Birmingham approach the line, looking forward. A little glance over her shoulder there from Ella in the 2 seat. It's interesting, the last 10 strokes, even with this kind of margin, still want the finish line to come fast. So well done to Birmingham. And you can see it wasn't an easy day for them. They pushed themselves quite hard down the track. And great credit, as we said, to the sea crew from Reading, the 3rd of their 3 great entries for this new event this year, the Queen Victoria Challenge Cup. A white flag from umpire Sir Matthew Pinsent says that was a clean race. And we can confirm that the University of Birmingham win over Reading sea crew to go through to semis on Saturday.
Attention. Go.
3 more races. Stay with us. This is the Forley Challenge Cup, the Junior Open Quad Sculls. This is Tideway Scullers School on the left of your picture, and Claire's Court on the right. So 2 amazing sculling programmes head-to-head.
Absolutely amazing is the perfect word to describe both of these programmes. 8 finalists at the National Schools Regatta and the Forley Challenge Cup this year. It's just the event that keeps on giving, Matt. You know, the defending champions, Windsor boys, booted out of the competition by Sir William Boyles earlier on today on the other side of the draw. But both of these crews going up against each other. Tideway Scullers 2nd at the National Schools, Claire's Court 7th at the National Schools. And that experience, those results from earlier on in the season, paying dividends for Tideway Scullers as they lead out Claire's Court, who are just trailing by Clearwater at this point in the race.
Yeah, the sun shines on the mustard and tomato of Tideway Scullers rowing there out of Chiswick. The boathouse on the Tideway, they're used to rougher rolling water. We've had a little bit of that this afternoon as many of the boats watching today have moved down towards the local pubs and taken their guests ashore, but there's still racing to come, and many of us here watching as we move live now to see Tideway Scullers. I love these shots from overhead. You can really just be excited by the movement and the synchronicity of these quads.
And you can get right inside them as well. You know, we saw the exact same thing with the Birmingham Quartet in the previous race, able to get right inside the boat, see what's going on, see exactly the angles in the blades. But what I would say, Claire's Court are trailing at this point in the race. They're looking just a little bit scrappy at either end of the stroke, but what an epic race they had yesterday, going up against Hinksey Sculling School. Hinksey, the selected programme, and Claire's Court trailed for the entire race. They had probably the race of the regatta, Matt, to row through and to lead when it mattered most as they crossed the finish line. That will have cost them a huge amount of energy. It would have taken a lot out of them, but they've got a big sprint in them. But I think at this stage, trailing by a length and a bit of Clearwater, it's going to be a tall order for Claire's Court to come back into this one.
As we fly over Claire's Court, we watch Tommy Beaver sitting in the bow seat look over his shoulder, and he can maybe just about make out in his eye line Alfie Keach at stroke, Joseph McCarthy at 18, Henry Penrod at 2, and Reuben Tinsley at bow. Tideway Scullers, known for sculling and showing exactly why. They're doing exactly what it says on the tin, but they're doing it on the flatter, straighter waters of Henley. The church looks down. The finish line is 200 metres ahead. So you can do rowing at Tideway Scullers, but it's mainly known for that sculling. It was a group of scullers in their single boats that came together as a club for the first time, and that's how it was formed.
And the whole of the junior programme is exceptional at this point. Their coach Rufus Tilt doing a great job on the junior men's side of things. Rona McCallum is doing an outstanding job on the women's side of things. And Rufus, you'll be looking at that blade work is just impeccable that we're seeing on screen at the moment. The 3 of them as well. Just a little glance to the right-hand side. That's Reuben Tinsley there in the bow seat. Just checking out his distance from where he is to the booms and to the piles there on the right-hand side of your screen. But what a shot for them. They'll be chuffed with that as they come up towards the finish line.
Like all of us around the world and here in Henley, enjoying this lovely afternoon of rowing, the scullers of Tideway Scullers School will have really enjoyed that row. That's a lovely, clean row for them. And now the thoughts in those young heads can turn to Saturday and semi-finals. Claire's Court gave it everything they could, but Tideway Scullers were too strong for them. And the umpire again declaring a clean race, which means that we are delighted to confirm for you the results. It's Tideway Scullers School with a win in the Forley Challenge Cup over Claire's Court School. penultimate race of the day. Looking forward to this one, the Ladies' Challenge Plate. Cambridge University and Harvard, furthest from us, and Oxford Brookes, nearest the picture. Power, power, power.
Brilliant, isn't it? Just sitting back, taking a moment to hear these eights just get out of the blocks up to speed, and they are just stonking out of the blocks at this point in the race. As you said, Cambridge and Harvard on the left-hand side going up against Oxford Brookes, leading Oxford Brookes in the stroke seat. We can see his face closest to us. That's Jamie Copus. This is his 13th Henley campaign. What a man to have in your stroke seat, and they're going toe for toe, blow to blow with Cambridge and Harvard at this point in the race, Matt.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught it, but we were on board with the umpire there, and it took a while to catch up with those eights. They accelerated so fast, but here we are, side by side. It's exactly how eights racing should be. The strong men of the deep Oxford Brookes programme here, and on the far side it's Cambridge University and Harvard who've got the edge off the starts, and a bit of a contrast perhaps in styles. Lovely to see this match-up between these two great programmes.
Absolutely, you know, this Cambridge and Harvard University boat, it's a wonderful combination of current athletes who will be returning to Cambridge University next year, as well as those who have been studying across the United States and will be starting at Cambridge in the new season. So they're getting a bit of racing experience under their belts ahead of the next season, and what a crew to test yourself against when it comes to Oxford Brookes. But this Cambridge crew now starting to stride out, find their rhythm. It's a dominant rhythm, because at this point in the race it's nearly clear water ahead of Oxford Brookes.
Well, Cambridge have got everybody in this crew. It's the past, present and future of Cambridge University Boat Club. They've had, on the open side, a pretty strong period under coach Rob Baker of victories in the boat race. But this is quite different. 4.25 miles down the tideway round curvy bends in the spring or the cold days of March or April versus this golden sunlight of Henley Friday.
That's been a big move. That's been a decisive move from this Cambridge and Harvard combination just on the right-hand side of your screen. They're up to about a length or so's advantage over Oxford Brookes. And when it comes to eights racing, a length, it's so long, you know, from bow to stern. It's a huge amount of distance to make up. And at this point in the race, just as our camera's panning over, it looks like that elastic is just about to snap between the stern of Cambridge and the bows of Oxford Brookes University, which will be, I think, a killer blow for this Cambridge and Harvard outfit.
So Oxford Brookes trying to hang on as we jump a little bit further forward to live pictures now. Cambridge have fought off what looked like a bit of an attack there, but Brookes do not give up. They do not give in. They've maintained that overlap. If anything, they've gained a little bit of distance on Cambridge. Sitting in the coxswain seat, David Knapp in Oxford Brookes' university crew. He is going to be asking them to give absolutely everything, because now is the moment. You have to move. They don't have much track left, perhaps 450 metres to that finish line.
What a shot there. Victor El-Koti in the bow seat of Oxford Brookes University. In front of him, Marianne Arnerish, winner of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup in 2023. And this is Brookes now surging. They're going up through the rating. You know, we can just see the strokes numbers is going through the roof, and the response is starting to come from Cambridge, from Harvard. Sammy Hudegi in the coxswain seat of Cambridge and Harvard, just urging his men on, asking him just to absorb the blow that's coming from Oxford Brookes at this point in the race.
So it's a test for Cambridge, because these guys won't have rowed together much. As we said, it's the present, past and future of the Cambridge University Boat Club. Brookes will have been drilled together the whole season, but it looks like as he looked over that shoulder, it just gave him the confidence to call for a big bush and keep the Cambridge crew rowing together, thinking loose and long and cohesion. But here comes the attack, the final attack from Oxford Brookes. It's not going to be enough. Cambridge have a decent advantage, enough to get them over that line, but Cambridge started to look a bit ragged as they're under pressure in the final few strokes. But 3/4 of a length victory there, they'll be happy with that. So there we have the flag. Clean row. Luke Dillon, the umpire there in the Henley Royal Regatta hat. A good row from both crews there, but it's Cambridge and Harvard beating Oxford Brookes. And semi-final beckon for that crew. You can see what it took out of them. They've got to refresh and reboot for semi-finals tomorrow. The final race of today, the 85th race. It's the Diamonds, the Open Premier Single Sculls. It's Poulsen from Denmark and Goncalves from Portugal. So the Dane and the Portuguese, as they go off, a lot of power there, a little bit of steering, keeping an eye on our Portuguese sculler on the right of the picture, moving towards the middle of the picture. Where's he going? Is he keen to get a little bit of refreshment from one of those bars before he gets down the road? Well, he's got a warning from Luke Dillon straight away. The flag goes back in the bag now. That means Luke is happy that he's corrected that course. And well, he's got an advantage despite that warning, the Portuguese sculler.
Yeah, he does. That's been a great start for Diego Goncalves. And it's fascinating watching him drift out to the far side. You know, normally we'll see it in some of our coxless fours or our quads, and when someone is responsible for the steering when it's attached to their foot. But in a single scull, you find you should be able just to stick with the buoy line, stick with the booms as they come out the end of the island. But quite often there can be perhaps a gust of wind that will take them over. But it can be quite a daunting thing to scull into as you come off the end of the island. So perhaps just naturally drifting out just to protect himself from that boom line.
Yeah, so Poulsen, 24 years of age there from Denmark, has got his work cut out as we pick this race up just after the barrier, and we can see that Diogo Goncalves from Portugal, coached there by John West, a name familiar to many fans of the British team, the Hampton athlete turned Great Britain coach, has been working with this Portuguese sculler for some time. He looks very calm, doesn't he, Fergus?
Yeah, he does, and he's had a cracking season already so far in the single scull. Raced at the first World Cup in Seville, 7th on that occasion, winner of the B final. So I think he's certainly one of the favourites coming into this event. You know, if things progress nicely, well, there's Ollie Zeidler waiting somewhere, lurking in the background. But of course, I think what's quite interesting actually, Matt, you know, there's word travels around the boat tents here at Henley Royal Regatta, and he was out for a pre-paddle in the tea break. He took a little bit of a tumble into the river, so he's back up and running. He's dried off and he's out. But it just goes to show that even the professionals, those who are racing at the World Championship and the top level, might take a tumble into the river themselves.
Excellent knowledge, Fergus, sharing you the backstory, the scenes, behind-the-scenes stories from here at Henley Regatta. We're in the final race, the 85th race of the day. 85 crews have been knocked out, or 84 have been knocked out, and this is the final race. 84 go through to the final semi-finals, and now we're live, just passing the middle part of the course, the Fawley marker with the timestamp on it. We can see we're 5 minutes into this race. Still a bit of swell on the water. If you just look at that yellow hull, you can see the waves that he's beautifully cutting through there, Diego.
Yeah, and he's been chopping and changing between the single scull, between the quadruple scull. And last year, at the first World Cup that took place in Varese, he raced 8th place in the men's quad. He has also raced at the under-23s in the men's single scull as well. But as we said, most recently, spent a bit of time in the single scull at Seville, 7th on that occasion for him. And he's been building nicely throughout the season and looking to have a real crack at the Diamond Challenge sculls here at Henley.
Yeah, I want to really credit here Johan Poulsen, the 24-year-old. He's a lightweight. He's been in the Danish men's lightweight quad between 2021 and 2024, and he's a medical student at Copenhagen University, and you can see huge determination and grit for this athlete. He is not giving up, he is not giving in, despite the advantage from the much bigger Portuguese athlete in front of him. So grit and determination, that's a key part of our sport, isn't it?
Yeah, it most certainly is, and I think both of those, are key characteristics for the Diamond Challenge sculls, because in recent years we've had some incredible upsets. Favourites have been toppled, let alone last year when Melvin Tweller from the Netherlands, he came through and won it. A great performance, knocking out, you know, Simon van Dorp, Ollie Zeidler along the way. So I think it takes a real plucky individual, a brave individual, a bold individual to step up and win the Diamond Challenge sculls. Everyone's got Ollie Zeidler pegged on as favourite, particularly after his performance winning in Lucerne last weekend. But I think Diego Goncalves of Portugal, I think one to certainly keep an eye on, and perhaps an outside favourite, an outside shot, a dark horse when it comes to this year's Diamond Challenge sculls.
Fluvial, it says on his shirt, and fluvial or fluid, it looks like to me, over the top of the popple, the roll, the water and the wind, and lovely long sculling from Diego Gonçalves, 20 years old, so still a rising talent there in Portugal, working with John West, as we said earlier, and rowing down there in the 1876 founded club on the Douro down in Porto. We love our history here at Henley, and this is a club with lots of history, so delighted to have him here. We've had entries from 21 nations in our record 862 entries for this regatta. If you're watching us anywhere around the world, and we have half our viewers come from outside the UK, we're delighted to have you with us for this last race of the day, the storied Diamond Challenge Sculls, and looking forward to some great racing ahead. We saw Ollie Seider, the Olympic and world champion, going through to the semi-finals earlier this afternoon, and Diogo will be delighted to be going through to compete at that level, which is what the great thing about Henley is. You have Olympic champions coming to race, and you have, as we've seen earlier, juniors just starting out in their rowing careers.
What a performance then, up to the finish line. Cracking row from the Portuguese sculler. Diego Gonçalves, semi-final booked in the Henley sunshine on a Friday night. There's not many better feelings than that.
So, Fergus, what a great day of racing. 85 races, 85 crews go through, 85 crews go for maybe a quiet orange juice this evening. Confirmation of the victory for the Portuguese athlete, the larger Portuguese athlete, the 20-year-old Gonçalves, to go through. And what a day of racing.
It's been superb, you know, everything from the juniors to the students. The club events have been outstanding. The intermediates events, you know, we've had our first ever races in the Princess of Wales Challenge Cup as well. And that delivered an outstanding performance between Leander and Hartbury and Neres as well. What a way to kick off that brand new event. And I think if that's what Friday has delivered us today, we've had record-breaking performances, we've had narrow margins, we've had just about everything here.
So what a great day of racing. Thank you for joining us throughout the 85 races. Before we throw to Ali, just to remind you, we've got a record Henley this year, 862 entries from 21 nations in our 187th year in this beautiful Thames Valley site. There you go, there's the course, and here's Ali to round off the day.
Well, under bright blue skies, beautiful sunshine and packed enclosures, that is the final session done and dusted on Friday evening, although I think the parties along the riverbank and in the car parks will carry on for quite some time. One of the highlights of the final session was seeing Olympic champion Oliver Zeidler cruise to victory. Congratulations, Oliver. Coming here fresh off victory in the World Cup, you've rowed here many, many times, 4 successes. What is it about Henley that keeps bringing you back?
I always love to come back here. I love the atmosphere, the people around here are good vibes, and it's just very enjoyable to race here.
And when you saw your time today, you would be out in this evening's session in front of a packed stewards enclosure. Is that more fun for you?
Yes, for sure, and you always try to push a bit harder than in stewards, even if it's already an easy advantage for myself. It's always fun to show the crowd a bit that I'm still taking it serious, and I think they're cheering even harder then.
Do you feel like you feel that warmth from the crowd? You've been here for so many years, and also trying to win your 5th title in this event. Do you feel like the Henley crowd support you a little bit more?
Yes, a little bit. It feels a bit like coming home here. I know a lot of people already, a lot of people for the 5-6 years I've been here now, and it's always great to come back, and it's very warm atmosphere, very welcoming, so I love it.
And felt very comfortable out there today?
Well, there's always a bit of a wash out there from the boats, so it's never comfortable to row in Henley, but it's a challenge I'm looking forward to have here every day and every time I race here, so I like it.
Well, as long as it's only the wash that's making you uncomfortable rather than the opponent. Good luck tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see you on Sunday.
Thank you, hopefully yes.
Brilliant. Well, there is the reigning Olympic champion Oliver Zeidler cruising through his Friday evening race. He'll be in action tomorrow, and then fingers crossed on finals day on Sunday. But tomorrow is semi-finals day. We get racing underway at 9 a.m. I'll be back then, but do stay on YouTube because we've got highlights of day 4 coming a little later.